traveling to another world. You have begun a simple and leisurely pastoral life. You thought that working in the furnace room would ensure you a worry-free life, but you strangely discovered that all the residents in the town do not live past 30. At first, you suspected that the lack of intermarriage with outsiders was the reason, leading to some hereditary disease over time. So as a traveler, you were not worried at all. However, while you were working that day, you were choked by the steam in the room and started coughing. At this time, the blood rice had been completely cooked to whiteness, and the other two people used a cloth net to fish out the rice grains, leaving only half a pot of boiling red water in the furnace. It is said that blood rice is specially used for offerings to the immortals, and the residents here have relied on growing blood rice for generations. The furnace room where you work is the place in Bayonne town for boiling blood rice, where 100 pounds of blood rice can produce a blood elixir. You began to carefully control the heat, and once the brine was boiled dry, the blood elixir would be refined. Before you knew it, the sun had already dipped in the west. At this time, a stern young man entered the furnace room, who was there specifically to collect the blood elixirs. The pot was already dry, and at the bottom of the pot, the red substance extracted from the blood rice had gathered together, forming a thumb-sized elixir. You examined this red object and felt it was much more reliable than those elixirs made from lead and mercury, and you couldn't help but wonder, could this blood elixir really be for the immortals? The stern young man used bamboo tongs to take out the elixir, nodded in satisfaction, placed it in a small ceramic bottle on him, and then left without saying a word. The three people smiled, and today's task can be considered successfully completed. Ahem, and you are still coughing, feeling a tightness in your chest, especially as if there is a piece of burning coal in your heart, which is very uncomfortable. Xiao Yang, you should go find Dr. Yang later, said the young man named Zhao with concern. Everyone in Bayonne town has their own duties, whether it's farming, chopping wood, or cooking rice, all busy around the blood tooth rice. After you tidied up the stoveroom, it was already completely dark outside. Ahem, you coughed lightly again and murmured, first, go find Dr. Yang for some medicine. Dr. Yang is one of the few elderly people in the town, which shows his excellent medical skills. His clinic is located at the corner of the street, and usually, very few people come here unless they are seeking treatment. Looking inside, under the dim candlelight, two figures are playing chess at the table, one fat and one thin, both exceptionally tall, much taller than the others in the town. Looking quite unusual, the two of them held chess pieces, silently pondering over the chessboard. When they saw someone approaching, the old man stood up. You could see that the old man's eyes were lowered, his chin was pointed, and he had a long white beard, resembling a standing old goat, which was quite eerie. The middle-aged man across from me, who was as fat as a pig, also cast his gaze over, sitting still but giving off a strong sense of oppression. You smiled cautiously at the man and then said to the old man, Dr. Yang, I was choked by the steam in the furnace room today and have been coughing ever since. The old man, sitting in the armchair, asked, apart from these, do you have any other symptoms? I feel a heat in my chest, especially as if there is a fire burning inside my heart. Upon hearing this, the old man frowned, got up to check your eyelids, and looked at your tongue. Not knowing what he had noticed, he appeared quite surprised, and then the old man withdrew his hand. It's nothing serious, just that I've been sweating too much in the furnace room these days. Sweat and blood come from the same source, and my body is a bit unwell, losing some blood. I'll prescribe you a few doses of medicine to help you adjust for a few days. That's good. You breathed a sigh of relief. These days coincide with the busy farming season, and I have indeed been sweating a lot. What is your name? The old man asked. Chen Yang. My surname is Chen. You're the only one with the surname Chen in the town now, right? The old man looked at you. Now in Chen family alley, there is only your household left. How strange. There used to be several households in the Chen family. What has happened in these past few years? Only this faint incense remains. The old man sighed, picked up a few sheets of grass paper, and quickly prepared 4 packets of herbs from the medicine cabinet, placing them on the counter. He instructed, each packet should be boiled with 5 bowls of water until it reduces to 1 bowl. Remember to use a low flame and simmer slowly, taking it before bed. Thank you, Dr. Yang. You hurriedly expressed your gratitude, holding the medicine close to your chest. After bowing to the two of them, you left. In Bayonne town, seeing a doctor and learning to read did not require any payment, and even the food was specially provided by Lord Huang. Although it felt like being confined here, everyone was free from worries about food and clothing. The old man stepped outside, standing under the lantern, his eyes slowly opening to reveal 2 brown horizontal pupils, looking at your departing figure with a puzzled expression. Elder Yang, is there something wrong with this person? The middle-aged man asked softly. The old man stroked his long beard and said, this person actually shows signs of bearing fruit, and symptoms have appeared. Could it be that the dangu planted in this person's body has gone awry? The middle-aged man showed a look of confusion. Let's see if those few herbs have any effect. The old man sat down at the table. It's possible that a missed immortal fetus Dangu has absorbed enough bone essence to bear fruit normally. The old man fiddled with the chess pieces, pondering where to place them. Immortal fetus? The middle-aged man was immediately astonished and shook his head, saying, "That's impossible. The fetuses born in several medicine gardens have all been checked. How could there be a miss? Let's take a look again in a few days. If it's an immortal fetus, planting a low-level pill bug would be too wasteful." The old man gently pressed the chess piece down on the table. After returning to your small house, you found a clay pot under the bed, cleaned it, and poured the herbs you gathered inside, starting to brew them according to what Dr. Yang said. The night was filled with a chill, and you leaned by the fire to warm yourself, still unable to stop coughing. The surroundings were silent. Every night, this was the only place in Chen Family Alley that had light. Half an hour passed, and the medicine in the clay pot was almost ready. You pushed the firewood aside, wrapped it with a cloth, and carefully poured the medicinal liquid from the pot into a bowl. It's really bitter. This medicine is hard to drink. You gently blew on the edge of the bowl, frowning, and slowly drank the entire bowl clean. Although the medicine was bitter, its effect was remarkable. Before long, you felt a sense of relief in your chest, stopped coughing, and felt warm all over. Especially the intense heat in your heart disappeared. The medicine that Dr. Yang prescribed is surprisingly effective, you exclaimed in amazement. The sky was getting dark, thinking about the tasks for tomorrow. After tidying up the bowls and pots, you went to bed to rest, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the depths of the mountains outside Bayoni town, amidst the mist, lights flickered in and out, and ancient buildings, shrouded in dusk, were scattered across the mountains. The next morning, the crisp sound of birds chirping outside the window woke you up. Another day began. You sat up, stretched your shoulders, had breakfast, and hurried to the stoveroom, repeating a day of busyness. Before you knew it, 4 days had passed. At night, you sat on a small stool, eating around the stove. Why do I feel like I have no appetite? You noticed that you had lost your appetite for food these past few days. Everything tasted bland and flavorless. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks from outside the yard. Strange, who could it be? You frowned slightly, as usually no one comes here. You called out, put down your bowls and chopsticks, and went outside. After pushing open the door, a tall figure stood outside the courtyard, taller than your house's door. Yang, Dr. Yang? Looking up, you were surprised to see Dr. Yang. The old man smiled and nodded at you. Dr. Yang, please come in. You quickly invited him into the house. You moved a chair from the corner and wiped it clean with your sleeve. Dr. Yang, please sit. No need to be so polite. I happened to pass by here for something and thought I would check on your recovery. I will leave soon. Have you finished those few prescriptions? I have finished them. You nodded and said, Dr. Yang, the medicine you prescribed is very effective. I feel much stronger than before, but I haven't had much appetite for food in the past few days. The old man replied, some of the herbs in it have the effect of replenishing qi and blood. This is normal. Turn around. Let me take another look. The old man instructed. You moved your feet. The old man did not look at your eyes and tongue this time, but instead placed his hand on your back. You only felt a tingling sensation where Dr. Yang's palm touched, perhaps because his palm was warm, and there seemed to be a faint warm current. Is this how you can see a doctor? You wondered, but did not dare to ask. After a while, the old man shook his head, lowered his hand, and said, your body is very good now. Seeing that you are fine, I can rest assured. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay long. After saying this, the old man walked out with his hands behind his back. Chen Yang sent the old man outside the courtyard and watched him walk away before closing the door and returning to the house. At the entrance of the alley, the old man's walking steps suddenly stopped, the amiable color on his face disappearing. Looking back at the house that shone with faint light and fire, he muttered, the fruit will be sitting tonight. These pairs of medicines went down, and the Dan compulsion still hasn't been regulated, so it seems that it's really an omitted immortal child. Alas, immortal fetuses are hard to find. But unfortunately, they are just spoiled. The old man walked unhurriedly into the night, his figure fading away. Inside the house, after finishing his meal, Chen Yang felt a wave of drowsiness coming over him, and when he had cleaned up, he went to bed early to rest. In the moonlight, he slept soundly and soundly. Toward the end of the night, the teenager's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he was uncomfortable. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Chen Yang felt that his throat was being strangled by a big invisible hand. The whole person could not move. His heart was thumping and beating faster and faster, such as a flame burning violently in his heart. Intense pain followed, and Chen Yang's eyes quickly covered with a layer of blood. After a while, it was as if all the strength had been drained from around him. There was no color in his eyes, and his pupils were collapsing a little. The night was as usual. The bright moon hung in the sky, and a miserable white light enveloped the entire Panay town. It's getting light. There was still a cacophony of chirping from the birds on the branches outside the window, but the house stayed quiet. The sun shone in, and the teenager in the bed by the window failed to wake up as usual. Snap! The door of that tightly closed room was suddenly pushed open, breaking the deadly silence, and two young men walked in from outside. Master Huang's men. Strange, how did this human medicine mature at such a young age? The man in front of him was surprised when he saw who he was picking today. It seems that the variety is not good. Just take it as a weed in this medicine garden, but after carefully planting it for so many years, bring it back to the sect, and the dan fruits that come out of the body are more or less useful. Aha! The two of them sharply lifted Chun Yang off the bed, and left once the white cloth covered them. Chapter 3, The Immortal Lotus Sect. The Lotus Sect was situated in the vast depths of the mountains. Early morning, as the cold mist gradually dispersed, in the Lotus Sect's Hall of Merits and Virtues, disciples began to carry in one after another sets of ripe human medicines from the various medicinal gardens. They were all men and women in their 30s, but if you look closely, you can see that their bodies are slowly crumpling like grains losing water in the sun, and the nutrients in their flesh are being absorbed by something in their bodies, leaving only a layer of withered skin wrapped around the bones underneath. In the end, the human medicine treasure material turned into a slightly open mouth, eyes deep concave rotten dry corpse, hands and feet were fixed and straightened out, just like sun-dried snow clams, in the temple arranged neatly. Put them all away carefully, these are the treasures of the clan. A small, dry, short old man slumped in a chair and patted his knee to make the call. The old man was about half a zhang tall, hunched over, wearing a green-colored floral robe, with a narrow forehead, a pointed jaw, small but sharp eyes, and a mouth with two outwardly convex incisors that stood out. Yes, Elder Shu. The disciple in front of him replied respectfully. The little old man removed his own little stick of tobacco from his belt and began to puff and exhale in enjoyment. Elder Shu, come and see. This human pill surprisingly hasn't withered yet. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from outside. He only saw two disciples carrying a precious material into the Hall of Merit. They had transported many precious materials from the medicinal garden, and today was the first time they had encountered such a situation. What's all the yelling about? The little old man got up from his chair impatiently and walked over to the two before looking at the man medicine they had brought with them. It was a teenager whose face was lifeless but whose flesh and blood had not been sucked clean like the other drugs. Ha! Seeing this, the little old man was also surprised and rubbed his chin in great perplexity. After sizing up a few eyes, he placed his hand at the teenager's heart, and his brows furrowed deeper all of a sudden as he wondered in his heart. Strange, not only is this human medicine not dead, it's actually starting to slowly absorb the medicinal effects in the dan compote. Could it be a fairy tire? The little old man thought of something, and two glints of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Flesh can absorb dan fruits. It must be an immortal tire without a doubt. Old me hasn't gotten an immortal tire for a long time. Is this a chance given to me by the heavens? He was already convinced. Elder Shu, how is it? The two youths inquired beside each other. The old man glared at them and chortled. All of them are already dead through and through. But the flesh of this human medicine is still fresh. The two were puzzled. The old man impatiently said, this human medicine is only in his teens. The dan compass planted in his heart has not yet grown up to mutate and sit on the fruit. The dan compass is limited in its ability. How can it be so easy to refine the essence of bone and blood cleanly? I see. The two men came to a realization. Go back. Just leave this place to me. If you are suspicious again, beware of this elder teaching you a lesson. The old man waved the tobacco stick in his hand. As you wish. The two men bowed respectfully before turning and running away. After they left, the old man squatted down beside the teenager's body to inspect it carefully and said, not yet enlightened, but even the dan compulsion can be suppressed. This immortal fetus, it's not bad, it's just that the flesh is too weak. If you continue to absorb it like this, the medicinal effect of the dan fruits will hold you up straight to death. Seeing that no one was in the hall, the old man secretly moved the teenager to a room. If we can get the dan compulsion out quickly, there is still salvation, but I have shallow means. If I make a knife in the heart, it will directly take the life of this immortal fetus, and if I find other elders to take action, I'm afraid that they will rob me of this chance. The old man was in a hurry in his room, thinking of a way out. Right, Elder Zhu. Soon enough, he had the right person in mind. Then send the disciples to deliver the message. It didn't take long. A tall, middle-aged, fat Taoist man came here. Elder Zhu, you're finally here. Seeing the man walk in, Elder Shu immediately greeted him. Elder Shu, what is the importance of calling me here? The man asked. Looking down at him, there was a huge difference in size between the two. The old man was not as strong as one of his arms, and was very small in front of him. Elder Shu's small eyes first cautiously swept around before saying, Chance, there is a chance in front of us right now. Chance? The man had doubts in his eyes. What chance could there be in this broken sect? Elders, you follow me. The old man turned around and led the way in front, with the bloated middle-aged man following behind. Upon arriving at the hut, the man looked at the figure laid out in front of him, and also recognized at once that it was the same human medicine he had seen a few days before. Elder Shu said, "The disciple delivered it this morning, and it's an immortal fetus." The man said, "This man medicine, I've seen him before when I went to look for Elder Yang, but he's already been controlled by the Dan compulsion. It's hopeless. Even if he's saved, it's of little use." Elder Shu shook his head and said, "No, not only has this immortal fetus not been controlled, but on the contrary, it has suppressed the Dan compulsion, and is now absorbing the medicinal effects in it, with very good qualifications." Suppressed the Dan compulsion? At that, the man was surprised and began to crouch down in front of the teenager to examine him. It's really true. It seems that this immortal fetus's qualifications are indeed not bad, and the low-grade Dan compounds can't help him. The middle-aged man's eyes exuded a burning light. It was the first time he had come into contact with such a superior immortal tire. He and Elder Shu were both Lotus Sect's last-rate elders, and the immortal fetuses that they usually obtained were the leftovers selected by those elders in front of them, which were of inferior quality. This immortal fetus should have been accidentally missed by the elder guarding the medicine garden. Elder Shu, immortal fetuses are rare, and they are also so extraordinary. If fed properly, they can allow us to further our cultivation in the future. The old man kept rubbing his hands together with a fiery gaze. "Open the chest and remove the parasites. Save him first," the man said in a hushed voice. "I'm all set for you." The old man walked to the side and took out several knives wrapped in cloth from the cabinet and placed them in front of him. "Choose and see which one is handy." The man bent down to pick it up and said, "It just so happens that there are a few green corpse centipedes on his body, or else removing the parasites would be tricky." This time on the desk, the fainting teenager's eyelashes suddenly moved slightly. "It's so hard." Chen Yang felt like he had fallen gravely ill. His body was weak and powerless, and it was indescribably difficult to say. Boring, not bad, that's the knife for it." He vaguely heard the crisp sound of finger-plucked metal in his ears, and the murmured whispers of people. Chen Yang opened his eyes with great effort and realized that he was in a dimly lit room. His head was spinning, and in a trance, he saw a broad figure not far away with its back to him and gesturing something. "Where am I?" The vision was becoming clearer. He could see that it was a Taoist man in a Taoist robe, unusually tall, with a bronze hairpin on his head and wide robes with huge sleeves, just like a high wall standing there. "Ha, I can't believe I'm awake." The man turned around when he heard the slightest movement behind him. Only then did he realize that this person had big ears and a thick neck, was very obese. His arms under the two sleeves were as thick as a bucket, holding out a belly that was about to burst open the Taoist robe. The whole person was like a big boar with a coat on, and he also had a knife in his hand, and was watching himself with narrowed eyes. "Demon!" Chen Yang's pupils suddenly shrunk and his heart was creeped out. It really gets in the way. The old man stood behind him, his finger pointing above his head. Chen Yang's eyes went black and he fainted, as if he had been anesthetized. "Begin." Elder Shu retreated to the side after exposing Chen Yang's chest and watched nervously. The man walked over. The tip of the knife pressed against Chen Yang's heart. Then the blade gently scratched. Blood flowed out along the wound. The steaming heart hidden under the flesh and blood was exposed to the two men. The man's eyes glazed over as he found the right spot, and the blade quickly turned back and flew to make a long slash at the tip of his heart. Put! There were insect shadows accompanied by blood shooting out of the wound. When it was too late, the man quickly took out a green centipede from his sleeve and placed it at the wound in Chen Yang's heart. All of the centipede's thin legs were inserted into the flesh and blood on both sides of the wound, and surprisingly, the wound was just stitched together. The bleeding also stopped instantly. Good. Elder Shu looked at this scene with admiration. He couldn't do it after removing the Dan compulsion in such a short period of time and treating the fatal wound so beautifully. If there was a slight mistake in this process just now, this immortal fetus would have died. The man once again took out a centipede and placed it on his chest, sewing Chen Yang's outside flesh and blood cleanly. When he was done, the man smiled. "That'll do." In the puddle of blood on the floor, a scarlet ant was crawling with difficulty. This ant's abdomen was so swollen that it looked like a grape was hanging. This was the Dan compass, and the thing attached to its body was the bone-blood dam that was refined by absorbing the essence of bone and blood from the host's body. This bone-blood pill is not bad in quality. Elder Shu picked up the Dan compote, and there was if anything a light flowing through the Dan. This matter must also be reported to the sect. Every human medicine in the medicinal garden has a record and cannot withstand investigation. We will be punished if we don't follow the rules and mess around. The man frowned. "I have an idea," Elder Shu said. "What's the idea?" The man looked at him. "Right now, the blood essence in his body is still in a state of deficit. This way, there may not be any elders who will look at him. I'll take this opportunity to propose that you take him as a disciple, and this immortal fetus was saved by you, so I'm sure that the clan will agree to it. Moreover, don't you just happen to have another quota for accepting disciples? Elder Shu said. So it can be done? Give it a try. If the clan doesn't agree, it means that we still have no chance with this immortal fetus. The Lotus Sect's rules are very strict. Due to the limited number of immortal fetuses, it is not allowed to have elders who take on disciples without authorization. All immortal fetuses are owned by the sect, and the various elders distribute them on the basis of seniority. Aha! The old man nodded his head in agreement. This method was the most secure, and he didn't dare to violate the clan's rules. Let his flesh bleed some more. When they were ready, the two of them reported to the elder in charge of distributing immortal fetuses in accordance with the clan rules. After a small half hour had passed, a middle-aged man in red clothes arrived. Greetings to Elder Hu. Upon seeing him walk in, the two immediately bowed their hands respectfully. Get up. The man in red just swept them lightly, and to these two elders, he looked contemptuous. This person's breath is calm and steady. Standing in front of him, giving a sense of stolid oppression. That fat and swollen middle-aged man's figure is taller than him, but in terms of aura, it is obvious that it is going to be shorter by a large margin. Take me to see that immortal tire, the man in red asked in a flat voice. This way. He walked in front of them, with the two men leading the way. Upon arriving in the room and seeing the pale-colored human medicine that was already breathless, the red-robed man frowned slightly. Elder Shu immediately said, Elder Hu, Shinhao disciples sent to come early. This human medicine of the essence of the bone and blood was not completely emptied by the Dan compulsion. I see that something is not right. Just as Elder Zhu came to the Hall of Merit and Virtue to get the medicine, so he called him to also look at it, and found that it is indeed an immortal fetus, and then rushed out to take the compulsion. At last it is barely to save the life of this immortal fetus. There is too much loss of the essence of bone and blood. Even if it is an immortal fetus, it is still wasted. How could an immortal fetus leak out? A huffy look appeared on the man's face. Neither of the two men next to him dared to speak. This red-robed man then turned to look at the two of them and said indifferently, it's all down to the sitting fruit stage, so you two don't really need to go through all the trouble of saving it. There's not much point. Elder Shu replied back in a low voice. Now that the sect is lacking in immortal fetuses, we were thinking that this immortal fetus could be put to greater use if it could be saved, and it would be a shame to waste it just like that. The man's complexion looked better. Nodding his head appreciatively, he said, this spirit of yours to consider for the clan is worth encouraging. If only all the elders could think like you. Since they have all been rescued, I will take the immortal fetus away to see if any of the elders are willing to have him. Don't worry, it'll be credited to you all for that. Many thanks to Elder Hu. The two men immediately thanked him. The fat Daoist then took out the Dan compulsion. Elder Hu, this is the compulsion that was taken out of the immortal tire. The red-robed elder stopped and turned to look at the item in his hand. This low-grade bone blood pill, Elder Zhu. You can just take it yourself. Elder Zhu hurriedly replied. I don't dare. This is all the wealth of the clan. How can I privately possess it? The man tilted his head and laughed. Elder Zhu, you're just too disciplined. In the sect, you'll suffer a lot. After he finished speaking, he reached out and picked up the Dan compass. By the way, don't you still have a spot to recruit disciples? Now why don't you beg Elder Hu to give you this immortal tire? The elder next to him came to his side and whispered. It's not right. Elder Zhu hesitated. The room was that big. The words of the two men that Elder Hu naturally heard, turned to look at the man, pondered. Elder Zhu, this immortal tire is so like, I take it back and I guess no elder wants it. If you are willing to accept it, take it away. Save me the trouble later. But, Elder Zhu was still considering it. Elder Shu said, Old Zhu now the clan is short of immortal tires. Although you still have a spot to take on an apprentice, you will have to wait at least 5 or 6 years before it's your turn to pick one. So don't mind this poor immortal tire now. Elder Hu also said, Elder Zhu, the opportunity is rare. There are still more than 10 elders in front of you waiting for the immortal fetus. And by the time it's your turn to pick, you may not be able to choose this quality among the remaining immortal fetuses. Although this immortal fetus has lost quite a lot of bone and blood essences, it can be restored if it's well conditioned with medicinal herbs. I'll listen to Elder Hu's arrangements. The man reverently arched his hand at the red-clothed elder. Good, then it's settled. This immortal tire belongs to you. Seeing that he was willing to accept it, Elder Hu revealed a satisfied smile. As you wish. Elder Zhu bowed and arched his hand. After explaining a few sentences, that Elder Hu left. In the room, the two men looked at the immortal tire in front of them, whispering to each other and smiling without saying a word. Chapter 4, Worshipping the Immortals. Elder Shu, then I'll leave as well. The fat Taoist could not hide the excitement in his eyes. With Elder Hu's permission, he could take this immortal tire away in a fair and square manner. I'll go get a few packs of herbs for you. This little guy is too weak right now. he needs to be toned up. Elder Shu turned around and went to the depths of the Hall of Merit. Soon, a cloth bag was dragged out of it and handed to the man. Looking at Chen Yang, these two people's gazes were incomparably hot. After bidding farewell, the fat Taoist left this Hall of Merit with Chen Yang and the bag of herbs. The Lotus Sect was surrounded by clouds and mist, and from time to time, one could still see immortal cranes spreading their wings and dancing in between. With a vibrant and immortal atmosphere, the fat Taoist was as light as a swallow, with a step of 3 feet, and it didn't take long for him to return to his peak. Compared to the surrounding peaks, his peak was not that tall, only about 100 feet, and the forest on it was lush. Fat Taoist to the top of the mountain. There is a spacious courtyard. Push open the door. A few are mossy incense burners set in the courtyard. Look like a long time has not been moved. The stove is wet. The interior area is full of rainwater. The Taoist walked into the room and put Chen Yang down. "You fellow, don't let me down," he muttered to Chen Yang. Then he opened the herbs that he had brought from the Hall of Merit and began to boil them, to help Chen Yang recover. Time passes. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yang violently woke up from his drowsiness. He felt like he had been asleep for a long time, and vaguely remembered having a horrible dream where he was captured by a demon that was trying to harm him. Luckily, it was just a dream, Chen Yang thought with hindsight. Where is this place? He quickly realized something was wrong, noticing the unfamiliar setup around him. Not the small, ramshackle house with a family of 4, and he himself was soaked in the potion of the stone furnace. At the same time, in addition to the strong smell of medicinal herbs, a sickeningly fishy odor permeated this room, as if it was the lair of some animal in the mountains. "You're awake." As he wondered what was going on, a low voice came from behind him. Chen Yang hurriedly turned his head to look and realized that it was an unusually built Taoist who was speaking to him. The room was well lit at this point, and the man meant no harm, so he didn't feel scared at this point. "Uncle, what's wrong with me?" Chen Yang asked suspiciously. He had seen this man in Dr. Yang's medical center, and he remembered him well due to his peculiar appearance. The Taoist stood up. The furnace in which Chen Yang soaked the medicine was not even as wide as his body width, like a mountain of flesh. The Taoist said, "This is to heal you from the rice plague. You've been soaking in my medicine bath for a month. I've got rice fever." Chen Yang was startled, and his mind instantly recalled that before he went to sleep, he had a painful experience of having his body burning all over. "Come out first, and we'll take our time about what's going on back there." The man pushed the door open and walked out with his arms folded. Chen Yang climbed out of the pill furnace. A garment was already prepared on the side, and after putting it on, he went outside to the courtyard. "I've got the rice plague, but I'm not dead yet. That uncle should be one of Master Huang's men. I just don't know why he saved me," Chen Yang secretly thought. "Come here," the Taoist called to him. Chen Yang walked over. "It stinks." When he came to the Taoist's side, the stench came back again. He had previously thought that the stench was emanating from the herbs, but he didn't expect it to be this Taoist's body odor. How could a human being smell so bad? And not like the kind of odor that comes from not bathing for years, but the body odor that comes from some wild animal in the deep woods. "Thanks for the rescue, uncle." Chen Yang thanked him gratefully. "Are you willing to worship me?" the man asked suddenly as he turned to look at him. "Worship?" Chen Yang froze, then asked, "Uncle, you want me to practice medicine with you?" He thought that this man was going to teach him the art of healing. The rice plague disease, even Dr. Yang could not do anything about it. Since this man was able to save himself back, his medical skills must be even more superior. The Taoist smiled and shook his head. "Not practicing medicine, but learning cultivation from me." After saying that, the Taoist man rolled up his right sleeve, revealing the coiled muscles on his arm, and with an upward movement of his palm, he saw the stones on the ground around him accompanied by fallen leaves leave the ground and slowly rotate around the two men, which was very shocking. "It is?" Chen Yang looked at this scene incredulously. The stone floating weightlessly, this supernatural phenomenon had actually appeared before his eyes. "This is mana, and after learning spells you can also manipulate thunder, call the winds to rain, and even water and fire cannot harm." As the Taoist put his hand down, those stone leaves rained back to the ground. "Mana, you're a legendary immortal." Chen Yang remembered the rumors in the town. "That's right, I'm the immortal practicing in the mountains." The Taoist nodded. "It turns out there really are immortals in this world." Chen Yang thought excitedly. He originally thought that those so-called immortal rumors he usually heard were just people's foolish feudal superstitions, but he did not expect them to be true. The Taoist said with his hands folded, "My name is Zhu Shan. I'm a Dao Palace realm elder of the Lotus Sect. Would you like to be my disciple?" Apprentice Chen Yang, greetings to Master. Being able to have the opportunity to enter a new and more expansive world, Chen Yang was naturally willing to do so, and hurriedly saluted the Taoist as if he were honoring the husband who used to teach at the academy, performing the master-disciple salute to the Taoist. Good. Zhu Shan was satisfied with Chen Yang and waved his hand. Get up, master. How can I be like you? Chen Yang asked. No one could resist in the face of such an overpowering ability. There's no rush. Let me tell you about cultivation first. Zhu Shan footsteps slowly walking. Each step fell. Can be stepped on the ground a footprint? Can be seen deep magic power? Said to him, the first step of cultivation is to open the flesh of the immortal aperture, so as to open the connection between themselves and the world, so that they can absorb the world's spiritual chi, and for their own use, the flesh after the opening of the aperture. You have to open the divine hidden. The world of immortal fetus have 3 divine hidden. Each corresponds to our essence, chi, and God. When the 3 divine collections are opened and united, it will form the Tao Palace. At this time, the essence, chi, and God are integrated, and mana is conceived in the Tao Palace, for the master is now the Tao Palace realm. Zhu Shan's feet lightly stepped, and a whirlwind visible to the naked eye appeared around his body. Chen Yang couldn't stop his eyes from glowing as he watched. How is it, good disciple? With a wave of Zhu Shan's hand, the surrounding area quickly regained its calmness again. Master's power is boundless, Chen Yang said reverently. Mighty power? Ha ha, ha ha. Jushan enjoyed the complimentary metaphor and burst out laughing freely. Master. At this time, a teenager walked in from outside, a bit older than Chen Yang. Coming. Jushan resumed his previous serious look, starting to introduce himself. This is the new disciple that master has taken in, named Chen Yang. Senior brother Chen. My name is Zhou Lingjun. The teenager smiled at Chen Yang. Greetings to senior brother Zhou. Chen Yang arched his hand in response. Your senior brother came from the clan's medicinal garden, and was pulled out of some essence of bone and blood by the Dan compulsion, and is just now recovering, so you can first take him to rest in that small courtyard left behind by your senior brother Wang, and also give him a lecture on the clan's rules in the meantime. Jushan commanded. As you wish, master. Disciple excuses himself. After bowing to Zhu Shan, Chen Yang followed Zhou Lingjun to leave this gloomy courtyard. When he came outside, the heaven and earth were refreshed, and Chen Yang realized that he was in between mountains with spiritual scenery. It's worthy of being a place where immortals live. The mountains and rivers here are pristine, and when you are there, your mind will naturally relax and mingle with the environment. Senior brother Chen, this is Master's dojo, Xian Yun Peak. It's very quiet. Zhou Lingjun walked ahead to lead the way, and Chen Yang followed him, walking along the path under the shade of the ancient trees. Senior brother Zhou, how many disciples does senior master have? Chen Yang inquired. Together with you, there are a total of 5. Master is the 17th elder of the sect, and according to the rules of the sect, he can only accept 5 disciples. Zhou Lingjun replied. Then how many elders does the Lotus Sect have? Chen Yang wanted to learn more about this immortal sect. Zhou Lingjun walked on hurriedly and said, for the elders, there are 21. The number of disciples like us is going to be a bit more. There are more than 300. The higher the ranking, the stronger the elders are, and they can take in more disciples with the priority of selecting disciples. So it is. Chen Yang understood that Zhu Shan's status in the Lotus Sect was not very high. 17 elders, already ranked at the bottom of the elders, but he didn't care about that when he could have the chance to practice. Senior brother, what should I do to embark on cultivation? Chen Yang was eager to quickly master that godly ability. Zhou Lingjun patiently told him, in order to cultivate, the physical body must first open the immortal orifices, otherwise it cannot absorb the spiritual chi, and in order to open the orifices in the physical body, one has to suffer from fatigue and hunger in order to do so, which is actually quite simple. Tired and hungry? Chen Yang was puzzled. What kind of cultivation method was this? Zhou Lingjun continued to walk forward. That's right, because it is only when one is extremely hungry and exhausted that one can stimulate this deep potential of the fleshly body to absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth, thus allowing oneself to live. And at that time, it was only when I was about to die of starvation that I opened up my fleshly body's immortal orifices. Didn't Master give any food? Chen Yang was shaken inwardly. Naturally there were, but they were all sorts of live snakes and bugs that gave me a little thought now and then to keep me from going out of my mind. And, well, I got through it back there. Thinking of his own enlightened experience, Zhou Lingjun's eyes unconsciously showed afterthoughts. Elder brother, what you said, is it all true? Chen Yang could hardly imagine. This way of opening immortal orifices was too strange. It all turned people into mountain beasts. Senior brother Chen, you have to be mentally prepared. Aha. Seeing that Zhou Lingjun did not look like he was joking, Chen Yang nodded heavily. It seems like you have to suffer a lot if you want to step into cultivation, but what's a little bit of suffering as long as you can become an immortal? Chapter 5, The Difference Between Immortals and Mortals. Senior brother Zhou, what is your current cultivation level? Chen Yang caught up with him. Divine Hidden Realm, currently impacting the second Divine Hidden. If my physical body is not enlightened, I should be punished by my master. Chen Yang was quite worried. Zhou Lingjun comforted. Senior brother Chen doesn't have to worry about this. As long as the qualifications of the sect disciples aren't really too poor, their physical bodies will basically be able to open up the immortal orifices, absorbing the spiritual chi to shed their mortal flesh and reach the transformation realm. However, next before Chen Yang could breathe a sigh of relief, he changed his words. The level of opening the immortal orifices is very simple. The difficult part is to break open the first divine deposit within 1 year, and enter the divine deposit realm. If it is not accomplished within the stipulated period of time, it means that the qualification is unqualified, and it will be discarded by the clan, and will be taken to be used as a human medicine, to cultivate the Dan compasses, and about 20% of the disciples will not be able to meet this requirement. Chen Yang was stunned when he heard this information. The sect would even ask for a disciple's life. Senior brother Chen, cultivation is a price to pay. The clan has limited resources. Not everyone is qualified to enjoy the resources. The poor ones will even become someone else's resources. The world of cultivation is a world of the weak and the strong. Zhou Lingjun was bashful about it. Senior brother Zhou, I understand. Chen Yang nodded lightly with a grave expression. The weak and the strong were universal rules no matter where they were. Let me tell you about the rules of the sect. Zhou Lingjun continued. Senior brother Chen, you must remember that you must not leave the Lotus Sect without the permission of the sect. The two just walked forward while talking. It didn't take long for Zhou Lingjun to bring him to a hut, surrounded by miserable weeds, looking like it had been unused for quite some time. Senior brother Chen, you can stay here. This was originally senior brother Wang's residence, but he left our place 5 years ago. Where did senior brother Wang go? Chen Yang pushed the door and walked inside. The arrangement was very simple, similar to his home in Bayani town. Senior brother Wang broke through to the Dao Palace realm and went to the main sect to pursue higher cultivation. Zhou Lingjun's eyes were filled with envy. The Lord's clan? Zhou Lingjun explained. Master said that we are just a subclan of the Lotus Sect, specializing in training disciples for the main sect, and only disciples who have broken through to the Dao Palace realm are qualified to go to the main sect. So right now, within the sect, there isn't a single Dao Palace realm disciple yet. The disciples of the Lotus Sect who had been trained by these elders at the Dao Palace cultivation level had all gone to the main sect. What kind of place is the main clan that it takes someone with the cultivation level of master teacher to be qualified to go there? Zhou Lingjun shook his head. I'm not sure, but I'll know when I go later. Come, senior brother. Senior brother Wang has another area here where medicinal herbs are planted. I'll take you to take a look. Good. Zhou Lingjun took him to the cave behind the house again. This cave is not very big, just about 3 feet wide. Inside the weeds, there is a gap in the roof of the cave. Some sunlight cast, deep in the pile of mossy stones. There are shares of the ground springs bubbling out, percolate the land. There were also many decayed and blackened skeletons scattered under these lush weeds. Inside, the land is all black and has a fluffy feel when you step on it, and the soil is very fertile. This is it. Senior brother Wang has raised the land here well. Senior brother Zhou, these bones, they're all human? Chen Yang had initially thought that they were the carcasses of some animals, but it wasn't until he saw a section of scattered fingers as well as a jawbone that had been trampled into pieces that he realized that these were human. Well, it's all those mature human medicines. Human medicines, apart from the bone and blood pills that are birthed. The water loss in withered flesh is also a good fertilizer to be used to plant medicinal herbs, Zhou Lingjun said with a smile. Seeing Chen Yang's heavy expression, he reminded in a serious tone. Senior brother Chen, these are nothing but mortals, with mortal flesh, completely different from you and I. Just think of them as cows chickens ducks or really, just think of them as monkeys that look similar to us. What elder brother said. Chen Yang forced a smile. That's right. Zhou Lingjun patted him on the shoulder. Senior brother, take a good rest. I'll go back first. Good. Chen Yang sent him out. By the way, senior brother Zhou, where is the clan's eating place? Chen Yang asked. He could already feel a gust of hunger coming from his stomach. We are people of cultivation. We usually take blood siki dan. There is no dining hall. The master has not specifically explained about this. I think it has its own plans. If you are hungry, just endure, and a blood siki dan can be a month of not being hungry for you. If you eat it now, it will affect your cultivation. Master didn't say that he would give Chen Yang food. Zhou Lingjun wouldn't dare to provide food. If this delayed his senior brother's cultivation, it would be a great sin. It turns out that the blood siki pill is for disciples of the sect. Chen Yang usually did the job of boiling blood siki rice, so he was familiar with this kind of elixir that was cooked. After saying goodbye, Zhou Lingjun left. Chen Yang walked into the house and cleaned up. Seeing a yellowed handwritten journal on the table, which Zhou Lingjun put here just now, he began to look through it. Those small seal-like characters inside were beautiful, and he had learned them before at the academy in Bao Nai Town and recognized most of them. Immortal Fetus. The booklet was filled with introductions on cultivation, as well as various clan rules. Only Immortal Fetus can cultivate. Master went to great lengths to save me and accept me as a disciple, so it seems that I am also an immortal fetus. Chen Yang muttered that there were mortal and immortal fetuses of living beings. To a human being, a mortal fetus was a mortal, while an immortal fetus was an immortal who could absorb the aura of heaven and earth to cultivate. In the case of plants, mortal birth means the grasses and trees that roam the hills, and immortal birth is the immortal medicine. Dan compulsion. Absorb the essence of bone and blood, and when mature, you can get the bone blood Dan. The reason why the people in the town contracted diseases and died so early turned out to be because they were planted by the Lotus Sect into the Dan compulsion. And the entire Bayani town is the Lotus Sect's medicine garden. Looking backward, he frowned deeper and deeper as he learned more and more about the Lotus Sect, and from the descriptions from it, there were several medicinal gardens like Panai Town in the Lotus Sect. That's pretty weak. Chen Yang saw the cruel side of this world. There were only two words: cannibalism. It was as if the mortal fetus was a tonic for the immortal fetus, and the point of existence was to be a resource for the immortal fetus cultivation. I wonder if there's any information on the outside world. He continued to flip. Unfortunately, it was just a few pages, and soon he was done flipping through them. Chen Yang disappointedly put the booklet aside. The book only about some things about the Lotus Sect, for the things outside the sect, but not a word about it. He had asked Zhou Lingjun what the world outside the sect was like, only for the outside world. Zhou Lingjun also knew nothing. Dan compulsion. I should have it in my heart. He lifted his shirt and realized that there was a surprisingly long scar where his chest was. Recalling the dream he had had earlier, Chen Yang understood what was going on and put his hand down, murmuring, "It seems that the Dan compass in my body has already been taken out by Master." However, the Lotus Sect not allowing its disciples to go out with the isolation of the outside world news is a bit intriguing. This also seems to be a big cage. The mortal fetus can be used as a resource for cultivation. The immortal fetus can surely be as well. Chen Yang had not been indoctrinated by the sect's thoughts, and sensing something wrong, he was alert in his heart and stood by the window, silently looking at the rolling green hills outside. At this time, the emotions floating within him had gradually calmed down, and he began to rationally scrutinize this new world with his own worldview. Things have come to this, we can only wait and see what happens first. Take a step and see what happens. It was already dusk, and the sky was becoming dark. The Lotus Sect at night was quiet and dark. Only in those eerie buildings would there be a few occasional flames swaying, and Chen Yang rested down. Day 2. Early morning. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen. Chen Yang woke up and heard someone outside calling for him. Senior Brother Chen. The master is going to start arranging cultivation tasks. It was Zhou Lingjun calling him from outside the house. Chen Yang hurriedly got up, opened the door and walked out. Senior Brother Zhou. Go. Senior Brother Chen. Zhou Lingjun led the way in front. The two of them traversed along a green stone path and finally came within a bamboo forest. At this time, there were two figures in the forest already here, a man and a woman. The man was in his 40s, while the woman was a bit younger, around 30 years old. Senior brother he, senior sister Huang. Zhou Lingjun greeted the two. Greetings senior brother, senior sister. Chen Yang bowed to the two. Senior brother Chen doesn't have to be polite. The two of them were still quite kind to Chen Yang. He had been passed out on Xian Yun Peak for a month. These people had long since recognized him. Regarding these two people, Chen Yang also had a certain understanding during his chat with Zhou Lingjun yesterday. That senior brother's name is He Chu, Divine Deposit Realm. All 3 divine deposits have been fully opened, and it won't take more than a few years before he breaks through to the Dao Palace realm and goes to the main sect. Senior sister, Huang Ting, had opened 2 divine treasures and her cultivation was equally remarkable. Chen Yang got acquainted with a few people. They were all from the same division, and they got along very well. Not long after, a tall figure walked in from outside the forest. Greetings, Master. The 4 of them saluted Zhu Shan. Zhu Shan nodded, his hands negative, his gaze sweeping over them. This made all 4 of them feel a very strong sense of oppression in an invisible way. All rise. Hearing him finally speak, the crowd's hearts were relieved. With that, he stood upright. Zhu Shan paced slowly in front of them, and when he reached He Chu, he fiercely waved his sleeve. A very sudden attack. He Chu reacted quickly, pushing out his hands to fend it off. Boom! The surrounding bamboo trees were shaken violently. He Chu's entire body was sent flying 7 feet away from this sudden attack, bending a bamboo tree with a perfect unloading. Then with a stomp of his feet, he landed twice before landing in his original position. Not bad, some more growth. It seems that within 2 or 3 years, you'll be able to reach the Dao Palace realm. Zhu Shan nodded his head, a satisfied smile on his face. Master teacher has taught us well, He Chu said gratefully. Zhu Shan was very responsible for these disciples, doing everything himself. They were the remaining immortal fetuses chosen by the previous elders. If it wasn't for Zhu Shan's willingness to work on them, with the qualifications of a few people, they certainly couldn't reach the current cultivation level, not to mention the chance to go to the main clan. Chapter 6, 5 Poisons Refining the Body, Opening the Immortal Orifice. Although the progress is good, but it's not enough. You're now 41 years old. It's best to break through this year, or else it'll be hard to achieve more even when you reach the main sect. Got it? Zhu Shan explained in a serious tone. Disciple understands. He Chu nodded heavily. You go to Big Fish Spring to listen to the flowing water and observe and realize the state of emptiness. Yes. Zhu Shan walked to Zhou Lingjun again and stared at him for a while before saying lightly, try punching me. As you wish. Zhou Lingjun first clasped his hands and saluted, then violently struck out with a fist. Don't look at his body is not big, but it is thick fist strength, swinging with a whirring sound. Zhu Shan's body did not move. In the face of this fierce punch, he just calmly stretched out a finger, and then he easily received the punch. Then he said to himself, the force is enough, but the chi in the body is never smooth enough. After saying this, he reached out and clamped a falling bamboo leaf, and attached the Dao mana on it, and handed it to him. Continue practicing the 7-star fist today to beat up the Shenzong essence, and when you are performing the fist, you will control this bamboo leaf in the wind of the fist. And remember, you can't land on the ground, and don't be lazy, and I will be there at any time to see how well you will do with this fist. Don't worry, master, disciple won't be lazy. Zhou Lingjun solemnly clenched the bamboo leaf in his fist. Soon, after Zhu Shan finished explaining everything, Chen Yang was the only one left in the bamboo forest. Hungry. Jushan was very anticlimactic to him. Chen Yang nodded in embarrassment. He was really hungry now. Zhu Shan moved his fingers, then a reddish pill floated out from his sleeve and landed on Chen Yang's hand. Take it first. This is a blood siki dan. Having cooked blood siki rice for so long in Panai town, this was now the first time he had personally encountered this kind of elixir that was specifically provided for immortals to take. After surveying it for a few moments, he swallowed it inside his stomach. The blood siki dan worked quickly, and just after it entered his belly, he felt a warmth spreading through his body. Come with me, I'll arrange for you to practice. Zhu Shan turned around and walked along the path towards the top of the mountain, with Chen Yang following behind. The morning air was a little chilly, and the blades of grass were all wet and dewy. Chen Yang's body looked very small behind his master teacher. The origins of our Lotus Sect. Your senior brother Zhou told you all about it yesterday. Well, senior brother Zhou said that our place here is just a small subclan of the Lotus Sect, and that only when we reach the Dao Palace realm will we be qualified to train in the main sect. Chen Yang replied, not bad. In contrast to here, the main sect is the true holy land of cultivation. Alas, I don't know if I'll have the chance to go to the main sect again in this life. A reminiscent look appeared in Zhu Shan's eyes. Master, what's the main clan like? Jushan looked down at him with a mysterious smile on his face. You'll know when you break through to the Dao Palace realm. He did not answer Chen Yang's question. Seeing that his master's father did not say anything, Chen Yang did not continue to ask. Are you clear about some of the sect's rules? Zhu Shan asked again. All understood. What about the rules on cultivation? Chen Yang replied back. Failure to reach the appropriate cultivation level within the stipulated age will result in being discarded by the sect. Zhu Shan nodded. Not bad. All disciples who fail to break through to the Dao Palace realm before the age of 45 will be planted with a Dan compass for use in the cultivation of the disciples behind them. Cultivation is a road of no return. Are you scary? The disciple is not afraid. Chen Yang replied. For the time being, even if he didn't cultivate, he was still the nourishment of the immortal fetus, and it seemed that the only way to survive was to desperately cultivate and reach the Dao Palace realm to reach the main clan. It's good if you're not afraid. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't fight your way forward, you'll only be drowned. Strive to reach the Dao Palace realm as soon as possible, and when you go to the main sect, even if you can't continue to break through, your life will be safe, and you'll become a subsector elder like me, and train disciples for the sect. Zhu Shan said. Disciple will definitely be able to reach the Dao Palace realm and won't let my master disappoint. Chen Yang assured. With nothing to say to each other for the rest of the day, Chen Yang followed behind Zhu Shan and arrived at the courtyard on top of the mountain. Master, master. Just as he arrived, a weak voice could be heard coming from a nearby courtyard. There was a grotto under the pavilion in the courtyard, and a yellow-faced teenager was squatting in it. And when he heard the commotion from above, it was as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, and pleadingly cried out, Master, give me something to eat. Disciple is really starving and can't stand it anymore. Please. Zhu Shan frowned, then said to Qin Yang, this is one of your senior brothers, who has been worshipping under my mountain peak for almost half a year now, and his physical body has yet to be enlightened. His tone was very cold, not holding much hope for this disciple. Due to his status, he could only choose an immortal tire of this quality, but after all, immortal tires were rare, so after thinking about it, he walked over. Master, I'm hungry. The teenager inside, with a pudgy head and eyes that had been deeply sunken like dry wood, saw Jushan standing at the edge of the pit watching himself and hastily struggled to get up. Without a word, Jushan walked to the stone furnace next to him, grabbed a rat from it, and threw it down. Inside, the teenager's eyes suddenly exuded the light of a wild beast. Grabbed the rat is placed in the mouth, crazy tearing. Full of hair, do not care. Throat issued a grunt sound, in sucking the blood in the body of this rat. Then he squatted in a corner and chewed on the rat meat with relish. Looking at his inhuman and ghostly appearance, Chen Yang sucked in a mouthful of cool air. A living person had been destroyed into a beast. Jushan turned to leave. Chen Yang followed. Master, do I have to cultivate like this next? He asked. Yesterday, Zhou Lingjun had spoken with him that the way to enlightenment was to endure hunger and exertion as a way to stimulate the potential of the physical body. No, this kind of enlightenment is too hurtful. You are not well qualified. It is not worth the loss to use this method of enlightenment. Come with me, I am all ready. Jushan led him towards the inner courtyard. Not just with this method. Although he wasn't sure where his master could tell that his qualifications weren't bad, Chen Yang's heart still let out a long sigh of relief at the thought of not having to suffer such a crime. It's in here. The two came to the deepest part of the small courtyard. Before he even pushed open the door, Chen Yang felt a strong dampness revealing itself through the cracks of the door. And this courtyard door as well as the courtyard wall had been severely moldy. Here, Chen Yang inexplicably felt a little uneasy. This is the place that master has prepared for you to practice. Jushan pushed the door open. Inside, it was surprisingly crawling with all kinds of poisonous snakes, centipedes, scorpions, toads and other kinds of poisonous creatures, as well as a bronze tripod that was covered with copper green for some years. Watching this scene, Chen Yang only felt a chill go straight from his tailbone to his heavenly spirit. Come in. Zhu Shan walked into the courtyard, and the snakes and insects inside instinctively retreated away in fear of the aura he carried. But Chen Yang wasn't so lucky. All the poisonous creatures were staring straight at him, their eyes scattered with fierce light, stupidly moving as if they would all pounce on him in the next moment and eat his whole person clean. Chen Yang's cold hairs trembled like a man's back. Finally, Zhu Shan stopped in front of that bronze tripod. The cauldron was a large half a zhang high, inscribed with many stripes, and was ancient and heavy. Inside the tripod, there are 4 more chains. Take your clothes off and climb in. Jushan turned to him. Master, am I going to cultivate inside this tripod? Chen Yang asked hesitantly. Nice. Chen Yang looked at the snakes and bugs all over the ground and became more and more uneasy inside, but facing Zhu Shan's stern eyes, he gritted his teeth, took off his outer clothes and then climbed into the tripod with a stiff upper body. Zhu Shan sat cross-legged in front of the bronze tripod, his hand seals changing as a dark green mana began to emanate from his body. The bronze tripod was sensed, and the surface lines gradually lit up with glowing light. Chen Yang felt as if this tripod was coming to life. Whoosh, whoosh. Before he could react, the chains that were connected to the tripod body suddenly moved, wrapping all of his arms and legs. No good. Chen Yang's face changed. He couldn't get out after being locked in here. Just as he was panicking, Zhu Shan spoke. Don't be afraid. This is just to prevent you from running out during the next cultivation session and wasting Master's good intentions. Master, how can this be cultivated? Chen Yang was already starting to get hairy inside. It was all like this, so the next step must be unimaginable devastation. You'll find out soon enough. The corners of Zhu Shan's mouth revealed a wry smile. Then his hands went up. The more mana he gathered, the more it finally wrapped his entire body all around him, and 2 scarlet gazes slowly emanated from his eyes. Bugs, give me a go. After emitting an eerie low cry, the heads of the snakes and bugs all over the yard brushed towards the bronze tripod, as if possessed, scrambling to crawl towards the tripod, and eventually surging upwards along the body of the tripod. Densely packed. What's that noise? In the tripod, Chen Yang tried to calm himself, thinking that his master would not take his life no matter what, but just when his mind was a little more at ease, he heard a lot of rustling sounds coming from the tripod. Snake! Suddenly, he saw a flying shadow appearing on the side of the tripod, and he hurriedly fixed his eyes on it, and saw a red and black poisonous snake coiled on the side of the tripod, spitting out its snake letters, and was gazing at himself grimly. Chen Yang's pupils shrank. Now that his hands and feet were tightly bound, he could not move. If this snake came in, he would have no place to hide even if he wanted to, and just by looking at the color, it's obviously something highly poisonous. Master, there are snakes crawling in, Chen Yang shouted anxiously, thinking that it was this snake that had climbed up while the master was not paying attention. Master, he continued to warn, but just as he opened his mouth, his expression froze as densely packed snakes and insects emerged from the side of the tripod, then tumbled in and landed inside. Master, help, help! Chen Yang was instantly scared out of his wits and cried out in horror. Where had he ever experienced such a scalp-numbing event? Disciple, don't panic. This is specially prepared for you by your master, refining your body with the 5 poisons. Amongst the many disciples of your master, you are the first to enjoy this treatment. Xu Shan finally spoke up, hearing Chen Yang's kind of terrified screams, inwardly enjoying himself, happy to see him being scared like this. Is this the cultivation arranged by master? Chen Yang was like falling into an ice cave. He couldn't move at all, and could only watch as those poisonous snakes, centipedes, lizards, and other horrible venomous creatures fell down and crawled towards him. This is cultivation. This is cultivation. Chen Yang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and repeated the chant in his mind. He resigned himself to the thought that now his master wouldn't let him die no matter what, and that these were just the cultivation materials that his master had prepared for him. Thinking about this, since there would be no fear for his life, it would only be horribly creepy. Chen Yang's heart settled down a bit. Did this kid faint from fear? After hearing no cries inside the tripod, Xu Shan stood up and looked inside. Upon realizing that Chen Yang was just holding back and had not fainted, he could not help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. Chen Yang's behavior was not at all like a 14-year-old looking teenager. Much to his surprise, what's this about? While terrified, Chen Yang was also puzzled in his heart. There were a lot of snakes and poisonous insects in the yard, all of which came towards the bronze tripod, which was full of snakes and insects, like water, piling up higher and higher. Chen Yang was naked and could clearly feel the sensation of these poisonous creatures crawling and rolling around his body. After 20 or so breaths, all the poisonous insects in the courtyard crawled into the tripod, and countless tiny figures filled the copper tripod. At this time, Chen Yang had been completely submerged, and he didn't dare to open his mouth for fear that these bugs would drill into his throat. Even now, he still didn't know what his master was planning to do, and inwardly, he only felt an incomparable evil chill. Outside, seeing that it was almost time, Xu Shan injected mana into the tripod. At once, the copper tripod emitted a soft green light. As those streaks on it flashed up, the poison in the tripod seemed to have suffered some kind of damage and struggled violently in the tripod. Just like a pot of hot boiling water, the movement is getting weaker and weaker. Eventually, after a single movement, a stream of black blood flowed out of the mouths and eyes of all the poisonous creatures. It hurts. When the blood of these corpses soaked into Chen Yang's skin, a burning sensation came quickly and was accompanied by the pain of countless ants gnawing at it. Chen Yang tried to struggle, but at this moment, a force came from the chains that bound his body, fixing his body to death, and he couldn't even move his eyes, much less hiss. This fiery burning pain caused his muscles to twitch incessantly. In contrast, the previous encounter of that disciple eating a rat raw was nothing in front of this. If he hadn't been imprisoned by the chains, Chen Yang would have definitely screamed out miserably at this moment. In the silence, he finally couldn't take it and fainted. The black corpse blood of the poisonous creatures converged, accumulating more and more in the cauldron, and finally forming a large half of the cauldron of blood water, with the corpses of those serpents and insects floating on top of it, covering it tightly. So many good things for you boys to enjoy. Xu Shan looked at the cauldron full of insect remains, and his flesh ached. These poisonous insects could be the great tonic he had painstakingly collected, but it was worth it. Xu Shan's eyes gradually became hot. Inside the tripod, Chen Yang didn't move a muscle. His entire body was completely immersed in the corpse water. Due to the protection of this copper tripod, he didn't suffocate. On the contrary, the vitality in his body was even more vigorous. The state of the moment was as if it had been reintroduced into the mother's womb. Gradually, under the effect of the copper tripod, a black thread began to appear on Chen Yang's body surface, and these black threads spread in all directions, gradually crawling all over his body. After the stimulation of this horrifying medicinal effect, under Chen Yang's skin, one point of light after another loomed. Good, very good. Solidify the root and the 5 poisons to open up the mind. Xu Shan was overjoyed. He didn't expect Chen Yang to open the immortal orifice so easily. His hands then slapped on the tripod, and the copper tripod glowed brightly. The medicinal effect of the poisonous insect corpse water was stimulated, and the black lines on Chen Yang's body became thicker. It gave his body an even stronger thrill. Under this stimulation, the light spots on its body became brighter and brighter. It seems that the talent of this immortal fetus is even higher than I imagined, and at a time when my potential is about to be exhausted. The heavens have sent such a great opportunity to me. Xu Shan's eyes were glowing, and he was even a little crazy and out of it. Ahem. But just as he was hesitant, he suddenly coughed inexplicably, and a splash of blood escaped from his teeth. Seeing the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the ground, Xu Shan's face instantly became very gloomy. Damn it, this old injury. How did it explode? With that, he began to utilize his mana to suppress his injuries, but it was easy to tell from his increasingly ugly expression that it was tricky. Chapter 7 Immortal Medicine. The bronze tripod stands quietly in this courtyard. Within the corpse's blood, black lines had crawled all over Chen Yang's body, as thick as blood vessels. Such a strong stimulation also caused the immortal orifices in his body to be opened one after another. It was as if an immortal bridge of mutual communication had been established with heaven and earth naturally, and his body, in this silent moment, had been transformed. Juzan is also no longer known. Chen Yang was inside the tripod, absorbing the medicinal power of the many poisons bit by bit, and the vitality in his body was like a green bud that had broken out of its seed, absorbing the rain and dew, and then the vitality bubbled and dispersed. Time passed and half a month passed. In the courtyard, movement finally came from the silent ancient tripod. As the copper patterns on the surface dimmed down, the chains that bound Chen Yang's physical body also loosened and drooped. Without the copper tripod's power to sustain him, Chen Yang gradually woke up from his stupor. In half a month's time, the corpse blood in the tripod had lightened up quite a bit, and even though snake and insect corpses had completely melted and disappeared. Snap! In the calm black corpse blood, Chen Yang stood up violently. Just as he came to his senses, he smelled a sickening stench. The smell was beyond words. Is the practice over? Chen Yang instantly recalled everything in his mind. Looking at the filthy corpse blood he was dipping himself in, a wave of revulsion washed over him. These had been fermenting for half a month and were still covered with flies, and the smell was just overwhelming. How could he not have imagined that the cultivation that Master Teacher was talking about would be like this? When I think back to when I was crawling all over my body with snakes and bugs, the whole thing gave me goosebumps. Senior brother Chen, you've finally woken up. Zhou Lingjun, who was waiting outside, heard the movement in the tripod and immediately lay down on the side of the tripod and looked around. The strange odor inside was so unpleasant that it forced him to pinch his nose. Senior brother Zhou, senior brother Chen, come out quickly. I'll go fetch you a few buckets of water. After saying that, Zhou Lingjun headed outside. Chen Yang struggled to climb out of the copper tripod. Strange, how nothing has changed. He felt his body for a moment, but realized that it was still the same. Nothing different at all. Did that much poison not have an effect? Zhou Lingjun was very fast and came in with 2 buckets of water in no time. Senior brother Zhou, where is senior? Not seeing Zhu Shan's figure, Chen Yang asked. Master is in closed-door cultivation, and knowing that you're going to wake up today, he let me wait for you here. Zhou Lingjun replied with a smile, placing the bucket in front of him and sympathetically saying, Senior brother Chen, wash first. Although he didn't know what Chen Yang was practicing in this half-month, but judging from his current condition, it was estimated that he hadn't suffered a lot of destruction, and had also been immersed inside this disgusting corpse blood. After such a long time, he even suspected that Chen Yang had already been marinated in flavor. Chen Yang took the bucket and poured it over his body, and Zhou Lingjun went out to fetch him a few more buckets. After a bit of work, it was finally clean. Chen Yang put his clothes back on. Senior brother Chen, how is the cultivation going? Zhou Lingjun asked curiously. He had yet to experience this type of cultivation. Chen Yang shook his head. Same as before. Zhou Lingjun comforted up. It's fine. It's only the first time I've practiced. It took me more than 4 months to open my immortal orifices in the first place. Senior brother Zhou, how long have I been in the tripod? Chen Yang looked back. Half a month. Surprisingly, so much time has passed. Chen Yang touched his stomach. Strangely enough, it had been half a month, but he had yet to feel a trace of hunger. That blood-seeky Dan was effective. Master said that when you wake up, he'll let me lead the way to sense the aura. Zhou Lingjun walked over to the bronze cauldron and looked inside. Then I'll work hard for senior brother Zhou, Chen Yang said. Zhou Lingjun smiled at him. It's not hard. They're all senior brothers. Chen Yang watched as he prepared to move the copper tripod and asked in confusion. Senior brother Zhou, what are you doing? The master explained that when you wake up, you'll take the corpse blood in this cauldron and pour it into the immortal pills. Zhou Lingjun clapped his hands and said, he had just tried. The weight of this tripod was too heavy. He could only barely lift it. Immortal medicine? Chen Yang instantly became interested. Immortal pills were the immortal fetuses amongst the grasses and trees, capable of absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth, with all sorts of godly effects, and were very rare. Well, Master has planted an immortal medicine in the backyard, and this corpse blood is also excellent nourishment for it, so it can't be wasted like that. Zhou Lingjun intended to use a wooden bucket to scoop out the poisonous corpse blood. Senior brother Zhou, let me help you. Chen Yang stepped forward to help. Senior brother Zhou, what is senior's immortal pill like? He asked curiously. It's a yellow dock. After beating it, Zhou Lingjun lifted the barrel and walked outside the courtyard. Chen Yang followed behind. He's going to see what the elixir looks like. Following the path at the top of the hill, the two soon came to a cold, damp spring front. Zhou Lingjun said to the blade of verdant grass wadding next to the spring, this is it. This is an immortal medicine? Chen Yang looked and realized that it was just a cluster of yellow dock about half a foot tall. with the same appearance as ordinary yellow dock. There was no appearance of any immortal medicine at all. The heart felt slightly disappointed. Even if this Huanglian was in front of him, he couldn't see in the slightest that it could actually be an immortal medicine. Not like that? Zhou Lingjun laughed. Not like that. Chen Yang shook his head. Zhou Lingjun stepped forward and poured the corpse blood next to this yellow plant. After the corpse blood had been poured, Chen Yang was surprised to see some veins similar to blood vessels emerge on some of the originally plain and uneventful Huanglian stems and leaves, which appeared to be starting to absorb the nutrients in the corpse blood. Now look out. Zhou Lingjun picked up the other bucket and poured it on. The whole yellow plant seems to have a sense of consciousness. Its branches and leaves move without wind, and there is a sense of cheerfulness. Look out. Chen Yang had now finally seen some of the wonders of immortal pills. Senior brother Zhou, what is senior master raising this herb for? Zhou Lingjun gruffly replied back. This immortal pill was used by master to break through the realm. Breaking through the realm? Well, Zhou Lingjun nodded and explained to him. Master is at the Dao Palace cultivation level, and as long as he successfully integrates the spirit medicine into the Dao Palace, he will be able to break through to the Qi-eating realm. Cultivation is divided into the realms of Metamorphosis, Divine Hidden, and Dao Palace, and above the Dao Palace is Qi-eating. Eating Qi, could it be feeding on aura? Guess right, Zhou Lingjun said. In the absorption of heaven and earth aura, our cultivator's flesh and blood body is not as good as the herb body of the immortal medicine after all. To the Dao Palace realm, after formally entering the cultivation, in order to absorb more heaven and earth aura, you have to find an immortal medicine planted in the Dao Palace. Once the fusion is successful, then there is no need to eat food. Once the fusion is successful, then you don't need to eat food anymore. The immortal medicine absorbs the spiritual qi for the cultivator, and the cultivator's flesh and blood provides the nutrients needed for the growth of the immortal medicine, which are interdependent and mutually beneficial. So it is. The process seemed unbelievable, but Chen Yang still understood it well. In his explanation, it is a fusion of a human and a plant, and then the human can indirectly photosynthesize and be self-sufficient. It's a collaboration between fairy tires. Everyone gets what they want. A cultivator's flesh was meant to be an excellent piece of good land for immortal medicines, the most suitable for rooting and growing, which was not something that could be compared to barren soil and mud. And when a cultivator has a large amount of aura provided by an immortal medicine, his own mana will increase greatly and he will possess greater strength. Senior brother Zhou, all the elders at the Dao Palace realm inside the sect have immortal pills, right? Chen Yang asked as he carried the bucket. Not bad. These immortal medicines were all brought by the elders from the main sect. Does the main clan have a lot of immortal medicines? Master said that in the main sect there is a blessed land dedicated to planting immortal pills, and every disciple who breaks through to the Dao Palace realm can go and pick one. Senior brother Chen, we must refuel our cultivation, so as long as we break through to the Dao Palace realm, after we go to the main sect, we will also have a plant of immortal pills of our own, and reach a higher realm. Zhou Lingjun solemnly said to him. Aha! Chen Yang nodded his head. There is still a lot of corpse blood in the copper tripod. The two men grabbed a little tighter, and brought it in one bucket after another. The color of this yellow plant had become significantly brighter after absorbing the nutrients from the corpse blood, but when the absorption was finished, the whole Huanglian plant returned to its original appearance. Very ordinary, camouflaging itself very well, as if what grew here was an ordinary herb. After watering the immortal pill, Chen Yang followed Zhou Lingjun and went to cultivate. Master, master. As he passed the courtyard outside, he also heard the teenager in the grotto begging in a sad voice, trying to get some food. Senior brother Chen, inside is your senior brother Lin, chosen by the master for almost half a year now, and still hasn't rushed through the immortal orifice. Zhou Lingjun introduced him. It's been so long. Senior brother Lin is afraid that Chen Yang knew the rules of the Lotus Sect. It had been so long and was almost reaching the prescribed time. Zhou Lingjun sighed. It depends on Master Lin's luck. But if it was at another elder's place, if he hadn't opened his immortal orifice after all this time, he would have already been discarded to take it to cultivate the Dan compass. To the teenager inside, Zhou Lingjun is still quite sympathetic. He has experienced it, but there is no one who can help to open the immortal aperture. You have to rely on your own struggle. Chapter 8, Beginning Cultivation. This teenager was actually quite lucky to have gotten more time here in Jushan. Without paying too much attention, the two headed outside, finally stopping in front of a couple of boulders at the top of the hill. This was the place where the entire Xianyun Peak had the most open view. The sea of fog roamed the mountains, and the mountain was like a small island floating on the sea. Senior brother Chen, this is it. Zhou Lingjun jumped onto one of the rocks. The wind blew in the mountains, and the hair on their temples rose and moved. Chen Yang followed, standing here looking at the surrounding heaven and earth. The depressing emotions in his heart that arose from his previous cultivation suddenly dispersed with the wind. The scenery is only a corner of this world. It has been too beautiful to describe in words. Those 5A-level scenic spots in the past life compared to this, is simply a difference of mud. Senior brother Chen, follow me and do it. Zhou Lingjun sat down and said, Heaven and Earth aura is a very marvelous thing. Seems to be in and not in, cannot be named. You want to absorb it, you have to feel its existence first. Otherwise, even if you have opened the immortal aperture, you will not be able to absorb it and make use of it. However, this level is not difficult. Spend some time to experience it in detail. In fact, you will be able to do it. Seems to be in or out? Chen Yang followed and sat on the opposite side, frowning in disbelief. Absence is absence. Presence is presence. And what is the meaning of seeming to be present but not being present? Aura, this thing is very fluctuating, just like the wind. You sense it. That exists. You can't sense it. That doesn't exist. In fact, the biggest difference between our immortal fetus and the mortal fetus is in sensing the aura. Only the immortal fetus can sense the aura. Just like the master's plant of immortality. The same as the yellow dock. And the one and the same. Why are there yellow docks that can only be the mortal medicine? And some yellow docks can be the immortality medicine? The key is sensing. You sense it. That thing is there. You sense it. You can get out of it. So it is. Chen Yang probably realized the meaning of it. Sensing the aura was more like an enlightenment in terms of spirituality. To truly embark on cultivation, physical enlightenment is not enough. Master's cluster of immortal medicines grew several yellow bells from the same clump of roots and whiskers, all born in one body, all of which were immortal fetuses, but only one of them sensed the aura and transformed itself into an immortal medicine, while the rest of the yellow bells, even if they were immortal fetuses, could not sense the presence of the aura, and could only grow in the form of a mundane fetus, sensing no aura. An immortal fetus is still a mortal fetus. Senior brother Zhou, is sensing aura really simple? Chun Yang could not help but ask. Not bad. Zhou Lingjun nodded affirmatively. For us immortal fetuses with flesh and blood bodies, as long as we open our immortal orifices, the next step of sensing the aura is a matter of water in water. And for immortal fetuses with grass and wood bodies, as long as they sense the aura, then it will be very easy to open the immortal orifices to metamorphose into an immortal medicine. It is difficult for flesh and blood immortal birth beings to open immortal orifices, and it is difficult for grass and tree immortal births without flesh and blood to sense aura. His resolute eyes made Chen Yang's mind relax a bit. Looking at his palms, he secretly said, after all the tossing and turning by master, I wonder if my immortal orifices have been flushed open. Senior brother Chen, follow me. Inhale and exhale gently. Imagine yourself as a blade of grass, a wisp of wind, completely merged with the earth and sky. Let your mind reach a state of emptiness. We ordinary people have too many distractions. It is difficult to control ourselves. The more we do not think about it, the more we think about it, so we have to be in a state of extreme fatigue and hunger to make our minds blank. So it takes extreme fatigue and hunger to make the mind blank. Zhou Lingjun slowly closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, not moving a muscle, as if his entire body had been transformed into a tree stump. Chen Yang followed his example and lifted his chest, allowing his mind to relax and blank out his brain. He tried to maintain this empty state, but just as Zhou Lingjun said, the less he thought about it, the more he couldn't control himself, and as expected, one thought after another bubbled up from his mind like spring water. After trying for a while, he still couldn't reach a little empty state, let alone sensing the aura between heaven and earth. So he opened his eyes in agony. Is it possible that you really need to be starving and exhausted to the extreme to be able to achieve a blank mind? Senior brother Chen, how is it? Zhou Lingjun was sizing him up. Senior brother Zhou, this is too difficult. Chen Yang felt like he couldn't control those thoughts of his at all. Normal. If one really senses aura so easily, that would be abnormal. Senior brother Chen will probably enter that state after trying for some more time. Zhou Lingjun comforted. Senior brother Zhou, you sensed an aura. What does that aura look like? Chen Yang asked curiously to see if he could be of some help to himself. Zhou Lingjun thought for a moment and shook his head. It's impossible to describe. I can't say exactly what it's like. Then how did you absorb the aura with your immortal orifices? Chen Yang continued to ask. Zhou Lingjun opened his mouth and pointed to his mouth with his finger. With our mouths, before fusing the immortal pills, we can only use our mouths to first suck the heaven and earth's spiritual chi into our bodies before the immortal orifices absorb and refine it. With your mouth? Chen Yang was surprised. He had thought that it was through the immortal orifices that he would be able to absorb and refine the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi directly. To be precise, it's actually the lungs. When we're inhaling, we're taking in the aura of the heavens and earth, by the way, but the efficiency is very low. This is the flaw of us flesh and blood immortal fetuses. In terms of absorbing the aura, the immortal medicines are very good at it. The powerful ones are even able to absorb all the aura from the surrounding miles. I get it. Immortal medicine is good at absorbing aura. while immortal fetus with flesh and blood like us are good at attack and defense, which can provide protection for the immortal medicine. When the two types of immortal fetus are fused together, they can make up for each other's shortcomings and make use of their strengths, and then make progress together. This is cultivation. Chen Yang sorted out what cultivation was all about. Not bad, senior brother Chen. Try again. If you can sense the heaven and earth aura now, you can suffer a lot less. Good. Chen Yang began to cultivate under Zhou Lingjuan's guidance. In the medical center in Panai town, Xu Shan sat cross-legged on the ground, his back pierced with chopstick-thin bronze needles, his brow furrowed as if he was having a hard time. Dr. Yang stood behind him, and strands of green mana as thin as a hairline emanated from the tips of his fingers, connecting to each of the copper needles. These copper needles kept shaking under his control, just like a stone falling on the water, causing a tiny ripple on Xu Shan's back. Put. Suddenly, Xu Shan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black dirty blood that emitted a foul odor, and after a long sigh of relief, his face finally looked better. With a pull of Yang Dafu's finger, those copper needles flew out of Xu Shan's back in unison and landed on his hand in an orderly manner. Those green threads of mana were taken back into his body. Elder Zhu, don't use any more mana for the last few months. If the old injury continues to deteriorate, I won't be able to suppress it. Senior Dr. Yang cautioned. Many thanks to Elder Yang. Xu Shan put on his own wide robe, shook his shoulders and said, this old injury of mine clearly stabilized a long time ago. It's really strange how it suddenly started to deteriorate. Have you been hyping up your mana lately? Dr. Yang asked thoughtfully. That's not true, but an attempt was made to forcibly fuse my strain of immortal medicine. Xu Shan shook his head. You haven't reached the peak of the Dao Palace yet. It's not the time to fuse immortal pills. Why are you thinking of forcing it? Dr. Yang was puzzled by Xu Shan's behavior. Xu Shan clenched his fists and said in a cold voice, the elders above are getting more and more insatiable, hogging more and more immortal tires. It's not easy for it to be my turn to pick, but all that's left are all inferior quality immortal tires, and some of them can't even open their immortal orifices. If I wait any longer, I'll be older, and I'll have no more chances to break through by then. Chapter 9, Absorbing Reiki. Yes, all the good things have been given to those elders in front of us to take up almost all of them, and we, are now about to lose even our soup. Dr. Yang grumbled as well, turned around and walked to the cabinet, from which he took out a wooden box that emitted a chilly aura, and said mysteriously to Xu Shan, here's something good for you to eat. Xu Shan took a deep breath and smelled something. His eyes suddenly emitted a bright light, and the whole person also came into the spirit. Salivating, where did you get this? Dr. Yang laughed. A few nights ago, a wild cultivator sneaked into the medicinal garden to harvest human medicines, and I found him decapitated. When the box was opened, there was a fishy odor coming from it, and it was full of all kinds of broken and branched organs, all of which were still fresh now due to proper preservation. Seeing these things and smelling the tantalizing odors emanating into the air, both of them couldn't help but stick out their tongues and lick the corners of their mouths. These bandits, how dare they want to come and steal the fruits of our labor? Xu Shan was contemptuous. Yes, always think of getting something for nothing. Human medicine is not grown out of thin air in the ground. We abide by the rules, do not cause trouble, diligently cultivate and plant here, and do business in peace, not to be used to cheapen them. Dr. Yang took out another jar of wine and put it on the table, took out the intestines from the box, and manipulated the knife to cut it into several sections. The two of them put it in their mouths and chewed it lightly, making small talk as they drank in the house. These inner goods are the best downer. Dusk, Xian Yun Peak. Hey, still can't sense the aura. Chen Yang tiredly opened his eyes. The whole day, he did not enter that empty state, obviously thinking about sensing the heaven and earth spiritual chi, but always uncontrollably think of other things. The whole person is restless. Every time I close my eyes, the thoughts either come out uncontrollably, or I go blank and fall asleep. Senior brother Chen, let's call it a day. Get some rest and try again tomorrow. It's only the first day. Don't be discouraged. Zhou Lingjun comforted. Good. Chen Yang nodded. As of right now in this state of his own, cultivating any further would just be fooling around, and his spirit was already very tired right now. The two walked toward the house. Wow. As he walked to the other side of Xian Yun Peak, the sound of crisp gurgling water came. Now that those water mists had dispersed, Chen Yang saw that among the small peaks at the foot of the mountain, there was a clear stream with several small waterfalls falling against the stone walls. Inside, a figure sat perched on a rotting log that had fallen into the stream. Is that senior brother he practicing there? Chen Yang asked. The man did not move at all. His figure perfectly blended with the surrounding scenery, looking like a picturesque mood. Not bad. Senior brother he is in the process of refining the void to merge with the Tao. It looks like senior brother he won't take long to reach the Tao Palace realm. Chen Yang now had a certain understanding of cultivation, the first divine collection refining essence. the second divine collection refining chi, and the third divine collection refining God. If all three divine deposits were opened, after refining the void and merging with the Tao, one would be able to break through to the Tao Palace realm. Well, after the breakthrough, senior brother he will be able to go to the main sect. Zhou Lingjun was envious, going to the main clan and getting away with it. The two poked around for a while and then left. Outside the hut, senior brother Chen, take a good rest first. If there's anything, just call me. Alright, senior brother Zhou, thank you for today. Chen Yang thanked him. We're all senior brothers, there's no need to talk about that. Zhou Lingjun arched his hand and shook his head with a smile, and after bidding farewell, he turned around and walked towards his residence. The effects of the blood Siki Dan were still there, and although he hadn't eaten for a long time, Chen Yang didn't feel the slightest bit of hunger. With nothing else to do, he sat cross-legged on his bed and said silently, Aura, what exactly is aura like? He continued to start sensing the aura of heaven and earth, striving to embark on cultivation as soon as possible. The night, on this account, crept in. The moon was pale tonight, and there were just a few people on Xianyun Peak, which was awfully quiet. Not only Xianyun Peak, but even the entire Lotus Sect. Usually on nights like this, it was pitch black, very eerie and silent. Late at night, the sound of heavy footsteps on flagstone suddenly came from the mountain trail. Jushan walked along the road with his hands in the air, not slowing down. I wonder how that kid is doing. When passing outside Chen Yang's house, he paused for a moment before walking over. He stood silently outside the window, having to bend a few inches to see inside due to his overly tall stature. Nice. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't fall asleep and was still sitting on the bed sensing the aura, he was satisfied. The immortal orifices have been opened. Sensing the aura is only a matter of time. I've never received such a gifted disciple yet. Picking up a big leak. I don't know what surprises he will bring in the future. Maybe the opportunity for me to break through to the Chi Eater realm will be in him. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhu Shan's mouth as he stood up and silently disappeared into the night. Crunch! After arriving at the top of the mountain, Zhu Shan pushed open the vermilion door of the courtyard, and a sharp scuffling sound broke the silence in the air. Master, is that you back? The teenager in the grotto cried out weakly. Zhu Shan frowned slightly and walked over to check. After that teenager smelled that strong and unpleasant body odor, he knew that it was him who had come, and his voice immediately became louder as he cried out, Master, I'm about to starve to death. Give me some more worms to eat. The teenager had been starved to skin and bones, a number of skinny only 60 or 70 pounds, huddled in a corner, unable to even support himself. It's been so long and you still haven't opened your immortal orifices. Waste. Zhu Shan's face was gloomy as he watched the scene. That's just it. The qualifications are poor to such an extent that there's no need to cultivate them. After thinking about it, Zhu Shan's eyes narrowed and his entire body jumped straight down. Master! Master! The teenager noticed him coming down and immediately stumbled and crawled to him. When he had managed to get close enough to hug the thigh, and as he was about to prepare to plead for food, he felt a number of black hairs as hard as steel needles sprouting from his master's legs. Jushan grabbed the teenager's head and picked him up. Grimly, he said, still unenlightened, you don't have to live. Master, one more. Give me one more month. One more month. The teenager hurriedly begged, but just in the middle of his sentence, his voice came to an abrupt end, as if he had seen some horrifying scene and was incomparably afraid. Late, a red aura appeared in Zhu Shan's eyes, the muscles at his shoulder and neck kept shaking, and a black mane actually grew out of his flesh and blood. Roar! With a low growl, two mottled black fangs protruded from his mouth. Under the teenager's round eyes, his master's head unexpectedly changed into a fat, inverted eight-wrinkled boar's head. The teenager has never seen such a terrible scene. Want to yell, but found that the throat was pinched by an invisible force. Cannot send a sound, can only stomp and struggle. In Zhu Shan's hands, he was like a hopping grasshopper. Zhu Shan lifted him up high, then tilted his head back, opened the bloody mouth that emitted a foul odor so big it was scary, and directly shoved the teenager's entire body into his throat. Click, click. In the darkness of the grotto, there was a clicking sound of bones being crushed by teeth. After a while, silence returned to the grotto, and the pig's head began to shrink, returning to its humanoid appearance. That was delicious. Zhu Shan faced enjoyment with a hand to wipe the blood at the corner of the mouth, and then again unfulfilled fingers in the mouth shivering, and so on will be stained with blood on the hands or licked clean. Only after the satisfaction of whisking the sleeve jumped out. When he returned to the house, he closed the door and sat down in the house to practice. The cottage on the hillside. Chen Yang didn't move a muscle. At this point he was now in a marvelous state, like being in a dream world, but with an uncanny sense of awareness. Chen Yang felt as if he was standing in the grass under the night sky, unable to see anything around him. Just suddenly, some stars emitting a faint glow began to appear in the air, as if they were rendered. and many firefly-like points of light were flying out from inside the grass, filling the sky. Are these the auras or not? Seeing this scene, Chen Yang was instantly surprised. He took a deep breath and some of the points of light in front of him were sucked into his chest along with the air. Chen Yang then clearly felt something like a vortex appear in his body, absorbing the points of light that were sucked in. Immortal orifices. Chen Yang was even more surprised. This was the immortal orifice refining the aura in his body. It seemed that his immortal orifices had also been flushed open by his master with those poisons. Now that the immortal orifice had been opened and he had sensed the aura, he had truly become a cultivator. He got what he wanted and finally became an immortal who could utilize the aura of heaven and earth. Chapter 10, Felling the Hair and Washing the Marrow. Go on. Chen Yang pressed down his inner excitement, fearing that the aura he sensed would disappear again, and after calming his mind, he absorbed it again. The moment he sensed the aura, it was as if he had reached some sort of tacit agreement with heaven and earth, and the aura didn't go missing as it had been seeking before. Now as long as he closed his eyes and thought, those auras would be exposed around him once again. Chen Yang controlled his breathing and inhaled the aura into his body little by little. At the same time, he could also feel that after the immortal orifices had refined the aura, his physical body seemed to be changing. Like Master's plant, the yellow clover immortal pill, it undergoes the baptism of Reiki and begins to shed its mortal form. Unconsciously, it was getting light. Soft sunlight hit his face through the window. Chen Yang woke up from his cultivation. There was no sleep for the night, and his eyes revealed exhaustion. He had only just embarked on cultivation, and now he was still a mortal in flesh, unable to do what Chushan had done and not need to sleep for the whole day and night. So sleepy. Chen Yang yawned and smoothly scratched his head. What's going on? Chen Yang suddenly realized that his hand didn't feel right, and he was shocked to find that he had casually clutched off a large handful of hair from his head. It's as if you've been through a radioactive treatment. Unbelievingly, he flicked his hand over his head again, and it was still a big one. No way. Cultivation can still make yourself bald. Chen Yang's heart became bitter. It wasn't like this before. This must be due to last night's absorption of aura. Although I felt that my body was changing, I never thought it would be this kind of change. How did it get so buried on you too? Chen Yang again felt sticky on his body, along with an unpleasant stench. Rolling up his sleeves, his skin was oily, as if he hadn't bathed for months. Rubbing it with his hands, the flesh and mud rolled. Could this be felling the marrow? The various changes in his body made Chen Yang quickly think of a possibility. After opening the immortal aperture, you need to suck the aura of heaven and earth to shed your bones and turn into an immortal fetus. And this process will go through the process of cutting down the hair and washing the marrow. Just this performance. It's too much of an image. After briefly surveying his current condition for a while, Chen Yang dragged his tired body out of bed and went out. Senior brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Didn't sleep last night? On the way, he happened to meet Zhou Lingjun and looked at his listless appearance. So he asked, well, practicing all night. Chen Yang nodded his head and replied, he wanted nothing more than a good night's sleep right now. You sensed the aura? Upon approaching, Zhou Lingjun smelled the sour odor of his body and asked him suspiciously, it should be sensed. Chen Yang scratched his head and smiled, but a lot more hair fell down. Senior brother Chen, you're too good. Zhou Lingjun's eyes instantly stared like bronze bells in disbelief. How can you sense an aura so quickly? This night, Chen Yang had unexpectedly changed so much. It's probably due to the fact that my master used so many snake and insect poisons to quench my body. Chen Yang thought and said, very likely. Zhou Lingjun felt that this was also the reason. Senior brother Zhou, this hair, can it still grow back? Chen Yang asked with a bitter face as he looked at his hair that fell out when he touched it. Zhou Lingjun laughed, it will, and when this process of shedding hair is over, the hair will grow back. It's good that it's still possible. Chen Yang sighed in relief. He didn't want to be topped with a halogen egg at his young age. By that time, not only will your hair be new, even your internal organs, muscles, and bones will be brand new. Everything in your entire body will be replaced all over again, completely and utterly becoming an immortal fetus. At that time, you won't be immortal. And from then on, immortals and mortals will be two different things. And even if you get married to a mortal woman, you won't be able to have an heir. Zhou Lingjun continued. Immortal and mortal. Chen Yang froze, and then dumbly laughed. This is not too thorough, don't you think? All appear reproductive isolation. He now also finally understood why Zhou Lingjun had a good heart, but did not have a hint of diaphragm for reasons such as those residents of Bayani town who had been reduced to human medicine. So it turned out that he already did not think that those mortal fetuses were still of the same race as himself. Not only Zhou Lingjun, as far as he understood, all the immortal fetuses within the sect were like this. Looking at mortals was no different than looking at monkeys. Chen Yang was curious if those immortal fetuses in the world outside the Lotus Sect would treat mortal fetuses the same way. Unfortunately, nowadays, The sect disciples' cognition was only limited to the Lotus Sect, and they knew nothing about the outside world. Senior Brother Chen, your immortal aperture has been opened and you've sensed the aura. You can go to the Hall of Merits and Virtues to receive rewards that can be exchanged for something good. After you're done cultivating today, I'll take you there. Many thanks to Senior Brother Zhou. Chen Yang smiled and thanked him. The two of them walked together toward the bamboo forest. By the way, Senior Brother Zhou, are your parents also cultivators of the sect? After walking a few steps, Chen Yang suddenly asked, Parents? Zhou Lingjun shook his head. No, I don't even know who my parents are yet. Ever since I can remember, I've been living on the sect's Yuxian Peak, being taken care of by specialized elders growing up and teaching us to read and study. The disciples of the sect all grew up on Yuxian Peak, right? Well, whenever an immortal fetus is born in the pill garden, it will be brought to the immortal breeding peak to be tended to, and when it reaches a certain age there will be an elder who will come to take in a disciple. And I was chosen by the master when I was 13 years old, and that's how I came to Xianyun Peak. Due to his living environment, Zhou Lingjun has little concept of the word parents. I see. Chen Yang understood that there was a custom of sacrificing babies to the valley god in the Panai town, and now it seemed that the babies that were brought to be sacrificed were immortal fetuses that were just brought to the sect in the name of sacrifice. He knew from Zhu Shan's mere words that he was an immortal child that had been left out due to a mistake in the work of the elders. The two walked and talked. Soon they arrived in the bamboo forest. Most of the time, Zhu Shan would come here in the morning to check their daily cultivation and set up cultivation tasks. It was also with him teaching so responsibly that the disciples under his seat were able to have the opportunity to break through to the Dao Palace realm. Senior Sister Huang. Senior Sister Huang. Huang Ting had already arrived, and the two of them greeted each other with a smile. Su Chu had to practice at the Big Fish Spring for the past few days, so he didn't come. The three spoke in the forest. After knowing that Chen Yang had already sensed the aura and started to enter the stage of shedding his bones, Huang Ting was incomparably surprised. Just like Zhou Lingjun, after knowing that he had received special care from his master, he was envious again. But for this young junior brother to be able to embark on cultivation so quickly, the two knew that his talent must be very good, so it was no wonder that he was able to be carefully cultivated by his master. Master is here. After waiting for a short while, Zhu Shan's figure appeared. The three immediately stood honestly. This kid, sensing an aura? Zhu Shan could see that Chen Yang's state had changed, and with his extensive knowledge, he immediately understood that Chen Yang had sensed aura. Chapter 11 Immortal Molt. Not bad, not bad, this cultivation talent, it didn't let me down, Jusan said darkly, satisfied. All rise. Zhu Shan walked up to the three of them, then praised Chen Yang, sensing aura so quickly. Master really did not misjudge you, and it's not a bad thing for Master to use so many good things to quench your body for you. Many thanks to Master for cultivating me. Chen Yang immediately saluted and thanked him. Zhu Shan smiled and nodded his head. His gaze was very soft. This scene made the two beside him envious. Neither of them had ever gotten such attention from their master. It's amazing how fast the shedding can happen, and it's only been one night. Upon seeing Chen Yang's hair as it was starting to fall off as well as the layer of old mud on his skin, he looked slightly stagnant. Last night they were all still mortal, just sucking in the aura overnight, and today they've metamorphosed into this? Zhu Shan was surprised, but his expression quickly recovered and smiled at Chen Yang. Cultivate hard and reach the Dao Palace realm soon. Disciple won't disappoint Master, Chen Yang earnestly assured. Zhu Shan said with a negative hand, go stand by the side first. I'll arrange your senior brother and sister's cultivation tasks first, then I'll take you to a place. Yes. Chen Yang honestly stood on the side. After he walked away, looking at the two people in front of him, Zhu Shan's eyes gradually became stern. Only when he stretched his hand out to the right, a dry bamboo strip on the ground flew through the air. Then he said to Huang Ting, let me see how well you've practiced your moves. As you wish. Huang Ting arched his hand and saluted before drawing the iron sword he carried at his waist. Come on. Zhu Shan's fingers lightly twisted the branch in his hand, flowing out mana to attach to it. Huang Ting raised her sword, followed by a quick strike. Don't look at her slender figure, but her strikes were very harsh. The sword aura on the sword was chilling, and the whole person was like a sturdy leopard. Although Zhu Shan was bloated, he was unimaginably nimble, and as fast as Huang Ting's sword came out, he was able to skillfully dodge it. The branch seemed like a sharp sword in his hand, and with mana attached to it, it was even capable of cutting against a real sword. Boring, boring. A series of metallic sounds of weapons clashing came from among the bamboo forest. Moreover, the two were obviously intentional, and with such a fierce fight, the sharp edges of their weapons were able to avoid every piece of bamboo and wood. Is this chi? Chen Yang's eyes stared at Huang Ting's stance, and he realized that under her sword blade, there was actually a stream of airflow. which was similar to the hot air that was visible to the naked eye that was produced by steaming the dry land during the 3-volt days. This was the chi within her second divine store. Currently Chen Yang had roughly mapped out the cultivation method of the divine hidden realm, first using legwork to simmer the physical body to refine the essence, weapon strokes were used to refine the chi, and meditating and sitting in oblivion to refine the spirit. The chi and mana that Huang Ting was now displaying were somewhat similar in form, but since they were not fused with essence and spirit, they were not very powerful. After more than 20 breaths, Huang Ting's mouth began to gasp for air, her movements became slower and slower, and in the end, she was even unable to move, sweating profusely and tired. That won't work? Looking at her like this, Zhu Shan shook his head in disappointment. The chi in her divine stash was still too little, but from this, it could also be seen that she still had a long way to go before opening the third divine stash. Disciple is incompetent. I asked the master to take the blame. Huang Ting hung his head and admitted his punishment. Go down and rest first. Zhu Shan didn't punish her and looked sideways at Zhou Lingjun, throwing the bamboo strips in his hand aside and saying lightly, let me try your boxing again. Let's see if you can make any progress these days. As you wish. Zhou Lingjun took a half step back with his right foot, crouching slightly and setting up a boxing stance. His body did not move, but his aura emanated, as calm and steady as a river-stopping boulder. In the next instant, fierce force quickly stepped out 7 steps on the ground, leaving 7 deep footprints on the ground. After 7 steps to store up strength, when this fist was handed out, it was like an arrow out of the string, breaking through the air, with a sense of piercing. Jushan doesn't dodge and throws a punch in response. The 2 fists collided in the air and rolled up leaves as each took a step back. Zhou Lingjun grabbed the bamboo next to him with his right hand and utilized the force of the recoil to quickly spin around in the air before kicking Zhu Shan straight in the face. Zhu Shan reacted quickly, his left hand striking Zhou Lingjun's toes from top to bottom, knocking him straight up in front of him, and his right fist blasted out. Put! Zhu Shan's fist landed at the small of Zhou Lingjun's abdomen, instantly bowling him into a ball and falling backwards. In this scene, Chen Yang watched from the side with his heart pounding, taking that punch from his master. It must be like a speeding car crashing into his body, and he can't help but worry about senior brother Zhou. Zhou Lingjun heavily smashed 5 feet away, rolled on the ground a few times and then climbed up like nothing. From the tightly clenched teeth you could tell that it was very bad. It's okay to take such a punch. An immortal fetus really isn't comparable to a mortal fetus. Chen Yang looked at him with shock. If the flesh is mortal, that punch, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels will not be thinly broken. Zhou Lingjun had opened the first divine deposit, and his fleshly body had absorbed the aura, completely shedding its mortal body and undergoing a heavenly change inside and out. With a gentle leap, Jushan reached him, not giving a respite to pursue the fight. Zhou Lingjian returned fire while dodging. This was hammering. Zhu Shan had obviously suppressed the vast majority of his power. Otherwise how could Zhou Lingjun have fought him back and forth? It was a while before the two stopped. Not bad. The fist is thick and has grown greatly. It seems that within a few years, you will be able to refine your essence and transform your chi, and punch open the second divine deposit. Zhu Shan said as he closed his fist, still satisfied with Zhou Lingjun. It's still master teacher who taught me well. Zhou Lingjun respectfully returned. Are you taking a blood Siki Dan for a few days now? Zhu Shan's aura began to calm down. His breathing was calm, and it was completely impossible to tell that he had just fought. 10 days a pill. The speed of refining essence is still a bit slow. Zhu Shan sized him up. Blood Siki Dan was cooked out of blood Siki rice, containing rich water and grain essence, which was the essence of the latter day, and after swallowing it, it could replenish the innate essence of the divine residence, and the process of refining the essence was the process of replenishing the latter day to replenish the innate day. The disciple will definitely practice more diligently and hard. Zhou Lingjun quickly returned. The speed is slow. It is not enough consumption. Increase the daily punching time. The consumption will go up. After Zhu Shan thought about it, he shook his head and said, too much is not enough. It's better to be the same as before. Cultivation also has to be about gradual progress. Yes. Next Zhu Shan began to arrange the cultivation tasks. Zhou Lingjun and Huang Ting had both left one after another, and now inside the bamboo forest, he and Chen Yang were the only two left. Master, what am I cultivating today? Chen Yang inquired in a low voice. You're only responsible for absorbing aura for now. As for cultivation, wait until you've completely shed your mortal body. Jushan grabbed his arm and rubbed his thumb lightly, and dirt and grime appeared, then released his hand. Chen Yang thought that he was disgusted and immediately said awkwardly, Master, I was like this morning when I woke up from my cultivation, so I'll go and wash it off in the evening. It's good stuff, don't wash it, Jushan said with a smile. Good stuff? Chen Yang was puzzled. Zhu Shan looked at the old mud on his thumb and explained, this is immortal molt. As you absorb more and more aura, the immortal molt will also become more and more. and finally it will form a layer of cocoon-like thing on the body surface, which can protect you to successfully metamorphose into an immortal fetus. It's vital. From now on you should pay attention to the rain. Don't soak this immortal molt off, just like a silkworm cocoon. Without it, how can you break the cocoon into a butterfly? So this layer of dirty mud still has this kind of function. Chen Yang truly did not expect that this thing could turn into his own cocoon at the back, a caterpillar into a butterfly, a mortal fetus into an immortal fetus. Zhu Shan turned around and walked towards the mountain. Come with me. I'll take you to a place where the aura is thick. Okay, master. Chen Yang followed behind. Chapter 12, Something's Wrong. Upon walking into the courtyard at the top of the hill, Chen Yang set his eyes on the stone urn there, but the stone urn was silent. When I came before, I could still hear senior brother Lin's cries. Zhu Shan glanced at him and said calmly, your senior brother Lin didn't punch open his immortal orifices and died of starvation yesterday. Cultivation is a road of no return. Such hardships and dangers all the way down the road, and there is a price to pay, even the price of life, for wanting to obtain the mysterious power of transcending the mortal coil. Jushan said as he continued to walk in. Chen Yang was silent at the back. This is it. The two arrived behind the courtyard at the top of the hill, the place where that yellow fairy pill grows. This was the only place on Xian Yun Peak where the aura was thick. This is an immortal medicine planted by my master. It can gather and draw spiritual chi from the surrounding area. If you cultivate here, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Zhu Shan squatted in front of the yellow pine and gently stroked the leaves with his hand. That yellow dock emitted a soft light, withdrawing its camouflage state and revealing itself as an immortal medicine, its branches swaying without wind, like a docile puppy. Ha! Chen Yang was surprised, feeling that this medicinal herb had a spirit. Zhu Shan got up and laughed. This immortal pill has been watered by master with his own blood for many years, and it has already connected with my bloodline. To be watered with blood. Master, is this a convenient way to plant into the Dao Palace? Zhou Lingjun had brought him here, and Chen Yang knew the ultimate purpose of this immortal medicine. That's right, you have to achieve bloodline connection before you can successfully plant the immortal medicine inside the Dao Palace. Otherwise the immortal medicine will repel with the flesh and thus wither. Zhu Shan turned around to look at the yellow dock, his expression gradually turning cold. As long as I succeed in planting it, my master will be able to break through to the chi-eating realm, and then my magical power will increase greatly, so I won't have to suffer from the birdishness of those elders up there anymore. Senior will definitely succeed in making a breakthrough. Chen Yang immediately went up to say something nice. Zhu Shan turned back to him. A smile reappeared on his face as he patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, we clan elders also rely on our masters to be worthy of our apprenticeships. You must make an early breakthrough to the Daogong realm. When that time comes, those elders who bully others with their power will tighten up a bit and won't dare to underestimate me anymore. I will definitely cultivate hard and not let my master disappoint. If you have this heart as a teacher, you are already satisfied. Zhu Shan was very pleased and kept nodding his head. The more he looked at Chen Yang, the better he looked at him. Master, what exactly is the main clan like? Chen Yang asked him curiously. Zhu Shan's expression gave a start, coughed lightly, and waved his hand. The main sect is a holy place of cultivation. If you can break through to the Dao Palace realm before the age of 25, and go to the main sect, your future accomplishments will definitely be above that of your master, and you will have no problem even reaching the Spirit Spring realm. Spiritual Spring realm. Chen Yang murmured. Above the Chi-eating realm is the Spirit Spring realm. After planting the immortal pill into the Dao Palace, one has to open a spring in the Dao Palace, which is used to water the immortal pill and provide it with the nutrients it needs to grow. And the patriarch of this Lotus Sect subsect of ours is in the Spirit Spring realm. At this realm, the physical body and the immortal medicines are considered one. Not only can you eat chi and dispel grain, even if you are injured, you can recover with the help of the medicinal effects of the immortal medicines. Zhu Shan explained the wonders of the spiritual spring realm to him. Master teacher will definitely be able to reach the spiritual spring realm as well. Hearing Chen Yang say so, Zhu Shan immediately laughed, handing him a small pottery bottle, saying, for the teacher to leave first. This is 10 blood Siki Dan. The process of metamorphosis will become more physically consuming. When you're hungry, you can eat this. In the future, besides sleeping and resting, the rest of the time you come here to cultivate. This place is rich in aura. I believe that in 2 or 3 months you will be able to completely metamorphose your mortal body. By the way, never reach out and touch the immortal medicine. I've hidden a poisonous insect inside. Once bitten, there's no cure. Before leaving, Jushan made a point of cautioning. Disciple knows. Chen Yang arched his hand to send him off. After waiting for Zhu Shan to walk away, Chen Yang looked at the vial in his hand, his expression gradually becoming grave as he muttered in his heart, Master Clan, does a Master Clan really exist? He had been in the Lotus Sect for some time, and after these days of understanding, he sensed that there was something very wrong with this sect, especially the main sect that everyone aspired to. Moreover, the elders in the sect were repeatedly instilling in their disciples the goal of cultivation when they went to the main sect. This Lotus Sect, I'm afraid it's another treasure mud town. Chen Yang looked at the surrounding heaven and earth. The entire Lotus Sect is like a lonely island, located in a dangerous peaks and valleys. If you do not know how to fly, you simply cannot get out. He now suspected that the sect disciples were also like the mortals in the treasure mud town. They were all captive human medicines of the Lotus Sect, the sects of this world, not the schools of compulsory education in the previous world, without benefits, would take out resources to train disciples for no reason, not being able to see the benefits gained by the clan. That can only mean that the disciple is the benefit. He wasn't a sect disciple whose mind had been controlled since he was a child, nor was he a teenager with an immature mind. There was a feeling that something was very wrong with this Lotus Sect. Whether it is or not, keep an eye out. Chen Yang murmured and came to sit next to the immortal medicine. He had only just set foot in cultivation. His strength was too weak to leave the clan and change anything, even if it was really weird. At least he was still safe before the Dao Palace realm. After Zhu Shan left, that yellow immortal pill reverted back to its unusual yellow appearance, hiding it very well. Zhu Shan said that there were poisonous insects on the immortal pill, so Chun Yang didn't bother to take a closer look. Just a little uneasy about my situation. Practice. Chen Yang had already felt some hunger, and after taking a grain of blood Siki Dan, he adjusted his sitting position and slowly closed his eyes, and soon felt the aura of the heaven and earth around him. The aura of this place is really much denser than elsewhere. He could clearly feel that the aura around him for more than 10 feet was converging towards the immortal medicine, and couldn't help but sigh. The efficiency of the immortal medicine in absorbing the aura is not at all comparable to us immortal fetuses with flesh and blood bodies. Chen Yang was now, at most, able to inhale the aura around his mouth and nose, and compared to the range of a dozen or so zhang of the immortal medicine, the difference was far too much. Shook his head and thought no more about it. Controlling his breathing, he began to suck up the aura. The immortal orifices operated to refine the aura. A marvelous sensation came from the blood and flesh, and under the effect of the aura, the metabolism of the entire person suddenly became much faster. After Zhu Shan left Chen Yang's place, he descended down the mountain and went to a peak that was much higher than Xianyun Peak. Compared to Xianyun Peak's depressed silhouette, this mountain peak was much more lively. There were more than 20 wooden huts for disciples to live in on the mountain alone. Looking at the disciples cultivating in the forest, Zhu Shan gulped his saliva and was envious in his eyes. If only he had so many disciples. Zhu Shan came straight to the top of the mountain. Inside the courtyard, a man in red was sitting cross-legged under an ancient tree, and all the auras in the courtyard were converging towards him. It was as if there was something inside that was attracting the aura. Moreover, these auras even directly failed to enter his skin and were absorbed and refined by his immortal orifices. This was a chi-eating realm cultivator who had successfully planted an immortal pill. Elder Zhu, what are you doing here at my flame peak if you're not staying at home? The man sensed Zhu Shan's arrival and the door to the room opened at once. Zhu Shan walked in with a haha and closed the door behind him, then politely said, Elder Hu, one of my disciples died yesterday, and came to queue up with you to see when it will be my turn to pick a disciple. Chapter 13 The Temple of Merit. That human medicine you collected the other day? Not much time had passed, and Elder Hu remembered this. Zhu Shan shook his head. It's the last one. It's been half a year, and it hasn't even opened the immortal aperture yet. You kept that immortal tire for so long? Elder Hu looked at him with great surprise. In their hands, if they choose the immortal tire, if 3 or 4 months without opening the immortal aperture will be directly discarded, because the talent is too poor, pay less than the return. It is not worth investing energy and resources to cultivate. This Zhu Shan also take the garbage as a treasure, can be left for half a year long. Zhu Shan said bitterly, immortal tires are hard to find, so if you cannot waste them, you should not. Elder Hu nodded. Not bad, you can't waste it. Thrift and frugality is a tradition of my sect. I'll register first. You go back and wait for the news. If there are immortal fetuses on the immortal breeding peak that have met the requirements, when it's your turn, I'll order the messenger disciple to go and notify you. Elder Hu, roughly how much longer do I have to wait before it's my turn to select a disciple? Zhu Shan asked politely. About 7 or 8 years. It's going to take that long? Zhu Shan's expression changed. Didn't you already take in an apprentice the other day? So naturally you'll have to wait a bit further back. 7 or 8 years. Or if the immortal fetus can be supplied normally. If there's a calamitous year and the medicinal gardens cut back on their production, you might have to wait for more than 10 years. The rules were just like that. An elder who looked like there was nothing he could do about it. But the wait is too long. Jershan wants to fight it out again. Seeing that he had the intention of disobeying himself, Elder Hu showed displeasure in his eyes as he slowly stood up and looked at him coldly. disliking the long wait. If you can break through to the chi-eating realm now, I will immediately allow you to go to Immortal breeding peak to select 2 immortal saplings with superior aptitude. Is this something you can do? Shu Shan didn't dare to reply back. Breaking through the realm was tough for him. If an elder can reproduce an heir and grow the clan, he will also be rewarded with an immortal fetus. Can you do that? Elder who walked up to him, his aura like a mountain, pressing down on him. Jusan buried his head even lower. It's just as hard if you reproduce. Neither this nor that. We can't just give you an immortal tire for nothing. Elder whose tone was very stern. Seeing Zhu Shan's pitiful appearance, he turned around and said, "That's just it. Seeing as you usually know how to behave and follow the rules, I'll arrange an errand for you, and when it's done, it'll allow you to pick an immortal seedling a few years earlier." Elder who? What is the errand? Jusan asked in a hurry. Elder who gazed into the distance and slowly said, "There are still 2 months to go before Elder Go, who is guarding that medicinal garden in the east, will be returning to the sect, and it was supposed to be Elder Lu's turn to rotate, but Elder Lu just happened to be impacting the chi-eating realm recently, so you'll go in his place first. Watch over the herb garden." Zhu Shan frowned. This was not a good job. It was time-consuming and laborious. Unwilling to go? Elder whose gaze was once again cast. May it go, may it go. After thinking about it, Jushan took the job. It's settled then. Go back and I'll let you know when the time comes. Thanks to Elder who for taking care of me. After Zhu Shan arched his hand and saluted, he left in a sensible manner. Damn. When he came to the foot of the mountain, he looked back at Blaze Peak, and it was only then that he felt to show his resentment. Without staying long, Zhu Shan walked towards his Xianyun Peak, and upon arriving, began to seriously instruct his several disciples. If his disciples' cultivation talent was not enough, he would have to make do with his diligence as a master. Time passes quickly. Without realizing it, it was already dusk. The top of the mountain at the elixir. That's enough for today. Chen Yang opened his eyes. Having not slept last night and practiced from the morning, he was already mentally drained. It was time to get some rest. He was still flesh and blood today and needed to sleep. Staying up this long is the limit. First, let's go to the Hall of Merits and Virtues with senior brother Zhou to claim the reward for breaking through the realm. Chen Yang thought as he and Zhou Lingjun had already made an appointment to go after their cultivation was over. He was now at the Metamorphosis realm, and the clan had certain rewards for him. Senior brother Chen, you're here. Zhou Lingjun was sitting in meditation outside his hut to inhale aura. He had already shed his mortal body and could do without sleep, specializing in practicing his fists during the day to sharpen his physical body to beat up the essence of divine residence, and inhaling aura at night to recover. It was getting late, and his daytime cultivation tasks had ended. Senior brother Zhou, you went to the immortal pill to cultivate, right, and how did it work out? When Zhou Lingjun was at the mortal transformation realm, he was also brought to the vicinity of the immortal pill by Zhu Shan to inhale the aura. Chen Yang looked at his state. Not bad. Now, the signs of his hair loss had become worse and he was visibly covered in dirt again. Come on, let's go to the Hall of Merit. Zhou Lingjun led him towards the bottom of the mountain. Senior brother Zhou, what are the main rewards? Chen Yang inquired expectantly. It's just some herb seeds, and fertilizer for planting herbs. Is that all? Chen Yang was slightly disappointed. He thought that he could get some elixirs with magical effects. Even if not, mature medicinal herbs are also good rewarding medicinal seeds, but also to fertilize and plant them themselves. Wait until they are matured before they can be used. Senior brother Chen, those medicinal seeds are born from immortal medicines. Tending them well can be very beneficial to cultivation. Immortal medicine seeds, wouldn't they all grow into immortal medicines? Zhou Lingjun shook his head and laughed. How could it be? If it could grow into an immortal medicine, would it give it to us? Even though they are immortal medicine seeds, what grows out after taking root and sprouting is still immortal medicine. But after all, they are tainted with immortal chi, and their medicinal effects will be much stronger than mortal medicines. And of course, the medicinal herbs that grow out of such a seed have the potential to metamorphose into immortal medicines. Zhou Lingjun explained. The two talked and walked along the mountain path. A little over half an hour later, they then went to the top of another hill. What came into view was a dilapidated wooden building all covered in moss, with all kinds of weeds growing on the tiles, kind of like one of those old houses in the middle of nowhere that hadn't been inhabited for years. Senior brother Zhou, is this the sect's Hall of Merit? Chen Yang was surprised as he looked at the desolate wooden building in front of him. How is it that the Lotus Sect's buildings all gave off an ancient, eerie feeling, and there was obviously so many people living there, but there was no trace of human heat. When he was in Penai town, even when the house was all by himself, he tidied up the hut inside and out with great care. Not bad, this is the Hall of Merit. Zhou Lingjun smiled and nodded, not feeling that there was anything wrong. It's so desolate. Chen Yang spoke from his heart. The disciples of the sect usually cultivate on their respective peaks, and only come here when they receive their rewards, so it looks a bit desolate. Zhou Lingjun led him inside. The Lotus Sect usually didn't like to light candles, and the treasure hall was dim. Elder Shu, Elder Shu, Zhou Lingjun shouted in a small voice. It was quiet inside. No one responded. Senior brother Zhou, will the elder not be there? Chen Yang surveyed the surroundings. Through the weak light, he could see that the layout inside was very simple and old, filled with an unpleasant odor of decay and mold. Who? As soon as the words fell, an old voice came from the depths of the building. There was a rustling movement in the gray corner. Finally a small, rickety old man in a flowery fur coat walked slowly out of it, with a pointy chin and a thieving look. If it wasn't for the fact that he could talk, Chen Yang would have thought it was a big rat in a dress. Greetings to Elder Shu. The two men saluted him. Chapter 14. So it's Master Nephew Zhou. This old man was familiar with Zhou Lingjun. However, when his eyes saw Chen Yang, there was a sudden flash of essence in his eyes. Elder Shu, it's me, Zhou Lingjun said with a smile. This disciple looks very familiar. Yes? The old man circled around Chen Yang, surveying him repeatedly. Zhou Lingjun hurriedly introduced. Elder, this is Master's new junior brother who was accepted last month, and now that he has broken through to the mortal transformation realm, I've brought him here to receive his reward. Then he looked at Chen Yang again. Senior brother Chen, Elder Shu was a close friend of the master. He's very nice. Good day Elder Shu, Chen Yang politely said. So quick to get the hang of it. The old man rubbed his hands together with excitement in his heart. Chen Yang looked at him oddly, always feeling that this old man had a strange look in his eyes. The old man also realized that he was a bit out of shape, and quickly stood up straight, stroked his chin, and said in a deep voice, So you're old Zhu's new disciple, collecting the clan's rewards. Right, come with me. The old man walked toward the side counter, took out a fire folding kit, and lit a candle. There was finally a hint of light in this hall of merit. According to the sect's regulations, disciples who break through to the mortal transformation realm are entitled to receive a packet of medicinal seeds, as well as 2 treasure material corpses. The old man said as he bent down to rummage through the cabinets. Soon, he took out the packet wrapped in yellow paper. See for yourself first. He opened the paper and many seeds of various shapes and sizes appeared inside. Chen Yang looked at it. The quantity was considerable, enough for him to plant the medicinal garden behind his house. Elder, what herbs are in there? He asked. It's written here yet, the old man said, pointing to a few lines on the paper. 3 coins for Angelica, 7 coins for white peony, 4 coins for asparagus, 2 coins for Rehmannia. Chen Yang looked carefully and realized that on it was a medicinal prescription, and it seemed that this packet of medicinal seeds was the medicinal herbs in the prescription. There were more than 20 kinds of medicinal herbs. After the herbs mature, just take them according to this prescription, the old man said. Aha! Chen Yang nodded. The old man rewrapped the seeds and handed them over. Then a pamphlet was fished out of the cabinet making notes. When it was registered, he took the candle lantern and turned toward the back. Come with me to get the treasure material. Chen Yang and the two of them followed. Behind the cabinet there was a room, and when the door was pushed open, a very musty odor poured out of it. Both Chen Yangs were so smoked that they pinched their noses together. Upon entering and seeing what was inside, Chen Yang's entire body froze. Inside was a surprisingly neatly organized pile of grim-faced dryads. Although he had already prepared for it, Chen Yang still felt his heart turning over. Senior brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Zhou Lingjun pulled him. It's okay. Chen Yang took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm. Senior nephew Chen, you'll choose these 2 precious materials. While he was frozen, the old man had already picked it out for him. This treasure material is good. It's all human medicine corpses that are over 40 years old. Zhou Lingjun could tell at a glance that this was good stuff. The longer the year of the human medicine, the more nutrients in the body, the most suitable for composting. Chen Yang leaned over and realized that the chests of the dry corpses in the room had all had a large hole dug into them, taking out their hearts. He knew that what was planted inside the heart was the Dan compass, the human medicine that produced the bone and blood Dan when it matured. The bone and blood Dan was like blood-seeky rice, and these corpses were the ears of rice. Master nephew Chen, how is it? The old man looked at him. Just these 2, Chen Yang responded. And is it going to be good to grind it here, or are you going to take it back and process it yourselves? In the corner of the house, there is also a large stone port, which allows you to crush the treasure material for easy fertilization. Senior brother Chen, I suggest that it would be better for you to deal with it right here. The last time I took it back, those bones took me a lot of effort to smash them with a stone. Zhou Lingjun had experience. Just listen to elder brother. Chen Yang rested his forehead with his hand. Using a corpse for composting, he could not get used to it for a while. Looking at the empty sockets and mouths of these dry corpses, the figures of departed loved ones even came to mind. It's amazing that those who died ended up like this. Hey, well, I'll give you guys a hand. The old man dragged the two corpses and jumped onto the stone mantle. To use the stone mantle, it was usually the disciples themselves. This elder Shu was very interested today and was actually willing to do it for him. Thank you, elder. The two immediately saluted and thanked him. Who told this elder to like you two little guys? The old man bowed and laughed, and after throwing the precious material inside, he picked up the pestle and mortar stone inside that was even thicker than Chen Yang's body with both hands, and tilted his head back and drank. A knock for wind and rain. Boom! The mortar and pestle stone slammed down hard. Click, click. The sound of bones being crushed came from the bowl, and the corpse inside was like dry wood, breaking into several sections at once and scattering into ashes. Even some of the broken arms were ejected and fell outside. Zhou Lingjun hurriedly went up and picked up the materials that flew out and threw them inside. The old man leaned back at the waist and pulled the pestle and stone out. Both sleeves also slid back, revealing two arms that were only 2 fingers thick, and even if they opened their hands to the maximum, they could not even hold half of the mortar and pestle stone. It's hard to imagine such skinny arms lifting something so heavy. 2 knocks on 5 grains. At that moment the old man, like a priest, made a shrill sound. Boom! Another loud bang. 3 knocks and 6 animals prosper. The old man would chime in with each smash as a way to send his good wishes. Under his movements, it didn't take long for the 2 pieces of treasure material to be crushed into a small piece of oil blight-like debris. Normally, disciples could only barely stack the pestle and mortar stones, and had to exert a great deal of effort to handle them. Do as the Romans do. Looking at this scene, Chen Yang secretly said, trying to acclimatize himself, "It's ready, load it yourself." Seeing that it was almost time, the old man set the stone mortar and pestle aside and jumped down. Okay. Zhou Lingjun took out a burlap pocket from the side. Chen Yang picked up the shovel that was placed on the ground, and the two of them nimbly loaded up the fertilizer in the bowl. When it was all collected and cleaned up, Chen Yang weighed it, and it was about 50 pounds. Senior nephew Chen, these fertilizers are enough for you to use for a very long time. After half a year, you can come and receive one every month. Plant these herbs properly, and when they germinate, fertilize them once a day. For the first few days, the old man was beside him with his hands behind his back, telling him about the places to look out for when planting medicine. Got it memorized? Well, the late generation took note of it. It wasn't tedious. Chen Yang already knew how to take care of it. Elder Shu, then we will leave first. Go on. The two of them bowed their hands to him and said goodbye, then took the bag of fertilizer and left the Hall of Merit. The old man jumped to a sitting position on the counter and watched the two men walk away. The candles in the building went out, and the entire Hall of Merit was plunged into silence and dimness again. Chapter 15, Growing Medicine. Senior Brother Zhou, what rewards will the sect have for breaking through to the divine hidden realm? On the path, Chen Yang asked as he carried the bag of fertilizer. A leaf of an immortal medicine can help us maximize the divine hidden essence, but this reward, it's from Master. Zhou Lingjun walked in front, holding a wooden stick he picked up casually, idly beating the roadside weeds. How do you feel after taking it? Chen Yang was curious about what it would be like after consuming the immortal pill. Zhou Lingjun recalled, the whole person was light and airy, flying, feeling like he was going to ascend to heaven. The two made small talk along the way. While walking at the junction below, a youth came on his way to go to the Temple of Merit. The two were about to make way, but the youth stood on the side of the road first and said with a smile, the 2 senior brothers will pass first. Elder brother passes first. Zhou Lingjun stood on the side without moving forward. I'm the senior brother, so I should give in to the senior brother. The youth did not move and said very modestly, then thank you, senior brother. Zhou Lingjun took Chen Yang with him and bowed before walking forward. The youth smiled at them, staggered away, and continued on his way. Senior brother Zhou, do you recognize that senior brother? Chen Yang asked him in a small voice. Zhou Lingjun shook his head. I don't recognize it. Elder brother is so humble. I thought you two knew each other. Chen Yang looked back with some surprise. This senior brother's temper couldn't be too good. Zhou Lingjun smiled and patted him on the shoulder. The masters and brothers in the sect usually get along like this, very amicable. And the various elders usually teach us over and over again that we should be humble in temperament, humble in matters, not to fight for power, nor should we hold on to power. We are all family. So it is. There were no grudges and strife amongst the Lotus Sect disciples, and everyone's entire focus was on their own cultivation. Just now, that youth's cultivation was obviously higher than the two. The strong would even take the initiative to yield to the weak. Rare. There weren't many lights inside the clan, and seeing as it was going to be completely dark, the two of them quickened their pace. Phew. Just as they arrived on Xianyan Peak, the two of them heard a woman's heckling. It's so late. Senior sister Huang is still practicing her sword. On a stake not far away, Huangting was blindfolded and practicing swordplay in a flowing stream. The master is there too, outside the stake. There was also a tall figure standing. It was Zhu Shan. He was watching Huang Ting's every move. Master is really working hard, Chen Yang murmured. In order for his several disciples to reach the Dao Palace realm early, Zhu Shan would carefully instruct them every day. If our qualifications were better, it would be much easier for Master. Zhou Lingjun knew very well that it was not easy for Zhu Shan. Those top-ranked elders did not need to spend so much effort on cultivating their disciples at all due to their outstanding natural talent, and they lived a comfortable life every day. Unlike Zhu San, he's tired every day. The two didn't stay long and left with a sigh. Senior brother Chen, I'll go back to cultivate first. When he came to his residence, Zhou Lingjun said goodbye to him. Well, I'm troubling senior brother Zhou today. Chen Yang thanked. It's okay. Zhou Lingjun smiled and headed towards his hut. Chen Yang also returned to his house. After such a long time without sleep, sleepiness hit me right away as soon as I got back inside. Let's plant this herb seed tomorrow. After placing the medicinal seeds and fertilizers, he collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. The night is getting darker. On the lawn, seeing that Huang Ting was already exhausted, Zhu Shan shook his head and said, "Alright, that's enough cultivation for today." Only then did Huang Ting tear away the cloth covering her eyes and arch her hand. "Yes, go back and rest." After saying that, Zhu Shan walked towards the mountain. The moon was very bright tonight. The path is leafy. Other than that brat, the rest of the immortal fetus qualifications are all too ordinary, and it's really tiring to teach them. Jushan pushed the gate to the courtyard open. The busy day had also made him feel a little tired. It couldn't be helped. Without putting in the time and effort like this, it would be impossible for those few disciples to break through to the Dao Palace realm at all. After closing the door, he walks to the house and pushes a stone slab off the floor. A passageway to the ground appeared. Jushan took the candle and walked on. Under the house was a grotto, half the size of a yard. There are about a dozen female boars in there. Was sprawled out on the floor huffing and puffing. Hearing the footsteps, all the boars were awakened. Seeing that it was Zhu Shan, they hurriedly gathered around him and scrambled to arch their heads affectionately against him. Zhu Shan looked at them with cold eyes. What's the use even if they look demonic? It's just a mortal fetus that can't bear children for me. As long as he could have one that was the heir of an immortal fetus, he would have a chance to choose a disciple with outstanding natural talent. These harem, although very beautiful and lovely in his opinion, were only mortal fetuses. There was a difference between immortals and mortals, and mortal fetuses could not procreate heirs for immortal fetuses. Although the surrounding boars had little spirit, they could still sense the discontent of the dang-dang and retreated backward in fear. Jushan took off his robe and hung it aside. Then thick black bristles grew out from under the skin, revealing its body. A huge boar with thick skin and flesh, close to 2 feet long. Put. Early in the morning, there was a sound of loosening soil in the cave behind the house. Chen Yang woke up at the crack of dawn. After washing up, he took the tools for planting medicine and got busy in the medicine garden left behind by senior brother Wang. Finally, this medicinal garden wasn't small or big, and loosening it all up still took Chen Yang some time. Clearing the weeds, he planted the herb seeds one by one as Elder Shu said. Finally bring in the fertilizer you chose last night and spread it evenly over the herb garden. When the fertilizer was applied, he scooped up spring water from the side and poured it on top to keep it moist and help the medicine seeds germinate and grow. Let's hope there are herbs that can be turned into immortal medicines. With a great success, Chen Yang clapped his hands and looked at the medicinal garden with hope. Making sure nothing was amiss, he returned to the house with a large half bag of fertilizer. Time to go practice. After cleaning himself, Chen Yang walked towards the mountain. It's time to start another day of practice. Near the top of the mountain, Jushan also came down from the mountain. Master, Chen Yang hurriedly saluted. That strange odor on Master's body was as strong as ever. So early, Jushan said with a smile, his voice gentle. I've rested enough, so I have to seize the time to cultivate, and strive to complete my metamorphosis and reach the divine hidden realm sooner. Chen Yang said back, how was your practice yesterday? Jusan asked about his condition. Very well. The aura next to the immortal medicine is rich. Practicing there for 1 day is worth 3 days of practicing elsewhere. Jushan nodded and looked at him as he murmured. So long, almost enough. What is it, Master? Chen Yang did not understand what he was referring to. Come forward. Jushan gestured for him to come closer. Chen Yang arrived in front of him. Juzan pulled his shirt aside. Then his fingers drew something on his chest. Master teacher, my chest hurts. Under his movements, Chen Yang soon felt a sharp pain coming from his chest. It was as if there was something inside, tearing at its own flesh and blood. Chapter 16, Someone from the Lin clan. Bear with me, Jushan ordered. Yes. Chen Yang clenched his teeth. 5 breaths passed and something was visible writhing under the skin. When a small amount of blood flowed out, a tiny opening appeared in his chest, and then he saw a green-colored centipede crawling out from it. Chen Yang was very incredulous. Inside his own body, there was even a poisonous insect. Zhu Shan stretched out his hand, and the centipede crawled down his palm and into his sleeve. This is the green corpse centipede. When it took out the Dan compass for you, it opened a very long wound in your heart. If it wasn't for this green corpse centipede stitching up the wound, you would have died then, and now that it stays in your body again, it will affect your transformation. Zhu Shan explained. So it is. Chen Yang looked at the wound on his chest and said darkly. After this centipede came out, the drilling pain gradually faded away. Now this is just a minor injury, not too uncomfortable to affect the practice. You go ahead and practice. Jushan put his hands behind his back and headed down. Good. Chen Yang made another salute before rushing to the place where the immortal pill grew. Upon arrival, it began to absorb the aura and metamorphose like yesterday. Zhu Shan also began to guide the other 3 disciples in their cultivation. Time passes quickly. Before I knew it, it was noon again. Dang, dang, dang. Zhu Shan was instructing Zhou Lingjun in the forest when suddenly, several bells sounded from the depths of the sect. What's the matter? Patriarch wants us to gather? Zhu Shan looked at the direction from which the sound of the bell came and was puzzled. It was a signal to summon the clan elders. You stay here and practice your kung fu properly first, for master to go and return. The sound of the bell ringing must mean that something big is happening. Zhu Shan didn't dare to delay, and after commanding, he quickly rushed towards the depths of the Lotus Sect. The elders on the other hills of the Lotus Sect reacted in the same way as him when they heard the bell. In the great hall at the highest peak of the sect, the various elders arrived here one after another. What happened? The old man was in the middle of impacting his realm, so he hurried here. I don't know. I've got important things on my hands too. On the cross chairs in the temple, there were more than a dozen animal-faced figures, both tall and short, clothed in animal and beast, topped with tiger heads, cow heads, dog heads, rabbit heads, goat heads, etc., talking in a chaotic and very noisy manner. It seems like someone from the Lin clan and the human clan has come. An elder who knew something spoke up. What are the Lin clan's people doing here? Are they trying to raise our yearly fees? The rabbit-headed man asked. Frowning, the dog-headed man said thoughtfully, I guess so. I heard that the Lin clan suffered some losses a few months ago when they fought with the Zhou clan for territory, and they need resources to recover. A small sect like ours is poor as hell, and if he, the Lin clan, still wants to raise the yearly money to squeeze us, the Lotus Sect simply won't open. The Minotaur, a violent man, roared. It shouldn't be. The Lin clan still has to speak of credibility. If the conditions promised in the beginning go back on their words, who would dare to come to his Lin domain to start a clan in the future? Moreover, the annual supply of bone blood pills is 1 and not less, not delayed for a single day. The tiger-headed man shook his head. Someone from the Lin clan is coming, so it's definitely nothing good anyway. The elders in the hall couldn't stop talking. Sorry to be late. Zhu Shan pushed the door in and looked apologetically at the other elders, but no one gave a and continued to talk to each other. Jushan didn't feel embarrassed and sat down on the chair against the door. He's the 17th elder, and this chair is his. There were no outsiders here either, so he wasn't worried about being discovered, and he showed his piggy head as well. It's better to be comfortable like this, the chicken head next to him said to him. Jushan laughed. Well, pretending to be someone is tiring, the chicken-headed man helplessly stated. There's no way. Revealing one's true nature in front of those disciples would scare them, affecting their minds and thus their cultivation. Yes, if they see us like this, they will be so scared that they will want to run away all the time, and then they will be in a lot of trouble. So bear with them, and they will be fine by nightfall. Jushan slumped on top of the chair, relaxing in a rare moment. Is it really the forest clan coming? He asked. Not quite sure. Other than the elders who are watching over the medicinal garden, the rest of the elders are almost here. I believe the patriarch will soon come to explain the reason. The chicken man chatted with him. Elders arrived here one after another from the back. The patriarch is here. It wasn't long before a figure walked in from outside the house. The noisy elders in the hall immediately quieted down. It was a tall man with an elephant's head. Greetings, sovereign. The crowd immediately rose and saluted. Sit down, all of you. The elephant-headed man sat in the topmost seat. Sovereign, what happened to call us all here? Tigerhead inquired. An elder from the Lin clan came today to discuss something with me. It's not going to raise our years, is it? Sovereign, we're barely getting by on our own. An elder asked with concern. The Lotus Sect was opened in the boundaries of the Lin clan, and every year, they would offer a certain amount of resources to the Lin clan, known as yearly money. This fellow Daoist is overly concerned. The Lotus Sect has been open for more than 200 years in my Lin domain. It's an old sect. For the support of my Lin clan, how could it raise the yearly money? I've come here this time to give you a favor. A calm voice came from outside the hall. Numerous eyes looked away. A green-shirt old man was seen entering with his arms folded, in front of a room full of elves and monsters. The old man's body looked very thin. This is Senior Lin Yun of the Lin clan. Why don't you all bow? The elephant-headed man rose to his feet and ordered, "Greetings, Elder Lin." The demons immediately bowed towards the old man. "Let's all sit and talk. All natural, no constraints." The old man was very humble. "Fellow Daoist Lin, take a seat." The elephant-headed man rose to his seat. The old man waved his hand and stood beside him, eyeing the crowd and smiled. "Everyone knows about my clan and the Zhou clan, and truth be told, my clan has indeed suffered a considerable loss, and some of the juniors in the clan were even hit by the Zhou clan's strange poison, resulting in damage to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, which is difficult to heal. I came this time because I want to bring some disciples of the divine hidden realm back to change the body's damaged organs for the juniors of my clan, and your Lotus Sect disciples. The flesh is the cleanest. Since it can't be cured, the organs will be replaced, and there are tons of donors anyway. Disciple." The following elders looked at each other in a difficult situation. The old man continued, "Don't worry, won't want your disciple for nothing. There are taking treasures in exchange." "What are some of the treasures?" The eyes of the elders lit up. This was more or less the same. "Then it depends on how willing you fellow Taoists are to give up." The old man stroked his long beard. The Lotus Sect patriarch stepped forward at this moment and said, "Elders, the chance to get the opportunity to exchange treasures with the Lin clan is very rare. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lotus Sect is an old clan, we wouldn't be given this opportunity, so don't miss out on it." Chapter 17, The Sting. These elves and monsters at the bottom looked at each other with those pressed eyes, clearly having been moved by the old man's words. "Fellow Daoist Lin, only disciples of the divine hidden realm? How about those in the transformation realm?" an elder asked. The old man said with a smile on his face, "As long as it's from the divine hidden realm, and it has to be hand-picked by me. Not everyone is qualified to be my clan's organ donor. The transformation realm isn't much different from those mortals. It's useless." The patriarch of the Lotus Sect said to him, "Fellow Daoist Lin, don't worry. My Lotus Sect is doing organ business in the Lin domain. Every disciple in the sect doesn't eat grains and cereals, and from a young age, they all feed on spirit pills, and usually often use expensive medicinal herbs to temper their internal organs, and the organs in their bodies are guaranteed to satisfy you. It's just that our cultivation cost is not low, but quality, you please rest assured. Absolutely penny wise and pound foolish. Although the Lotus clan is a small business, but for more than 200 years only do this one thing. Craftsmanship, excellence, has a reputation of more than 200 years. From you guys this purchase of the donor body, I put 100 hearts. This time I brought the insect compulsion, spirit pills, magic weapons, talismans, etc. So also please rest assured that all the friends of the Dao, Lin clan to bring to exchange of the treasures, will definitely not let you suffer." The old man put his hand behind his back and trusted them as well. Some powerful people would renew their bodies by replacing aging or damaged organs, and because of the strong demand, many forces in the organ business were bred, and there must be a reason why Lotus Sect was able to open for more than 200 years in a fiercely competitive environment, and if it had a bad reputation, it would have shut down and gone out of business long ago. Elders, if you want to exchange treasures with the Lin clan, go bring your disciples. The elephant-headed man looked down at the crowd. Yes, the crowd arched their hands and walked out, talking amongst themselves. Upon arriving outside the temple, one by one, they changed into human faces again. "Old Zhu, this is a rare and good opportunity. You have 3 disciples in the divine hidden realm. Do you plan to make all of them?" Elder Shu and Zhu Shan walked at the very back, talking in whispers. Zhu Shan pondered. "Well, that old wound recently erupted. It's rare to meet the Lin clan to trade. Those 3 disciples of mine should be enough to exchange for a healing elixir. Zhou Lingjun has only just reached the divine hidden realm a few years ago, so he probably won't be able to choose." Elder Shu rubbed his chin. "What do you think?" Jushan looked down at him. There were many disciples of the Lotus Sect at the divine hidden realm, and he himself actually knew that it was unlikely that Zhou Lingjun would be chosen. It was too weak. Elder Shu looked around to make sure that the rest of the elders had gone far away before quietly suppressing his voice and saying, "The 2 disciples in front of you have a late divine hidden stage and a mid-divine hidden stage, and I also happen to have a mid-divine hidden stage disciple, so if we add it all up, we should be able to exchange 2 Dan compass eggs from the Lin clan. You're trying to trade for the Lin clan's stinging compass." A strange color flowed from Zhu Shan's eyes. Elder Shu smiled and nodded. "Not bad. Now we have a good seedling in hand. I'm at the peak of the Dao Palace. You won't need a few years to be at the peak of the Dao Palace, when the time comes to plant the stinging compass, and so on maturing into the stinging Dan, relying on the 2 pills of the immortal Dan. The 2 of us taking it, we may be able to rise to the chi-eating realm. It's good, but it's too risky to die young easily if you're compelling eggs." Zhu Shan is a little worried about this. Just that both of them have just a little bit of family money, and the adult compulsion is not something that can be exchanged for these few disciples. Moreover, Even if both stinging compasses survive, are there enough nutrients for them to successfully produce the immortal Dan? Zhu Shan added. This method is too risky and easy to lose your money. At my age, I have also lost the qualification to take on disciples. After this matter is over, I will go to the surrounding mountains to look for all kinds of nourishing worms and grasses. You and I will concentrate all our resources and go all out. It should be enough. Elder Shu's eyes gleamed, and he went out on a limb. Old Zhu, this might be the closest we'll ever get to a breakthrough. With the Lin clan coming, the elders in the sect will surely use this opportunity to take the disciples out of their hands, and then they'll just take on new disciples. Do you think it'll still be our turn then? That's right. Well, just as you said. Exchange the stinging compass eggs for the immortal nurturing pill. Zhu Shan listened to the old man's advice and nodded in agreement. Elder Shu was right. It was only after the elders above had been fed again that they could take their turn. The two of them then returned to their respective peaks and called the disciples to be selected. The Lotus Sect was bustling today. However, Chen Yang on Xianyun Peak was unaware of what was happening outside due to his wholehearted immersion in cultivation. And, of course, no one came to call him. Unconsciously, the sun drooped in the west, the river of stars in the sky rotated, and night slowly descended. That's it for today. Chen Yang stopped cultivating, opened his eyes and stood up. After cultivating for a day, his spirit was tired, and the efficiency of his immortal orifices in refining aura had become significantly lower. You can't be in a hurry for anything, because it's too late. When you're tired, it's time to take a break. It stinks. Chen Yang sniffed himself and frowned. The layer of immortal molts on the surface of his body thickened a bit more. He touched his hair, and even more so when he grabbed it. It was as yellow as hay, and it looked like it would all fall out in a few days. Bear with me. Chen Yang stood up with a bitter smile. He was not allowed to take a bath until he completed his metamorphosis. Before that, Zhou Lingjun was also covered in dirt for close to a year. He headed for his cabin. Senior brother Zhou. When he passed by Zhou Lingjun's residence, he saw that he was sitting listlessly on the ground in a daze, which wasn't the right state, so he went up to him. Senior brother Chen. Zhou Lingjun looked tearful. Senior brother Zhou, what's wrong? What happened? Chen Yang asked in disbelief. Zhou Lingjun's face was filled with a look of incomparable regret as he cried out. Today, the main sect came to select the disciples of the divine hidden realm to cultivate, and I was almost chosen. Alas, if I could have been born a few years earlier, and opened the second divine hidden realm, then surely I would have been able to go to the main sect as well. Don't we have to wait for the Dao Palace realm before we can go to the main sect? Chen Yang was very puzzled and sat next to him. I heard Master said that it was the main clan that fought a big war with other clans and suffered heavy casualties, so they summoned the disciples of the subclan to restore their vitality and would spend resources to cultivate them, and those who were chosen would be able to break through to the Daogong realm in the fastest 1 or 2 years, and the slowest 4 or 5 years. When was that? Just today at noon. The master said that you had only just reached the Metamorphosis realm and were not qualified enough, so he didn't come to call you. Have senior brother Su and senior sister Huan been chosen yet? Chen Yang asked. Zhou Lingjun said enviously. Chosen? Senior brother Chen, now in Xianyun Peak. There are only 2 of us wretches left. Where are the disciples on the other peaks? Most of them have been chosen. There should be less than 100 disciples within the sect today. Goes so far. Chen Yang was surprised, knowing that the Lotus Sect had a total of 300 or so disciples. 2/3 of them had gone at once. The people still left in the sect are the same as you and I. They are either at the transformation realm or those who have only entered the divine hidden realm not long ago, and those like senior brothers and sisters are basically pretty much gone. Zhou Lingjun was lost. Chapter 18. The main sect took away so many disciples at once. How big the casualties must be. Chen Yang felt that the subclass was on the verge of being emptied. It doesn't matter. The Great War is over anyway. It's a great chance to be chosen to go to the main clan at this time. Zhou Lingjun was deep in a heart full of regrets. Chen Yang patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's fine if you didn't get selected. The big thing is to cultivate hard and rely on your own real skills to get to the main sect. Senior brother Zhou, I believe you will be able to do it. You're right. Senior brother Chen, it's not the right time to be born. If you miss it, it's no big deal. Working hard to cultivate to the Dao Palace realm is the king's way. Zhou Lingjun clenched his fists and said with a firm gaze, that's more like it. The 2 men chatted about this as they looked at the stars in the night. Zhou Lingjun was in a better mood, and it didn't take long before he had to start cultivating. He had already shed his mortal body and didn't need to sleep. Chen Yang still had to rest, so he returned to his hut. Elder brother and sister, they really went to the main sect? After turning around and closing the door, Chen Yang looked down at the latch and fell into deep thought. The sect had blocked all information about the outside world, and the endless mountain ranges stretching on all sides were like a high wall fence. In fact, he had always had a feeling in his heart. The entire Lotus Sect was like the kind of large ecological farms in the previous world. where disciples were picked up by the main sect when they reached the Tao Palace realm, just like the chickens and ducks in the farm that grew up and were released from the pen, one crop after another. Did that main sect that made the disciples of the sect yearn for it really exist? Chen Yang was very skeptical. When you reach the realm of the Tao Palace, are you like chickens and ducks in captivity on a farm that are due to be released? Chen Yang think this is very likely. The more you think, the more like, how the outside world he is not clear, but from a few human medicine garden can be seen. The Lotus Sect is relying on a variety of eat to cultivate. The mortal fetus can be eaten. Naturally immortal fetus can be eaten. Shrimp to eat mud. Small fish to eat shrimp. Big fish to eat small fish. This is a place of wrongdoing. If only I could have left earlier. Chen Yang walked to the bed and sat down. Now that even the divine hidden realm would be picked off by the main sect, if it was truly what he was worried about, then the Tao Palace had, in the past, not been safe. In short, the Lotus Sect was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Sensing that something was wrong, he also wanted to leave at this time, but it was a pity that he couldn't get out with his strength today. Let's raise our strength first. Only when we are strong will we have a chance to leave. Chen Yang didn't trouble himself and lay down on the bed to rest up. One had to act as muddled as the other disciples in order not to reveal themselves. Deep within the Lotus Sect, the normally overbearing elders were lined up in front of a hut. Dare not speak highly, and be at peace. The people who came out of the house were all smiles. Next, after lining up for a while, it was finally Zhu Shan's turn for the two of them. Hearing voices coming from the house, the two men pushed their way inside. The room was dim. A rusty candle lamp hung from a post, the flame dancing and the light wavering. That old man of the Lin clan was sitting upright like a statue of an enshrined god in the topmost Taisher chair, leisurely sipping his tea. Fellow Daoist Lin. Fellow Daoist Lin. The two came in and immediately bowed and saluted. Are you guys sure you want to change the stinging hatchlings? Lin Yan placed his teacup on the table next to him and took out a delicate box he carried with him from the clothing on his chest, and after pushing open the lid of the box on top, more than a dozen small white snakes 3 or 4 inches long stretched out their heads and looked around curiously. Yes, fellow Daoist Lin. Zhu Shan and Elder Shu nodded with firm gazes. Lin Yan pinched the head of one of the small snakes and took it out, then smoothly snapped the lid back on the box and pulled out a strip of wood from the bottom of the box, very skillfully inserting the strip all the way into the snake's mouth. The small snake became straight all of a sudden, followed by his left hand's thumb rubbing against the forefinger, striking a flame out of thin air to set the snake's tail on fire. Young parasites, listening to the two men, he took the head of the snake in his fingers and put it in his mouth. Taking a deep breath, leaning back in his chair, his head slowly tilted back, he slowly exhaled a stream of white smoke from his mouth. The two men's hearts lifted when they saw that he did not take a stand. It didn't take long for Lin Yan to cast his gaze and said, "Those 3 donors you two provided are barely passable in terms of their own cultivation, but if you want to exchange them for 2 young parasites, they're still a bit short of the mark. If you guys can also come up with another apprentice in the middle of the Divine Zephyr stage, it'll be just about right. Fellow Daoist Lin, that disciple of mine will be able to break through to the late Divine Hidden stage in less than a few years. Do you think that it's possible to be accommodating?" Elder Shu smiled humbly with a pleasing face. "Then we'll wait until he breaks through." Lin Yan tapped his fingers on the desktop, cold and unfeeling, unwilling to make a deal that wasn't reciprocal. This, 2 young parasites won't work. What about the 3 parasite eggs? Elder Shu changed his terms. Jushan didn't say a word from the side so as not to ruin the atmosphere. 3 compulsion eggs. You're thinking pretty well. Lin Yan despised him and inhaled a mouthful of snake smoke before gulping down the clouds. Those 3 disciples of yours are middle of the road, so it's more or less the same to exchange them for 2 compost eggs. But the parasitic eggs can easily all die young. Elder Shu said hesitantly. How about 1 young parasite and some other treasures? After a simple test, Elder Shu already knew Lin Yan's maximum range of acceptance, and with a twinkle in his eye, he said, "Fellow Daoist Lin, how about a young parasite and a parasite egg?" Lin Yan's brows were slightly locked as he pondered in his mind. Elder Shu continued, "Fellow Daoist Lin, there is a certain chance that the compulsion eggs will not be able to hatch a young compulsion. The 2 of us at the bottom of the Lotus Sect have spent a lot of energy cultivating our 3 disciples, so we have to be given a young compulsion to protect our bottom. Yes, fellow Daoist Lin, we have been allocated very few resources. A few disciples were completely cultivated only after exhausting our efforts day and night. It's not easy. I beg for fellow Daoists' pity." Zhu Shan knelt on the ground at once, cooperating in time to sell his misery. "Please, fellow Daoist Lin, have mercy." As soon as Elder Shu knelt down, he even began to kowtow. "All right, get up." Looking at the 2 elves in front of him with pig heads and rat heads, Lin Yan was disgusted, but in the end, he agreed to their request. "Many thanks to fellow Daoist Lin. Many thanks to fellow Daoist Lin." The two Zhushan were immediately overjoyed and excited. Lin Yan reminded as he flicked off the smoke embers from the snake's tail with his fingers. The stinging compass eggs are very fragile. They must be parasitized inside the heart of the immortal fetus to be contained in that hot heart blood, sucking up the host's essence blood and hatching and growing little by little. We understand. Stinging parasites in the forest domain name is very popular. Just hatch out as stinging parasites need to consume a fairy tire. The two of them know this clearly, but also prepared accordingly. Otherwise they would not think of exchanging. Mutual deals are being struck at the moment. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen. Day 2. Chen Yang was awakened by the cries from outside the house. Senior Brother Zhou. What's wrong? Chen Yang climbed up from the bed and pushed open the door. Zhou Lingjun was standing outside the house. Senior Brother Chen. Master has something to explain and asked me to come and call you. Let's go. Don't make Master wait and get angry. Good. Zhou Lingjun led Chen Yang towards the top of the mountain. The early morning air exudes a sense of coolness, and the grasses and trees on the hills are hung with morning dew. Chapter 19 A Treasure Pill Feeding Manual. It's kinda hard to get used to now without my senior brother and sister. As he went up the mountain, Zhou Lingjun hand-pulled the weeds on the side of the road. There weren't many people on Xianyun Peak, and after the elder brothers and sisters left for the main sect, it became even more lonely. Good thing too. At least Master Teacher is quite a bit more relaxed every day. Because the immortal molt on his body couldn't get wet, Chen Yang carefully avoided the blades of grass that were sticking out of the road and carrying water. That's the truth. Master Teacher worked very hard every day before to help us raise our cultivation. Zhou Lingjun was very agreeable. The two walked and talked and soon reached the top of the hill. This musty compound was even more airy in the moisture-rich morning. Chen Yang also felt strange. It was clear that Master Teacher was in there every day. How come this residence always gave him a deserted feeling of no one living in it? Without the kind of hot air of a human being, Zhou Lingjun pushed open the door and an empty atmosphere came from it. Senior Brother Chen, let's go in. The two stepped into the small courtyard. After arriving outside that house, they arched their hands together and said, "Greetings to Master." With a creak, the door to the room opened and Zhu Shan's tall figure walked out from inside, looking at the two of them with his back hands. It's all coming. I don't know what Master has commanded? Zhou Lingjun asked. Jushan threw the two pamphlets in front of them. Chen Yang picked up the booklet that fell in front of him, and there were a few small words on it. Handbook of Treasure Medicine Feeding. The two looked up at their master in disbelief. Zhu Shan said, 2 months later my master is going to watch over the human medicine garden. The clan is short of manpower. You guys will have to follow along to help out at that time. First memorize all the contents above properly, lest you don't know what to do at that time. Okay master. Chen Yang and the two of them briefly turned it over first. Master, why do you still need to teach zither, chess, calligraphy and painting? After roughly scanning a few pages, Chen Yang realized that a significant portion of it was about how to go about enriching the daily lives of those human medicines. Xu Shan laughed, after a long time of practice found that, if the human medicine to live a pleasant and happy words, the body of the Dan compulsion not out of the bone and blood Dan color will be a little better, and so on after the medicine garden. Our task is to ensure that as far as possible, those human medicine to live a nourishing taste, and zither and chess calligraphy and painting is the best way to temper the sentiment. That's really telling Chen Yang how to feel so déjà vu. In the previous life living in the world, not on the farm to cattle and sheep to listen to music and even watch TV, but also publicize the mood stabilization, promote digestion, improve meat quality and many other benefits. I didn't realize that the world had those too. In addition to these, we have to give human medicine to cure diseases, so that they don't suffer from illnesses and pains. The ultimate goal is to let them live as long as possible, reproduce as much as possible, and be as happy and satisfied as possible. Remember, after arriving at the Garden of Human Medicines, don't reveal that we are immortals. Immortals can only exist in their thoughts. They can't appear in their lives, or else it will stir up their desire to become an immortal desire, leading to a floating mind and no desire to farm. Zhu Shan admonished with a serious face. Disciple understands. To make those people medicine regard us as stars in the sky, unattainable. Zhou Lingjun returned thoughtfully. Nice. Zhu Shan nodded and then said to the two of them. Zhou Lingjun stays behind. Chen Yang goes to cultivate first. Yes, master. After Chen Yang made a bow, he took the pamphlet and left. Master, is there anything else you wish to command? Zhou Lingjun asked. Come in with me. Jushan turned and walked into the house. Zhou Lingjun followed him in. With a creak, the door closed. On the path, Chen Yang flipped through the booklet in his hand while walking towards the hut. Still have to go and spread some water on the herb seeds I planted yesterday. Be pampered. After coming to that cave and sprinkling the spring, he went back to the house. Look carefully at the book in your hand. Treasure Medicine Feeding Manual. Trying to see if I can find any clues in there to get some information that would normally be hard to access. It seems that to the Lotus Sect, Mortal fetuses are also a very precious resource. After flipping through it, Chen Yang secretly said in his heart. Although the pamphlet was tightly packed with only various information about the medicinal garden, he still saw some hidden references. It was that the Lotus Sect loved those mortal fetuses in the medicinal garden. In fact, letting the human medicines live well had very little impact on the quality of the bone blood pill later on. It was entirely possible to make up for it by captive breeding some more mortal fetuses, but they were willing to spend even more energy to still gain that small boost, which could only mean that those mortal fetuses were also hard to obtain. Or rather, the risk of obtaining them was so high that it wasn't worth it, and they preferred to cultivate them themselves rather than robbing them. This is a world of cultivation. Immortals possess magical powers that are 1,000 times stronger than mortals. To obtain more mortal fetuses should be easy for the Lotus Sect, and in this world, there should be no shortage of mortal fetuses. Looking at the pamphlet, he mulled it over in his mind. It seems that this is not allowed to see the light of day and can only be hidden in these deep mountains. The world outside will not allow them to act so recklessly, and the weak mortals should be protected. Chen Yang speculated about the world outside the Lotus Sect based on this information. That should do it. Chen Yang nodded to himself. Only this made sense. At this time, the Lotus Sect should be a dark place similar to the Golden Triangle. Thinking about this, he wanted more and more to escape from this place he was in now and go out into the world. For the outside world, there is a lot of anticipation and yearning. He felt that Lotus Sect disciples like himself were actually the same as those human medicines in the medicine garden. All of them were nothing more than cattle and sheep inside the sect's pasture. Time to go practice. Chen Yang placed the booklet on the bedside and opened the door to go out. It was useless to think about it now. The only way to escape this was to work hard to improve. After coming to the immortal pill, as usual, he began to sit down and cultivate. As more and more aura entered the body to be refined by the immortal orifices, the physical body was rapidly transforming. At the top of the hill at the top of the incline, a diminutive figure was watching him with narrowed eyes. It's Elder Shu. After a moment, he heard a noise coming from behind him and turned his head to look. Got it? He said to Jushan. Aha. Shu Shan nodded and walked over to him, looking down at Chen Yang who was practicing below and said softly, not bad, right? Elder Shu was satisfied. Very good. Looking at this, it should only take 5 or 6 years to reach the Dao Palace realm. I really didn't expect that an unusual medicinal garden would harbor such a diamond in the rough. A brilliant light flowed from Zhu Shan's eyes. Yes, moreover, I didn't expect such a treasure to be obtained by you and me. From Elder Shu's voice, one could hear that he was excited. This is a heavenly opportunity. Originally I thought that there was no hope of breaking through to the chi-eating realm in this life. Next this little guy will need you to take more care of him. My only disciple has already been exchanged to the human Lin surname. In the next few days I will be resigning from the Palace of Merit and Virtue to go outside to the mountains to search for all kinds of nourishing things for him. I have to cultivate him up quickly. Elder Shu looked at Chen Yang and said, Chapter 20, A Dragon Pulling a Cart. His seat of eldership was still behind Zhu Shan, and he had just one disciple, who was now old and not qualified to continue taking on disciples. Also like Jushan, there were no children to inherit. Well, the cultivation aspect will be left to me. But there may be wild cultivators lurking in the surrounding mountains. These wild cultivators are brutal in character, ruthless and cunning. If you accidentally run into them you must be more careful. If you can retreat, if you can hide, you can hide. Jushan reminded. Elder Shu smiled, stroking the long beard at the corner of his mouth and said, Don't worry, I'll pay attention. The Lin clan is really generous to give us a worm and an egg. Elder Shu eyed Chen Yang. Zhu Shan sighed. Yes. These prestigious clans of humans really do have extraordinary depths. The two were still a bit surprised that Lin Yun could agree to their request. Now it's just a matter of waiting for that stinging compass egg to hatch. It won't take long for great things to happen. The two of them smiled at each other, and after glancing at Chen Yang who was practicing below, they turned around and left. On the square of the Lotus Sect's main peak, over 200 disciples were standing in an orderly fashion. 10 sedan-like wooden canopies also remained in the square. Wait, are we going to the main clan in these? These wooden palanquins don't have wheels, and the Lotus Sect doesn't have any big roads out. Are we flying out? That should be it. That Elder Lin from the main clan has profound magical power and cast a spell to take us away on the wind. Flying in the air, even the patriarch doesn't have that ability. The disciples were talking, their eyes filled with excitement. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you going back in such a hurry? You haven't even been properly entertained yet. Next to the square, the Lotus Sect patriarch was following Lin Yun around. Lin Yun said flatly, Those descendants of the clan are all still waiting for me to return, so I won't stay much longer. As they spoke, the two of them walked to the front of the inner courtyard. After pushing open the door, a 5-foot-long green-colored auger dragon was shut inside. The green scaly nose was pierced by an iron ring and chained to a nearby stone pillar like a bull. At the moment, he was burying his head in his mouth and eating the blood-seeky rice in the trough. Greetings to Senior Lin. Greetings to the Patriarch. An elder who specialized in feeding the green scaly dragon immediately bowed forward upon seeing the duo. Well cared for. Lin Yun nodded in satisfaction and asked, how much did this beast eat? The man said, over 1,000 pounds. The Lotus Sect Patriarch said, fellow Daoist Lin, why don't you feed a few blood-seeky Dan? Lin Yun shook his head. It's too much of a waste to use blood-seeky Dan to feed this beast. In the clan, it can't even eat blood-seeky rice. This was just a wild demon that was not spiritually intelligent. It did not know how to cultivate. It could not do chi eating. With such a big head, the food that it ate every day was a considerable expense. Even if it was a spiritual spring realm cultivator, it was a struggle to raise such a demon. I'm afraid it won't have the strength to pull over 200 people later. The Lotus Sect Patriarch said, if you don't have the strength, take it to make medicinal wine, eat the blood-seeky Dan, and whet its appetite. I won't be able to afford to keep it in the future. Lin Yun said as he walked over to the green Jiao. The green Jiao was wolfing down its food, and when it saw that someone was disturbing it, it let out a low, muffled roar, on guarding food. Bastard, do you really want to be taken by the old man to make wine? Lin Yun buried his head, grabbed the chain, and yanked it violently. Woohoo! Qing Jiao cocked his head and screamed miserably, his eyes clearing instantly. Fearfully, he looked at his master. Let's go, back to the clan. Lin Yun unhooked the chains and pulled Jiao Long outside. Qing Jiao looked back at the blood-seeky rice in the trough, his mouth dripping out as he wanted to take one more bite, but he was forcibly pulled away by Lin Yun. Snap, snap. Before leaving the courtyard, the green scaly dragon also pooped a pile of stinky scaly dragon feces at the entrance of the courtyard. Elder Lin is here. What's that? It's so awesome. Outside, the disciples in the square quieted down when they saw them. Filled with awe, he looked at the augur behind the two. They had grown up within the Lotus Sect since they were young. How had they ever seen such majestic creatures? Everyone get into the canopy. Elder Lin will be taking you to the main sect soon. 20 people to a canopy. Don't crowd. The Lotus Sect Patriarch commanded those disciples. The disciples were scrambling to get inside the canopy. Several elders connected all the wooden canopies with ropes, and then fastened the heads to the iron buckles on the augur's body. Lin Yun straddled the back of the Jiao dragon and arched his hand at a few elders. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. Greetings to Elder Lin. The crowd bowed. Go! Lin Yun danced the chains in his hands. That augur's body danced and began to fly into the air. One by one those wooden canopies behind them were pulled up. The dragon grimaced and panted furiously, pulling so many people at once. You could tell it was struggling. In the eyes of the crowd, the augur figure disappeared a little bit into the sky. If you go out, it's still convenient to have a mount that can only fly. An elder sighed with envy. Yes, sublime as a mountain. The surrounding people agreed. They do not have a means of transportation. Out of the door over the ditch and streams. It must be delayed a lot of time. But the Lotus clan's family business is small, so they can't afford to support it. Of course, it's not usually used. It's not necessary. The crowd dispersed itself. Nightfall. On Xianyun Peak, Chen Yang also ended his cultivation for the day. Blowing in the cool breeze, standing on the side of the mountain, he gazed around. It's pretty quiet. After a large number of disciples went to the main sect, the originally empty Lotus Sect became even more silent. And once the night came, there were no lights at all, and it was pitch black, terribly quiet and eerie, and not at all like a sect that should have a majestic appearance. Wacky, wacky, Chen Yang muttered as he walked down the road. Come to the Lotus Sect has been some days. He clearly felt that the clan inside each elder's sense of boundary is very strong. Almost one person guards a mountain. The mountain is also isolated from each other, such as their own territory. Do not allow outsiders to intrude, and the disciples between the various mountains. Usually there is no mutual communication. The previous Lotus Sect has more than 300 disciples, but he just happened to run into one on the road when he came back from the Hall of Merit a few days ago. The cultivators on each peak of the Lotus Sect were living in isolation from the outside world. This made Chen Yang feel very unnatural, always feeling that they, the elder disciples, were captive on the mountain peaks like the private property of their respective masters. A master covered in a foul odor, a dilapidated palace, elders with strange shapes and faces. This Lotus Sect, what kind of place is it? Walking alone on the road. The more Chen Yang thought about it, the more creepy he became in his heart, especially the elders inside, whose figures didn't look human at all. Weird, too weird. If he had grown up in the Lotus Sect, everything would seem to be a matter of course, but Chen Yang was not, and the more he learned, the more he felt that this Lotus Sect was just another treasure mud town. Ordinary mind, hocus pocus, phasing in, phasing out. As the wind blew on his body, Chen Yang only felt countless ants crawling inside his scalp, and after taking a deep breath, he murmured in his mind to calm his mind. Go talk to Senior Brother Zhou and see if you can learn more about the Lotus Sect. He walked towards Zhou Lingjuan's house. Zhou Lingjian grew up in the clan. Perhaps we can find some clues from his daily life. Where's Senior Brother Zhou? When passing by Zhou Lingjuan's house, he wanted to ask Molten Fan, but realized that Zhou Lingjun was not there. Chapter 21, he's going to become immortal. Could it be that Senior Master is still instructing Senior Brother Zhou in his cultivation? Chen Yang secretly thought. Now that Zhu Shan only had 2 of their disciples, there was more than enough energy. Go ahead and rest. Zhou Lingjun wasn't there, so he went back to his own place to rest, his mind groggy after a day of cultivation. First, go see how those immortal medicine seeds are doing. He didn't rush into the house, but went to the medicine garden in the cave behind him. Although a few days hadn't passed, under his careful care, some small green shoots had already poked out of the soil. The sprouting rate is so low. Chen Yang squatted in front of the medicinal garden. His brows furrowed as only a small portion of the seeds grew fine buds. Immortal medicine seeds are very tenacious. Basically, when they fall to the ground and meet water, they will take root in a day or two's work. That's all there is now, which makes him wonder. So carefully digging the soil with his hands, he held a few completely unsprouted seeds in his hands and surveyed them. How come? Chen Yang was surprised to find that these seeds were already starting to rot. Immortal medicine seeds can also rot? Chen Yang was very puzzled. How is it that seeds can all germinate in other people's hands, but in your own, how is it that they still suck? He plowed out some more seeds that hadn't germinated, and without exception, they were blackened and rotted. Could it be the seeds? Chen Yang guessed that even if he had taken care of it poorly, he wouldn't have let the seeds rot so much. There must be something wrong with it. He suspected that the seeds given by Elder Shu were adulterated. Go and talk to the master tomorrow. Chen Yang clapped his hands and stood up with a heavy heart. I was expecting to harvest a garden full of green meadows. These medicinal herbs, which could be the nourishment for cultivation later on, were related to cultivation. Did I offend Elder Shu somewhere? Chen Yang left the cave, secretly thinking as he walked, but there's no reason for that. He had only met Elder Shu for the first time, and Elder Shu's relationship with his master was still very good. The heart is very confused. Ugh, it's all falling out. After returning to the house, Chen Yang touched his head. It was bare. After these few days of cultivation, all his hair had fallen out cleanly. The immortal molt on his body also became thicker. He felt like he could scrub down a few pounds of sludge if he went for a shower right now. Strange, how it tickles a little. Just as he lay down with his eyes closed, he felt many faint tickling sensations coming from within his body, but it was very comfortable, similar to the throbbing of a seed sprouting and its vitality expressing itself outward. It's subtle. Chen Yang enjoyed himself and just fell asleep without realizing it. Bang, bang, bang. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen. Chen Yang only felt like he had just slept for a while when a loud rattling sound came from outside. Before he could open his eyes, he heard a boom. Something crashed through the door and ran in. Senior Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Immediately afterward, it felt like someone was pushing their body. For the sake of being too sleepy, it was only at this point that Chen Yang opened his eyes half asleep. When his eyes cleared, he realized that it was Zhou Lingjun shaking himself at the side. Senior Brother Zhou, what's wrong? Chen Yang asked as he rubbed his eyes. Senior Brother Chen, why are you still sleeping? I thought something had happened to you. Seeing that he woke up, Zhou Lingjuan's hanging heart dropped. What happened to me? Chen Yang was first puzzled, then realized that the light was not right and was surprised. It's dawn so soon? It's big light outside now. It's past noon. I came down from the top of the mountain. I didn't find you practicing, so I came to take a look, and through the doorway, I saw you on the bed, motionless, shouting and not responding. Zhou Lingjun recounted. It's noon. Chen Yang was shocked. How had he slept for so long? He himself only felt like it had only been a short while, that he had just fallen asleep, and, with sleepiness in his head, he hadn't gotten enough sleep. Quickly go and cultivate. Don't let the master know. If he thinks you're being lazy, he'll be chastised. Good. Chen Yang hurriedly climbed down from the bed. The sky is overcast today with a gray cloud. Damn, how did I oversleep? Senior Brother Zhou, help me sprinkle some water on the herbs. Leave it to me. Senior Brother Chen. Chen Yang cursed himself and after greeting Zhou Lingjun, he ran towards the immortal medicine on the mountain. Luckily it wasn't discovered by the master. After coming to the immortal pill, Chen Yang celebrated. From the mouth of his senior brother and sister he knew that the master was very strict, and anyone who was found to be lazy in their cultivation would suffer from poisonous insect bites, which was a very unpleasant taste. After being subjected to an insect bath by Zhu Shan, Chen Yang was now scared at the sight of insects. After taking a deep breath and calming his mind, he began a new day of cultivation. So sleepy, only just after closing his eyes, Chen Yang couldn't help but yawn, as if he had an endless doze. At first he could barely stand it, concentrating on absorbing the aura. But little by little, one begins to be faint of mind. Eventually, like a sown seed, it lies dormant in the soil. Although he slept, his body maintained the appearance of cultivation. And not only that, the immortal orifices in his body also continued to absorb aura. Late afternoon. Ka, ka, thunder rumbled in the sky. In the forest, a large and a small figure were making a move against each other. It was Zhu who was feeding punches to Zhou Lingjun as a way to sharpen his physical body and beat the essence of the divine deposit, so that he could refine his essence and transform his chi at an early date, and punch open the second divine deposit of his body. After hearing the ringing in the sky, Zhu put away his fist and tilted his head to look. A few small drops of rain fell on the face. Senior brother Chen is still cultivating there. Zhou Lingjun saw Chen Yang on the mountain not moving at the immortal pill and hurriedly reminded him. Chen Yang is now in the stage of metamorphosis. The layer of immortal metamorphosis wrapped around his body is most afraid of touching the rain. Once it is percolated, the Tao will be destroyed. Chen Yang. Zhu shouted at him and frowned when he saw no response. Deaf aren't you? You can't hear all that thunder. Chen Yang. Senior brother Chen. It's going to rain. Quickly hide. Both Zhu and Zhou Ling shouted again. But Chen Yang was like a stone statue. You practice boxing first. Heavy rain was about to fall. And Zhu quickly ran towards the place where the immortal medicine was. He was very athletic, and it didn't take him long to follow the path. You guys? No. Zhu was furious when he saw Chen Yang's eyes close tightly, looking insensible to the movements outside. But he was just about to wake him up when he suddenly sensed something, and his eyes flinched, so he withdrew his hand. This guy, he's actually going to become immortal. Looking at Chen Yang, shock was written all over Zhu eyes because at this moment, this disciple of his was dormant in his immortal metamorphosis. This is the sign of becoming immortal. In other words, Chen Yang was going to shed this mortal body and become an immortal. How long has this been cultivated? What a fast speed. Picked up a treasure. Picked up a treasure. Zhu shocked eyes gradually changed to excitement and great joy. Even the breath in his mouth began to gradually become rapid. What kind of cultivation monster had he himself taken in? Boom, boom. The air shook, and large drops of rain fell. Feeling the coldness on his face, Zhu then snapped out of his daze. No good. Seeing the rain start to get heavier, Zhu felt bad. The rain mustn't be allowed to wash away the immortal mold from Chen Yang's body. When it was too late, he quickly took off the gray robe on his body and draped it over Chen Yang, wrapping it tightly. In his current state, Chen Yang could not move or be disturbed. When he was done, he ran back to the yard as fast as he could, break the 5 pillars of the gazebo inside. Then the entire pavilion was moved and used to shelter Chen Yang from the wind and rain. Wow. Gingerly, I finally got it all done in time for the pouring rain. So close. Looking at the rain curtain outside, Zhu exhaled a long breath of relief. Chapter 22, The King's Nest. Then he sat on his butt next to Chen Yang. At the moment in his eyes, this disciple in front of him was a piece of red-hot fine iron. Hot, boiling hot, a rare treasure. Facing the worsening weather outside, Zhu was as good as it gets. Hands secured the pavilion to death, fearing that it would be overturned by this raging storm. Under his unfailing protection, Chen Yang peacefully transformed. As time went by, the immortal mold on Chen Yang's body became thicker and thicker. Even the face was blurred. If an unaware outsider saw it, they would think it was a clothing-wrapped terracotta figurine sitting here. Zhu then stood guard next to him at all times, waiting for the day when he would break out of his cocoon. Chen Yang, on the other hand, fell into a dream world. Woo woo. Early in the morning, the cell phone next to my pillow vibrated incessantly. A hand reached out from under the covers and snuffed out the noisy alarm clock. The young man sleeping on his stomach with his head buried in a pillow woke up with sleepy eyes. The youth seemed to realize something and his eyes snapped open, then sat down on the bed and looked around repeatedly. Everything was familiar and strange at the same time. Boss, 3 siumai and a steamed bun. Pork is only 18 a pound today. How about this lean piece? Dodo. The youth pushed open the window beside his bed, and the cacophony of vendors and automobiles in the alley below came in like a flood. Wang Chao, a freshly graduated young man, is living in a rented house in the middle of a city village, with a job that pays $6,000 a month. What a weird dream. Looking outside, Wang Chao scratched his head. He felt that he had a very long dream last night. He couldn't recall the content of the dream. He only vaguely remembered that it was a cultivation world, in which cultivators used mortals as cultivation materials to plant parasites and cultivate elixirs. It was a dream, but it was empathetic and very real. It's 8 o'clock. It's over. I'm going to be late for work. Taking a look at the cell phone, Wang Chao had a jolt and hurriedly climbed up from the bed. I hope I can make it, or I'll lose my $200 for full attendance this month. Never stay up late again. Wang Chao was remorseful and quickly put on his clothes and pants and ran downstairs while fixing his hair. The start time is 9 o'clock, but his commute is around an hour. Although the place to live a little farther, but compared to the city often 1 or 2,000 rent, $600 a month with all the appliances in the urban village extraordinarily warm. Here, the cost of living than the bustling city to be a lot lower. Boss, a meat bun and a cup of soy milk, $3.50. Too late to eat. He carried his breakfast and swept a shared bike to the subway entrance. When we got to the subway entrance, it was as crowded as ever. King's Nest waited in line with the crowd and was finally able to catch his breath and eat breakfast. When you get on the subway, you have to change 2 lines. By the time we got out of the station, it was almost 9 o'clock. It's over. Full time is really gone. It was hard to get to the bottom of the company, but the long line at the elevator door completely shattered his dreams of full attendance. Wang Chao's whole body is like a leaky balloon. Today is considered to be in vain. After a wait so long that it could be described as torturous, I arrived at the office, punched my card, and it was already 9:30. Inside, a small cubicle was already filled with people. Little Wang, why are you so late? Just as he sat down at his workstation, the team leader approached him with a cold face. Brother Zhao, there's a traffic jam on the road today, so don't say so much. Get these things organized for me. I want them at noon. The man interrupted and placed several documents next to his computer. Okay Joe, next time don't be late. Don't worry, it won't. After a brief exchange, the two began to go about their own business. Wang Chao rested his chin on his left hand, picked up the document with his right hand and flipped through it, then turned on his computer. The day-to-day hustle begins again. A 2-hour break for lunch. Order takeout and eat. Keep working. 8:30 p.m. Right on time. Wang Chao tucked his hands into his shirt pockets and walked on the flyover. Surrounded by majestic high-rise buildings over 100 meters covered with glass shells, and underneath his feet was a slow-moving stream of traffic. Now that there was time, he was in no hurry to catch the bus. I wonder what the view of the city would be like from above. Wang Chao stopped and looked up at the residential area in the distance, muttering. He, like most of the city's beatniks, fantasized about having a place of his own in the city. Dodo. A beeping sound came from the cell phone. Wang Chao took his cell phone out and tapped it to view it. Wang, please pay next month's rent. Okay, Auntie Lee. After tapping a few words on the screen, he transferred $600. Received. Good. Wang Chao sent another open-mouthed smiley emoji over. Then turn off your cell phone. Put it in your pants pocket. Silently watching the neon of the city. People came and went on the bridge and he left at some point. 10:30. Returning to his residence, Wang Chao first went to take a shower. After packing up, I clicked on my phone and lay down on my bed to brush up on my videos. From time to time, a happy smile appeared on his tired face. 12:30. Set the alarm for 7:30. Charge it, turn off the phone, and lie in bed with your eyes closed. It was late, but there was no sleepiness in my head. Toss and turn for who knows how long, before drifting off to sleep. Woo-woo, dawn so soon? Early in the morning, Wang Chao took a look at his cell phone. How he hoped that he had set the alarm clock wrong. Sitting on the bed, staring listlessly out the window. Time off always passes quickly. Shaking his head, he still forced himself to get up. Going to the bathroom. Brush your teeth. Wash your hair. Get dressed. After smiling in the mirror, he went to work. Boss, a meat bun and a cup of soy milk. $3.50. Payment successful. Wang Chao put his cell phone away and ate a bun while waiting for the bus with the crowd at the bus stop there. Chapter 23, Divine Hidden Realm. I was bored, so I took out my phone and tapped on my friends. The first one is a female student sharing food pictures. Delicate face, small suspenders, a few girls smiling face kayaku with the busy city night scene. King's Nest swept his eyes and traced his fingers upward. I will be at the top of the mountain, and I will see the mountains. And if the mountains do not come to me, I will go to the mountains. Here are a few cool photos of a classmate standing high in the mountains in his travel clothes, carrying a black bag and holding a hiking pole. King's Nest gave him a little red dot. You are like the moon in the water, which you cannot see. At the bottom is a male student sent a somewhat sad saying, and with a black trench coat, standing on the beach, staring into the distance full of melancholy side photo. Wang Nest flipped down the screen of his cell phone. Hand in hand, white heads, together in this life, the honor of eating your own wedding candy, and thereafter your sweetheart is your pillow. Another classmate got married, wearing a suit, a wedding photo with his wife in the meadow. King's Nest clicked on the picture. After sizing it up, return and read up on what other friends have shared below. The car is here. After waiting a short time, the people around him moved differently. Wang Chao hastily looked up to see that it was the 4 buses that he had to wait for, and his cell phone hastily exited the circle of friends and tapped the city's bus card. It's the morning rush hour and it's crowded. Wang Chao judged the stopping position according to the speed of the bus coming into the station, so as to squeeze in earlier. Half a minute later, the bus doors closed and slowly exited the station. There was no place in the car for a long time, and Wang Chao grabbed the handrail with his hand, and his body kept shaking with the bumps of the car. Wang Chao stood in the crowd, looking out the window at the rows of high-rise buildings, his eyes gradually confused. Sometimes he also pondered what the meaning of human life is. Working day in and day out? Working, earning money, going to and from work, or following the instincts of life, continuing the genes in the cells, buying a house, courting a spouse, getting married, having children. The bus stops and starts, and the whole bus is swaying like a wave in the sea. This is how Wang Nest lives every day. Repetition of boring work, get up and go to work, sleeping off work, day by day. 1 month later. Mom, don't worry, I'm all right here. Well, you guys have an early night, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed, so I'll hang up now. Leaving the company in the evening, Wang Chao followed up the call on his way home. Alone in the city, even all the way into my 20s, my parents still call often to check in. Snap. Located in the shade of the sidewalk light is not very good. Walking, Wang Chao's feet suddenly stumbled on something, almost fell. What is it? When I looked back, I realized it was a football-sized rock. It's so unethical, throwing things around. Wang Chao cursed and moved the stone to a nearby grass bed, but just as he was about to lift his foot to go, a sudden feeling of déjà vu rose from the bottom of his heart. It was a scene as if it had happened before. Strange, Wang Chao muttered, looking around as he walked, and the feeling continued. It seems like I've experienced these things in my dreams. The feeling is especially acute when coming to a stoplight at an intersection. 9, 8, 7. He was alone in the empty intersection, staring at the timer across the sidewalk, and a wave of unease welled up from his heart. A picture even flashed in his mind that later on, when he was crossing the street, he would be knocked right out of the way by a big truck, his limbs all crushed and bloodied by the tires. Phew, phew. As these images appeared, Wang Chao's breathing thickened uncontrollably. Fear, panic, impatience. What's going on today? Wang Chao was flustered, wondering how he could somehow have these thoughts. 3, 2, 1. The passable green pedestrian pattern on the indicator across the street lit up. The sound of beep 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 in the ear prompts pedestrians to pass quickly. Wang Chao just wanted to go over, but those bloody images kept flashing in his mind, distracting his attention. After just 3 seconds in place, phew, in an instant, an ear-splitting whine sped across the road in front of them. It was a big red truck that ran a red light. The air currents raised blew the king's nest on the side of the road full of dust. Wang Chao's expression froze, and his eyes kept trembling. Cold sweat broke out. A brush with death, and a feeling of having survived a robbery bubbled up. So close, so close. Wang Nest patted his chest. The mind is unsettled. Probing his head, he looked carefully and realized there were no cars before carefully crossing the street. Ka, ka, ka. But just as he walked in the middle of the intersection, the world around him went quiet for a moment. Then the sound of something breaking apart came from heaven and earth. The next moment, Wang Chao saw that the space around him cracked a little bit like a lens. Countless bizarre black gases emerged from those cracks. Lean into him. Ka, ka, ka. Xian Yun Peak. In the pavilion, there was a sudden faint cracking sound coming from that which was wrapped in clothing. It's going to break out of the cocoon. The entire spirit of Zhu Shan, who was guarding beside him, shook. The layer of immortal molts that covered Chen Yang's physical body was seen to be shedding little by little. The skin underneath is as white as a baby's. As Chen Yang completed his metamorphosis, his consciousness gradually woke up. How did I fall asleep? Chen Yang thought he was asleep. He dreamed of his former self and the last moments of his life. Wang Chao, his former name. Good disciple, you've finally woken up. Zhu Shan's elated face was almost plastered on his face. Not good. Chen Yang was shocked in his heart, thinking that it was over. Being discovered by his master that he had fallen asleep cultivating, seeing Master Teacher standing in front of him, he then hurriedly said, Master Teacher, I didn't sleep well last night and was careless. It's good to be asleep. It's good to be asleep. Chen Yang, who was already prepared to be punished, was a bit unable to react for a moment after hearing this. Good disciple, now do you feel the presence of a hot warm current under your navel? Zhu Shan asked with a smile. Warm currents? Chen Yang began to experience it. It was discovered that within his small abdomen, there was indeed a hot mass, like a furnace there, constantly steaming upwards with hot air. May I? Zhu asked as he moved closer. Aha! Chen Yang nodded and asked, Master, what am I? Zhu Shan laughed. You're completing your metamorphosis and arriving at the divine deposit realm. That mass of warmth is the innate essence from your first divine deposit. I've broken through to the divine hidden realm? Chen Yang looked at himself with great surprise. Not bad, it's the divine hidden realm. From now on, you're not one of those mortals. After Zhu Shan finished speaking, he walked to the place where the immortal pills were planted next to him. Divine Hidden Realm. Divine Hidden Realm. Chen Yang surveyed his body. Under the layer of immortal mold on the surface of his skin, there was a jade-like immortal body. Zhu Shan snapped off a branch from that Huanglian immortal pill and handed it to him. Take it quickly. Take advantage of the fact that the divine deposit is now beginning to open, and the essence of the innate is boiling to refine more essence. Thank you, Master. Chen Yang received the immortal pill and then ate it all into his mouth. Chapter 24 Abnormalities in the Medicinal Garden. The immortal pill tastes like nothing at first, only a slight sense of coolness. It was just when Chen Yang thought that was all there was to it. An unspeakable wave erupted and went straight to his head. It's like having a mouthful of mustard. Is this what senior brother Joe said was like ascending to immortality? It's so hard to feel. Chen Yang's face was about to crumple into a ball, clenching his teeth and squeezing his hands in death. This flavor shattered all his suspicions about immortal pills. Not good, is it? Zhu Shan laughed out loud and said, good medicine is bitter. Immortal medicine is even more bitter. The better the immortal medicine, the harder it is to eat. No pain, no gain. Chen Yang swallowed the immortal pill with great difficulty and said in a fierce voice. The taste of the immortal medicine exploded inside his mouth, and his entire body could no longer feel any sensation. Flying, as it were. Not bad. If you can't suffer, you can't become an immortal. Zhu Shan nodded, satisfied with Chen Yang's performance. It took about a dozen breaths of enduring just that before the feeling of impact began to fade. Chen Yang took a long breath and slowly exhaled it before his demeanor began to return to normal. But the after effects of the elixir were still there, and now he couldn't feel his mouth, as if what he had just put into it was a bomb that had blown his jaw off. It's finally died down. It was good that he could still talk, and the taste of the immortal medicine was something he would never forget. There's nothing normal in this world. Chen Yang in his heart broke and cursed. Never thought that the immortal medicine was actually like this. Previously thought that it was how much more flavorful and wonderful. But it was right to think that the best way for a fragile treasure like an immortal medicine to prevent itself from being eaten by wild beasts was to make itself unpalatable. The more unpalatable the better. Anyway, after tasting the flavor of this Huanglian immortal pill, Chen Yang would not take it again if he had to, and even if he had to eat it, he would not eat so much in one bite. It was very different from his understanding of immortal medicine. How? Juzan asked him with a smirk. Chen Yang scratched his head and said, if only it could be mixed with some honey and eaten together. I don't have the heart to prepare that for you. Zhu Shan picked up a piece of clothing from the side and threw it to him. Go to the big fish spring to wash up first. Chen Yang took the clothes, thought of something and said, by the way, Master, is there something wrong with the immortal pill seeds that Elder Shu gave me? Many of them rotted before they could germinate. No way. Jushan frowned. I don't know what's going on. Only a few germinated. Go on, check it out. All this time Zhu Shan was guarding this place, not moving an inch, not caring about anything else. The two walked down the hill. Master, how long have I been cultivating? Chen Yang asked as he followed him. The immortal molds on his body were thick, falling to the ground as he walked. It felt like they had been accumulated for a long time. A month. Zhu Shan walked with his hands behind his back, and it could be heard that he was in an extremely good mood at this time. So long. Chen Yang claimed to be surprised that he had slept and dreamed for a month. You first rest for a few days. When the medicinal effect of the immortal medicine is absorbed well, I will teach you the 7-star fist to boil the essence of the divine collection. The early stage of the divine collection is to take the essence of the water valleys and make up for the essence of the innate nature. The divine collection is like a furnace. Practicing the fist to boil the physical body is like adding firewood to the bottom of the furnace and adding fire to the furnace, and so on. When the essence of the water of the furnace is being boiled to a boil, it is the refining of essence and transforming the chi, so that it can break through the second divine collection. Jushan explained it to him as he walked. Chen Yan listened carefully to the subtleties at the back. The 7-star fist was a dominating fist, and he had watched Zhou Lingjun fight it, and within a few times, he was sweating like beans and panting. Master teacher, can I exercise with weights? Chen Yang asked if the weight-bearing effect would be better since it was mainly about beating up the physical body. Naturally you can, but you can't practice for a long time, because it will affect the flexibility and coordination of the body. Look at the master. Although his body is wide and fat, but he often plays the 7-star fist, and his hands are still as strong as an ape. If the body is practiced to be stiff, then in the future, the chi in the second divine residence will not be smooth, and when he reaches the realm of the palace of the Tao, the operation of the magical power will be clogged, and only by practicing the fist can you do it in the right way. Tension and chi. Got it, got it. The two soon reached the bottom. Master, it was early morning, and Zhou Lingjun was practicing in front of the house. This month Zhu Shan didn't even have the heart to care about him, but he was also very self-conscious and never lazy. Aha! Jushan nodded at him. Senior brother Chen, You've broken through to the divine hidden realm? Seeing Chen Yang behind him as if he had just come out of the ground, Zhou Lingjun was shocked. This little senior brother. His cultivation level was already the same as his own so quickly. The poisonous insects he was dipped in earlier were very strong and saved a lot of time. Jushan explained. That's nice. Zhou Lingjun was envious. Is that so? Chen Yang then pondered. Senior brother Chen, there's something wrong with the herbs in your medicinal garden, Zhou Lingjun said suspiciously. This month, seeing as Chen Yang was away, he had been helping to look after the medicinal garden. Chen Yang's medicinal garden was obviously different from his own. Senior brother Zhou, I've spoken to the master, Chen Yang said. I'll check it out. Zhu Shan walked towards Chen Yang's medicinal garden. The two men followed. Senior brother Chen, the herbs in your medicinal garden are growing so little, and I noticed that many of the seeds haven't germinated. Zhou Lingjun whispered to him. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with that either. Chen Yang was worried. He just didn't know if he could still go to the Hall of Merits and Virtues and ask for some more to come. Strange, after arriving in the cave, in that medicinal garden, there were only vaguely 30 or so medicinal herbs present, and they weren't growing very well. It was also the first time that Zhu Shan had seen this situation. Master, is there something wrong with the seeds? Zhou Lingjun also had a guess. Zhu Shan shook his head. No, they are all immortal medicine seeds with vigorous vitality. Even if they are boiled in water, they won't break their vitality if not boiled for 3 or 2 hours. What was that all about? Senior, can you have the sect redistribute some seeds to me? Chen Yang asked tentatively. No, immortal medicine seeds are also rare treasures. Elder Shu should be mistaken. It's a pity that he is now leaving the sect to travel around in the clouds, or else he must go to find him and ask him clearly. Well, Shu Shan's gaze slanted at Zhou Lingjun before he said to Chen Yang, it's fine, there are enough medicinal herbs as well. These herbs were only somewhat helpful in refining essence, and the ones planted by their elder brothers and sisters who had gone to the main clan had long since been consumed. Seeing that his master could not even see any reason for this, Chen Yang could not help but feel disappointed in his heart. It's one of the few things you have at home. Go ahead and wash the immortal malt off your body. Zhou Lingjun, come, let me see how well you have practiced the 7-star fist this month. Okay master. Zhu Shan left with Zhou Lingjun. Chen Yang could only helplessly go to the big fish spring in the valley at the bottom of the mountain. Chapter 25, Attempts. The big fish spring is a pool of water about 10 feet wide, clean and clear. Also there are many small waterfalls running down the rock walls. It is now early morning and the water is smoky, and in the center of the water, there was an ancient wood that had fallen into it, and at the rotting roots of the ancient wood, in the thick moss, there was a bright green sapling growing. Up there, that's where senior brother Hichu often practiced. It had been almost a month since elder brother had left for the main clan, and the traces left behind by his original frequent meditation were now covered by new growth of moss. Boo! As Chen Yang was surveying the natural scenery that was like a fairyland, a slight swimming sound came from the water. Follow the sound. It was found to be a slender, green-scaled monster fish swimming underwater. The fish was as slender as a snake, had a tail, but strangely no fins, and had a fleshy head with 2 whiskers 3 times longer than its body from its eyes. It's weird looking, Chen Yang muttered. He actually saw the shadow of an immortal and kind eyes on a fish, placed his clean clothes on the side and jumped into the water. The layer of immortal mold on his body dispersed when it encountered water, and with him as the center, the surrounding water was obviously becoming turbid. The creatures in the water couldn't take it and avoided the area in disgust. Ha! The hair is growing out. Upon dipping into the water and looking at himself in the water, he saw that underneath the fairy molt on his head, there was a thick mane of black hair. After shedding the mortal flesh he once had, he realized that his eyes became glowing, like 2 bright flames, and his body became more in tune with heaven and earth, even a bit transcendent. Having broken through to the divine hidden realm, I was in a good mood today. Chen Yang dove headfirst into the water, chase all kinds of strange fish under the water. It was more than 30 breaths before he poked his head out of the water. It's amazing how long you can hold your breath. Chen Yang ran his hands through his hair, very surprised that being underwater for such a long time was actually not his limit. Then tried it again in the water. Come out when you can't stand it anymore. Almost 100 breaths. Immortal bodies are just different. Chen Yang was pleasantly surprised as he now felt the difference between his physical body and before. Like Zhou Lingjun, there was no need to act like a mortal and still have to sleep and rest every night. At that moment a ray of light shone down. The golden sunlight of the early morning pierced through the clouds and projected from the sky onto the mountains. Heaven and earth are bathed in golden light. Chen Yang tilted his head and looked at this spectacular scene of mountains and rivers, looking mesmerized, and after a while, he couldn't help but murmur, so what's the world outside like? He was longing and curious about the world outside the sect. It feels like a caged bird, trapped here. This water. Looking at the direction of the water flow, Chen Yang suddenly became thoughtful. He didn't know where the way out of the Lotus Sect was, but this water, surely, could flow out of the Lotus Sect. Chen Yang wanted to follow this stream and take a look below. Xianyun Peak was on the outskirts of the Lotus Sect, and following the direction of this water flow was outside. However, he had scruples because the sect clearly stipulated that disciples could not leave the sect without authorization, and once discovered, they would be severely punished. But after seeing the clothes on the side, a thought came to mind. After careful calculation, he decided to take a chance. It was a rare opportunity. There might not be such a good reason behind it, and there was never a possibility of escaping from this hellhole without trying. Within a short time, a couple of wares appeared in the water and flowed with it. After Chen Yan washed himself clean, he realized that the clothes had all been washed away by the water. He cried no good and was forced to go downstream naked to look for it. Master, I'm going to run out of blood, Siki Dan. On the mountain, Zhou Lingjun and Zhu Shan came to the place where they usually practiced boxing and asked Zhu Shan for food. Take it. Zhu Shan pulled out 2 small bottles from his sleeves and gave them to him. Zhou Lingjun took it and threw a capsule into his mouth before asking, Master, I feel like I'm getting hungry faster and faster these days. Usually it's almost 1 capsule in 10 days, but now it takes 1 capsule in 5 days to get enough. What's going on? Every day, as usual, boxing, but for no reason suddenly doubled the amount of food, and the body does not see the blossoming of fat, which makes him very panicked. Yeah, when Zhu Shan heard this, his eyes sized him up and the corner of his mouth slowly lifted. Master? Master? Zhou Lingjun was puzzled as to why his master teacher would show such an expression towards him. Zhu Shan paused his spirit and explained, Normal. This should mean that you are going to refine your essence and transform your qi. Really? Zhou Lingjun was filled with surprise. Zhu Shan tabooed. Not bad, practice your fists well. If you're diligent enough, you should be able to pass through the second divine deposit at the end of the year and break through to the middle divine deposit stage. Hearing that it was he who was about to make a breakthrough, Zhou Lingjun hurriedly and excitedly stated, Don't worry, Master, I will definitely cultivate harder. Good. Jusan smiled in relief. The two then proceeded to punch each other. Zhu Shan was very patient with his disciple, and every day he was willing to spend a lot of energy on his disciple's cultivation. In the valley, Chen Sunshine was on his feet, folding a few thick branches and leaves to block his body, and walking slowly in the stream. Although it was a small mountain stream, the stream gradually became spacious as it converged with water from various valleys. It's so quiet. Chen Yang looked around and realized that the mountain outside was completely silent. Strange, how come there aren't any flying birds or beasts inside these peaks of the Lotus Sect? When he reached this, he suddenly noticed the unusual thing. It was understandable that the peaks inside were free of birds and animals due to the fact that there were immortals living in them. But it was bizarre that there was no sign of animals in this outside mountain range where the grass and trees were so dense. Deep in the mountains and old forests, the trees around them grew taller and taller. Almost all of them were more than 20 feet tall with a canopy of leaves, covering the entire stream. The vapor was so thick that Chen Yang felt the air begin to emit an eerie chill. Goosebumps gradually rose on his body. What he didn't know was that a pair of red eyes were coldly watching him from an ancient tree among the mountains. It was a black python over 2 feet long with yellow spots, as thick as a thigh. The black python wrapped itself around the trunk of the tree, burrowed into the dense forest, and disappeared. Soon, Chen Yang walked to the end of the stream. The river was wide and shallow here, and there were many rocks where his own clothes, washed down, were hanging, and ahead is the bluff. Chen Yang picked up the clothes and looked forward, listening to the sound of falling water. He knew that the cliff was not very high. What's that odor? Just as he was about to check out the edge of the cliff, he suddenly caught a strange odor, cauliflower snake-like stench. At the same time, a black figure slowly walked out from the water mist next to him. Ghostly, wordlessly, Chen Yang was taken aback. It was a middle-aged man in a straw raincoat and a bucket hat, very strong, who was coldly scrutinizing him. Greetings, elder. Chen Yang hurriedly saluted. He didn't even know who this person was, but to be able to appear in these places, he must be a sect elder. Chapter 26, 3 Essences and 9 Monsters. Boom! The man did not reply. His eyes were stern. Then a powerful fluctuation surged out of his body, overturning the water surface. Chen Yang was caught off guard, feeling an invisible wall smashing in, giving a crash out. It landed 3 feet away and smashed into the water. You disciple, what are you doing here? Don't you know the rules of the sect? The man appeared in front of him in an instant, stomping on his chest and holding it down under the water. He asked indifferently, his voice penetrating so much that it directly exploded in Chen Yang's mind. A large amount of water poured into his mouth, choking Chen Yang's throat with a fiery pain. Fortunately, the water was not deep. After trying to lift my head out of the water, I hurriedly explained, Elder, I came down to pick up my clothes. I just broke through to the divine hidden realm today, and just now when I was cleaning my body at the great fish spring, my clothes were accidentally washed down by the water. and I was afraid of being chastised by the master. So then, elder, spare my life. Pick up the clothes. The man's eyes narrowed, and not only did he not let go of his foot, but he also increased his force by a few points. Coo. Chen Yang's entire body stepped all the way into the water, not allowing for a change of air. This elder also intentionally varied the force so that he kept choking on the water. It's really just broken through. After a while, the man murmured before releasing his foot. Phew. Chen Yang sat in the water, his face pale and panting heavily. Today is just a small lesson for you. Normally if any disciple dares to come to these places, I won't just punish them, the man said seriously. Thank you, elder, for your mercy. Disciple will never dare to offend the rules of the sect next time. Chen Yang hurriedly got up and assured him. Which mountain peak are you a disciple of? The man asked. Xian Yunfeng, Jushan's disciple? Aha, that stupid pig. How did he teach his disciple? There was displeasure in the man's eyes. Then he said to Chen Yang, still not going back? As you wish, elder. Disciple excuses himself. After Chen Yang made a bow, he took the clothes and fled as if he had left. The heart palpitates, and one walks forward, not daring to look back at all. The elder's figure gradually disappeared in the water mist. So close. It was only when he arrived at the big fish spring that Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief and had more than a few afterthoughts. If he didn't have a reason to do so, he even suspected that the elder would directly kill himself. For us disciples, the sect is really well guarded. It seems unlikely to want to leave from inside the sect. Chen Yang sat on the edge of the stream and secretly pondered. This trial made him deeply feel how strict the sect was in guarding the disciples in the sect, but it also inspired him even more to want to escape from the Lotus Sect. It wasn't that he was suspicious, but this Lotus Sect wasn't a proper place by any stretch of the imagination. Isn't Senior Master going to take us to the medicinal garden in a while? Perhaps there is a chance to leave then. And it's best to escape from inside the river so that we can cover up the odor on our body. Chen Yang pondered in his heart. The elders were so tightly guarded that he knew it was hopeless to escape from within the sect. Those elders were all highly cultivated immortals with powerful magical powers, and under their guard, it was as hard as heaven to leave. It's taboo, and I'm afraid there will be no trial and error. The trail can be hidden, but the smell of the body can't be hidden. Even dogs can follow the smell tracking. These immortals must also have the smell tracking art. There should be a big river under that stream, but unfortunately I don't know where that river flows. Chen Yang thought back, but the trees in the mountains were too dense for him to be sure. After resting for a while, the mind finally calmed down. Walk back up the hill in wet clothes. After returning to the mountain peak, Chen Yang cultivated in the house. Now that he had completed his metamorphosis, his body's need for aura was not as strong as it was before, and now he didn't need to cultivate next to the immortal pill. Moreover, after losing some branches and leaves, the immortal pills needed to recover, and Jushan would not allow them to compete with the immortal pills for aura again. Next, Chen Yang was in the house absorbing the medicinal effects of the immortal medicine leaves. Under its nourishment, it could be clearly felt that the massive warmth in the belly was gradually growing. Night. Outside the Lotus Sect, a short figure was nimbly jumping up and down the steep mountain carrying a large sack. It appeared to be an aged mountain rat in clothing, with rough fur and a lot of dirt and hay smeared in gray. Finally came back to the sect. The rat grasped the raised stone with one hand and murmured as he looked at the moon in the sky. Hey, this trip, the harvest is good. Then with eyes full of laughter, he looked at the bag he was carrying. Phew! However, when he had just jumped onto the cliff, a black whirlwind suddenly attacked from the side. There was also a sharp claw hidden in the black wind, aiming straight for the vitals. What? The rat dodged in a hurry, narrowly avoiding it with a heel. The sharp claws slashed against his body, bringing down a few strands of flesh and blood. When the blow missed, the figure in the black wind swung its waist and saw a huge snake tail flung with a cold light of scales and armor. Oomph! The rat grunted coldly, grasping the mouth of the sack with his left hand. His right hand retracted, and a dark green vortex then appeared between his palms. As the huge snake tail drew in, a green light flared in that rat man's eyes and he handed out a palm. Boom! The thin and slender palm clashed with the snake's tail, making a dull ringing sound. The trees around them were blown and shaken by the fluctuations that surged out. The two forces were too strong, and the figure in that black wind was slapped back and forth. The rat man, on the other hand, used this force to leap backward more than 10 feet away and landed lightly on the ground. Gazing ahead with a chilly gaze, he said in a cold voice, "There's no need for a sneak attack if you want to kill old me." Ha! The figure in that black wind was surprised that this mountain rat could have such strength. Please, Divine Lord Z. The rat man entered a state of sparring, instantly radiating a majestic green mana as well as a strong aura of violence. The black wind in front of them dispersed, revealing the burly man inside. Sub-divine art? Seeing that the rat man had moved, he hastily laughed. So it's Elder Shua. Misunderstanding. I thought it's which unenlightened wild cultivator wants to sneak into the Lotus Sect quietly and steal the immortal pills that we have worked so hard to cultivate. Misunderstanding 1. This big night, black light, I can't see clearly. See, on the basis that I am also for the sake of guarding the wealth of the sect, I also hope that Elder Shu don't take it to heart. I absolutely have no intention of offending. The man looked careless. These two demons are both belonging to the 3 essence and 9 monsters, one with the back of the Z Divine Sovereign and the other with the back of the C Divine Sovereign. It better be a misunderstanding. The rat man didn't put away his mana and didn't stay long, and after coldly sweeping him, he turned around with his sack on his back and headed for the clan's door. Elder Shu, I'm really sorry, come to my mountain peak for dinner some other day, the man shouted at his back. But Elder Shu didn't care about him and soon disappeared from view. The man shook his head and laughed. How petty, just kidding. As he spoke, the man's gaze became gloomy, but this old thing usually hides quite deeply. All of them are a handful of years old, but their bodies are still so tough, and they were able to catch my attack. The man's figure walked into the forest, out of sight. Chapter 27 Maximum Benefit. The bright moon hung alone, and the miserable white moonlight shone among the boundless mountains. Elder Shu's mana dispersed after he entered the Lotus Sect. The hair on his body receded and changed into human form. But you can tell by the expression that maintaining a physical body is hard to bear. Then carrying the bag, he quickly climbed up Xian Yun Peak. The compound at the top of the hill was also quiet, with no one in the house at all. Elder Shu was nimble and jumped in with a single leap, standing in the courtyard, glancing around and frowning. Not here? Hardly. He turned his gaze to the ground, then pressed his left ear to the ground and laughed when he heard a faint sound from below. So it's underneath. Standing up, his foot lightly nudged the ground, making a motion. Not long after, Zhu Shan, who was wearing a pig head, opened the door and walked out. Old Shu, you pig-headed, you're still young, don't overindulge too much now, overdrawing your body will affect the breakthrough later. Elder Shu placed the sack on the ground and cautioned. Zhu Shan, however, patted his big belly full of concern and said, in the clan suffered so much gas, the heart is blocked, the night is not in the body of these pussies will be spreading the fire out, have to suffocate, and even more impact on the breakthrough. Alas. But unfortunately, they are all mortal fetuses, cannot give birth to a pregnancy. Yeah, it's hard on anyone who puts it on. Elder Shu was also very understanding. No word from your clan yet? He asked. Zhu Shan said unwillingly, those females in the clan have all gone to climb up to the strong ones. The strong ones have a lot of wives and concubines. Those elders in the clan don't even share the females that are not spiritually open with me. And anyway, relying on the race, I can't count on it anymore. In the end, it's still the Lotus Sect that's too small. If you could go to be an elder in one of those big powers, there would definitely be a part for you. Elder Shu comforted. Let's go back after we break through to the chi-eating realm. This Lotus Sect, it's no fun to stay. Zhu Shan looked at the sacks on the ground. Not a bad harvest, right? Well, I've run around quite a bit, and I've even been to some of the forest domain's workshops to exchange them. And these things are too hard to find. Elder Shu replied. Zhu Shan picked up the bag and once he opened it, it was filled with all kinds of strange insects and poisonous substances, densely packed. With these nourishing items, your disciple should be able to complete his metamorphosis faster. Elder Shu said. Zhu Shan immediately revealed a smile. Old Shu, he has broken through to the divine hidden realm. What? My God, so fast. Elder Shu was startled at the sound. Really? He asked excitedly. Zhu Shan nodded. That little guy, he's even more uncomplicated than we thought. Come on, show me. Elder Shu couldn't wait to go and make sure for himself. Come on. The horizontal flesh on Zhu Shan's head quickly contracted and eventually changed into a human form, leading Elder Shu towards the bottom of the mountain. By the way, what happened to the immortal medicine seeds you gave that kid? Most of them are surprisingly rotting in the soil. Zhu Shan inquired about the abnormalities of the herbs. It can't be. I gave him the best seeds. Elder Shu felt wronged. Could it be that there are elders who are secretly messing around? Zhu Shan naturally believed him. It should be. Elder Shu said thoughtfully. There was no way that he could make a mistake here on his own, and aside from the other elders, he really couldn't think of what would cause an immortal medicine seed to rot in the soil. Old Zhu, it seems like an elder is planning to drive us away. Elder Shu guessed. No way. I'm in my prime and the clan is going to start kicking me out? Jushan didn't believe it. Elder Shu seriously said. It is entirely possible that you have injuries. The elders above expect you to break through to the chi-eating realm. Coupled with the fact that the clan has done a big business with the Lin clan, the immortal fetus born in the back of the medicinal garden are not enough to be divided up, and raising the extra elders will consume a lot of bone and blood pills. There are races behind you and me to bless them, and they don't dare to drive them away openly, and so they are making trips in the shadows. When I just came back from outside, I was attacked by the elders guarding the clan, saying that it was a misunderstanding. But who doesn't know what's in their mind? Elder Shu said while showing the marks of scratches on his body. Damn. When Jushan saw it, he gritted his teeth in anger. I didn't expect the clan to do such a desperate thing. If we didn't belong to the 12 sacrifice division, I'm afraid the sect would have just used force. Elder Shu was also furious. I'll just stick around and see what tricks they can pull. If the clan forced it, Zhu Shan was not afraid. Although his cultivation was low, he was a living being within the sacrifice division race. Right. Elder Shu was very much in favor of having food and shelter here. Soon, the two of them arrived outside Chen Yang's house. Through the window, he could be seen sitting on the bed and practicing. Chen Yang was now an immortal fetus, an immortal, and could already rest without having to sleep and rest like a mortal. It really has reached the divine hidden realm. The pupils of Elder Shu's eyes were glazed over, and he could tell that Chen Yang's first divine deposit had indeed been opened. At this rate, it might be possible to reach the Dao Palace realm in 3 or 2 years. Jushan weighed in. With such a good immortal pill, there is absolutely no problem in producing 2 immortal pills, Elder Shu said with a delighted expression. Luckily, I listened to you and exchanged the stinging compass with the Lin clan. Who knew that this guy would be able to give us such a big surprise later on? That compulsion egg is going to hatch, isn't it? Soon. Jushan was all smiles. Looking at Chen Yang, Elder Shu stroked his beard before saying with a sense of meaning, Old Zhu, I think we still haven't utilized this immortal pill properly. Oh? Zhu Shan asked. Old Shu, you have other uses? Elder Shu nodded. This guy has such good qualifications in clean flesh. The organs in his body will definitely be in high demand if we take them to some of the Lin Domain's markets to trade, and we will be able to exchange them for a few more nice treasures. If we empty his body, what will we take to raise the stinging compass? Zhu Shan was puzzled. Elder Shu laughed. Doesn't this guy have 2 kidneys with 2 lungs? When he's at the Dao Palace realm, taking out half of each won't have too much of an impact on his life, and the rest of his body will be enough to raise immortal compasses and form immortal dawn. Right. On this guy's state, less kidneys and half of the lungs can also support the development and growth of the immortal compulsion. But also your old man thought it through. My pig brain. How can I only react to it now? And almost caused a big waste. Zhu Shan was enlightened after hearing this. It was still the Elder Shu who would be finicky and not maximize the benefits. He was simply wasting his money. The thought crossed his mind and he gritted his teeth again. Old Shu, when you leave this time take that tripod of mine outside and exchange it as well. Since you want to cultivate him, leave no stone unturned. Jushan then made a bold decision. To press their entire fortune. Chapter 28, Boxing Practice. It's not right. Hearing his thoughts, Elder Shu frowned. No matter, there's no use for me to keep that tripod, so I might as well exchange it for nourishing treasures to enhance this guy's quality, and the organ can be sold for a better price at that time. Makes sense. This will also prevent the 2 stinging compasses from being malnourished and not being able to produce immortal Dan. Elder Shu nodded his head in agreement after thinking about it. That tripod is not a precious thing. Kill wild cultivation income, usually is placed in the yard to catch the rainwater with. Have long wanted to take it for a change, but there has been no time to go out. Now is the time. I don't have any treasures. How about this? When the time comes, the kidneys go to you and the lungs go to me? Well, that's settled. Kidneys can be a bit more precious than lungs. Zhu Shan was not polite, and the two of them completed the distribution very smoothly. This time I went to the marketplace. I saw that someone in the Du family raised a demonic beast mount, a female demonic pig. When you get the kidney, you can go and exchange it for it, even though it's a wild demon and doesn't pass through the spirit. But after all, it's an immortal fetus, able to give birth to heirs for you. If you want, I'll go and greet the Qian family first, Elder Shu inquired. Zhu Shan twisted his fingers and after pondering, he shook his head and said, no need. This kidney, I plan to take it and exchange it for a kind of weapon. Weapons? So it's good. Not having a weapon at hand does very much affect strength. After whispering outside the house, the two returned to the hill. In their yard, they threw all those strange insects and poisons into the tripod and added many medicinal herbs, and began to boil over the fire. The Lotus Sect was silent as usual. No one is disturbed. Half a month passed. House. Almost. On the bed, Chen Yang opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. Feeling the hunger already coming from his stomach, he took a blood-seeky pill. He had been cultivating day and night in the house for the past half a month, finally digesting and absorbing the immortal medicine in his belly. The strand of innate essence in the divine collection also lay dormant. In order to continue to grow later on, one would have to take the water valley essence to replenish the innate essence by beating up the flesh. The skin is back to normal. Chen Yang looked at his arm, and the skin that was as white as a baby's turned to its usual color, the exuberance of which remains unchanged. After Tisk's king, he got up and went outside. It still looks comfortable like this. Senior Master and Senior Brother Joe are practicing boxing there. Xianyun Peak was just this big, and Chen Yang could hear the sound of boxing practice in the mountains. Successfully shedding his mortal body, he could be said to have been transformed, and his perceptual ability was now obviously a great deal higher than before. After going to the cave behind the house to look at the state of growth of the medicinal herb store, Chen Yang went to the place where his master and elder brother practiced boxing. The growth of the herbs was not very good, a short crop. Chen Yang was in a bitter mood. Senior brother Zhou, after arriving in the forest, he found that Zhou Lingjun was the only one here. When Zhou Lingjun saw him, he stopped his movements and smiled. Senior brother Chen, you've finished cultivating. Well, the yellow dot potency has been absorbed cleanly. Chen Yang looked around and asked, where is master? Master teacher has gone on duty and is not on Xianyun Peak for this period of time. On duty, master went to the medicine garden? Chen Yang immediately asked if he wasn't going to take them with him. He was still thinking that he could use his errand to the medicine garden to see if there was any chance of leaving the Lotus Sect. Zhou Lingjun shook his head and said, it shouldn't be to the pill garden. The pill garden is so big that without us, master teacher wouldn't be able to be busy on his own. Hopefully, Chen Yang said silently in his mind. After getting close to Zhou Lingjun, Chen Yang was surprised to find that the color of Zhou Lingjun's face was not right. There was none of the vibrant vitality that he used to have, and now it was as if he hadn't woken up from his sleep, and asked in disbelief, Senior brother Zhou, how did your state become worse? Yes? Zhou Lingjun didn't feel this way. Master said that I'm going to refine my essence and transform my qi. Maybe I'm too tired from practicing boxing for a while. Refine the essence and transform the qi. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang congratulated. Congratulations senior brother Zhou. It looks like it won't be long before you can break through the second seat and reach the middle stage of divine hidden. Once the essence was refined and the qi was transformed, the second divine deposit could be impacted. I'm going to cultivate hard and go to the main sect as soon as possible to live up to my master's high hopes. Zhou Lingjun clenched his fist and made up his mind and said excitedly. However, as Chen Yang looked at him, he fell silent, wanting to say something, but wanting to say it again. He wanted to remind Zhou Lingjun that there was actually something wrong and abnormal about the clan, but for the sake of his own safety, he let it go. If Zhou Lingjun went to tell his master, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave the Lotus Sect, and the sect would definitely not allow his kind of thinking to appear within the sect. Disciples like Zhou Lingjun grew up in the Lotus Sect, and so many bizarre and unreasonable clues that seemed so strange to himself seemed to him to be something normal, and all of the disciples' minds were controlled so that they couldn't feel anything wrong at all. The authorities were confused, but Chen Yang was a bystander. People have their own destinies. You're all still more dead than alive yourself. Senior brother Chen, the master is not here. Let me teach you the 7-star fist. Zhou Lingjun laughed, very familiar with all the various stances of the 7-star fist. Then thank you, senior brother Zhou. Chen Yang arched his hand and thanked him, and was planning to do just that. Here, stand behind me. Zhou Lingjun prepared his stance, slightly bending his legs and setting up a boxing stance. Chen Yang stood behind him and followed to learn. It was teaching boxing. Zhou Lingjun's speed was slow, trying his best to let Chen Yang see clearly. Chen Yang followed him bit by bit as he gesticulated and familiarized himself with the moves. So tired. It wasn't long before he slumped over in exhaustion, panting heavily. How? Zhou Lingjun asked as he stood in front of him. Sore all over. Normal, when you get used to it after a few days. In the beginning I could only hit it 7 or 8 times a day. Then I couldn't. Zhou Lingjun patted him on the shoulder. Senior brother Zhou, then how much can you fight every day now? Chen Yang got curious. Now that both of them were at the early stage of divine hidden, Zhou Lingjun stroked his chin, tilted his head up, aimed at the sky and said, I haven't counted, but continuously and non-stop, I can hit it more than 20 times at a time, and in a day, how about more than 200 times? So much. Chen Yang was dumbfounded by what he heard. He had only followed the stance and fought twice. Even the stances were still very substandard and he was tired like this. It was really hard to imagine how strong senior brother Zhou's physical strength was. It's normal. The adaptability of an immortal body is far beyond that of a mortal fetus. I'm sure that it won't take senior brother more than a month to fight 10 times in a row with no problem at all. After seeing the qualifications of this senior brother of his, Zhou Lingjun didn't think he was very good. Indeed, the body's ability to recover is much more impressive now than it was before. Just by talking, Chen Yang felt that the tiredness in his body was gradually dissipating, and his breathing began to calm down. If you are still a mortal body, you must not rest for several quarters of an hour. Senior brother Chen, sense any movement here? Zhou Lingjun pointed to his belly. Chen Yang sank his heart and could feel that there was a warm current at the location of the divine collection. So he said, there's a hot mass. This is our innate essence. The blood Siki Dan that we usually take is used to replenish this. The early stage of the divine collection is like boiling water in a furnace. When you boil this furnace water upwards to emit steam, You are refining the essence and transforming it into qi. And this is the source of the qi in our second divine collection. Zhou Lingjun took this opportunity to explain the principles of cultivation to him. Although there were such descriptions in the pamphlet given before, only when one empathizes with the situation can one have a deep understanding. Chapter 29, The Great Tonic. Burning the furnace to boil water. The innate essence in the divine residence is like water. Practicing boxing is adding firewood to the bottom of the furnace. Senior brother Zhou. Then when we take blood Siki Dan and absorb the water valley essence in it, we are filling up the furnace with water, aren't we? Chen Yang asked. Zhou Lingjun nodded his head and replied, that's right, our parents were both mortal flesh, so that caused all of us to have signs of innate deficiency, and we could only take blood Siki Dan, and by absorbing the rich water and grain essences in it, the latter would make up for the innate, and only when the essence of the divine deposit was complete, would we have enough to charge through to the second divine deposit. After chatting for a while, Chen Yang felt that his body had almost recovered, so he said, Senior brother Zhou, let's continue. Good. Zhou Lingjun continued to lead Chen Yang to compare punches and kicks. After being taught by him, over and over again, Chen Yang became more and more skillful with the 7-star fist. At the same time, as the movements became standard and the punches were just right, this greatly mobilized all the muscles in the body, and after a set of punches, it was also getting more and more tired. But fortunately, it was now the body of an immortal fetus, and it recovered quickly every time. Xu Shan hadn't returned to Xianyun Peak for the past few days while he was on duty. Chen Yang then followed Zhou Lingjuan's cultivation every day, and was also trying to compare and exchange blows with him, but unfortunately, due to the complete lack of experience, even when Zhou Lingjuan had already controlled most of his physical strength, he was easily defeated. Not a match at all. Day after day, until 5 days had passed. Early morning hours, Chen Yang ended his nightly cultivation. Open your eyes and feel refreshed and energized. Go ahead and fertilize the herbs. After getting up, Chen Yang took the bag of fertilizer and went to the cave's medicine garden. Ugh, what a no-brainer. Looking at the sickly growing herbs, Chen Yang muttered and complained. He took good care of them every day, but these herbs were disappointing day by day. Zhou Lingjuan's medicinal garden he went to see. Those medicinal herbs in it grew that called a vibrant, lush, enviable. Disappointment after disappointment. Chen Yang still honestly fertilized and sprinkled water to take good care of the herbs. Once he had cleaned up the medicine yard, he went to practice boxing as usual. Master. But just as he came out of the pill courtyard, he saw Zhu Shan standing outside, saluting in a hurry. These few days of my absence haven't delayed cultivation, have they? Zhuzhen asked him. Chen Yang shook his head. No, after absorbing the medicinal effects of the immortal pill, I have been practicing the 7-star fist with senior brother Zhou. Very well, an inch of time is an inch of gold. At your current age, it is the golden time for cultivation. Remember not to waste your cultivation. Xu Shan admonished in a serious tone. Disciple understands. Xu Shan nodded slightly and took down a gourd from his waist, handing it to him. This is a great tonic brewed by Master. It can energize your divine hidden essence. Thank you, Master. Chen Yang thanked him and took the gourd, and when he opened it, it was a strange odor that could not be described in words that rushed into his brain through his nose. Makes you want to puke. The form of the stuff inside is also unnameable. Master, in here. Chen Yang saw that in the gourd was something black like sludge. Hard to believe. This is the so-called great tonic? Zhu Shan explained. This is for the teacher with a variety of strange things boiled. Are all treasures? Is the breath and flavor inferior? But definitely belongs to the nourishing top quality. Your former senior brothers and sisters have not had the opportunity to taste it. Yeah. Chen Yang looked at the gourd with a heavy heart. Is there really nothing normal in this world of cultivation? Not even one that looks normal? Hurry up and eat it. Let's see how effective it is. Zhu Shan urged up from the side. His eyes lightly narrowed in anticipation. Yes, Master. Chen Yang first swallowed a mouthful of saliva to bolster his courage, and slowly aimed the gourd's mouth at his mouth. The strange odor emanating from inside made him want to vomit, leaving aside whether or not there was any tonic inside. Even if it was a spiritual ointment, he couldn't muster the courage to swallow it into his stomach. Xu Shan's eyes began to open a little, very impatient to see what Chen Yang would react next. Spell it out. Chen Yang knew that it was definitely impossible to stop eating now, and with a clench of his teeth, he hardened his head and tilted it violently, and the black stuff in the gourd flowed out. No flavor? The silk-like substance inside was slightly cool in the mouth and soft and sticky. I was expecting how hard it was to swallow, but I didn't realize it was no flavor at all. Coo. Chen Yang's throat knots fluttered up and down, and he quickly ate the entire contents of the entire gourd. Good apprentice. How was it? Jusan asked with his eyes full of bad humor. Master, it just smells bad, but when you eat it in your mouth, it doesn't taste like anything. Chen Yang answered truthfully. In fact, Besides being even more malodorous, it was as if he was eating a durian. No flavor? Jushan looked at him with skepticism, but looking at Chen Yang's calm demeanor, he tried. Really? Aha. Chen Yang nodded heavily. It was indeed tasteless. Strange. Zhu Shan muttered, brought the gourd over, dabbed some of the black stuff on the sides with his hand, and put it in his mouth to taste it. The next moment, his face became ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blah blah blah, and spit things out quickly. This made Chen Yang even more puzzled. Jushan looked at him, then at the gourd, then thoughtfully, try this. So he plucked a blade of grass from the side. Let's see what it tastes like. Yes. Chen Yang took the leaf in his mouth and savored it, shaking his head. Master, it's still tasteless. Master, could it be due to eating that immortal medicine? Chen Yang suddenly realized what was going on with him. His sense of taste had been washed away half a month ago after he ate those leaves of the yellow fairy pill. I just didn't realize it had been so long and it hadn't slowed down. One has to marvel at the fact that an immortal medicine is worthy of being an immortal medicine. Count yourself lucky. Zhu Shan also realized that it was because of the immortal pill. Normally those disciples recovered in 5 or 6 days, but of all his disciples, the amount given to Chen Yang was the largest. With a sudden feeling of boredom in his heart, he turned around and said, "Let Master see how well you have cultivated during these days when I am guarding the mountain gate." Good. Chen Yang followed him, sort of dodged a bullet. Chen Yang in the heart secretly read, Zhu Shan just dipped a little taste was disgusted into that kind of appearance. Their own if the taste buds are intact, not to leave a psychological shadow. In short, the taste of it would certainly not be any better than taking an immortal pill. Master. When he came to the place where he usually practiced, Zhou Lingjun was already waiting here. Ever since elder brother and sister went to the main clan, this place has become much more monotonous. Zhu Shan then said to Chen Yang, let's spar with me first and see what's lacking in those areas, then I'll teach you to fight the 7 Star Fist. Yes. After Chen Yang arched his hand, he set up his boxing stance. His stature was not even a quarter of Zhu Shan's, and he looked rather overrated. Chapter 30 Teaching. Not bad, it's only been a few short days, and you're already starting to get punching power. Zhu Shan's eyebrows opened up when he saw his stance. In the past few days, Chen Yang followed Zhou Lingjuan's cultivation and had basically grasped the essentials of the 7 Star Fist. A set of punches came down, and although he was out of breath, he was still able to fight with vigor. So there is also a gradual feeling of being a practiced player. After the compliments, Zhu Shan crouched his legs slightly, his right palm retracted and his left palm poked out. His entire person loomed as an iron wall, and said to Chen Yang, attack over. Chen Yang would agree and strike quickly. With a distance of about 2 feet, he arrived in front of Zhu Shan in 3 steps, and towards the stomach, he swung a punch. After these days of beating and tempering his torso, the strength of his physical body had clearly risen by a large margin, and his punches were as swift as the wind. Zhu Shan was secretly satisfied in his heart, and in the face of this attack, he only moved his right foot back half a step and tilted his body slightly. Chen Yang's punch then scratched against his stomach. Before he could continue his attack, he felt his foot tripping over something, coupled with the excessive speed at which he was running over. After the punch landed, the whole thing tripped and tumbled to the ground a few times. Alas, there are so many loopholes. If we were to really fight, even if Master were to use only the strength of an early stage of the Divine Hidden, he would be able to easily crush you to death with one finger. Zhu Shan retrieved the foot that tripped Chen Yang and did not forget to strike him. That's a quick response. Chen Yang hurriedly stood up. The punch just now he didn't think that he could do anything to his master. But it was still a bit unexpected that the other party could naturally dodge it in such an immovable manner. Don't look at Zhu Shan's wide and fat body, but the whole person is more flexible than a monkey. Fighting and practicing boxing are 2 different things. The simpler and more surprising the attack should be, the better. You just had too many flowery moves. Zhu Shan pointed out his faults. Chen Yang nodded and thought about it. His attack just now was filled with the 7 Star Fist set moves. Someone like Zhu Shan who had been practicing the 7 Star Fist for decades was too familiar with this. Even with his eyes closed, he could launch from the moves how his next attack would be executed. And it's a good point that practicing boxing is practicing boxing and fighting is fighting. Abandon the routine without constraints so that you can make a big difference. Keep it coming. Jushan once again positioned himself to meet the attack. Chen Yang clenched his fist. Snap. But just as he was about to prepare to swing his fist in attack, he saw Zhu Shan, who was originally on the defensive, suddenly storm up and charge at him, extremely fast. Chen Yang did not react at all before he was hit by a palm on his chest and was sent flying out. Master! Master! After landing, Chen Yang looked incredulously at the tall figure in front of him, so strong and powerful that he even sneak attacked himself. He didn't expect at all that Zhu Shan would take advantage of his inattention and suddenly attack. A fiery pain came from his chest, and his chest turned over. Luckily, Zhu Shan had struck with his palm. If he had used his fist, he would have been able to cave in Chen Yang's entire chest. Looking at Chen Yang's blank stare, Zhu Shan smiled with satisfaction. When fighting, no matter what kind of opponent you face, even if it's someone you're familiar with, don't let your guard down. Chen Yang was speechless. It was this reasoning, now that he was in a competition, then there was no reason for his master to just defend. He'll attack too. Zhu Shan stood up straight and explained with a long and serious bow of his head. Good disciple, what your master teaches you can be the real thing. Experience it well. This is very helpful for you to refine the void and merge with the Tao after you punch open the third divine deposit in the back. Normal update tomorrow. Chapter 31 The Half Moon. Yes, Chen Yang was indeed very educated after hearing this. Okay, I'll stand still and see how your moves are now. Jizan compares defensive stances. Chen Yang took a deep breath and calmed his state. Prepare to attack. However, as he was about to strike, Zhu Shan's originally stalwart figure unexpectedly charged again. Not good. Chen Yang's eyes stared. Fortunately this time, he had kept a mindful eye, prepared for a sneak attack, and when he saw Zhu Shan move, he quickly gathered his hands and blocked them in front of his chest. But the imagined crash did not occur. Instead, his head felt a chill, and after coming back to his senses, Chen Yang raised his head to look forward, and Zhu Shan was standing in front of him. A large hand chopped at his head, stopping just short of contact. No wonder the top of my head was cool. It was the palm breeze blowing through it. Not bad. Gruesome memory. Reacted quickly this time and knew to block. Jusan pulled his hand back slowly, quite satisfied this time. However, after finishing, the words changed, narrowed his eyes and said, Flesh and blood. Block is also looking for death. Remember, in the face of an attack, no matter what kind of attack, our first thought should be to avoid it. Blocking the attack is nothing. Can avoid the attack. It is the real ability. Disciple understands. Chen Yang arched his hand and saluted. In just a few short moves, he deeply appreciated the difference between practicing boxing and fighting. It's good that you understand. Carry on. Juzan postures up. What should have been taught had pretty much been taught, so this time he didn't take the initiative to attack. Chen Yang continued to step forward and swing his fist. Jusan, on the other hand, was guiding all the time and kept sharpening his experience. Under the sparring match with his master, Chen Yang felt that his physical strength was depleted even faster than when he fought the 7-star fist. It didn't take long to feel the beginnings of weakness in his arms and legs. The attacks are also getting soft. When Zhu Shan saw that it was almost time, he stopped first and said to him, Let's stop here for now. Go and rest aside first. Yes. Chen Yang was sweating profusely and couldn't hold on any longer. Zhu Shan looked towards Zhou Lingjun who was watching from the sidelines. Come here. It's your turn. Master, I feel like my body has been getting weaker and weaker lately. And I also get hungry more easily. What's going on? Zhou Lingjun hurriedly ran to him and asked. He felt out that something seemed to be wrong with his body. Zhu Shan smiled and said, It's not a problem. When refining essence and transforming qi, there will be these abnormalities. And it also shows that you're almost at the final pressing juncture. Make sure to cultivate even harder, and you'll be able to pass through the second divine deposit in less than a few months. Got it? Disciple knows. When Zhou Lingjun heard that it was he who was about to make a breakthrough, his eyes glowed straight up and he said joyfully, Don't worry, Master, I will definitely cultivate even more diligently. Well, that's more like it. Don't let down your master's good intentions, Jushan said with a smirk. The two then got down to business. The field was heavily shadowed. I don't know how much longer I have to practice before I have a body like senior brother Zhou's. Chen Yang sat not far away and watched the two sparring, thinking in his mind, the small of my back is so hot. He had only just sat down to catch his breath, and after the tiredness in his body had subsided a bit, he realized that there was a rolling sensation coming from the small of his back, where, it seemed, a mouthful of hot spring water was bubbling up. It seems that the strange thing that Master gave me to eat is working. Chen Yang rubbed his stomach in search. That stuff may look gross, but it sure is good. The warmth in his belly flowed around, warm and very comfortable, and Chen Yang's tired and weak body was rapidly regaining its strength. On the field, Zhou Lingjun and Zhu Shan gradually showed their fatigue after practicing for a quarter of an hour. It didn't take long after that for the rest to go. Zhu Shan then called Chen Yang over again. The two take turns working out their punches. Jushan was very patient with them and barely rested throughout the day. Even if his cultivation level was much higher, he began to look tired in the evening. Let's call it a day. You guys go back and absorb the aura to cultivate. Feeling that it was almost time, Jushan stopped. Yes, Master. The two Chen Yangs arched their hands in response. Zhou Lingjun was in a better state, but Chen Yang had long been exhausted. There's still half a month left. We're going to guard the medicinal garden. During this time, you guys remember to take a look at the treasure pill feeding manual I gave you more often. Don't ask questions when you arrive at the medicinal garden. Jushan continued to give an account. Senior, I've memorized it all. Zhou Lingjun replied with a smile. I remember pretty much the same thing. Chen Yan also replied. That's good. All of you seize the time to cultivate. You won't have so much free time when you arrive at the medicine garden. Good. After a few orders, Xu Shan signaled that they could leave, both tired after a long day. Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun didn't chat much and went to the cave medicine courtyard to take a bath with that mountain spring water before returning to the house to absorb the spiritual qi. The weather has been so cold this season that the grass and trees hang ice at night. As the aura entered his body, Chen Yang felt very comfortable. For the next few days, Chen Yang worked on his moves and sharpened his punches under Xu Shan, over and over again. The strength grows with each passing day. Half a month passed. Meh, snap, boom. In the bamboo forest, two figures were fighting each other. It was Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun. Both were at the early divine hidden stage, and after accumulating over the past half a month, Chen Yang was now able to compete with Zhou Lingjun. Of course, this was under the circumstance where Zhou Lingjun didn't use all of his physical strength. Zhou Lingjun had tempered his flesh for many years in the divine hidden realm, and his strength was not something that Chen Yang could compare to. Not bad, senior brother Chen. Zhou Lingjun's arm was kicked by Chen Yang and took 2 steps back. He couldn't help but pat his sleeve and quipped. Chapter 32, Descent. If it wasn't for senior brother Zhou letting me, I probably wouldn't even be able to get close to you. Chen Yang landed on the ground and said after stabilizing his body. Where? I have witnessed the rapid progress of senior brother Chen's stance. Zhou Lingjun brushed away the fallen leaves on the stone with his hand and sat down, feeling some hunger in his stomach. He then took out a small ceramic bottle from his waist, poured out grains of blood Siki Dan from it and swallowed it. Senior brother Zhou, are you hungry again? Chen Yang said in surprise, as Zhou Lingjun had only taken 1 capsule a few days ago. Everyone was at the early divine hidden stage, and the amount of training they did every day now wasn't that much different, but one of his blood Siki Dan could last for most of a month. Zhou Lingjun's consumption was more than 4 times that of his. This kind of metabolism speed, even the previous middle divine hidden middle stage senior sister Huan wasn't this fast. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The body is starving more and more urgently, but master said that this is normal. When refining essence and transforming qi, some people's bodies will consume a lot of essence of water and grain. Zhou Lingjun although also feels strange, but the master said alright, also did not bother. They are disciples, which have master no more. Master said what? Naturally is what? However, Chen Yan didn't think so and looked at his senior brother, then sat on the ground without saying a word, pondering in his mind. Senior brother Zhou is like this, as if he has parasites inside his body. Could it be that the master teacher has done something to not be a means? Like those human medicines. When things go wrong, they go wrong. And Zhou Lingjun this month, the essence is more and more bad, just like the leaves on the tree, after the autumn, and slowly become yellow. If that's true, now it's senior brother Zhou, will it soon be my turn as well? Thinking of this, Chen Yang felt a strong crisis within him. Gotta find a chance to get out of this place fast. Senior brother Chen, what are you thinking about? What's so bad? Tell senior brother. Seeing that he suddenly became preoccupied, Zhou Lingjun came over and asked with concern. Chen Yang looked at his residence and said with a bitter face, Senior brother Zhou, if you say we're going to the outside medicinal garden, what about the medicinal herbs we planted on the mountain? Zhou Lingjun patted him on the shoulder. Nothing, these herbs were conceived by immortal medicines and are tainted with immortal qi. Even if we don't care about them, they will still be vibrant. It's just that the growth will be slower than usual, and we will definitely carry mature human medicines back often. It won't affect it. Senior brother Zhou, naturally there is nothing wrong with the herbs you planted, but mine is different. Usually half dead with careful care. Now once you leave, when you come back, I'm afraid they'll all be withered. It's also true that those herbs of yours are too indisputable, but it doesn't matter. The big deal is that I'll share half of mine with you. Zhou Lingjun was very generous with his assurance. Chen Yang's expression lurched. Looking at Zhou Lingjun's frank expression, he couldn't help but feel a bit weak, and hurriedly avoided his sincere eyes as he hastily replied back. Then, thank you senior brother Zhou. It's fine, we're all senior brothers, and we'll have to take care of each other when we go to the main sect. After talking about the main sect, Zhou Lingjun became incomparably longing for it, and not caring if the ground behind him was dirty. He put his hands behind his head and lay down, tilting his head back to look at the sky and murmured, I don't know how senior brother and sister are doing in the main sect. Senior brother should have already broken through to the Daogong realm, right? Maybe. The hill. Zhu Shan walked over to the yellow immortal pill. Come here. After softly calling out, he saw a dark red covered spider burrowing out of the soil at the root of the immortal medicine. Hairy and furry, and this appearance was highly poisonous at a glance. It only landed on Zhu Shan's shoulder with a gentle hop and burrowed into his ear to hide. After collecting the spider, Zhu Shan's 2 big hands then grabbed the immortal medicine root. The stance seemed to be to pull out the yellow cortex elixir. Sure enough, as Zhu Shan's waist exerted force, with Huang Lian as the center, the land within 5 feet of the surrounding area began to loosen. Don't look at it. It's just a small plant, but the ground root coverage is not small. Zhu Shan was going to the medicine garden outside the sect, and no matter how big-hearted he was, he didn't dare to leave this immortal medicine here. You have to bring it with you to be safe. Poof. Immortal medicines weren't delicate, and as Zhu Shan exerted his power again, the roots of the yellow dock were pulled out of the soil little by little. With that, he took more than 10 steps backward in a row before pulling out all the roots. Zhu Shan also did not pity pampering, took out his sack 3 times and stuffed the whole immortal medicine. Pack it up and walk down the hill with the sack. There's not much else to bring, and I wonder how long I'll have to stay in the herb garden? Zhou Lingjun replied back. It should only be a few months. Master is on duty for Elder Lu. We can come back after Elder Lu's cultivation breakthrough. Hillside. The 2 Chen Yangs were still chatting away. Wait for the master again. As he spoke, the wall of flesh-like figure came down the path. Master, master. When the 2 saw this, they hurriedly stood up from the ground and saluted in a disciplined manner. Go. Zhu Shan nodded and led the way. The 2 followed, descending the mountain together. Chen Yang looked at the bag carried in his master teacher's hand, swollen and bulging, curious as to what was inside. But don't dare ask. After leaving Xianyun Peak, the road gradually became less and less. Eventually there was just a small rocky path. The 2 of them, led by Zhu Shan, followed the trail through the densely wooded mountain forest. Since it was early in the morning, the fog in the mountains was thick and accompanied by that unpleasant odor of decaying dead branches and leaves. Brush it off. As he walked, Chen Yang could hear the sound of branches and leaves rubbing together in the thick fog around him. I just don't know if it's the wind blowing or whatever mountain creatures are traveling through. Don't look around. Follow me. Seeing the 2 people looking around, Zhu Shan immediately chided, then seriously admonished, this is still not out of the sect. All give me to remember. Usually without the permission of the master, never come to these places, otherwise the consequences are very serious. Disciple knows. Both were immediately assured. Ta. After walking in the fog for a short while, he heard the movement of someone walking in front of him. Upon approaching, I realized it was 2 teenagers, was carrying 2 human medicine corpses back to the clan. Upon seeing them, those 2 immediately put their racks down and respectfully saluted Zhu Shan. Greetings to the elder. Aha. Jushan softly hummed and ignored it, continuing to walk forward. As they passed by, the 2 disciples kindly smiled kindly at Chen Yang, and the 2 of them busied themselves with their own errands, lifting up the human medicine and running towards the sect. Senior, is this the only way to get in and out of the sect? Chen Yang ran to Zhu Shan's side and asked in a smooth manner. Not bad. The Lotus Sect is isolated from the outside, and only this road leads to the medicinal gardens outside. The place we're going to now is the farthest away from the sect, and we still have to go around some places. After Zhu Shan replied, Zhou Lingjun muttered, why don't you build more roads? There are only so many people in the clan. One path is already enough. What's the point of having so many? Chapter 33, White Candle Town. The 3 of them just walked along the path for a while, when after a turn, the fog dissipates and the world opens up. Vast mountains, illuminated by the golden floating light, greeted him, refreshes the mind and soul. River. Chen Yang's gaze swept and his eyes lit up as he realized that there was a slowly flowing river in a ravine not far away. Looking in the direction of the river's flow, the river meandered into the depths of the great mountains outside the Lotus Sect. What are you looking at? Let's go. Zhu Shan's urging voice came. Okay, master. Chen Yang came back to his senses and hurriedly followed. Master, the world outside. What's it like? Zhou Lingjun looked at the vastness before him and couldn't help but ask. The outside world. Zhu Shan stopped and looked back at him, his gaze turning cold. Don't be interested in the outside world. It won't do you any good. Master's demeanor was rarely like this, and Zhou Lingjun was so frightened that he buried his head and whispered, got it, master. Zhu Shan paused for a moment, with his hands in the air, staring into the distance, watching the sunrise, calmly said, the cruelty of the outside world is not suitable for survival. If you were born into a prestigious family it's fine, you can just rely on your identity to be safe, but you were born into a grassy family, your life is thinner than a piece of paper, and you will only become a fragrant lamb. Master, isn't our Lotus Sect a famous sect? It was rare to hear Zhu Shan reveal something about the outside world, so Chen Yang immediately inquired on, wanting to know more about this world. Zhu Shan laughed, the Lotus Sect is nothing. What does that famous family mean? Zhu Shan returned, 3 gates and 2 families, 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Are they strong? Zhou Lingjun asked curiously. Those bottom cultivators on the miserable, in order to survive, can only be brutal, killing each other, knocking bones and sucking marrow. The reason why the clan does not allow disciples to leave the sect, in fact, is in the protection of your lives, for your own good. Can you understand? Here we go again. Seeing Zhu Shan's eyes looking back, the two Chen Yangs immediately arched their hands and replied, disciples understand. Go. Jushan led them onward along the rocky path. Zhou Lingjun was shocked by what his master said and didn't dare to ask anything more next. Chen Yang followed behind Zhou Lingjun. His eyes had been quietly surveying the surrounding conditions. It's a shame it's a bit far from the clan. Looking at the river, Chen Yang felt regret in his heart as he had to climb over several small hills to get to the river. It's going to take some time. However, after walking for a while longer, Chen Yang realized that a small section of the road actually passed 10 feet above that big river. It made him perk up inside. You guys should be more careful when you pass by this in the future carrying human medicine corpses, so you don't fall in. Jushan warned from the front. Zhou Lingjun looked downward. It's not very high. Like Chen Yang, it was the first time he left the sect and went to the outside medicinal garden. High is naturally not high, but the river may harbor ferocious beasts that don't pass through the spirit. There were disciples who fell down before. One of their legs was torn off, and if it wasn't for a fellow elder who saved them in time, their lives would surely not have been saved. Is there really a ferocious beast in the river? Looking at the slowly flowing river, Chen Yang maintained a skeptical attitude towards Zhu Shan's words. I don't know if this is really happening or if the master is scaring them. Even if there are ferocious beasts, we have to try. Chen Yang's mind did not waver. Wanting to leave the Lotus Sect, going from this big river was undoubtedly the best option. If there were ferocious beasts in the river, there would only be more in the vast mountain range. Senior brother Zhou, in the future, when we pass by this place, we must walk a bit further in, so that we don't fall down and get eaten by the ferocious beasts. Chen Yang leaned a few points inward, away from the danger. With a look of great fear of the river, Zhu Shan laughed. See how scared you are. Zhou Lingjun also laughed. Senior brother Chen, you're so timid. The three of them were talking and laughing in the mountains. On the way, they met a few more disciples carrying the corpses of human medicines and also passed by a few medicinal gardens. After walking for almost half an hour, the three of them finally arrived at that medicinal garden located in the east of the Lotus Sect. This is it, Jushan said, pointing ahead. White Candle Town. Chen Yang looked down below, a small town hidden in the valley. It was the same Lotus Sect's medicinal herb hospital, but unlike Panai Town, White Candle Town was surrounded by a high stone wall. The population is also a bit smaller than the town of Bao Nai, judging by the buildings inside. Master, doesn't this White Candle Town grow blood-seeky rice? Chen Yang realized that there was no good land inside the town, and what there was, were only whole patches of trees. Zhu Shan returned. This medicinal garden is planted with large lacquer, specifically for other medicinal gardens to supply lacquer oil for consumption. This lacquer oil is very nourishing. Human medicine, if not it renews life. I'm afraid that we can't live more than 20 years old. The oil that you ate in the town of Bao Nai is the oil that is produced here. Senior brother Chen, it's fortunate that you were found to be the missing immortal fetus back there. Zhou Lingjun felt grateful. This is still thanks to Master. If it wasn't for Master's rescue, I would have died long ago. Master is my regenerative parent. This favor, I still don't know how I can repay it. Chen Yang's eyes looked at Zhu Shan with incomparable gratitude. Zhu Shan was very flattered and said with a smile, what do you mean by repayment? Cultivating hard and reaching the Dao Palace realm as soon as possible and going to the main sect is the greatest repayment to Master. Disciple will live up to Master's high expectations. Good. Zhu Shan was coaxed to be very happy, and his mind and soul were that happy. In no time, the three of them arrived outside the town's gate. Elder Zhu, you guys are finally here. Just as they arrived, several disciples pushed open the huge wooden door and came out from inside, saluting Zhu Shan. The one currently guarding this medicinal garden was Elder Go. These disciples were all disciples of Elder Go. In terms of the number of disciples, Elder Go's ranking within the sect could be quite a bit higher than Zhu Shan's. Where is your master? Jushan asked to a few people. Master is still cultivating and ordered us to come and pick you up here. Elder Zhu, please. A few disciples led the way. Chen Yang's trio followed and entered inside. White Candle Township, like Bao Nai Township, has simple people and good neighbors. Every resident inside was radiant with a happy, contented smile. Under the care of the Lotus Sect, all the medicine garden and the human medicine clothing, food, housing and transportation do not have to worry about. Hungry Lotus Sect to provide delicious food. Sick Lotus Sect to provide medicinal herbs to heal. In addition to free to teach them the qin, chess, calligraphy and painting. And work hard to let the human medicine thrive. Like caring for the crops, just to have a good harvest. Chapter 34, The Fat God. After the three of them entered White Candle Town, the clean and tidy streets were filled with curious looks from the town's residents when they saw an unfamiliar visitor enter. Stopping on both sides of the road to gawk and discuss in whispers. Folks, this is the new mayor of the town sent by the court, Master Zhu. Our term of office is up, and we will soon be serving elsewhere as well, folks. From now on, you are at Master Zhu's beck and call, a disciple leading the group said to the surrounding crowd. There was not a trace of immortalism to be seen in his face, and his tone was even more modest. So it's the new mayor with his entourage. The mayor is so powerful and domineering, he will surely be able to keep our town safe on one side. Yeah, being so tall gives you a sense of solidity. The townspeople are talking. Knowing the official status of Zhu Shan and his party, these people not only did not look in awe of the official, but also smiled. It is also evident from this that under Elder Go's administration, the government and the people, fish and water are close. Master Zhu, would you like to speak a few words with the townspeople? That disciple turned around and asked Zhu Shan. Since everyone is here, let's make a few brief remarks. Zhu Shan looked at the circle of people under the four, nodded, then stood in the forefront. After clearing his throat, said amiably to the residents of White Candle Town in front of him, "Good morning everyone, I, Zhu Shan, due to the fact that I can usually eat, I'm a bit bigger, but don't worry, I don't have much of a temper. In the future, you guys can call me Zhu or Zhudidwa. If it's a little kid, call Zhu uncle, I will also be very happy. So don't call me any Master Zhu." This kind of name calling with a difference between honor and inferiority sounds all over the place. This Master Zhu is nice, indeed, goodness, quite a bit closer to people than Master Go. Seeing Zhu Shan's loving demeanor, those residents around him were incredibly happy inside. After Zhu Shan introduced himself, he then asked in an incredibly caring tone, "Folks, living in White Candle Town, are you doing well? The court is very concerned about your living conditions." As soon as the words fell, someone immediately replied with a smile on their face, "Master Zhu, we don't worry about food or clothing. We work at sunrise and rest at sunset every day. We have no worries about food and clothing, and we live a good life. This year Master Go has gotten each of us 3 more new garments." The crowd was talking to each other, and the air was full of the smell of contentment. "Good." Jushan smiled and nodded. This was followed by a cordial greeting while walking deeper into the town, embraced by the residents. Strange, how is it that the lifespan of the residents of White Candle Town is obviously much higher than that of Baonai Town? Could it be that there is no Dan compass planted in the heart? As more and more people greeted him, Chen Yang noticed something different, because there was no lack of 50 or 60-year-olds in the crowd, and it was important to realize that in Baonai Town, one was already a man among men if he could live to be 50 years old. That, when he was puzzled, Chen Yang and his group had already arrived at the center of the town. There was a 20-foot wide square here. Chen Yang was attracted by the stone statue at the center of the square at a glance. The stone statue was 5 feet high, carved from a greenish-white precious jade, a horribly fat giant, even more exaggeratedly fat than Zhu Shan, 5 feet high, with a belly that was all of 3 feet wide, pot-bellied and lifelike. Fat God. Chen Yang saw 2 large characters written on the jade tablet next to the stone statue. "Folks, all go back." After arriving outside a very imposing courtyard nearby, Zhu Shan waved his hand to the residents who followed him. "It's hard for Master Zhu to drive for so long. He needs to rest well. All of you go back. Then Master Zhu will rest first. We'll leave you to it." Only when they heard that Jushan was going to take a break did the people reluctantly leave. Chen Yang was silent as he watched them go away. From their looks, it was clear that these captive human medicines were indeed living a nourishing life. It was as if this White Candle Town was a worldly paradise. After the crowd dispersed, it was finally quiet. Several people from Jushan entered the courtyard. With a creak, the door of one of the rooms inside was pushed open, from which a middle-aged man with a serious face walked out. "Elder Go." Jushan greeted politely first. Behind them, Zhou Lingjun and Chen Yang also immediately bowed with good sense. "Greetings to Elder Go." The middle-aged man was not tall, about the same as Chen Yang, but he gave off a thick feeling. "Aha." Elder Go nodded slightly, then said to Zhu Shan, "Elder Zhu, this White Candle Town is in your hands next." With that, he also handed over a small book. "It's all in here, so don't neglect it." After receiving it, Zhu Shan solemnly said, "Don't worry, Elder Go, I will definitely take good care of it. First, come with me to check on Greedy." Elder Go led him inside. Zhu Shan stopped after taking 2 steps, threw Chen Yang and the 2 of them a bunch of copper coins, and instructed, "You 2 go to the town first and buy me 100 pounds of wine. Remember, don't flaunt your status to the residents, and you can't reveal your immortal status. Treat them and care for them like I do, or else, break your legs, as you wish, as you wish." The 2 men took the copper and went out. Zhu Shan followed Elder Go into the house. In the chamber deep inside, there were many candles lit, and in the center there was a small tower made of 100 porcelain bowls stacked on top of each other. All the white smoke from the burning candles converged into these bowls. Each bowl in the tower was greasy, with half a bowl of black anointing oil accumulated in it. Upon closer inspection, there was a loach-like object in the oil, like a smoker, constantly inhaling smoke. "Order it," A total of 100 greedy bugs, all alive. In addition, there are 70 people in the town who have been controlled by the greedy bugs. These 70 fertile gods are all ordered by Heavenly Demon House to be taken to boil the oil for frying, and the deposit has been paid, so there can't be any discrepancies in quality. Elder Go preached to Zhu Shan at the bowl tower. Got it. Zhu Shan took a few steps forward and began to scrutinize the state of those gluttonous insects in the bowl. Outside, the two Chen Yangs were looking for wine for their master. What does Master Teacher need wine for? Usually, I haven't seen Master Teacher drink it on Xianyun Peak. Zhou Lingjun was puzzled by this request from Zhu Shan, and it's reasonable to say that they're all immortals, so if they want to drink it, they should drink immortal wine. What's the point of drinking mortal wine? Since Master has commanded it, then he naturally has his intentions. Chen Yang responded. This he didn't care about. What he was most concerned about right now was how to escape from this place. That's right, it's not bad to come to this medicinal garden. Xianyun Peak is tired of staying here. Zhou Lingjuan's eyes looked around. He was in a much better mood after coming to this new environment. This is the great lacquer grown in white candle. Lacquer trees were planted all over the town and were very tall. Zhou Lingjun was curious and walked over to an ancient lacquer tree that only 3 people could embrace to take a look. Chapter 35, Anomalies. 2 little brothers, no touching. Zhou Lingjun was about to reach out and touch it when a shout suddenly came from the distance. The two of them looked for the sound and saw a middle-aged man running over. Uncle, why can't you touch it? Zhou Lingjun asked him. Hello, 2 official boys. The man saw them enter the town with Zhu Shan before. Knowing the identity, first politely saluted to the two, then looked up at the sky-high lacquer tree to explain. 2 little brothers may not know it. Touching this lacquer tree, then the body will be goosebumps rice. Numb and itchy abnormally. We usually pick lacquer seeds have to wear something to prevent it. So that's how it is. Zhou Lingjun smiled. The lacquer tree would cause discomfort, but only for mortal fetuses. He was an immortal fetus. He would not be ill. Seeing that the man was holding a box in his hands, and that a strange aroma emanating from the food was emanating from it, which made one's mouth water, Chen Yang asked, Uncle, what are you loading in here? Yeah, it smells good. Is it food? Zhou Lingjuan's eyes were fixed on the box and he couldn't help but gulp. He grew up within the Lotus Sect and ate tasteless pills, and now that he smelled this mortal food scent, he was a bit pressed. The man smiled and tapped the box with his hand and responded, Well, I just went to the offering hall to receive the divine food to take home to feed the god of fertility. Fat god, what is that thing? Chen Yang murmured in his heart as he remembered the statue he had seen earlier when he entered the town. In this white candle town, does every family have a fat god? Although he had already come to this medicinal garden, Zhu Shan did not tell them about the events in the town, but only asked the two to act according to his instructions. The man said as he opened the lid of the box, revealing the brightly colored grains of rice inside. A rich, tantalizing aroma filled the air. Blood-seeky rice. Seeing what was in it, Chen Yang's expression froze. The food inside could be blood-seeky rice, but to be precise, it was the blood acai rice that was left over after being poured and boiled to refine the blood acai dan. White and clean. I thought it was already scrap, but I didn't expect it to be taken to this place and used as food for the fat gods, and I don't know what process it went through, but the blood-seeky rice, which had been hard as a stone even after being repeatedly steamed with water, was now cooked. 2 little brothers, why don't you go sit in my house? The man closed the lid and invited warmly. No, we still have to go and fetch wine for Master Zhu. Zhou Lingjun shook his head and said, Drinking for Master Zhu? Ha ha, I know who has the best wine in town. I'll take you there later. Still no trouble. Seeing that Zhou Lingjun was ready to refuse, Chen Yang immediately said, Then thank you, Uncle. Senior brother Chen. This, Zhou Lingjun was puzzled as he looked at Chen Yang, but his master had explained that he could not have too much contact with the town's residents. Chen Yang smiled and said, We're new to White Candle Town. We're not familiar with the area, and Master likes to drink, so if the wine we hit is not good, won't we spoil Master's fun? Zhou Lingjun thought it was right, so he nodded in agreement. All right, 2 little brothers, follow me. The man led the way. That fat god is something. Chen Yang was trying to go and see what that fat god was, just to learn more about this world, walking next to the man to get close. Uncle, what do you call yourself? The townspeople call me Wang Deya, Uncle Wang. The 3 of them walked and chatted, and soon arrived in front of a courtyard. The residents of White Candle Town are all very well off, with families living in small, clean, and beautifully landscaped brick courtyards. Dad, just as he arrived, a cerulean female doll came running through it in a milky voice. The childish look was adorable, and one couldn't help but want to squat down and pinch that fleshy little face. Her father, you're back. There was another woman inside the courtyard who was weaving. There doesn't seem to be anyone else. Wang Dejia bent down to pick up his daughter and smiled at his wife. This is the happy family of 3. Her father, they are? The woman came forward and looked at the two Chen Yang suspiciously. These are two unfamiliar faces. The town was that big, and she could tell that this was a stranger from outside. Wang Dia introduced. The court has sent a new Lord Zhu to manage our town, and these two are the official boys who came with Lord Zhu. Two little brothers. This is my wife and daughter. Hello, auntie. Chen Yang and the two of them politely greeted the women, keeping in mind Zhu Shan's words, without a trace of the immortal stance, to live in harmony with these human medicines as much as possible, to be nurtured with care and thrive, and to be taken care of in every aspect. Come in and sit down. Two little brothers. The woman was also very enthusiastic about them, and did not show any constraints because of their status as officials, which also showed how cordial the officials and people were in this place. Chen Yang walked into the courtyard and sat down before his eyes looked around. The house was silent. He was certain that these three were the only people in the household. His senses were also much more sensitive after completing his immortal metamorphosis. Hello, brother. The 4-year-old looking little girl shouted in a milky voice. Chen Yang reached out and touched her little head. Gradually, however, he seemed to realize something and looked different. Turning to Wang Dejia, he asked, Uncle Wang, is this the only child you have? Well, it's kind of like getting a son in old age. Wang Dejia scratched his head and said. Chen Yang fell silent and got up. It was now that he suddenly noticed a phenomenon. That is, the human medicine reproduction in the medicinal garden seemed to be a bit difficult. A couple usually has only 1 or 2 children. This was out of character. All the human medicines in the medicinal garden lived a life of clothing and food. There wouldn't be a situation where they couldn't feed their children, and the sect would give the human medicines free medical attention, and there wouldn't be a phenomenon where they would die young due to illness. It is reasonable to assume that whenever a child is born, it will almost always survive to adulthood unscathed. With these living conditions, human medicine should be reproducing like rats in a frenzy. It's not that these human drugs don't want to be born, it's that they can't be born. What's the reason for this? Chen Yang couldn't figure it out, so he felt that it was because the Lotus Sect didn't know how to exercise restraint and excessively squeeze the fertility of the land, making the medicinal garden unable to grow more medicinal herbs. Deliver this divine food to the god of fertility. Wang Dejia handed the box in his arms to the woman. His father, it's better if you go. The woman hesitated, holding the box, looking at a room with a closed door, a surprising look of fear on her face. We're all family. What are we afraid of? Wang Dejia was a bit displeased to see this. Auntie, I'll go with you, Chen Yang said. That was why he had come. Just as soon as that material was finished, Wang Dejia immediately said, Little brother, you can't. The fat god can only see her own family. If outsiders go there, it will startle her old man. Well, Chen Yang was disappointed in his heart, and since the other party had said so, he couldn't force himself. Anyway, there was still a long time to go in the town, and there was sure to be another chance later on. It can't be rushed. Not yet. Only after hearing Wang Dejia's heckling did the woman walk boldly towards the house, carefully open the door, carefully close the door again, and then there was no movement in the house. Chen Yang withdrew his gaze and asked Wang Dejia, Uncle Wang, what did you mean when you just said that the fat god is a member of your own family? She's my mother. Wang Dejia clasped his hands together and bowed reverently to the house. Chapter 36, Buying Wine. Your mother? Hearing the reply, Chen Yang was incomparably surprised. The fat god enshrined in Wang Dejia's house turned out to be his own mother. If he is his own mother, then how come his daughter-in-law shows a scared expression when she sees that house? Why? What's wrong? Compared to Chen Yang's expression of disorientation, Zhou Lingjun acted much more naturally, because he was raised by the immortals on the Lotus Sect's Yuxian Peak since he was a child, and had never seen his parents, and his father and mother were just 2 words to him. Without that kind of emotion, nothing. Chen Yang recovered and smiled at Zhou Lingjun. It's really odd. The clan doesn't know what tricks they've cast on this White Candle town. The town may seem peaceful, but underneath the years lies some kind of unknown secret. Chen Yang muttered inwardly, Uncle, you've already delivered the divine food, so hurry up and take us to buy the bar. Zhou Lingjun was not as mindful as Chen Yang and only remembered his master's command in his mind, so he did not want to delay here and urged, Good. Wang Dejia nodded in agreement. 2 little brothers, follow me. After touching his own daughter's little head, he led the 2 of them towards the house. After Chen Yang glanced at the room where Wang Dejia's mother lived, he quickly followed behind. Uncle Wang, where's your dad? Is your father also a fat god? Chen Yang followed beside Wang Dejia and asked in a thoughtful manner. Wang Dejia replied, Well, my father is also a fat god, and is now living at my brother's place. Our 2 brothers have been separated for more than 10 years. My mother belongs to me, and my father to him. It seems that, like the town of Panay, human medicine has other uses after a certain age. Chen Yang began to understand the veins of these places and secretly said in his mind, Uncle Wang, White Candle Town makes its living by planting lacquer. How much lacquer oil can be harvested roughly every year? Chen Yang asked about other issues. After thinking about it, Wang Dejia returned. Probably. At least 1,000,000 pounds. There are more than 500 old lacquer trees alone in the town. It seems that the Lotus Sect has more human medicine than expected. Chen Yang also grew up eating lacquer oil, and on average, a person needs at least 20 pounds of lacquer oil per year to get enough. With this calculation, the number of human medicines in the clan was over 50,000. More than 50,000 mortals had to be carefully cultivated to fulfill the daily practice of the various disciples and elders of the Lotus Sect. Brother Wang, how old is your daughter? Zhou Lingjian made small talk. The three of them just talked and walked. Wang Dejia led them both through the streets. The new Lord Zhu is sympathetic to the people at first glance, and the wine he wants, naturally, has to be the best wine in town. This is it. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive outside a brick and stone courtyard, and you can hear the melodious arrow sound coming from inside from a long way away. The courtyard was left open, and a group of middle-aged men and women could be seen in uniform playing health-enhancing boxing. It was not yet the busy farming season, and the children who were old enough to go to school had already gone to school, so the adults who had nothing to do gathered together to enjoy life. There were also a number of fruits, teas, and delicious-looking pastries and snacks on the tables in the courtyard for the crowd to spend their time when they were hungry. Yo, Brother Wang is here. The middle-aged man sitting on the threshold of the door with his eyes closed and shaking his head to play the arrow opened his eyes when he heard the footsteps, and got up to greet them after laughing and calling out, "Old Gao, these two are the new official boys who want to ask you for some wine for the new Master Zhu." The man turned his gaze to the two Chen Yangs and greeted them with a smile. The two little brothers are really in good spirits. Wang Dejia introduced to the man. This is Gao Cripple. His family's wine has the most mellow flavor. The last Master Go who was an official here usually likes to drink it the most. You guys take it to give Master Zhu a taste. Speaking of his own wine, the high cripple was immediately proud. Two little brothers. I dare not brag about anything else, but when it comes to winemaking, it's my specialty, and since it's the new master who wants to drink it, I'll send you a few pounds for the master to take back. Uncle Gao, how much wine do you have here? We want more than 100 pounds. Zhou Lingjun asked. That much? The high crippled man's look was a surprise. Who buys wine and wants more than 100 pounds at once? No, don't worry, we'll pay. Zhou Lingjun continued. Yes there is. The high cripple answered in a hurry. Zhou Lingjun handed over the silver. It's good if you have it. Just buy it as much as you can with this silver. The two little brothers are really generous. This silver is enough to buy 500 pounds of wine at my place. 500 pounds. Then, but I only have like 200 pounds here. 200 pounds is 200 pounds. Zhou Lingjun was indifferent. Hey, okay. The high cripple accepted the silver with a smile on his face. Quickly take us to get the wine before his lordship waits. Zhou Linjian urged. Gotta have it. The high cripple led the two toward the house, and Wang Dejia went back after leading the way. Although the background sound of the era stopped, those in the courtyard continued to punch themselves, as slow as a sloth. Senior brother Zhou, why don't you bring some to your master first to taste and see if you like the drink? In the room, while Gao Cripple was pouring wine, Chen Yang inquired in a low voice. No need. Master may not be to drink. I think it was brought to have other uses. Move back first. These silver are just stones to us. If it doesn't work, big deal. Pour it and buy it again. And there are no good materials for the wine brewed by the mortals. Basically they are all one and the same. There is nothing to choose from. Zhou Lingjun replied. Chen Yang felt justified and did not say anything more. The high cripple was also sharp, and soon all the wine was loaded. 3 large wooden barrels in all. Then he ordered his son to haul in a wooden cart and deliver it to the new official. 200 or so pounds was not heavy for the two Chen Yangs and could easily take it away, but it still maintained its mortal appearance. The youth pulled in front and the high cripple pushed in the back, and did not want the two Chen Yangs to help. By the time he reached the outside of that compound, he was out of breath. Just leave it here. We'll move it in ourselves, Zhou Lingjun said, and did not want the two to enter the house. Okay. The high crippled father and son were delighted. Place your drink and push off. Chen Yang and the two of them walked into the courtyard holding a barrel of wine each. Master. At this time, Zhu Shan was also in the courtyard, carrying the sack containing the immortal pills. Aha! Zhu Shan lightly took out the immortal medicine, and then casually threw it to the corner of the courtyard. Being pulled out for so long, yellow dock leaves are still green. After landing, the string of long roots touched the soil, as if conscious, like earthworms desperately drilling into the soil. In just 3 short breaths of effort, the roots had all disappeared, leaving only a yellow plant growing in the corner of the wall. The two people standing behind Zhu Shan looked dumbfounded at this scene, thinking in their hearts, worthy of being an immortal medicine. It's really divine. Chapter 37, Divine Food. Master, have Elder Go and the others left? Zhou Lingjun saw that only Zhu Shan was left alone in this courtyard. Just left. While the two of them were talking, Chen Yang had already gone to carry in the remaining barrel of wine outside, having entered the divine hidden realm for some time now. Along with those essence refining supplements Zhu Shan had given him, as well as the fact that he was also practicing hard to beat up his fleshly body in his spare time. His fleshly body strength was now much stronger than before. 70 to 80 pounds of booze can already be moved effortlessly. After putting the wine down, Chen Yang asked, "Master, will we buy too much wine?" Zhu Shan shook his head. "More is better. Master, so much wine, what are you using it for?" Zhou Lingjun looked at the barrel and asked. Zhu Shan laughed. "Naturally, it was used to drink." Chen Yang and the two of them were stupefied. "It's really for drinking. This point is nothing. Let you two little ones see what master can do." Zhu Shan swirled his palm in front of him, and a suction force came from his palm, and the 3 wine barrels on the ground were taken into the air and floated above his head. Then he saw Zhu Shan's mouth fiercely opened. After a long breath, then a deep suck, the 3 barrels in the air have exploded. The wine inside, like 3 clouds, transformed into 3 water snakes, swam into Zhu Shan's huge mouth. In just 5 short breaths, 200 pounds of liquor were all swallowed into his stomach. Master's appetite is truly unfathomable. Zhou Lingjun's eyes were wide open. So much wine, and master teacher even gave it all in one sip? Couldn't help but exclaim in unison, drinking so much at once. Zhu Shan's stomach was also expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, bursting his clothes open, and his entire stomach was several times larger than it was originally. After drinking 200 pounds of wine, Zhu Shan also propped up a little hard, and when a long burp was made, his face finally looked a little better. Master is so divine. Chen Yang and the two of them reacted and hurriedly kissed their asses with a look of adoration. "This wine tastes pretty good." Zhu Shan patted his stomach and slurped back the taste of the wine. "If master teacher likes it, the two of us will go buy you some more." Zhou Lingjun smiled. Zhu Shan shook his head and said, "There's no need. Too much mortal wine hurts your body. Master, are you drinking so much wine to use it to perform profound spells?" Chen Yang was certain that Zhu Shan was not simply drinking, and with such a sea of drinks, he was definitely up to something. "Not bad. My master will set up a layer of boundary in this White Candle town. The Lotus Sect is located in the deep mountains. There is no lack of hibernation in the surrounding forest and wild cultivators who covet the medicine of the sex people. One has to be on guard from time to time. After setting up the boundary, as long as there is a wild cultivator who crosses the boundary's range, I will know about it." So awesome. Chen Yang was very shocked by this tactic. Outsiders would be discovered if they came in, so wouldn't leaving this also escape the master's ears? Chen Yang was afraid in his heart. He was still thinking if he could find a chance to escape White Candle Town by himself while Zhu Shan was busy with other things. Although White Candle Town was hindered by a high wall, it could only prevent people from medicine out. "It's nothing," Zhu Shan said, unimpressed. "Alright, for master to refine these things in his stomach, he needs a few hours of tranquility. You guys go to the town first to familiarize yourselves with the environment. Remember, don't expose our immortal identity." Zhu Shan emphasized again. "Senior, then when will we return so as not to disturb your cultivation?" Zhou Lingjun asked. "If this gate is open, it's proof that I'm done practicing." Zhu Shan pointed at the gate of the courtyard. "Okay master, go on." The two of them bowed and retreated, exiting the small courtyard and casually bringing the door with them. Zhu Shan then hiccuped into the house. "The gates are closed." With nothing to do for the time being, Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun skipped around the town. A large number of lacquer trees have been planted in the town of White Candle, and these trees are full of branches and leaves, hanging with lacquer seeds that are about to ripen, which gives the town a historic and old-fashioned atmosphere and gives the impression that the town has a strong cultural heritage. "Senior brother Zhou, let's go to the place in town where the divine food is made." Walking down the street, there weren't many people, so Chen Yang suggested. "Good. Master has not yet set up the errand. Anyway, it is also idle walking." Zhou Lingjun naturally agreed. Soon they arrived. It was a cottage similar to a fireplace room, but exquisitely and beautifully restored. The Church of God is an important place, and outsiders are forbidden to enter. Before they could get close, the two of them were stopped by a couple of uniformly dressed guards. Zhou Lingjun pulled out the Lotus Sect disciples' belt tag. "We are newly arrived officials who have come to inspect these important places." A few people received the token and made sure that it was real. They hurriedly made way and saluted. "Greetings to the official." Sir, inside please." These people were the guards in the town, who usually didn't have to participate in the laborious planting, and were specialized in obeying the orders of the officials to facilitate the management of the medicinal garden by the disciples of the sect. Chen Yang and the two of them walked inside. There weren't many people in the room, just 7, and the one that stood out the most was the large iron pot in the middle of it. Spells. Zhou Lingjun's senses were more sensitive than Chen Yang's. and he had just come in to discover the cauldron's unusualness. This mouthful of stuff that mortals use to cook rice turned out to be something that immortals use. A magic weapon. No wonder. Hearing what Zhou Lingjun had said, Chen Yang moved closer and carefully observed, realizing that there was a unique fluctuation surfacing on this pot. Such fluctuations are imperceptible to mere mortals. Chen Yang finally understood why the blood-seeky rice that couldn't be cooked even after being repeatedly poured and boiled in Panai town was cooked here. So it was because of the magic weapon. These two are the new government officials. Everyone, why don't you salute? The man in the back greeted the few people in the house. When the crowd realized their identities, they immediately rose to worship. Greetings, my lord. Well, all rise. Zhou Lingjun nodded, revealing a sense of majesty. These were the two men who would later work under them in the town, and they had to have a primary and secondary role, without having to show how cordial they were. Although both of them were in the form of teenagers, these people did not dare to make trouble in front of them, because all the officials in the past were all martial arts experts, and it was easy to beat them. As you wish. The crowd stood still and waited for the next command. Let's all go about our business. We'll just look around and ignore us. Chen Yang waved his hand and said, as you wish. The people in the house began to go about their business. Chen Yan walked over to the pot and uncovered it. It was full of white blood acai rice, along with a tantalizing aroma of rice. My lord, we are making lunch for the town's fat god. One man preached in the back. How many fat gods does the town have now? How much god food must be cooked every day? Zhou Lingjun asked. The man replied back, our White Candle town now has a total of more than 70 fat gods, and with 3 meals a day. Each fat god has to eat at least 10 pounds of divine food in one meal. At least 10 pounds a meal. Really can eat. This is raising pigs. Right, eat so much, that person does not know what kind of fat. Chen Yang remembered the statue of the fat god in the square. The fat god raised by the families would not be the same as that statue, fat like a monster. In that case, it's easy to understand why Wang Daijia's wife was fearful at the time. Senior brother Chen, look at this. Zhou Lingjun pointed at the bottom of the pot. Chen Yang looked and found that the bottom of the pot was connected to a huge stone, and could see that there were many more chains binding the pot to the huge stone, and some of the chains had even been embedded into the heart of the stone. It seems to be afraid that someone will steal the pot. This pot is a magic weapon. Expensive. Look at the size of the head. The stone underneath weighs at least 100,000 pounds, even if their own master came to move it. One didn't need to think about it to know that it was a defense against those wild cultivators who coveted the treasures of the medicinal garden. Aha! Zhou Lingjun agreed. Chapter 38, Laying the Boundary. This unimpressive large iron pot could be much more valuable than those human medicines, and might also be the most valuable thing in this White Candle town. Chen Yang's eyes surveyed the room. What was urging this magic weapon to run was not any firewood but a thick steel charcoal. Besides the white blood acai rice, there were also many miscellaneous ingredients placed on the side of the pot, the purpose of which was to enhance the flavor of the divine food and increase the appetite of the fat god. Inside the mansion courtyard where the official lived, the demonic wind was rolling at this time. In the middle of the room, Xu Shan sat cross-legged, his hands holding the Dan shape in front of his belly, urging the mana in his body to refine what he had just swallowed into his stomach. Suddenly, there was a difference in his body. His brows furrowed, and his face quickly became ugly. Ahem. It was followed by a series of coughs, and the breath became lachrymose. Xu Shan covered his mouth and looked at the blood dripping out from the cracks of his fist, murmuring with a gloomy expression. How did this injury start to act stupidly again? Didn't Elder Yang already help suppress it? After a moment's reprieve, the discomfort in his body began to subside. Only then did Xu Shan's face look slightly better, but feeling the injuries, he still looked preoccupied. He was puzzled as to what had happened to his body in the last few months. It had gotten worse for no reason, although Elder Yang explained that it is best not to use mana, but that refers to the overload of urging. Their own today is just a little too much wine, far from involving the injury. Could it be that the elders above have secretly used some tricks on me? Xu Shan calmly pondered. The original suppressed injury inexplicably erupted, causing him to begin to suspect that someone in the clan was poisoning himself. The more he thought about it carefully, the more he thought it was possible, because from the bizarre rotting of the seeds of the medicinal herbs planted by Qin Yang, he could tell that he was perhaps being targeted. We'll see, but hopefully I'm overthinking it. Xu Shan carefully recalled, didn't find anything wrong, and he was a sacrificial division being, with the blessing of the Ohi Divine Sovereign in his bloodline. Even the Patriarch wouldn't dare to plot against him in secret. Although the Lotus Sect's Patriarch was at the spiritual spring realm, the strength of the race behind him was not good, and he had no backing, so even if his strength was so much higher, he wouldn't dare to lay his hands on the sacrifice division's living beings even if he was given 10 guts. Unless the Patriarch, didn't want to be the Patriarch anymore. Instead of those elders of the sect doing the work for the Patriarch, It would be better to say that it was the patriarch who had exhausted himself to feed the many blood-sucking elders. On the surface, the patriarch was the authority of the Lotus Sect, but the real power of speech was in the hands of those chi-eating realm sacrificial division elders. Zhu Shan adjusted his state and continued to refine the contents of his belly. Outside, the two Chen Yangs left after looking around the Hall of Gods and continued to familiarize themselves in the town. Clang! Knock knock! By the time it was noon, the sound of banging and drumming suddenly came from the town. What's wrong? Roadside a store selling snacks. Chen, Zhou, two people are greedy to buy things to eat. Zhou Lingjun and the clan are eating pills to grow up. That thing is bland and tasteless. Now come to this mortal life. See a variety of flowers and greenery after gradually integrated into it. As he was eating, he heard noises in the distance. Two little brothers, this is our White Candle Town's welcome to the Immortals Festival. The shopkeeper next to him smiled as he introduced them, knowing full well that the two were new officials and were not clear about the culture in the town. Welcome to the Fairy Festival. The shopkeeper looked at the ancient lacquer trees outside and spoke. It's almost harvest season, and every year at this time everyone organizes a parade to greet the gods as a way to get rid of the evil in the town. Bless the lacquer wood with a good harvest year after year, and bless the townspeople with peace and security. Come on, senior brother Chen, let's go take a look. Hearing that there was an event, Zhou Lingjun was instantly excited. Good. Chen Yang was also quite interested. Comparing the life of the mortal world, the sect was really boring. You two youngsters can go have some fun if you like. The shopkeeper rummaged under the counter and handed them two masks with hideous faces painted in black and red paint. Thanks, uncle. The two Chen Yangs took the mask and looked at the ugly appearance, feeling more and more amused. After quickly fixing the snacks on the table, they paid and headed out. What a thick smoke! As he approached the location from which the sound was coming, he could see a roll of white smoke coming up the street. There were also vaguely many jumping figures in the smoke. Closer, see more clearly. A few hunched old man and old woman walking on both sides, each hand held high in the iron basin. Those like fog like white smoke is from the inside out. These old men were followed by people in strange costumes, playing arrow, trumpets, gongs and drums, and the atmosphere was eerie. At the very back, there was a group of masked townspeople, men and women, old and young, following the melodic rhythm of the people in front of them, flailing in the smoke behind them, and making all kinds of strange noises, pretending to be false gods, so happy and peaceful. Senior brother Chen, let's go in as well. Zhou Lingjun put the mask given by that shopkeeper on his face and said to Chen Yang, good. The two true immortals then blended into the group of false immortals. After the sound of blowing and banging instruments stopped, the people shouted in unison. Immortals descend to reveal their powers. All evils retreat from the shadow without a trace. 1,000 paths of golden light illuminate heaven and earth. 10,000 people under the auspicious clouds call out. This kind of hilarious scene, following the rhythm of everyone and following the example. The two Chen Yangs were having a great time in it. Unconsciously, it was getting dark. It was only as the people dissipated that the two stopped with interest and began to make their way to the mansion grounds. Still, the mortal world is interesting. So much fun and good food. On the way, Zhou Lingjun reminisced. Today's experience opened a new world to him. It's been so long, and I don't know if Master has cultivated yet? Chen Yang muttered. It should be fine. Zhou Lingjun eyed ahead. Although it was already nighttime, the streets were lit up and there were still many pedestrians. The town's residents were well fed and clothed, and the night market was bustling with activity every night. The mansion they lived in was at the center of the town, but there was a rule that the residents of White Candle Town could not approach without permission. After passing through the noisy streets, the surroundings began to clear. Master cultivates well. The door to the darkened mansion was open at this time. Senior brother Chen, we ate so much mortal food today. Will the master know about it and chastise us? Zhou Lingjun couldn't help but feel a little worried that he had been too indulgent today. It's fine. If we want to be punished, it's also the two of us, and it's once in a while. It's fine. Chen Yang comforted. Master is not here? Upon apprehensively walking into the courtyard, the two found it empty. The mind was relieved. Senior brother Chen, let's go back to our room and cultivate first. Good. The two men quietly returned to their respective houses. In the dark, Jason walked alone through the town and easily jumped out when he came to the fence at the edge. Finally refining these things, it's time to set up the boundary. After Zhu Shan patted his greatly increased stomach and muttered, the muscles at his neck began to bulge and a black mane gradually emerged from his body. After taking 3 steps, the entire person retransformed into a large boar with bloodshot eyes. A stream of tie-smelling water trickled down between her legs as she closed her eyes for a brewing session. Phew, phew. Zhu Shan stomped his back foot and began to run around the outside of White Candle Town, his extremely fast speed scraping up air-breaking sounds in the forest. And it's pissing as you run. To draw a circle around the outside of the town when you're done wrapping the town. This was no ordinary urine. The breath emitted was controlled by Zhu Shan, and instead of scattering in all directions, these breaths gathered together and spread upwards into the sky, forming an invisible barrier that wrapped the White Candle Town little by little. The barrier couldn't stop anything, but whenever something foreign entered it, Zhu Shan could sense it. This was the boundary that Zhu Shan was going to set up. At night, a majestic boar runs wildly through the mountains while urinating, its belly gradually beginning to shrink, its rough head smashing through countless trees that stand in its way. Chapter 39, Capturing the Dragon and Tiger Alive, Refining the Great Elixir. Great job. It didn't take long before Zhu Shan managed to urinate all over the outside of White Candle Town. After taking human form while running, he clapped his hands and looked up at the town sky with a great sense of accomplishment. Below his line of sight, a barrier like a pot lid that was as faint as a pot lid loomed over the town. Luckily, there was enough wine to drink, or there wouldn't have been enough for him to pee on. After checking that there were no mistakes, Zhu Shan returned to the town. After so many days have passed, I wonder if Elder Shu has sold my tripod for treasures yet. Walking on the road, Zhu Shan secretly pondered. His cauldron is also a good thing, made by the divine alchemy of the Earth Sect, much more valuable than the pot that cooks the food of the gods. It won't be long before that stinging egg hatches out soon. Jushan rubbed his chin and murmured, "Good day, Master Zhu. Good day, Master Zhu." Once on the street, the many townspeople out for recreation saw him and took it upon themselves to wave and greet him. It came this morning, and after everyone had spread the word all day, most of the town knew he was the new mayor sent by the court. "Hello guys." Jushan flashed an affectionate smile and waved hello to them as well. Having the contributions of the previous elders made parental officials like them very popular in White Candle Town. "Smells good." Jusan carried his hands behind his back as he toured the town. When passing the special snack bar on the side of the road, my stomach growled. The footsteps also unconsciously stopped. "Master Zhu, a few sips?" The vendor had the good sense to move a heel of stools and place them in front of the stall, inviting him to sit with them. "Okay, just have some." Jushan gulped, then sat down obediently. While eating too much of mortal food has an effect on cultivation, it's not like you eat it often, so an occasional meal won't hurt, and if you eat less, you'll just hit the ground running, and when your mind is satisfied, it might even be more beneficial to your cultivation. "Master Zhu, wait a moment, I'll go prepare it for you." The vendor was sharply fixing food in front of his stall. "Hurry up some, a little hungry." Jushan lazily prodded. "Okay." Late night, there wasn't a single bit of light from the various peaks of the Lotus Sect. It was eerie in the moonlight. This is it. On a distant mountain range, an old man shaped like a rotting tree with a walking stick, carrying a 2-foot wide, at least 20,000 kilograms giant furnace over the mountains, appeared under the moonlight, looking at the sect ahead that loomed in the mountain range, a smile on his face. The old man was dressed very scruffy. His teeth had almost fallen out. He was only 5 feet tall, skinny and bony as if he had fled from the famine to come here. His left arm was oddly large, and his right arm was tiny, like a crab. But what was amazing was that he was carrying such a heavy thing all the way up the mountain, and even if he wasn't out of breath, he hadn't even left half a mark on the ground. "Just leave it here for now, carrying it will get in the way later." After the old man murmured, he lifted the iron furnace on his back, which was 100 times bigger than himself, with one hand, and then gently placed it on the ground. Knock knock. Something tumbled in the furnace, hitting the walls with a jarring sound. A large black loach could be seen flickering inside this giant furnace through the holes surrounding it. At ease, the old man said as he touched the walls of the stove with immense preciousness and looked inside. Inside the furnace is not a big loach, is clearly a 3 feet long wild untamed black dragon. The chilling scale armor, the hideous sharp teeth and claws that seem to be able to tear anything to shreds. Unfortunately, this black dragon has long since lost its majestic appearance. The dragon horns have been broken. Facing the surrounding copper wall, despair and fear in his eyes, the old man used a tree branch to hide the iron furnace before jumping into the mountain range, his figure disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lotus Sect. On the fiery peak, the 2 elders were drinking and eating meat in the darkened room. There were no disciples present here, and they all casually reverted to their original forms. "It's a horse-headed man with a tiger's head. Elder Hu, congratulations on reaching the peak of chi eating. I'm sure it won't take more than a few years to break through to the spiritual spring realm." The horse-headed man arched his hand in congratulations. "It's still thanks to the help of you, Elder Ma. If you hadn't lent me 10 disciples, I really wouldn't have been able to exchange the chalcedony from the Lin clan." Elder Hu raised his glass in appreciation. It was because Elder Ma had lent him disciples to make up the number that the Lin clan had agreed to exchange the chalcedony with him. Closed for many days, with the help of the chalcedony, finally reached the peak of chi eating, and now is still young. It is very likely to break through another realm in his lifetime. Spirit Spring Cultivation. Even in the clan have a certain status. and even there is the possibility of being called back to the clan to enjoy the cultivation resources inside the treasure trove. After sharing a cup, the horse-headed man asked, "So the promise? Don't worry, you'll be able to prioritize 15 of the immortal fetuses that were birthed in these first 6 years of the medicinal garden." Elder Who said painfully, "It's quid pro quo. Many thanks to Elder Who." The horse-headed man smiled and thanked him. Elder Who was the one who managed the clan's immortal fetus distribution, and the conditions he said could count. "And you get first pick." The two of them had a nice chat. Elder Ma didn't stay long and left after talking and laughing for a while. "Peak Chi Eater, what a comfort. When I fully master the divine art, I'll even be able to fight for the position of the clan's Grand Elder." Elder Who squeezed himself as both fists in excitement. Although it didn't have much say in the clan, it still had the wind at its back in a small sect like the Lotus Sect. It was unaware, however, that on its own peak, a pair of equally excited eyes were surveying it. The rumors are true. This Lotus Sect really does have a tiger monster, the peak of chi eating, which just happens to match with the dragon essence. Now the two most important monarchical medicines for refining the dragon and tiger Dan have finally been found. A creepy expression appeared on the skin and bones like old man's face. He is going to capture the dragon and tiger alive today, and refine the dragon and tiger great Dan to give himself a good tonic. He is really too thin and too weak now. The old man sneaks closer to the house. Cultivate and stabilize. Inside the house, Elder Tiger took off his clothes and transformed into a 2-foot-long fierce tiger. Lying on the wooden bed, moonlight peeked through the window and spread over the tiger's body. The wind whistled outside the window, and in the room, a silhouette was reflected in the tiger. The old man began to sneak in unnoticed. His left hand stretched out and became larger and larger in the air, finally covering half of the room. Phew! Only with a squeeze of the old man's palm, the fierce tiger on the bed was grasped in his hand. What a peak chi eater! He instantly fainted before he could react. Hey, gotcha! The old man was filled with joy as his arm gradually returned to its original shape. Then he carried the unconscious mighty tiger on his body and quietly left the Lotus Sect. Upon arriving at the furnace, he threw the 2-foot-long tiger on his body through the mouth of the furnace. Mud Skipper, you've got company. Next the old man carried the 2-feet-wide furnace on his back like an ant moving through the mountains quickly. He had to use the cover of the night to move the furnace to a hidden and safe place before he could do so. Something this big is too conspicuous and easily exposed during the day. The old man is hiding in the dark during the day and only dares to come out at night to catch the road. Chapter 40, Delivery. The next day, it was just dawn. White Candletown is still asleep. Get up you two. In the house, Chen Yang, who was cultivating, suddenly heard Zhu Shan shout, "Still want to start boxing this early?" Chen Yang opened his eyes. It was still very early in the morning, but his master was shouting, so he hurriedly walked out. Zhou Lingjun, who lived on the opposite side of the room, also came out at the same time. "Master, is it time to start practicing boxing?" Chen Yang asked. Zhu Shan shook his head and said, "No, you two come with me now. There's a family in the town that's having a difficult labor, and if you don't go, you might have a dead body." In the quiet air, if you listened carefully, you could hear the screams of a faint woman. "What? We have to manage delivering babies?" Chen Yang and the two of them looked at each other, never expecting that Master Teacher would call them up because of this. "What else? Our task is to take care of these human medicines, to ensure that they can safely sprout, blossom and live to maturity. Although we are immortals, we have to put down our postures. We must remember that a porridge and a meal should be thought of as hard-earned, and half a silk and a half a wisp should always be thought of as hard-earned." Zhu Shan admonished the two of them with a serious look. "Got it, Master. Go." Zhu Shan grabbed one person's shoulder with one hand and lifted him up. Then with a leap of several feet, he flew in the direction where the sound came from. He takes less populated areas to prevent revealing his identity. Zhu Shan's speed was comparable to that of a fast horse, arriving in only 30 or so breaths. Under an ancient lacquer tree, a family's lights were flickering at the moment, and many people were fidgeting outside, waiting anxiously. Master Zhu is here. The arrival of Zhu Shan's few people instantly caught their attention. "How's it going?" Jushan inquired about the status. A man who was crying anxiously said anxiously, "The midwife said that the fetus is not in the right position and can't get down." Zhu Shan nodded silently before leading the two Chen Yangs into the house. A smell of blood in the room. The woman on the bed pale, voices getting weaker and weaker. Next to the birth of a few women to wrench in proper fetal position, but also can only do nothing to panic busy. "Quit it all. I'm the best at fetal malposition. Just leave it to us in here," Zhu Shan said in a low voice. His voice was laced with a majesty that made people not dare to refute. "Yes." The mortals inside immediately ran outside the house. "Master Zhu, you must save my mother." The owner of this home cried and pleaded as if he were grasping for help, because in the past, when they met the officials who couldn't solve the problem, they could solve it, which gave them a sense of security. "Don't worry, I'm the parent official of this place. I won't let anything happen to my people no matter what, so just wait here in peace. Jushan closed the door after a few soothing words. Master, what do we do next? Zhou Lingjun looked at the agonizing woman on the bed and naturally did not know how to start. Without a word, Zhu Shan came to the bedside and pointed his finger on the pregnant woman's head, and the woman fainted. After not hearing the voice, the people outside the house didn't know what to do. All watch closer. You'll be the ones to deal with these things in the future. The idea is simple. If you can't birth it, plow it out. I'll demonstrate first. Watch. Zhu Shan took out the iron knife he had already prepared, lifted the quilt, and with a light cut, a long wound appeared on the woman's distended stomach. Remember clearly that you have to go down from here to avoid any major bleeding. It was a very clean cut. Chen Yang, go take out the baby inside. Zhu Shan commanded. Me? The first time he encountered this kind of thing, Chen Yang was very unsettled in his heart. Aha, good. The wound where blood was gurgling out. Chen Yang stiffly put his hand in. Well, he managed to get the baby out of it. A loud cry echoed through the room after Jushan slapped out a slap. It worked. Looking at the little life stained with blood in his hands, Chen Yang sighed in relief. Master, you're awesome. Zhou Lingjun was dumbfounded at this maneuver. What's this? It's just delivering babies for mortals. Those who can help cultivators transplant their organs and bowels are the ones who are really powerful. Jushan cut the baby's umbilical cord with a knife. I wonder if it's a fairy tire. Jushan muttered, pulling out a mahogany box from his shirt pocket and opening it to reveal a black firefly. Master, this bug can recognize an immortal birth from a mortal birth? Zhou Lingjun stared curiously at the thing in his master's hand. Nice. Master, let's save this human medicine first to avoid any accidents. Seeing that Zhu Shan was ignoring the woman anymore, Chen Yang gently reminded, I know it in my heart. With that, Zhu Shan took out the firefly and placed it on the baby's forehead. 3 pairs of eyes stared at the bug for a moment, but there was no reaction. Master, is this a mortal fetus? Zhu Shan nodded his head and took the bug back. Well, if it's an immortal fetus, this thing's tail would be glowing. Alas, immortal fetuses are rare. Chen Yang, come over here. I'll teach you to treat your wounds. After handing the baby to Zhou Lingjun to hold, Zhu Shan pulled him to the woman again. Look how I sewed it. Zhu Shan took out the needle and thread from his pocket again and carefully stitched at the woman's wound. Chen Yang watched his master teacher's movements carefully from the side. Master, how do I take out the back of these threads? Chen Yang asked. Zhu Shan replied back. This is spirit spider silk. It doesn't need to be bothered with in the future. It will disappear naturally. So advanced. Chen Yang only felt that this world was light and strange, but he couldn't pick any faults. Absurd yet inexplicably reasonable. Zhou Lingjun held the child and came over, but Zhu Shan seemed to have no intention of teaching him. Zhu Shan's technique was very skillful, and in no time, he was almost stitched up, leaving only the outermost layer of skin and flesh. At which point Zhu Shan handed the needle and thread to Chen Yang, this outermost one. You try it. Ha! Chen Yang's eyes glared. Only after watching for a while, he told himself to get his hands dirty. It's nothing hard. Now that the man drug is beyond death, feel free to toss it around and practice. Sooner or later you're going to be on it anyway. Jushan wiped his bloodstained hand on his shirt. Good. It's the first time, but you have to try it even if you're in a hurry. Chen Yang took a deep breath and sewed crookedly at the wound like he was sewing a shirt. Not bad. Not bad. Zhu Shan kept nodding his head in satisfaction beside him. Just a little nervous at the very beginning, but at the back, Chen Yang also adapted and his movements gradually became natural. 30 or so stitches later, it was finally closed. How's it going, master? It's still pretty well sewn. Juzhen patted him on the shoulder. Chen Yang scratched his head. Yes, take the baby out. Zhu Shan turned to Zhou Lingjun. Okay, master. Zhou Lingjun walked to the front and pushed the door open, saying with a smile, God bless. Mother and child are safe. Mother and child are safe. The people outside were instantly overjoyed to hear this news and worshipped. Many thanks to the official. Chapter 41 Greedy. The crowd outside was ready to bail out the big and the small, and now that they heard the news that both the big and the small were saved, they were grateful. Of course these people could never have imagined that it would be a fairy who would come to deliver the woman's baby. Wrap this up in something. I have a use for it. Zhu Shan licked the corners of his mouth and ordered as he looked at the placenta placed on the table. Master, you're not going to use it to eat, are you? Chen Yang guessed Zhu Shan's intentions when he saw his expression. This is a good thing. Zhu Shan looked like he was salivating, and asked with concern, do you want it? This tastes much better than immortal medicine. A vicious chill instantly rose within Chen Yang and he frantically shook his head. Don't, master, you eat. Hey, if you don't eat this or that, how can you cultivate in the future? Seeing him resisting so much, Zhu Shan felt puzzled. Chen Yang followed his master's instructions, took the wooden basin filled with water, and placed the placenta in it. This pile of flesh and blood emitted that foul odor smoked him was frowning. How could not understand how the master loved this bite. This quirk is too disgusting. He naturally did not know that a small cytosol was nothing. Even fresh large intestines and small intestines his master could eat them with gusto. Master Zhu, I'm lucky to have you today. Our family will remember your great kindness. Zhu Shan walked to the door and listened to the words of gratitude from the people kneeling down, and said with an affable look, everyone get up, since I've come here to be your parental officer, then this is my part. Well, we'll leave first. The person inside will wake up after 2 or 3 hours. By then if there is any discomfort then you must come and tell me in time. Remember, she all has to rest at home for at least 2 months. So don't bother to go when you're picking lacquer seeds at the back, and heal your body while at home. Jushan instructed the crowd. Got it, Master Zhu. Jushan nodded and moved forward. The others have entered the house to check on the woman's condition. Chen Yang walked behind with the wooden basin containing the placenta. Master, is it easy to give birth to an immortal fetus in this medicine garden? Zhou Lingjun asked beside Zhu Shan. It's not easy. There may not be an immortal fetus in 100 mortal fetuses. That's why the Lotus Sect has so many medicine gardens. But there are only so many disciples. This White Candle town, a year can have 2 immortal fetuses come out and it's already very good. Most of the disciples of the sect are now going to the main sect, and all the various elders are lining up. I want to take another senior brother or sister for you. I will have to wait for at least 10 years before I can do that. 10 years ah, how many 10 years can there be in this life? Zhu Shan couldn't help but let out a few long sighs as he spoke. Master, our daily mission here in White Candle Town right now is to specialize in solving things like this one today, right? Chen Yang asked as he walked to the side. Zhu Shan returned. There are 3 main tasks for you. One is to rescue human medicine. The second is to go and check the body of the fat god on a regular basis. And the third is to cultivate hard. Don't we need to carry the corpses of the dead human medicine back to the clan as fertilizer? Zhou Lingjun said. No need. White Candle Town's human medicine didn't plant Dan Compass, so they usually eat ordinary food and have ordinary bodies. So if they die, they'll be buried under the lacquer trees in the town, and just use them as fertilizer for the lacquer trees. Master, what are those fat gods in the town? Chen Yang tentatively asked about the town's secrets. Zhu Shan didn't hide it and said bluntly, the fat god is actually the old man who was planted with the gluttony bug. According to the sect's regulations, if any old man in this White Candle Town lives to the age of 65 he will be planted with the gluttony bug and become the fat god. What's a glutton again? Zhu Shan patiently preached. Gluttony is a kind of compulsion. Once planted, a person's appetite will be out of control. Only hunger, all day long, just know how to eat. A good fat god can be raised to more than 3,000 pounds. Jesus, mortal, what it would be like to be over 3,000 pounds fat. Zhou Lingjun was shocked to hear this with an exaggerated expression that was unimaginable. So heavy. Chen Yang also felt unbelievable, but it was normal to eat at least 30 pounds of divine food made from blood-seeky rice every day. Knowing that blood-seeky rice could only mature once every 10 years, even if it was what was left over after refining blood-seeky Dan, the amount of energy contained within it was still very astonishing. Every old man is going to be a fat god? Yes, but not everyone can withstand it. After all, mortals in their 60s have already aged their flesh, and most of them can't endure it, thus dying violently while planting the parasites. Then why don't you plant parasites in the young people, like in the town of Panai? Zhu Shan looked at Chen Yang and smiled back. The young man's body vitality is too vigorous. The gluttony bug can't be harnessed. It's likely that it will be killed by the human medicine flesh in return. The gluttony bug can be too precious than the human medicine. Understood. Our mission is to find a way to make human medicine live to 65. That's right. And what does the fat god use it for? That's something only the patriarch knows. Appropriately, Zhu Shan did not reveal more to the two. The three chatted as they made their way back to the mansion courtyard. The sky was already lightening. Zhu Shan walked into the house, let them wait outside. Not a moment later took out 2 booklets and handed it to them. Instructed, this is what Elder Go left behind, which records the town's fat god's information. Next you guys must go to check on a regular basis every day. As for other people's medicines, let's deal with it in accordance with that treasure pill feeding handbook, and report back to me when you encounter any tricky ones. Chen Yang took it and flipped through a few pages. The information inside was very simple. One was to check the physical health of the fat god. If he was sick he had to be treated with medicine quickly. The second was to see if the gluttony was normal. If there were signs of decaying vitality he had to call the elders to deal with it before he could do so. As for human medicine, the town had a medical center, a school, and a place to handle disputes, so they didn't need to worry about it. We'll see later. Now start practicing your fists. Never fall behind in your cultivation. With a wave of Zhu Shan's hand, the gate to the courtyard closed. This place they lived in was a high-walled compound of the Four Waters Returning Hall. where those outside could not know what was going on inside. And the space inside was perfectly adequate for the two to normally beat their flesh normally. Yes, master. The two began to fight in the courtyard with the 7-star fist. After practicing boxing for so long, Chen Yang had already gotten the essence, and every time he fought, he felt like there was a furnace burning in his belly, making his body more and more robust and powerful. This kid, truly is a rare diamond in the rough. Zhu Shan stood at the edge and observed. In his eyes, he could clearly see an aura emanating from Chen Yang's body, and his entire body was like a red-hot iron, exuding heat externally. It's called essence. On the contrary, even though Zhou Lingjuan's fist strength was much stronger than Chen Yang's, his performance in Zhu Shan's eyes was still incredibly ordinary. Not bad, not bad. Jushan walked with the wooden basin and sat down on the steps, watching them as he ate the tire coat raw. Master when Chen Yang saw Zhu Shan chewing beautifully, he only felt that his stomach turned over and wanted to vomit, but fortunately, he adjusted his mind in time. He is unacceptable. But Zhou Lingjun did not feel that there is something wrong with this behavior. After all, this is something that the people in the medicine garden medicine themselves will go to eat. Chapter 42 OHI Divine Art Hidden Spirit. Master, eating these things will be good for cultivation? Chen Yang asked in disbelief. Having been in the Dao Palace realm, why did he still need something from Immortal? Zhu Shan sucked the long umbilical cord into his mouth like shivering noodles and said as he chewed, "It's naturally not much good for cultivation, but the flavor is wonderful, except for the heavenly demon building. In short, anything made from immortal materials doesn't taste great. Haven't you also tasted what it's like? Kinda." Chen Yang remembered eating the immortal medicine blades. That feeling, unforgettable for life. That pitch-black liquid in the back, although he didn't taste the flavor due to the failure of his sense of taste, but it was definitely not good enough. Of course mortals can't eat too much of anything. We are immortals after all. After finishing his food in a few bites, Zhu Shan admonished in a proper voice. After watching the two fight for a while, Zhu Shan stood up and headed out. "You guys practice in here first. I'm going to double-check the town's fat god." After saying that, he walked out, just took over this white candle town. He had to go and get a detailed understanding. There were only 2 Chen Yangs left in the courtyard. After hitting the 7-star fist 8 times, Chen Yang was exhausted and panting. "Senior brother Chen, you're progressing really fast." Seeing him fight 8 times in a row before he got tired and weak, Zhou Lingjun was exceptionally marveled. At this rate, it wouldn't take long to catch up to him. Chen Yang gasped back. "Right, compared to you, senior brother, it's still far from being the same. Senior brother, I've only been able to toughen my flesh to this level after 2 or 3 years of being at the divine hidden realm. You've only been cultivating for how long to reach your current state?" Zhou Lingjun slowly stopped and looked at him enviously. "Senior brother, Master really values you and even went to prepare treasures for you to take." Seeing that Chen Yang had received special care, Zhou Lingjun's voice became low. Chen Yang hurriedly said, "Senior brother Zhou, now that Master is only our 2 disciples, he must be focusing all of his energy on us. Perhaps Master also has treasures for you. Perhaps he will only take them out when he breaks through to the mid-divine hidden stage." "It can't be. It's not like my qualifications are as good as yours." Zhou Lingjun shook his head thoughtfully. "Senior brother Zhou, I think the Master also values you. Look at all the dirty work I was allowed to do when I went to deliver the mortals' babies today." "Seems so. After thinking about it, it is indeed so." Zhou Lingjun then smiled and blamed himself. "How did I become this senior brother? To be so careful. In fact, Master Zun is not easy. Need you to give him a long face. How can I go to blame Master Zun? Even if I didn't prepare the treasures for me, it's not a matter of concern. His old man has his difficulties. I have to work hard to cultivate and improve my cultivation, to give my Master Zun to relieve his worries and difficulties." Chen Yang also revealed a smile. "Get along." Zhou Lingjun can be described as all aspects of their own care, like an elder brother, and is the only one close friend already. He does not want the relationship between the 2 people appear what gap. Chen Yang said, "Senior brother Zhou, in the future, the 2 of us will have to take care of each other in this white candle town. That's natural. We'll cultivate together, and in the future, we'll go to the main sect together to pursue higher cultivation." "Master sire." When he heard this place, Chen Yang's expression gave a lurch. Even though the Lotus Sect's elders had woven the story of the main sect well, he didn't believe that there was such a place. And even if there was a possibility that he was overthinking it, he didn't want to go to this place. The Lotus Sect was too weird, and he was now thinking about how he could escape this dangerous place. "Senior brother, I've been practicing my fists. Lately I've often felt the urge of something in my body to break out of its shell. I think it's time to break open the second divine hide." Zhou Lingjun continued practicing the 7-star fist. After Chen Yang had fought 8 times, he was already sore and his limbs were heavy as if they were filled with iron. It had been resting for almost 2/4 of an hour before he regained his strength. There was nothing to do today, so Zhu Shan locked them up in the courtyard to cultivate. And so they practiced until late at night before the two were allowed to return to their houses to rest. Night. Zhu Shan sat in front of the yellow immortal medicine in the corner of the courtyard. His body was enveloped by a flame-burning mana around him, and in the midst of the mana, there was also a ghostly green-colored rune looming. This is the Ohio Divine Art Hidden Spirit. Recently, the injury has changed abnormally, so I have to store more aura, so that if anything goes wrong at the crucial time of breaking through the cultivation level later, the mana will be enough. Zhu Shan fully activated his Haitian technique, only to see strands of aura being forcibly sucked out of the immortal pills and integrated into his immortal orifices. He was already starting to prepare for the impact on the realm. To hide the spirit, as the name suggests, is to store spiritual energy in the body. The size of the Tao Palace of the living beings in the world was limited, thus leading to the limited amount of mana in it, whereas the Haitian technique could store the aura refined by the immortal orifices in the body, and when it was needed, the flow of this aura into the Tao Palace would instantly be transformed into mana. The reason why Zhu Shan was frighteningly fat was because he practiced the Ohio Divine Art. The fat under his skin was not ordinary fat, but immortal fat, which contained terrifying spiritual power, and when his mana was exhausted, he could recover quickly by breaking down the immortal fat. Someone's coming into White Candle Town. Suddenly, Zhu Shan, who was cultivating, sensed that something had passed through the boundary he had set up and entered the town. Alarmed in his mind, his eyes opened instantly. Then with feet in the air, he jumped onto the roof and ran outside with an extremely fast figure. Soon a thin figure appeared under his vision. Upon seeing the visitor, the serious look on Zhu Shan's face dissipated. Elder Shu. Ah, the visitor had a jolt. Zhu Shan had been in the shadows and suddenly appeared in front of the man, startling him. The one who came was naturally Elder Shu, who had the best relationship with him. Old Zhu, you scared me to death. Elder Shu patted his chest and said, not coming back for so long, I thought you had an accident outside. Zhu Shan pulled him to the side and sat down. That tripod of yours sells well, but what we want is hard to find. Well, Jushan asked expectantly. Naturally, it's done. Elder Shu smiled and took out a small bottle from his clothes compartment. What's this? Can it make that kid break through his cultivation faster? Zhu Shan frowned as he stared at the gadget. The essence of the innate. It was taken from the body of an immortal fetus cub that was just born from a bear demon. If that kid refines this, he will definitely be able to complete his innate. Immortal fetuses born to mortals lacked nourishment at the time of their mother's birth would be congenitally deficient, needing to refine their essence and make up for their congenitals later in life, whereas immortal fetuses born to immortals were born to a perfect innate nature due to sufficient nourishment and did not need to metamorphose into the mortal world, being born into the divine hidden realm, and were able to refine their essence and transform their chi very quickly after they began to cultivate. Okay, this stuff is good. Jushan looked at the bottle excitedly. I had to go through a lot of effort to exchange it, and during that time, I was even targeted and used the Zishan technique to escape, Elder Shu said in hindsight. Hard work. Jushan solemnly patted him on the shoulder. Speaking of which, how about the stinging compound egg? Elder Shu asked. Soon. Jusan gave him a don't worry about it smile. Chapter 43, The Shinman. Well then, it's not worth all the trouble we've both taken, Elder Shu said with a smile. Show me the little guy first. Follow me. After briefly exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Shan led him towards the place where he lived. Elder Shu, when did you return to the sect? Juzan asked idly. Just returned to the clan, went to your Xian Yun Peak to see, found that it was not there, after inquiring only to know that you are in the White Candle Town, so I came here to find you to come, on the body of the essence of the innate such a treasure. I do not dare to delay. Do you know why I agreed to come here on a mission? Jushan said mysteriously with his mouth hooked. Why? Zhu Shan put his hand on the shoulder of Shu Elder and laughed. One is in order to increase the credit to receive the disciple as soon as possible. The second, well, is also the most important, is to cover people's ears. If those who eat Chi Realm Elder know that the existence of the little guy cannot be guaranteed to be in the dark to make a bad thing, you come to just in time. Go back to the time on behalf of me to the Elder of the Who. I would like to do another 10 years in the White Candle Town. So that's how it is. But old Zhu, there's one thing I have to tell you. And that is that Elder who has met an untimely end. Elder Shu suddenly revealed a shocking news to him. What? Zhu Shan's eyes glazed over, very shocked, and he pursued. What's going on? Elder Shu slowly said. Elder whose longevity tree within the clan withered, and now the Yin clan powerhouses have come to the Lotus Sect to investigate. Who is so bold as to lay hands on our sacrifice division beings? Have you found out? Jushan asked with a frown. If what Bear Elder Panther Elder died on the death, but for the two families with 3 doors, 5 surnames and 7 hope together to form the strongest force of the barbaric immortal domain of the 12 rituals of the division of the demon race. The death of a clan wisdom of life is a big deal, and dare to kill them is the following offenses, and must be dealt with severely to serve as an example to others. No, the murderer's tactics are very clever. God does not know what he is doing, at least all of them are at Spirit Spring Realm cultivation, without leaving a single crack. Ordinary wild cultivators do not dare to lay their hands on our sacrifice division's living beings, and they do not have the ability to do so either. So I think that it should be the Xuanmens, those lawless fellows. Xianmen, heaven, earth, one of the three Xianmen, specializing in the art of treasure dan, love to catch people catching demon refining treasure dan, and rely on their own superior means. Ordinary wild cultivation of wild demon they still do not see, most like to the human race in addition to the 2 families too. 5 surnames and 7 hope and the demon race 12 rituals. The barbaric immortal domain of all kinds of woes are due to the Xianmen and the vast majority of the world's public enemies, due to the fact that the higher the cultivation level of an immortal the more difficult it is to have an heir. These great powers, even though they are powerful but the number of racial beings is small. In the savage immortal region, the vast majority of cultivators are still made up of those small clans and small races. Genman. Hearing to these 2 words, Zhu Shan could not help but be terrified inside. These guys can be crazy, do things recklessly, lawless, uncontrolled, can kill Elder Hu, can also kill him Elder Zhu, Elder Shu. There's no need to think too much, just let nature take its course. If the Xian sect's people make a move against us, we can't defend ourselves. Elder Shu was actually worried, but still enlightened Zhu Shan. Your Zishan technique can hide in the ground, and you can usually hide under the ground, so it's hard for Xian sect cultivators to have the means to pose a threat to you. But I can't, Jushan said enviously. Elder Shu smiled awkwardly. In terms of life preservation, the Z divine art did have a bit of an advantage over the He divine art. Let's not talk about this. Life and death have their own destiny. Let's do the right thing for the moment. The 2 chatted as they made their way inside the courtyard. Knock knock. Zhu Shan walked outside Chen Yang's house and gently knocked on the door. Master? Chen Yang, who was cultivating, opened his eyes when he heard the sound. Upon opening the door, he found that it was indeed Zhu Shan standing outside. Master, very puzzled as to what to do with himself in the middle of the night. However, the next moment he noticed that there was someone standing next to Zhu Shan, and upon recognizing him, he immediately saluted. Greetings Elder Shu. Not bad, not bad. Elder Shu carefully sized him up and kept nodding his head in satisfaction, not knowing what he was feeling good about. There's something for you. Go inside. Alright, Master. Elder Shu. Inside please. Chen Yang hurriedly stood by the door and welcomed the 2 to the house. Looking at Elder Shu, his heart wondered what he was doing here. Could it be that he was specifically looking for himself? Master, what happened? Chen Yang moved a bench and invited the 2 to sit down. Zhu Shan took out a small bottle and placed it on the table, saying, this is the treasure I asked Elder Shu to find for you outside. It's very helpful for cultivation. Treasure. Chen Yang gratefully arched his hand and said, thank you, Master. Thank you, Elder Shu. Then he got up and looked at the bottle and asked, Master, is this oral? No. Jushan smiled mysteriously. That's. Chen Yang looked at the 2 men's eyes that were out of place and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Kid, hey, pass out first. Elder Shu came behind him at some point and slashed his neck with a palm. Chen Yang fainted with a black eye. The house was empty, and the 2 were no longer hiding, their faces rapidly changing. A furry rat's head and a menacing pig's head were revealed. Better leave it to you. Elder Shu picked at the hairs on his neck with his claws. Okay. Zhu Shan lifted Chen Yang on the ground and threw him on the table. Elder Shu was very cooperative in peeling back the clothes on Chen Yang's stomach, and after gesturing horizontally and vertically across his belly for a while, he drew a horizontal line with his finger. This is it. Aha. Jushan took out his prepared knife and aimed the tip at the location of the line. It looks like it's going to open up. Be careful. This is the location of the Dao Palace after all. Elder Shu's face was grave. Right now it was still called the Divine Collection, and when the 2 Divine Collections in the back rushed open to merge with it, it would be called the Dao Palace. Both of them also have their divine stashes in this part of their bodies. Me, you still don't believe. Zhu Shan was sure of his handiwork, and when he finished, he bowed down and began to move the knife. Although he spoke easily on his lips, his expression was still incomparably grave. The blade moved and the skin and flesh at Chen Yang's belly began to separate. A bead of blood oozed from the wound. Jushan was very careful with his spirit, and it took almost 10 breaths to open the wound. A mass wrapped in fat as well as dirty membranes came into view. The organ inside is Shinzo. It could be seen that in addition to the rich network of blood vessels and nerves connected to it, there were also some tree root-like things spreading out from it. Said to be an organ, but with such a look, it was more like the embryo of some kind of creature. It's okay. The 2 demons' gazes were placed above this divine collection. Only fairy tires have this. The essence of the innate. Elder Shu brought the bottle over and carefully dripped it onto the divine collection as if he was pouring an immortal medicine. The essence of the innate in the bottle was white and viscous, with a strong smell of blood, as if it were some sort of churned-up organ tissue. Chapter 44. After dripping onto Chen Yang's divine collection, the divine collection pulsed slightly, as if there was a small invisible mouth inside, sucking up all the essence of innate that fell on it. To have eaten it clean so quickly, what a powerful divine stash. This was, after all, the innate essence of other beings, not even of the human race, and I had thought that it would take some time to absorb it. It's the equivalent of a child who isn't a picky eater and eats whatever he's given for good measure. Well, the stronger the better. The two demons were even more delighted to see this. It seemed that he had already seen himself refining an immortal pill with the help of this immortal fetus and breaking through to the chi-eating realm after taking it. Even if there's no innate essence, it won't take long for this kid to refine his essence to rush through the second divine deposit. Elder Shu said. Nothing. Having this great tonic will allow him to get to the late divine hidden stage more quickly. Jushan smiled with a raised eyebrow. As he spoke, he saw Chen Yang's divine collection jumping violently for a moment. And then a few pink roots the size of small thumbs stretched out from it and directly inserted themselves into the small bottle in Elder Shu's hand, greedily absorbing the contents. This was the immortal vein emanating from the divine residence, a channel for the operation of mana. Caught off guard, the two demons were instantly startled by the scene, standing around dumbfounded. Old Zhu, this kind of eating is too scary. I feel like we're raising a freak. There's always a demon when things go wrong. We have to be more careful. Looking at the immortal vein with such behavior, Elder Shu said with a gloomy expression. This kid in front of me is a freak. Immortal veins go out. Perhaps this is a fae, rich and powerful. Lao Shua, I feel that our achievements may be more than just the realm of chi eating, and you are half into the earth lifespan is not much. I am not afraid. What are you afraid of? Zhu Shan's eyes were glowing with excitement. Fae? Indeed it is possible. In that case even if this guy will backfire it doesn't matter. This risk? Indeed it's worth the risk. Dry. And this kid won't be able to do spells. The two of us at the Dao Palace realm. Even if we desperately resist when controlling him later, it's still not easy to take? After Zhu Shan's nudging, Elder Shu instantly lost his worries. He is already old and won't live long. And he has no heir. A rotten life. So he is still afraid of nothing. Under the watchful eyes of the two demons, in less than 5 breaths of time, a bottle of innate essence was eaten cleanly by Shinzang. With a pop, the vial fell to the ground in broken pieces. Those immortal veins also retreated into the abdominal cavity on their own. It's okay. After the great work was done, Shu Shan went forward and sharply restitched Chen Yang's wound. Why can't you wake this kid up? Elder Shu cast a spell to try and wake Chen Yang up, but found that it had no effect. It should be because the divine collection absorbed so much innate essence. Wait, Shu Shan guessed. Well, it will have to wait. There's chi flowing through him. Elder Shu realized that an aura was bubbling up from Chen Yang's belly and running upwards to go within that divine collection in his chest. This is obviously refining essence and transforming chi. It's still true. After taking so many innate essences, his innate nature has already been perfected, and now it's no different from a child born from an immortal fetus, and the divine deposit has been developed. It's normal to be able to directly refine the essence and transform the chi. Zhu Shan explained. It and Elder Shu were actually born from ordinary wild boars and mountain rats, and by a fluke of enlightenment transformed into immortals to join their respective races. Because of this, there was no such thing as the so-called Tree of Eternal Life, which was one of the reasons why the two of them did not have a high status in the Lotus Sect. That bear demon has the strength of the Dao Palace realm and gave birth to an heir with an extremely high quality of innate essence in his body. After sucking in so much, this fellow will fear that he will directly reach the middle stage of the divine deposit when he wakes up. Elder Shu muttered. So much the better. How about we give him the bone and blood pill when we reach the middle stage of divine hidden? Elder Shu proposed. Zhu Shan nodded. Well, it's possible. With the help of the bone and blood pill, one should soon be able to refine chi to the late divine hidden stage. And in that case, the Dao Palace realm won't be far away. The two demons put Chen Yang's clothes back on, placed them on the bed and retreated. Let's go and see how well the stinging compass eggs are developing. The two demons returned to their adult forms and walked to Zhou Lingjuan's house. They didn't interrupt, though, but stood outside the house and looked through a crack in the door. At this moment, Zhou Lingjun was sitting cross-legged on the bed. The immortal orifices operated, and the aura sucked in from the mouth was refined little by little. What he didn't know, though, was that an unfathomable line of blood had crawled all over his body, accompanying his breathing, one after the other. Inside the chest cavity, at the source of these blood filaments, there was a thumb-sized blood egg, and there was a red light shining in the blood egg, like a heart beating. The blood filaments spreading around sucked nutrients from the flesh and blood of all parts of the host's body to feed the stunner in the blood egg. The stinging compass egg has developed and matured, and may break its shell at any time. Jushan said. 2 parasites, producing 2 immortal pills. Good, good. Elder Shu smiled and was relieved to see that this compote egg was going to come to fruition. After surveying the area for a few moments, he left. Elder Shu, that bottle of innate essence is so rich in essence that I can't exchange it for just my broken tripod, right? After returning to the house where he was practicing, Shu Shan said as he poured the wine. He was still clear about the value of his own tripod. After all, it was the proceeds of killing the divine hidden realm wild cultivator, and it would be of little use other than being able to be used to refine the body. I took my weapon out for it, so I can't just let you bleed. Elder Shu picked up the cup and poured a sip into his mouth. Without a weapon, how can you not be heartbroken? But in order to further your cultivation, you can only bleed and give up. You actually took your weapon out and exchanged it. Zhu Shan looked at it with great shock. No harm done. Things outside the body, as long as the immortal pill comes to fruition, it's all worth it. Here, I'll drink to that. Zhu gave it another full pour and rose with his glass. After drinking a few more cups, Zhu Shan said in a serious manner, Elder Shu, I'm afraid that ordinary treasures don't have much effect on that brat anymore. From now on you'll be in the sect. It's very unsafe to go out without your weapon. As Chen Yang's strength grew, the quality of his treasures would become more and more demanding. What with things like poisonous insects and snakes, they no longer serve to enhance his cultivation. It will have to do. Elder Shu nodded silently. With its current strength, it was almost impossible to go and find better treasures, and without a weapon to use, it was even more impossible to go to those dangerous places. Take this stinging young compass. Zhu Shan pulled out a broken bone from his clothes and said, it's safer to split it up and use it together when that kid reaches the Dao Palace realm. Okay. Elder Shu picked the bone up. It was a bone from the leg of a demonic beast, and the stinging young parasites were hidden in the core of the bone to lie dormant. Chapter 45 Presiding over the ceremony. Then I will return to the Lotus Sect now. After putting the stinging compass away and drinking a few cups, Elder Shu planned to go back. Go back and help take care of the herbs for these two disciples of mine. Those aren't immortal medicines, but after all, they are tainted with immortal qi, and when they mature, they will still have a good effect on that little guy. Zhu Shan said, those medicinal herbs had a much higher potency than the mortal medicines, and even if Chen Yang reached the middle stage of divine hidden in the back, they still had a great role to play, and each one of them was even more precious than the bone blood pill. It was just a pity that the herbs of those other disciples had already been consumed by themselves long ago. Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of it, and my disciple also has some herbs left behind, so when it all matures, we can still give that kid a big tonic together. After having another drink, Elder Shu went out. Juzan kept sending it away from the town. Tonight the moon was large, round and bright, and a few clouds floated in the sky. After the farewell, Juzhan returned to the house. There are Xian sect disciples active near the clan now, so we have to be careful, lest we die without realizing it. It murmured and put its left hand to its ear, and then a spider covered in red spots crawled out of its ear and lay obediently on its palm. Juzhan shivered the index finger of his other hand in his mouth to get some saliva before placing it at the spider's ass and poking it. Soon it was yanking a very slender thread of silk out of the spider. Next Zhu Shan wrapped the spider threads all around, leaving only one passage he knew. This house is where it usually cultivates, and doing so is only to prevent being sneak attacked. After all, cultivators are the most vulnerable when cultivating, and these spiders are fine and unnoticeable, and after being so set up, in the cultivation state, the slightest wind and grass movement can be detected by him. Having had so much silk drawn out of it, the spider's stomach was almost empty, and was lying deflated in the palm of its hand, its spider legs all clasped together. Great job. The open gun is easy to avoid, the dark arrow is difficult to prevent. Zhu Shan clapped his hands and looked at his own means. With some defense, the heart is considered to have a little security, and go outside the house and set up a boundary as well. Of course, it's not enough to have this and that, but you also need to set up a boundary outside the house, with multiple layers of defense. Juzhan started to move. It's a bit of a distance from the clan, so you have to be careful. After tossing and turning for a while, it was finally all set up. Only then did Zhu Shan begin to quietly cultivate. As for the plant planted in the corner of the yard of the yellow dock, it is not too much to worry about. The hidden nature of the immortal medicine is inherently very strong. The yellow dock grows quietly there. With the ordinary yellow dock there is no difference. The night was calm in White Candle Town. The morning sun sprinkled down, and White Candle Town gradually woke up. Zhou Lingjun pushed the door open and practiced all night. The tiredness from yesterday's fist practice had completely dissipated. Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Chen. He came to Chen Yang's house and knocked on the door and called out, wanting to call him up to practice boxing together, but there was no response inside even after a few shouts. With a frown, just as he was about to push open the door, Zhu Shan's voice came from behind. Your senior brother is cultivating. There's no need to disturb him. Master. Zhou Lingjun turned around and bowed to Zhu Shan as he continued. But how come senior brother didn't react? Zhu Shan walked to the courtyard and said, "Yesterday night Elder Shu came. Didn't he go on a cloud tour? I entrusted him to exchange some treasures outside. Your senior brother slept through after taking it. At this time the body is refining. I don't know how long it will take to wake up." "Oh, so that's it." Hearing that it was taking the treasure, Zhou Lingjuan's complexion darkened and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. How could Zhu Shan not know what Zhou Lingjuan was thinking, and smiled amiably. "Prepare for you to have it too." Zhou Lingjun immediately looked up in surprise. Zhu Shan continued, "Both are disciples of the master. How could I be biased? Only that you are now in the critical period of refining essence and transforming qi, and it is not appropriate to take it." "Thank you, master." Zhou Lingjun immediately thanked happily and assured, "Please rest assured, master. My disciple will definitely cultivate hard and break through to the mid-divine hidden stage as soon as possible, and won't let you down. It's best if this is the case. It hasn't failed to fulfill my master's good intentions." Zhu Shan nodded his head with great satisfaction, then took out a bowl from his sleeve. "Let's go. There is an old man in the town who turned 65 today, and he is going to have a rite of passage to become a god, so we have to go and preside over the ceremony." "Master, does the rite of godhood mean becoming a fat god?" Zhou Lingjun asked. Zhu Shan said to the bowl in his hand, "Not bad. This is filled with a gluttonous worm, and if it survives after parasitizing it, it will become a fat god." Zhou Lingjun looked at the bowl, which was filled with pitch-black lamp oil that had not solidified, and in the oil, there was a small loach swimming. "That's gluttony." He stared at the little bug and watched. "Go." Juzan led him toward the house. Zhou Lingjun followed behind and asked curiously, "Master, what is the fat god used for?" "Don't pry if you shouldn't." Juzan stopped and gave him a stern look. Zhou Lingjun immediately lowered his head. "After picking 100 flowers to make honey, for whom it is hard work, for whom it is sweet." Zhu Shan secretly sighed. He worked hard to raise things, but he couldn't eat them himself. He couldn't share any benefits from these fat gods after raising them and selling them to Sky Demon Building, and the clan elders who could share the benefits wouldn't come to care about the medicinal garden at all. Until now, he had only heard that the Heavenly Demon Building, the world's #1 gourmet pagoda, used the immortal dishes made from the oil boiled out by the fertile god to taste absolutely delicious, but he had never gone to the Heavenly Demon Building to taste it. Zhou Lingjun couldn't understand the meaning of his master's words. After walking for a quarter of an hour, the two arrived outside a house. The family was obviously having a happy occasion, with lights and colorful decorations, and festive couplets on the door, and the inside was bustling with people. "Master Zhu, you're here." Before Zhu Shan and the two of them arrived, the people inside the courtyard welcomed him when they saw him. "Master Zhu, Master Zhu." The crowd waited on either side of the doorway and bowed respectfully. "All rise." Zhu Shan waved his hand, signaling the crowd to get up. When you walk into the small courtyard, you can see that it is decorated exquisitely and many lanterns have been tied up. "Is the ceremony all set?" Jushan asked one of the stewards. "Well, it's all been carried out. Now we're just waiting for you, Master Zhu, to bestow your blessings." That steward returned. "Good." Juzan walked towards the room next to the courtyard. This room is similarly decorated very festive. In the middle of the 8 immortal table, an old woman wearing a red cotton jacket is sitting on that 8 immortal table. The whole person cleaned up, very spiritual, like a bride to be married. "Master Zhu." The old woman tried to get up to greet Zhu Shan when she saw him. Seeing this, Zhu Shan immediately stepped forward and said cordially, "Auntie, just sit down. Today is your big day. Once you become a fat god, your children and grandchildren will be blessed." "Yes, yes." The old woman held Zhu Shan's arm and her face turned into a smile. Chapter 46, Joyful Events. Great joy. They firmly believe that becoming a fat god is a glorious thing, and that in one's life, after living 65 years, if one does not become a fat god, one's entire life is a failure. And once you become a fat god, it's a reversal of fortune, and the whole family immediately becomes human. And from then on, they will be outstanding, and their children and grandchildren won't have to engage in labor for 3 generations, and they will become the upper class of the town, and enjoy the blessings with her. And not only will they have no worries about their food and clothing, but they will be respected and admired by the people. You few are the sons and daughters of the Great Mother, aren't you? Zhu Shan turned his head to look at the 3 men and women who were also wearing festive red outfits and asked, "Yes, Master Zhu." The 3 men walked up to him. Zhu Shan stood to the side and said, "The final blessing ceremony is about to begin, so if you have anything else to say to Mother, say it now." 3 people surrounded that old woman. The oldest son knelt down directly in front of his own mother and said in a loud voice, "Mother, you must cheer up. Father didn't become a fat god and left first. You must fight for our family. Mother, don't worry about your old man. There's still us at home. Mother, whether our family can be rich or not, it all depends on you now." That old woman grabbed the hands of her 3 sons and daughters and said amiably, Mother will definitely cheer up, and will definitely work hard to become a fat god so that you can all live a good life. The four of them chilled out at the table for a while. Okay, y'all go outside. Seeing that it was almost time, Shu Shan began to drive people out. Mother, you must hold on, we'll wait outside for your good news. After a final exhortation, the three children of the old woman retired to the outside of the house. Close all the doors and windows, Jushan said. Many people are standing outside the house to watch it. How can such a sacred thing be exposed in plain sight? Yes. Zhou Lingjun closed all the doors and windows as instructed. The room was somewhat dark. Zhou Lingjun lit the red candles around them, and the soft light shone. It was warm and cozy. Master Zhu, are we going to start? The old woman looked at Jushan expectantly. Shu Shan took the bowl out and walked up. Auntie, you've been blessed with 3 children. The old woman smiled and said, yes, there are not many families in White Candle Township that can have 3 heirs and grow up safely. And the old woman herself is very accomplished in being able to raise 3 children. Ma'am, get ready, it's about to start. Master Zhu, I was ready a long time ago. The old lady couldn't wait. That's good. Shu Shan took out 5 iron nails from his clothes and inserted them all into the old woman's head with great speed. The old woman was like a lightning strike. Her entire body stiffened and she remained motionless in her original position. Then Juzan placed the bowl on her head. At this point the nail and the bowl began to emit a faint glow. It was then that the lamp oil in the bowl, which had been calm, began to gush, and, as if alive, flowed out of the side of the bowl and, following the iron nail, into the old woman's head. Senior, what is the use of this? Zhou Lingjun asked. Greedy worms can only survive in this kind of lamp oil. To parasitize in this human medicine head, you have to pour oil into it first. You guys will take care of the fat god in the future. The main thing is to replenish the oil into their head. Zhu Shan preached. This human medicine is still alive? My 5 iron nails only pierced through her skull and didn't hurt the key things inside. The human medicine is naturally still alive. It's just that after being parasitized by the gluttonous insects it will turn into a monster that only knows how to eat. She can grow to weigh over 3,000 pounds? Looking at this skinny old woman, Zhou Lingjun had trouble believing what kind of fat he had to be in the back to weigh more than 3,000 pounds. It's quite a monster in contrast to normal human medicine. If he can live another 10 years or so, he'll have no problem growing to 3,000 pounds. The biggest record in White Candle Town is 5,000 pounds, and that fat god lived for a full 20 years. As he spoke, Zhu Shan took out another iron nail and stabbed it into the back of the old woman's head. A stream of cerebrospinal fluid then flowed from the surface of the nail. If this stuff isn't expelled, the human medicine head will be bursting with lamp oil. Almost after the past 20 breaths, there was no more liquid flowing out from the back of the human medicine's head there, and the lamp oil in the bowl on top of his head had regained its calmness, which indicated that the human medicine's head had been filled with lamp oil. Jushan removed the bowl and pulled out the iron nail at the back of his head, pinching up the gluttonous worm that was swimming inside the bowl and placing it at the back of the human medicine's head. After leaving the lamp oil, the glutton struggled violently, and when it smelled the lamp oil odor inside the human medicine head, it followed the hole left by the iron nail in the back of the head. Did it work? Zhou Lingjun watched the scene in amazement. It's only just begun. The chances of the gluttonous bugs successfully parasitizing are less than 1 in 10. Zhu Shan carefully observed the condition of the human medicine. Gluttony was fragile, and he couldn't use his mana to help. He could only look at the tacit understanding with the human medicine. Moving, Zhou Lingjun suddenly exclaimed in shock, because that old woman's originally kind face suddenly showed a hideous expression. The muscles on her face lost normal control and kept twitching, and those closed eyes also opened. The 2 eyeballs inside kept spinning around. It's gluttony trying to control her mind. Jushan explains that it's come down to the wire. Outside, the old woman's family is walking around the yard, very anxious. Everyone was quiet, afraid of disturbing Master Zhu as he bestowed his blessings on the old man inside. Little by little the time passed. The house was silent. The old man's expression on the 8th century table was grotesque, sometimes hideous and horrible, sometimes upright and kind. An hour has passed. Over time, though, her expression gradually calmed down. The pupils of his eyes began to contract, and his entire body revealed a thirsty look. Looks like it's going to work. Shu Shan had been silent for a long time and finally spoke after seeing this change in the human medicine. The fact that the human medicine shows a look of food craving proves that the gluttony has successfully started to take control of her mind, eventually turning her into a great glutton who knows only hunger and not satiety. The god of fat. After another half hour, the human medicine's expression stabilized completely. Okay. Zhu Shan took out a book from his body and began to register information about this fat god's profile. Zhou Linjian pushed open the door. When the crowd outside saw that there was finally movement inside, they hurriedly gathered around and asked with concern, "Little brother, has my mother become a fat god?" "Well, congratulations, Zhou Lingjun arched his hand in congratulations. Great! We finally have a fat god in our family. Upon hearing this shocking news, the 3 children of the old woman were so excited that they fell to their knees and let out a cry. Their family has been lacquer farmers for 7 generations, and now they're finally out in the world with a fat god. Joy! Great joy! Heavenly joy! Come on, blow it up! When the uncle who was in charge heard the success, he immediately turned around and shouted to those who were playing arrow and blowing lakla in the courtyard. For a while a symphony of joy resounded through the household. Chapter 47, Middle Divine Deposit. Louder! The steward disliked the sound and ran up and yelled, "Look at those blowing and pulling harder." Satisfied with this, the steward began to greet, "Quickly serve the old madam." Okay. The gongs and drums were busy with everyone in good order. 7 tables have been set up in the yard, and neighbors dragged their families to take their places, ready to eat. Of course the first bite of the meal is served into the house to the old lady who has just become a fat god. "Mother! My mother!" The old woman's 3 children ran to her with snot and tears of excitement. "Eat, hungry!" But the old man was now too empty-eyed to recognize them, and only felt hungry for food one way or the other. "Here's the food." At that moment there was a loud shout outside, and a group of people lined up, each carrying a bowl of food and walked in. Come on, don't starve my mother." The 3 children came up and hitched a hand, placing the dishes all around their elderly mother. When that old woman saw the food, her pupils instantly contracted, her tongue kept licking the corners of her mouth, and she was still gulping hard. When the bowl is served, they immediately grab it with their hands and frantically stuff it into their mouths as if they were starving. Seeing that my mother had such a good appetite, several of the children were all smiles. "Mother, eat more, there's more in the pot. The more you eat the better. It's a blessing to be able to eat." "Yes, mother, try this big elbow." "Mother, you must eat white and fat and become the heaviest fat god in our town." The house was chaotic and very festive, and the people outside looked at the family with great envy. Thereafter the children and grandchildren have the lintel of the door. The food is being served, so everyone have some more and dip into the joy. After the old lady finished eating first, the outside started to serve and eat the meal as well. "Congratulations on the fat god in your family. You 3 will have to take good care of your old lady from now on." Xu Shan smiled at the 3. "Don't worry, Master Zhu, we will definitely serve Niang in every way." The 3 said cheerfully. "That would be best, then I'll be on my way." "Master Zhu, we have prepared all the meals, eat before you leave." A few people still wanted to stay. "No need, look at me. I'm such a blessed man, staying here for too long will take away your blessings," Xu Shan said jokingly as he patted his big belly. "Where? Master Zhu is bringing us good fortune." Xu Shan smiled and left with Zhou Lingjun. The people outside were having a great time eating the banquet, with big wine and meat. The medicine garden was rich in produce, and in order to have a good harvest, the Lotus Sect took care of them very well. So these people medicine still had a pretty nourishing life in there. These mortals, what fools! Having seen the process of making the fat god and the absurd appearance of the human medicine, Zhou Lingjun despised it. Foolishness has its advantages. Knowing too much will make you unhappy instead. Look at them like this. Aren't they living quite happily and blissfully? Xu Shan smiled and patted Zhou Lingjuan's shoulder, and the 2 of them stood still, looking at the lively and joyful scene in the courtyard in front of them. "Let's go. There's nothing more to do today." Jushan took him back. "Senior, I feel like the second divine collection is going to be flushed away," Zhou Lingjun said with a smile. "Oh, I've often felt something in my chest lately that's about to break out of its shell. This is the divine residence about to be flushed open, isn't it?" Zhou Lingjun said as he touched his chest. "Yes, good apprentice." Xu Shan was very pleased to hear this, then said, "Although your qualifications are not as good as your senior brother Chen's, reaching the Dao Palace realm before the age of 40 is not much of a problem at all. Senior, when will senior brother Chen wake up? This is unclear, but if he wakes up, I'm afraid he'll directly reach the middle stage of divine hidden." Ah! Zhou Lingjun was directly dumbfounded upon hearing this news. He himself had only felt refining essence and transforming qi after so many years of cultivation. Chen Yang had only been cultivating for a few months but he was actually about to be in the middle stage of divine hidden. Go! Seeing that he was frozen in place, Jushan urged, "Senior brother Chen is awesome." Zhou Lingjun let out a long sigh and quickly caught up with his master's footsteps. When he returned to the mansion, Xu Shan told him to practice boxing in the courtyard. For some reason, Zhou Lingjun realized that his master was not too eager to teach himself this time, and used to practice with him whenever he had time. Xu Shan was ready to check on Chen Yang's condition, but suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with the immortal pill planted in the corner, and with a frown, he walked over. What's going on? He realized that among the lush leaves of the immortal medicine, there were actually a few leaves that were beginning to yellow. The vitality of immortal medicines was incomparably vigorous, and under normal circumstances no withered leaves would appear. Could it be because I sucked in too much aura? Zhu Shan was skeptical in his heart. It seemed that this was the only possibility. Fortunately, it's not a big problem, so just pay attention to it later. After checking it over, he got up and went inside. At this time, Chen Yang was slumbering on his bed, but his belly is hot, in which the furnace was calcined by the fire, completely boiling, rolling vapor steam straight up, pouring into the chest. After eating so much innate essence, I wonder how much qi can be produced. Zhu Shan was looking forward to it. The more qi the better. After filling up this divine deposit in his chest, he would be able to refine his qi and then develop that third divine deposit inside his brain. He was observed for a long time before he went out. Unconsciously, half a month slipped by. On the bed, Chen Yang's fingers suddenly moved. Then the tightly closed eyes slowly opened. That's how long I've been asleep, Chen Yang muttered, recalling what had happened in his mind, and said in disbelief, why did Master Zun knock me out? Did he do something to me again? Thinking of this, Chen Yang immediately got energized and ripped the clothes apart, inspecting them carefully. His face quickly turned ugly as he realized that there was a 6-inch long scar on his stomach, lying there horribly like a centipede. Master wouldn't have stuffed some kind of compulsion into my stomach, Chen Yang subconsciously thought. Crunch! The door opened and an unusually tall figure walked in. Master! Chen Yang hastily stabilized his mind. Awake! Zhu Shan laughed, seeing that he was looking at the wound on his stomach, said, don't be afraid. Elder Shu brought some essence of the innate with him. This kind of treasure will be wasted if swallowed raw. Only by digging up your stomach and dropping it on the divine reserve can you absorb it to the maximum extent. As for this scar, you are not a fleshly mortal now. Scars left by ordinary injuries will dissipate on their own in a few more days. So it is. Chen Yang quickly recalled it and felt relieved in his heart. You are now in the middle stage of divine deposit. Feel the qi in that divine deposit in your chest. Mid-divine hidden. Chen Yang was surprised. He woke up in the middle stage of divine hidden? Chapter 48, Sword Training. Immediately, however, he realized that what his master said was true, for he did feel a special mass of gas in his chest. Feel that? Well, feel it. Chen Yang nodded. The main thing in the middle stage of divine hidden is to learn to harness this qi. This qi is very similar to your mana later on, except that it's not yet divine, and only after harnessing it will you be able to harness your mana later on. Zhu Shan told him what to do. Control. Chen Yang began to try, but realized that he had no connection with it. Master, it can't be controlled. Zhu Shan shook his head and laughed. Your Shindu has not yet merged with it, so naturally you can't have a mind-to-mind connection, so how can you control it? If you want to make the qi move, you have to guide it with external objects, so it's time to use a weapon like elder brother and sister and the others. Not bad, it's a 1-2 punch, learning how to harness qi and mastering the art of weaponry at the same time. Follow me. Elder Go still has a few weapons left here. Go and choose. Juzhen headed out the door. Chen Yang hurriedly got out of bed to follow. Senior brother Chen, you've finally woken up. Outside in the courtyard, Zhou Lingjun was still practicing the 7-star fist and stopped to greet Chen Yang upon seeing him. Senior brother Zhou. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Lingjun and his expression changed slightly, because Zhou Lingjun's color was a lot worse than before, and the whole person also lost a few points of weight, as if after a serious illness. Go ahead and pick out your weapons. You guys can talk later. Jushan prodded ahead. Okay master. Chen Yang followed. The two walked to a room at the back of the courtyard, which had 5 weapons hanging on the walls. A sword, a knife, a club, an axe, and a whip. That's all. Choose whatever you want to practice. Master, you are proficient in all these weapons? Zhu Shan shook his head. I am not proficient in one thing, but the world's weapons are nothing but 3 essentials. That is, fast, accurate, and ruthless. As long as you master these 3 points, all the weapons can be at your fingertips. I'll use the knife then, Chen Yang said as he looked at the sword. He had considered using a sword, but it felt awkward to practice something like a sword. It's still a knife that has a little more pizzazz and is easy on the eyes. With that, he removed the knife, which was a straight blade, with a pitch-black colored body and a shiny blade that seemed to have a cold aura. Weighing only about 30 pounds, Chen Yang was able to easily hold it in his hands. Whatever, Jushan doesn't interfere with his choices. Seeing that Chen Yang had already chosen, he took him out. Master, are you teaching me a set of sword techniques? Chen Yang asked as he carried his sword. I do not know how to sword. For us immortals, all weapons are the same. The sword practiced again, and other cultivators fight and kill are a chopping hello. How to cut each other that is called the sword. And so on you get to the Dao Palace realm. You will find that what the sword law is nothing more than so many strokes, and wielded with force is. Yes? Chen Yang expressed his skepticism and asked. Then how am I going to practice? Zhu Shan turned around and said. Haven't I said it before? The key to weaponry is 3 things. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Haven't you also seen your senior sister Huang practicing her sword? How is the sword technique? Running in the clouds and flowing in the water. There are no flowery gestures. Chen Yang replied. That's not right. She also practiced in a messy way in the beginning. When she familiarized herself with the weapon, the sword technique naturally became. What sword technique? Blade technique is self-enlightenment. Everyone's habits are different. What others teach is always others. What one enlightens oneself is what suits oneself the most. What one enlightens oneself, when in a battle, that's called the move that kills the skill. Got it. When Xu Shan said so, Chen Yang also felt that there was some truth to it. There are thousands of sword techniques, and the battlefield is ever-changing. And what you sharpen yourself is the most practical. Master, then how am I going to practice? Practice fast first. Fast? You start now. Every day on the practice of a movement, is the chop this action, the knife. This move is the most practical, but also the most used. Every day to chop it a few thousand times. Your power is already there. If you master the fast this essentials. If you have mastered the key point of fast, a knife down, the opponent will fall over. Good. Understanding from this aspect, Chen Yang instantly felt that there was nothing difficult about weapons in the world. Jushan didn't let him practice in the yard. Instead, he led him to the small pond in the backyard. This was a small courtyard, the same design as the one in front of it, with 4 waters returning to the hall. But a pond was dug in this courtyard, with lotus flowers planted in it, and fish swimming under the lotus leaves. In the future, you can practice your sword here, and you'll be qualified when you cut the water and don't see any splashes. Jushan demanded of him. No splash in sight. Master, that's impossible. Chen Yang felt that this request was too heavenly. Xu Shan didn't answer him either. He walked into the pool and with an open hand, the long knife in Chen Yang's hand flew into his hand, followed by a one-handed slash at the water. Without even hearing the sound, the pool was seen to be split in half where the blade crossed, and without a single droplet of water splashing. Only after doing so did Xu Shan say, it would naturally be impossible if you were immortal, but you're an immortal now. You just need to harness the chi in your body, and the chi will move with the sword, and you'll be able to do it. Chen Yang recalled the state of senior sister Huan when she was practicing her sword. At that time, it could be clearly seen that there was chi lingering on her blade. Cut this lotus leaf as fast as you can. Xu Shan returned the knife to Chen Yang. Chen Yang walked to the lotus leaf. His right hand gripped the hilt of the blade and after taking a deep breath, he chopped at the stem of this lotus leaf as fast as he could. The lotus leaf moved first, and only after half a breath apart did it collapse and break in two. Remember that feeling. That's fast. And when that feeling comes up when you chop water, it proves that you're in the zone. Chen Yang savored the sensation of cutting the lotus leaves just now was very subtle. He somewhat understood what Master said about fast. Moreover, when he swung the sword just now, the mass of chi in the divine residence in his chest also clearly moved. Here we go. 2 hands on the knife. Jushan said from the side with his hands in the air. Chen Yang held his sword with both hands and raised it above his head. Snap. As the long blade chopped down, a piercing splash sounded in the courtyard. Xu Shan stood next to him motionless, letting the raised water fall on his body, not even blinking his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the long knife to see if Chen Yang swung it right. The knife is held crooked. Continue. Jushan pointed out the shortcomings of the slash. After Chen Yang's sword made an impact with the water, the blade entered the water incorrectly and went askew to one side after entering the water. Chen Yang raised the knife back up and controlled the direction. Cut down again. This time the water was still thrashing, but it was less loud, and the knife sliced squarely into the bottom. Not bad, but it's too slow, and when fighting against someone, that speed will cut their head off before they even get halfway through the fight. Chapter 49. The blade slashed straight, but when the third slash came down, it was once again deflected, the blade arcing underwater and skewing to the side. Keep it up. Don't think about splitting the water in half just yet. The most important thing at the moment is to split the blade straight and steady. Jushan admonished. Chen Yang focused all his attention on the blade, rising and falling as straight as possible. As the chops became more frequent, he began to become proficient with the knife, and the chances of it tilting when he cut into the water became less and less. After slashing about 200 times in a row, Chen Yang felt that the originally solid blade was starting to become a bit uncontrollable again. Come up here and rest for a while. Xu Shan knew that this was a sign that his physical strength was showing signs of weakness, and although it was possible to get Chen Yang to swing more than 200 times again, the moves were already out of shape, and there was no point in continuing to practice. After swinging and slashing so many times, Chen Yang could feel his arms were starting to get sore, and there is a noticeable looseness in the grip of the knife. After reaching the edge, Jushan asked, how does it feel at the belly now? It's hot and has a flow of chi rushing towards the chest. Master, that innate essence is very precious, isn't it? Chen Yang asked. The small of my back was just hot when I first woke up, and after wielding the blade for so long, That heat was even more intense. That's natural and strong. You slept for half a month. It's a bit bad that Master is so anxious about my cultivation. Looking at Zhu Shan's charitable smiling face, Chen Yang was shocked inwardly. He clearly felt that his master was leaving no stone unturned to uplift his cultivation so that he could reach the Dao Palace realm as early as possible. Even if one's natural talent was good, it wouldn't be like this. If one imagined oneself as a human medicine, then all of Zhu Shan's overly kind cultivation of himself would be explained. The Lotus Sect doesn't allow its disciples to leave. So what's the difference with these captive human medicines? Master seems to be in a hurry. Chen Yang was now a little worried. If it was really like what he thought, he was afraid that Zhu Shan wouldn't be able to wait for him to break through to the Dao Palace realm before he made his move. And he was also afraid that Zhu Shan would get some kind of treasure next time, and that he would go to sleep and wake up at the late divine hidden stage or even at the Dao Palace realm. What are you thinking? Zhu Shan could tell at a glance that Chen Yang was distracted. Chen Yang said with a complicated expression, Master, you are too good to me. Seeing how touched Chen Yang looked, Zhu Shan enjoyed this feeling of playing with people. It's still these people who have never been outside who are good at controlling, and they die in 3 words. Although in his heart he felt that Chen Yang was acting ridiculously like this, on his mouth he was acting like a teacher and said, it's all what I should do. If you want to repay your teacher, cultivate hard and reach the Dao Palace realm as soon as possible and go to the main sect. Master, my natural talent is okay. Do I have to be at the Dao Palace realm to go to the main sect, but not at the divine hidden realm? Chen Yang asked. Jushan laughed. I can't. Could it be because the divine hidden realm doesn't have mana? Sort of. In short, it's that you need the Dao Palace realm to be qualified. You don't need to rush. The main task at the moment is to cultivate. Looks like it's safe for now. Through the conversation, he could hear that he had to reach the Dao Palace realm to be useful. Chen Yang's mind smoothed down. Master, can you teach me spells? Chen Yang then asked. Spells can only be learned after you reach the Dao Palace realm and possess mana. You can't even control the qi in your body right now and you want to learn spells. Ha, not even close. Master, what spells do you know? Let me open my eyes. Chen Yang looked very curious. Zhu Shan pointed to his mouth. This is where Master's spells are. Eat, not asking anything. Chen Yang was a little disappointed in his heart. Zhu Shan was about to speak when his face suddenly turned white and his expression became violently ugly. Master, what's wrong with you? Chen Yang hurriedly asked. Master Teacher looked as if he was having a hard time physically. Zhu Shan clenched both his fists and after taking a deep breath, he said grimly, you practice here first. I have something to take care of. Rest when it's time to rest at night, and remember, tomorrow morning, you have to go with your senior brother Zhou to give the fat god's body a checkup. After giving his orders, Zhu Shan left. What's going on with him? In the small courtyard, Chen Yang looked at his master's back suspiciously. Could it be that there is a disease in the body? And the reason why I am being cultivated so much is to use me to cure the disease? Or is it like those human medicines, to be used to enhance cultivation? Chen Yang felt that 8 or 9 was not far off. Anyway, it was definitely not a good thing to go through so much trouble to cultivate himself. Mortals are mortal medicine. Immortals are immortal medicine. Since they are medicine, they can cure diseases and enhance their cultivation. The surrounding mountains are all too dangerous. If there is a tracking technique, I can't escape at all. I have to find a chance to leave White Candle Town and escape from that big river. The river can hide my scent. Even if I fail to escape, I can still say that I lost my footing and fell down. He sat by the sink, contemplating. When he came, he was also carefully observing the terrain around the Lotus Sect. With thousands of ravines and gullies, it was impossible to go out, and the safest way was to go from that big river. There was definitely no chance now. Master had already set up a boundary outside of White Candle Town, and if he escaped, he was bound to be detected. After resting for a while, Chen Yang continued to start chopping water. It is also very important to improve your strength at the moment. Put a room. After Zhu Shan closed the door behind him, he finally couldn't stand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, why did it break out again? Zhu Shan's hand was propped up on the table, and his form began to go out of control. One moment in human form, the next in pig form, and his eyes were blood red and hideous. His injuries are flaring up again. What a hell! After setting up the boundary, I haven't used any mana at all. How can I still involve my injuries? Zhu Shan's face was as ugly as it could be, but more than that, it was incomprehension. What is it with old injuries that used to be fine for over a decade that have been flaring up every other day for the past few months? Jushan was already mentally exhausted. Unable to do so, he could only sit down and run his mana to suppress his injuries. He didn't have the luxury of this injury healing on its own now, as long as it didn't get worse. Nightfall. Chen Yang didn't even remember how many times he had slashed, but felt that his arms were aching as if they were going to explode. I was really tired, so I went back to rest. Senior brother Chen, Zhou Lingjian is still practicing boxing in the compound. Senior brother Zhou, how did you become like this? It was only half a month, and Zhou Lingjuan's cheekbones protruded from his face. Zhou Lingjun laughed. It's fine. Master said that this is due to the fact that I don't have enough innate essence. When I refine my essence and transform my chi, I don't have enough essence in my divine residence. I can only consume the ones in my flesh and blood. That's why I'm like this. As long as I eat more in the middle of the divine residence, I'll be able to make up for it. Master told me to hold on for another month. Then I will be able to have the same level of cultivation as you. Congenital deficiency? Well, in layman's terms, it's a poor qualification. Zhou Lingjun asked enviously. Senior brother Chen, Master is teaching you weapons, right? How is it? Practicing one move a day is killing my hands. Normal. The Master thinks so highly of you, so don't let him down. I know it in my heart. Chapter 50, Who's sick? Senior brother Chen, then go rest first. I'll practice boxing some more. Senior brother Zhou, rest early. After a brief chat, Chen Yang went back to the house. Alas, senior brother Zhou, inside the room, Chen Yang sighed silently, although he didn't know what had happened to Zhou Lingjun. This look was definitely very abnormal, and it definitely had something to do with his master. This Lotus Sect is simply hell. We must escape. In a few months Elder Lu will come to replace Master. At that time, it may be the last chance. Chen Yang's thoughts of trying to escape this cage at this moment were thick to the extreme. Zhu Shan is now for Elder Lu to guard the medicinal garden. After the term is up, naturally go back, during the inevitable pass by that big river. If he missed it, when he returned to the Lotus Sect, he might not even have the chance to leave the mountain peak. Adjusting his mind, he sat down and practiced. As the aura inhaled into his lungs was refined by the immortal orifices, the tiredness in his body began to gradually dissipate. But at the small of his back, beneath the scar, the sacred stash was rolling hotter and hotter. Inside the blackened abdominal cavity, his divine stash emitted an ethereal light, and wisps of ethereal white gas were sucked in by it from the outside. These gases are not auras. Early morning. Senior brother Chen, let's go. Inside the house, Chen Yang was woken up by Zhou Lingjun. Cultivate overnight and be refreshed. Senior brother Zhou. Chen Yang walked out and saw Zhou Lingjun standing outside with a bucket of fragrant oil. What is this? He asked at the bucket of scented oil. I don't know, but it's for tending to the fat gods. Zhou Lingjun turned to go. Let's hurry up and finish earlier to come back to cultivate earlier. Chen Yang hurriedly followed. Senior brother Zhou, how many fat gods do we have to take care of in a day? Not many, just 10. The task is simple. The two chatted as they walked. River. A small river under a distant mountain peak suddenly caught Chen Yang's attention. Looking at the river, Chen Yang's mind moved. Since I've decided to escape from the river, I have to practice my ability to close my breath in the water as well. Chen Yang wanted to go to the bottom of the river to practice his sword. Unable to breathe, tossing and turning under the water. Such an exercise would increase the possibility of escape even more. But it was just a thought for now, and it would have to be agreed upon by Jushan. This is it. Zhou Lingjun took out a pamphlet for making records and led Chen Yang to a house. And after making sure that there was no mistake, the two of them walked in. Fat God. What it's like. Chen Yang had long wanted to see the fat god of White Candle Town. Officer boy, you've done it again. Just as he entered the courtyard, the man of the household came forward to greet him with a face full of respect. Zhou Lingjun had already been here once before. Uncle, we've been ordered by Master Zhu to inspect your family's fat god. Good. Two official boys follow me. The man led the two to a room. It stinks. As soon as he pushed open the door, a foul odor of urine mixed together came directly to his face, making people nauseous and wanting to vomit. The two men forced themselves to hold back the odor and walked inside. After walking in, Chen Yang saw a small white and chubby mountain of meat blocking in front of him. It's white and full of meat. This fat god had gotten so fat that he could hardly find his arms and legs, in the true sense of the word, and had fattened up into a ball. Eat, eat. Hearing a loud noise behind him, the mountain of flesh in front of him moved and turned around while making a strange noise. On top of the meatball, a head appeared. It was an old woman-like woman with fleshy cheeks and long black hair that hung down to cover her entire head. This fat god, is he still human? Watching this scene, Chen Yang's eyes did not marvel, but only revealed a sad sympathy. If the Lotus Sect can commit such evil acts against human medicine, I'm afraid it's no better for immortal fetuses like us that are nurtured by a medicine garden. Chen Yang muttered in his heart. Even if he knew that human medicine corpses were used as fertilizer, he was not as touched inside as he was after seeing the fat god. This mountain of flesh in front of me could no longer be described as a human being. He did not receive the sex. Immortals and mundanes are not the same idea since childhood. Seeing this scene, his heart is very bad. Senior brother Chen, what are you thinking about? Are you surprised? I was also shocked when I first saw it. Only we immortals have this kind of ghostly and mysterious means? This fat god now eats 70 pounds of divine food a day, weighing 3,200 pounds, and has lived for 12 years. Zhou Lingjun laughed. In his eyes, this was nothing short of a miracle. Indeed. Chen Yang nodded expressionlessly. Eat, eat. The old man's two eyes are full of appetite. Due to the weight restriction, cannot move at all, and can only rely on people to feed. What's that on her head? Chen Yang saw 5 iron nails sticking out of the old woman's head, and along with the shaking of her head, there was yellow pulp flowing out of the broken hole. Senior brother Chen, you missed a lot of knowledge during this half-month of your slumber. These iron nails were used to cultivate gluttony. Now the brain marrow inside this fat god's head has been eaten up by gluttony. Gluttony controls her mind, making her only know how to eat, and she doesn't recognize all 6 of her relatives. The children who are feeding her sometimes will still have their arms bitten off by her when they're not careful, and even their entire body will be eaten. How does this oil work? Watch it. Zhou Lingjun gave Chen Yang a demonstration, only to see him scoop up some oil in a bowl, and the fat god in front of him instantly stopped moving after smelling the odor. Zhou Lingjun drizzled fragrant oil on the fat god's head. The iron nails on the surface lit up with a shimmering light and sucked all the scented oil from the head. It wasn't until his head was filled to the brim that Zhou Lingjun stopped. Senior brother Chen, that's our main task every day. It's very easy. We'll be busy in less than an hour. After getting it done, it was really too smelly inside, so Zhou Lingjun pulled Chen Yang out. Easy indeed. Chen Yang casually responded. Senior brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Absent-minded. Zhou Lingjun sensed that Chen Yang's state was not right. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Lingjun's eyes with a serious expression and asked, Senior brother Zhou, let me ask you a question. When you see the sect treating human medicine in such a way, don't you have any feelings in your heart? Feelings? To feel what? Doesn't it feel abnormal? It's normal. Don't we raise them for cultivation? Really? Chen Yang shook his head and walked forward silently. Senior brother Chen, your state is very off today. Are you sick? Zhou Lingjun asked after him with concern. I'm sick? Chen Yang momentarily only felt like laughing in his heart. If in the previous world, everyone in the Lotus Sect would have to be arrested by his uncle and locked up inside the mental hospital, having lived 2 lives, he really couldn't accept the Lotus Sect's worldview of raising people for medicine and alchemizing pills from living bodies. Let's go. Go to the next one. We have to go back to practicing after today's task. Zhou Lingjun pulled him to the next place. Chapter 51, The Pig Demon. Under Zhou Lingjun's leadership, following the records in the booklet, the two of them quickly finished walking through 10 households. Some fat gods only weigh 500 or 600 pounds, and some weigh 2 or 3,000 pounds, and after becoming a fat god, they can only stay in a small room for life, eat hard, and try hard to get fat, and what the Lotus Sect wants is the fat on the fat god. Ugh, hungry again. On the way back, Zhou Lingjun's stomach rumbled, so he took off the gourd on his waist, poured 2 blood Siki Dan out, and swallowed it with his mouth open. Senior brother Zhou, you're taking 2 blood Siki pills at once now? Chen Yang frowned and asked. Well, otherwise it would be too hungry to bear, and Master said that it would be good when it lasted through the period of refining essence and transforming qi, otherwise there wouldn't be enough essence in the body. Senior brother Chen, tell me, what's the difference when you reach the middle stage of divine hidden? Zhou Lingjun came up next to him. Curious. It's not much different. It's just that there's a mass of qi in my chest, and I think I'll have to wait until I learn to harness that massive qi before I can really feel the change. The two chatted as they made their way to their residence. Boom! At the edge of the town, somewhere, the tall fence protecting White Candle Town suddenly shook loudly. It was as if something was slamming outside. In the next moment, the tall fence collapsed, and a figure with a hostile aura rushed in from outside, eyes fixed on the human medicine in the enclosure, mouth watering. What's that noise? The two Chen Yangs who were walking looked startled and looked for the sound. Help! Monster! Monster! Soon the town was filled with people screaming in terror. It wasn't far from them, and the two immediately ran to check it out. In the secret room, Zhu Shan, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, also sensed the situation outside and opened his eyes with an ugly expression. Wild demon? Although the injuries had not been completely suppressed, the current situation had to make him force his way out. Officer little brother, it's bad. There are monsters outside that have broken through the fence and rushed in. When the crowd running around saw the two of them, it was like seeing a savior. Monster! The two men looked down the front. Boom! A house in front of them collapsed in their sight. The smoke was thick. Poof! Within the smoke and dust, there were also muffled strange sounds coming out, as if there were some savage beasts hidden within. Senior brother Chen, what's inside? Zhou Lingjun gulped and subconsciously took a few steps back. Where did Chen Yang know? But to be able to collapse both the fence and the house, it must be a terrifying existence. Sure enough, the next moment, a black figure walked out of the dust. It's a huge boar, and the gaze was fierce on both of them. Chen Yang's pupils shrank. Such a huge beast. A huge pressure was born in his heart. When had he ever seen such a horrible guy with thick skin and flesh, even able to collapse the thick stone wall of White Candle Town? Simply a blood and flesh machine. In his heart, he thought in horror, are all the beasts in this cultivation world so terrifying? He felt that the ferocity of any lion or tiger was nothing compared to this monster. It's watching us. It was also the first time Zhou Lingjun had seen this kind of scary guy, and being watched like this, he instinctively wanted to turn around and run away with the others. However, Chen Yang grabbed his hand and whispered, "Senior brother Zhou, don't move. It's even more dangerous to run. Escape would only expose his backside for this beast to prey on. Let's be calm. The master must know that this guy has come in. It won't take long for him to arrive. We are now much more sensitive than mortals. This guy may be bulky, as long as we calmly dodge, we should be safe." Chen Yang forced himself to calm down. To this monster, there was no hiding place in the town. Right. Zhou Lingjun was breathing heavily, but it was good that he was not as panicked as before. Luckily the boar only stared at the two of them for a moment before turning and walking into the ruins to gnaw on something. It's eating the fat god. The two men saw that the pig was lying on top of a fat god, feasting on it. The fat god is more tantalizing than they are. The two men breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Let's back away slowly. Chen Yang and Zhou Ling both stepped back cautiously. It smells so good. The fat god's flesh and blood were torn to shreds without the smell of blood, emitting a unique fragrance outwards. The boar ate it with gusto. The two didn't take a few steps back when they suddenly bumped into something, and when they looked back, it was Zhu Shan. You guys hide farther away, and this thing, leave it to me. Looking at that wolfish figure, Zhu Shan's eyes radiated excitement. With their master teacher present, the two Chen Yangs then dared to run at ease with their steps. Immortal fetus, the heavens have pitied me, giving me a female immortal fetus of my clan, and, moreover, so beautiful. After the two left, Zhu Shan's eyes gradually radiated a beastly gaze. This was a pig demon that had not yet passed on to spirituality, but in Zhu Shan's eyes, it was a silly girl who had come out to steal things only after starving in the mountains, and since it's a demon, it must be an immortal child. Hoof. The pig demon that was feeding in the distance sensed Zhu Shan's presence and turned its head to stare at him dead on. It instinctively felt that the man in front of it was a powerful being, so a warning grunt escaped his lips. Wonderful. Zhu Shan walked forward, and after the sound entered his ears, he felt as if he was listening to immortal music, which was wonderful and incomparable. He had waited too long for a native immortal child, probably feeling too much pressure. The pig demon abandoned its food and turned its head to run. Oh, still want to go? Zhu Shan smiled faintly and immediately chased after him at a fast pace, only to see that his speed was much faster than the pig demon's, and in no time at all, he blocked in front of him. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, that pig demon's body strength was galvanized to the extreme and he quickly charged towards Zhu Shan. Zhu Shan's body was taller than it even when it had taken human form. Without dodging, he met it with one hand. Under the powerful impact, it was toppled to make two deep footprints on the ground. So strong, Chen Yang didn't run far. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to see what tactics Master Teacher had. He hadn't expected that Zhu Shan would be able to block the pig demon's attack hard with just one hand. After blocking the attack, the pig demon tried to retreat, but Zhu Shan backhanded it and grabbed its neck, lifting it up. Poof! Zhu Shan lightly grunted as his body's odor skyrocketed. The pig demon slowly stopped struggling and brought its nose over, sniffing at him, the fierce light in its eyes gradually dissipating. Zhu Shan smiled slightly and put it down. The pig demon was right next to it and circled it. That's the end of it? Chen Yang was a little disappointed. From beginning to end, he only saw his master make a move. The spells that his heart wanted to see were not seen at all. Zhu Shan walked towards the fat god while the pig demon followed behind him. At this time, there was already a large hole in the fat god's body, but the flesh and blood was a clean white color, like a large carrot that had been bitten. Luckily greedy is fine, not a big deal. Zhu Shan pinched the fat god's head down. Seeing the gluttony in the skull unharmed face showed a smile. Otherwise, it would have to cost some price to get the clan to forgive. Chapter 52 Zhu Shan's pleasure. We'll have to call the clan elders to deal with it. Taking out a talisman from his body, he flowed into the silk mana, and the talisman burned out a little bit in his hand. Folks, it's alright. Zhu Shan turned and shouted around. Looking at the wild boar that had been violent just a moment ago and had now become so docile, Chen Yang was in a state of utter bewilderment as to what tactics his master had used to tame it so quickly. Although Zhu Shan said it was fine, those residents were still too scared to come forward. Only a few of the escorts who had followed their orders approached bravely. The two of them, Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun, were naturally the first to come to their sides. Master! After the two men finished their salute, they looked at the pig demon in amazement. With the master here, none of them were too scared either. The pig demon still wanted to go and eat that fat god, but was stopped by Zhu Shan's stern gaze. You go to the god hall and take 100 pounds of god's food to the courtyard, Zhu Shan instructed Zhou Lingjun. Yes, master. Zhou Lingjun ran towards the hall of gods. You guys keep an eye on the fat god here and keep people away, Zhu Shan said to the few guards again. After giving his orders, he called Chen Yang to leave with him. Master, what about the fat god? Chen Yang asked. There will be clan elders to deal with it later. Senior, what should we do with this wild boar? Chen Yang said as he looked at the beast that was following his master teacher. The master has his own uses. Jushan laughed. Looking at his master's happy face, Chen Yang was puzzled. With the fat god being bitten to death, it was logical that Zhu Shan, as an elder guarding the medicinal garden, would be punished accordingly and should be unhappy. Residents on the road avoided them, terrified by the boar. For Zhu Shan to be able to subdue this thing, they were not astonished to be surprised, because everyone knew that every lord who came to the town was a martial arts master. You go fetch some buckets of water to wash it down. When he returned to the courtyard, Zhu Shan ordered. The boar was lying directly in the yard with a thick layer of dirt on it. Ha! Looking at this huge boar, Chen Yang did not dare. Don't worry, it won't attack now. Okay. Chen Yang could only carry a bucket to fetch water. Jushan went back into the house and put the cravings away. After receiving the message sent by Zhu Shan, the Lotus Sect elder came very quickly. A little half a quarter of an hour's work and it came running. In front of the destroyed house, Zhu Shan accompanied that elder to check the damage. Elder Zhu, how is the loss of human medicine? The one who came was an old crone. Elder Yuan, there wasn't much loss of human medicine. Just 12 people. That wild demon's target was the fertile god. I arrived late, and by the time I arrived, there were already fertile gods bitten to death. Zhu Shan blamed himself and said, White Candle Town is so big, there's no way to stop anyone who encounters something like that. What kind of wild demon is that? The old woman regretfully surveyed the fat god and did not bother to blame Zhu Shan. This fat god was over 2,000 pounds and was about to grow up, and now that it's dead, it's a big loss. Pig demon, not psychic, Jushan answered truthfully. Pig demon? The crone turned to him. Female, right? The pig demon's corpse was not seen in this place. If it was a male, it must have been killed by Zhu Shan's slap. Jushan smiled and nodded. Congratulations. The crone smiled and congratulated. Elder Yuan, what's the best way to handle this situation? Zhu Shan lowered himself to inquire. How's the gluttony going? Greedy is fine. That's good. The old crone turned to look at the fat god's corpse on the ground and said, Elder Zhu, you have always been conscientious in the sect, and since you haven't made any major mistakes, when we return to the sect, I'll go and plead with those major elders to be exempted from punishment. Many thanks to Elder Yuan. Zhu Shan immediately thanked him gratefully. It's nothing. This is what should happen. The clan is also about fairness and justice. Guarding the medicinal garden is a dangerous job, and according to the arrangement, these months should have been Elder Lu to come here. Elder Yuan looked at him. I'm going to take this fat god back to the sect later. Take me to see that pig demon. Good. Jushan led the way. In the courtyard, Chen Yang was rinsing the pig demon's body with water, and the pig demon had been eating the divine food that Zhou Lingjun had brought back. There are so many scars on this pig. Although he didn't know what the master's purpose was, Chen Yang still took the brush and carefully tended to the dirt on its body. After washing away the thick dirt, Chen Yang noticed that the boar had numerous marks on its body from being scratched by sharp claws. It seems that endless dangers also lurk in the lofty mountains outside the Lotus Sect. Chen Yang's expression gradually became grave. This boar was so strong. The one that could leave wounds on it must also be a terrifying existence of the same level. Strange. I don't know what means master used to subdue this thing, but it has become so docile. Zhou Lingjun looked at the beast curiously, but in his heart, he was still too scared to approach. Realized that it's harder to subdue something than it is to kill that thing. It's probably some sort of spell. Chen Yang returned, and asked, by the way, senior brother Chen, have you ever seen your master perform a spell? Zhou Lingjun shook his head and said, I haven't seen it. Master is here. While the two were talking, they saw the master walk in, and at the same time followed by an old woman with gray hair. Master, master. The two men immediately came forward to salute. This is the 9th elder of the sect, Elder Yuan. Quickly bow. Zhu Shan introduced. Greetings to Elder Yuan. Greetings to Elder Yuan. The two of them immediately saluted the old woman. Well, the crone responded before smiling. You guys go out first. I have something to say to your master. As you wish. The two men retreated and closed the door behind them. The wild boar that was feeding saw Zhu Shan coming and came over, staying at the edge, already treating him as its leader. This pig demon's strength is not bad. You have to teach it carefully in the future. It would be better if it can open up its spirit and learn to cultivate. The old crone surveyed the demonic beast with satisfaction. Being subdued by Zhu Shan, It was also considered to enhance the battle force for the clan. If it took form and learned cultivation and spells, the strength would be even higher. This kind of wild demon is just a low level, not spiritually intelligent, not recognized by the Ohio tribe at all, belonging to the ordinary mortal boar fluke born of the immortal child. After all, it was still mortal and had no mana, and if it wasn't some kind of natural-born foreign species, the strongest of these types of demonic beasts would be almost at this level. Don't worry, Elder Yuan, I will do my best to help it. Since you're having a happy occasion here, and you're both clan elders, I'll send you some gifts as well. Elder Yuan took out 2 small bottles from his clothes and said, inside are 20 bone blood pills, a small token of appreciation. Be sure to accept them. Thank you, Elder, for your kind words. Zhu Shan was not polite and accepted the gift. After all, when Elder Yuan gave birth to an heir in the past, he also gave 10 bone blood pills. Chapter 53 Arranging for the Pig Demon. Elder Zhu, there's nothing going on right now, so I'll leave first. The old woman chatted with Zhu Shan for a while before preparing to go back to the sect. I would also like to ask Elder Yuan to speak more for me before those elders, and I will be grateful. Old Zhu, no problem. The two walked out together. Master, Elder Yuan, the 2 people outside, Chen Yang and Zhou Lingjun, immediately saluted. Those 2 ignored it and headed for the fat god's corpse. The fat god was a treasure that the sect had worked hard to cultivate, so Elder Yuan naturally had to bring it back to the sect. Senior brother Zhou, have you ever seen such a ferocious beast? Chen Yang and the 2 of them walked to the courtyard, where the pig was feeding, so big that he estimated it weighed at least 1,000 pounds, and it was all solid flesh and blood under the skin. No wonder you can knock a big hole in a wall. Hearing Chen Yang ask, Zhou Lingjun shook his head and said, no, there are only numerous master brothers and elders inside the sect. Where is there such a monster, eating so much already? It's simply more edible than a fat god. Seeing that this pig had already swallowed so much divine food yet was still eating like crazy, Zhou Lingjun sighed. I wonder what this boar master is going to do with it. Maybe they'll kill it and take it to the clan elders to share. It's such a big one. Maybe we disciples will have a share too. The 2 just sat on the edge, looking at the creature in front of them. Jason went out for almost a quarter of an hour and then came back. Is it full? Jason asked as soon as he came in, when the boar was snoring on the ground. Chen Yang replied back, I'm full. I've eaten more than 100 pounds of divine food at once. Normal. There's not much food in the mountains, and it's a miracle it grew this big. Zhu Shan looked at the pig demon and said with a smile, looking at his expression, Chen Yang felt like he had seen a ghost. He actually saw a look of pity on his master's face. Senior, Elder Yuan went back? Zhou Lingjun asked. Back they go, and the fat gods are taken away, and the next aftermath is left to the town's mortal guards. What about the boar? It will stay with us from now on. Stay here? The 2 of them were surprised, not understanding why their master had to make such an arrangement. If such a vicious thing suddenly became violent again one day, wouldn't the 2 of them be in danger? Zhu Shan knew their concerns and said, don't worry, it won't be. This wild demon is also an immortal fetus. I will teach it to cultivate next. So it's an immortal tire. No wonder it's so powerful. Seeing that their master's mind was made up, the 2 of them didn't say anything more. There's nothing more for you guys out there. Start practicing. You can't fall behind in your cultivation. As you wish. After the 2 of them made a bow, they began their respective cultivation. Chen Yang took the black knife and went to that small pool, outside. How's your health these days? Zhu Shan came to Zhou Lingjun side to inquire and found that his essence today was a bit better than yesterday. It's not bad, Master. I feel like it won't take long to open the second divine treasure, Zhou Lingjun said with excitement, but Zhu Shan wasn't too happy and frowned. Carry it over? I'll take a look. Good. Zhou Lingjun turned his back to him. Zhu Shan pressed his hand to his back, holding his breath and closing his eyes to feel it carefully. Strange. Then Zhu Shan's frown deepened as he realized that the sting planted in Zhou Lingjun's body was not as active as usual today. This is a bit strange. As the young parasites gradually develop and take shape, they should become more and more active. It can't be that something went wrong. Zhu Shan couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. Master, what's wrong? Zhou Lingjun asked once he felt the palm leave. Zhu Shan casually said, it's fine. I'm indeed about to make a breakthrough. Zhou Lingjun was filled with joy. You practice first. After saying that, he took the pig demon and left. Observe for a few more days. Zhu Shan muttered. He didn't understand the matter of the parasites and couldn't do anything about it. Although that egg's vitality was still incredibly strong, his biggest worry right now was that it would fail to develop. The stinging compass was the Lin clan's heaven and earth spiritual root attachment bug, and no one other than the Lin clan knew about this treasure. Chopping water. Luck. In the small pool, Chen Yang slashed the water with his knife over and over again. He had much more control over his sword now than he did yesterday. Each slash looked foursquare. He had been able to make sure that each cut was flat and straight. and that it would not go into the water. Ask you. The focus of chopping water has now shifted to the harnessing of chi. With each slash, the chi in the divine residence in his chest would move, with a tendency to spread outward. The purpose of practicing the sword in the middle stage of Shinzan was to use an external object to draw the chi in the body out of the body. The physical body was also a layer of shackles that locked the chi into the body, so it was necessary to refine the chi. And only after breaking this layer of shackles could the mana leave the body when in the Tao Palace realm and use spells to attack remotely. When the chi leaves the body, it is transforming into a god, and after refining the chi and transforming into a god, there is a chance to open the third divine treasure, waiting for the refining of God to return to the void, essence, gas and spirit unity, the Tao Palace realm, the mana into it. Close your eyes and keep your mind free of distractions so you can feel the chi better. After practicing for a while, Zhu Shan came to the side to see how he was practicing. Okay master. Chen Yang closed his eyes. Pop. Without a visual correction, the cut was unsurprisingly crooked, the blade skewing and making a large splash. The current in the pool shook violently, as if a stick had hit the water. Although the performance was bad, Zhu Shan did not reprimand, but stood quietly by the side, waiting for Chen Yang to adjust himself. Chen Yang took a deep breath and searched for sensation. The eyes are closed and you can't feel if the blade is square or not. It's a little more difficult. It's more of an exercise in weapon control though. After just about 24 almost haphazard cuts, he finally corrected it. The knife is straight. Nice. Jusan smiled in relief. Gas, gas. Chen Yang chanted silently in his mind. His mind was not on the sword, but on in his chest. He was feeling the flow of chi. Jusan watched him chopping water and his brows grew furrowed. Stop. Zhu Shan suddenly drank. Master, what's wrong? Chen Yang looked at it in disbelief. Nope. Attention is in the wrong place. It needs to be on the knife. He could see Chen Yang's problem. On the knife? Chen Yang looked down at the blade. Master, if you put it on the blade, how do you feel the chi and go about harnessing it? Wrong. The more you focus on it, the harder it will be to harness it, the harder it will be to break through the physical shackles. You just practice chopping the water with the knife. Remember, you only have one belief, which is to chop the water into two halves. This is a kind of mysterious feeling. It is a spiritual breakthrough. After chopping the water into the kind of degree I asked for, the chi will naturally break through the physical shackles, come outside the body, and harness it for you. Zhu Shan slowly preached with a negative hand. However, Chen Yang was listening to it in a cloudy way, a feeling that could only be understood. Chapter 54, Hardening the Sword Technique. After resting for a while, Zhu Shan said to Chen Yang, Alright, I'll come and practice with you next to master the blade technique. Master, are you empty-handed? Chen Yang saw that Zhu Shan had already set up his stance. You're not worried about hurting me, are you? Zhu Shan smiled at his words. Chen Yang said awkwardly, Swords and knives are blind. It's always better to be careful. Ha ha, no harm done. Come on. Jusan was amused by the idea. Master, I'm offended. Chen Yang saluted before swinging his sword and charging over. Snap. Zhu Shan didn't even lift his head. A sideways turn dodged the attack. Not waiting for Chen Yang to continue swinging his sword, he lifted his foot and instantly gave a kick out 5 feet away. Chen Yang tumbled on the ground and his sword fell in the distance, being thrown to the ground. That hurts. Chen Yang felt like his stomach was going to explode with pain, and he couldn't get up for half a day. No one is going to stand still and let you slash. They will dodge and they will use the break in the move to attack you directly. You have to react fast. Either dodge fast or attack fast. I know that's too much to ask of you right now like that. So this time it's to teach you a painful lesson. Keep it up. I'm only going to dodge next. Jusan ignored his condition and talked to himself on the sidelines. Good. After slowing down for a while, the pain finally receded and Chen Yang stood up, picking up his sword to attack. Zhu Shan knew the weight of his hand, and although that kick had caused Chen Yang a lot of pain, it hadn't hurt anything. Since he hadn't practiced any sword moves, he picked up his sword and just swung it around. It looks wide open and unorganized, but it's okay. Jusan will correct him little by little in real life. Moreover, Chen Yang had let go of his hand, thinking in his heart that if he could kill his master while this opportunity was available, he could also take advantage of the opportunity to escape, and so to the vitals. Yes, enlightened. That's it. Don't care what stance you use. As long as you can cut me and kill me, that's a good stance. Jusan dodged as he spoke, not to mention that he was surprisingly fat, but his body was incredibly flexible. Chen Yang froze and couldn't even cut the corner of his clothes. This was the first time he had sparred with a sword, and Jusan was pleased with his performance. Got it. Although I definitely can't hurt you, Master, but Master still has to be careful. Chen Yang kindly reminded as he hacked. Good boy. You can rest assured to cut it. Those senior brothers and sisters of yours don't have this understanding of yours. Dilly-dallying, having worries, and engaging in some flowery tricks. The moves were treacherous, but Zhu Shan remained calm and relaxed as he dodged them. Between one attack and one dodge, he let Chen Yang know which movements were superfluous and which moves were useful. At this moment, Chen Yang's blade technique was a piece of red-hot iron embryo, molding little by little under Zhu Shan's repeated hammering. Under the incessant swings, Chen Yang could feel the massive qi in his body following some channel and traveling all around his body. Zhu Shan came to be his companion, so that he could help Chen Yang's qi break the shackles of his body faster, and break out of his body as soon as possible. The reason why he was willing to teach so much was that he was cutting off the useless branches and leaves for Chen Yang, making the growth more perfect so that he could reach the Dao Palace realm earlier. The two just went through the motions in the small yard. After wielding it more often, practice makes perfect. Chen Yang's blade technique was becoming skillful at a speed visible to the naked eye. An hour passed. Well, that's enough for today. Zhu Shan caught Chen Yang's oncoming black blade with the 2 fingers of one hand. Thank you, master. Chen Yang hastily withdrew his sword and panted as he saluted and thanked him. The moves are pretty much practiced, so keep chopping water after the break. Master, there's a stream in the town. Can I go under that water to practice my sword? It might be a bit more effective that way. Chen Yang took the opportunity to propose. It's going to be hard not being able to breathe underwater. Zhusan wondered why Chen suddenly had this idea. It's hard, but as long as I can harness the qi in the divine residence sooner, it's all worth it. You're afraid of that wild demon. Seeing Chen Yang and insisting, Zhu Shan thought that he was scared by that pig demon today. That pig demon is going to live with them in the future. It is normal that Chen Yang will be scared. Kind of. Chen Yang laughed and scratched his head, as if he was embarrassed by the embarrassment shown by being recognized. Go as long as you can stand it. It does work better if you practice underwater. Zhusan agreed. Master, then I'll go now. After making a bow, Chen Yang carried his sword out. Outside in the courtyard, Zhou Lingjun was playing the 7-star fist over and over again. Strange. Master seems to be teaching me real skills. Walking on the road, Chen Yang looked at the knife suspiciously. If the back really wanted to harm himself, why did he teach himself these practical things? What am I thinking? How can I let my guard down now? Blade techniques are nothing. Master's true skill is spells. I don't know spells. I can't threaten him at all. I can't be confused. Chen Yang reacted. The reason why you teach yourself this is as if the quality of a pig raised on meat promoter is different from a pig raised on dirt food. After the scourge of the pig demon, the town is now in a state of disarray, and the human medicine is unsettled. Organized by the guards, the town's residents began moving boulders to rebuild the hole in the fence that the pig demon had crashed through. Chen Yang traveled all the way straight and soon arrived in that small stream, found a deeper spot and jumped. First try how long you can hold it now. Before completing his metamorphosis, he was able to hold about 100 breaths in the water when he was at the early stage of divine deposit, and now that he's at the middle stage of divine deposit, I don't know if he's made any progress. Chen Yang held the black blade, and under the gravity of the blade, he sank straight down to stand under the water. 150 breaths or so. After he couldn't hold it in anymore, Chen Yang stuck the knife under the water and floated up. It's an improvement over before. When they reached the qi-eating realm, they could not need to breathe, and planted immortal pills to absorb the aura of heaven and earth directly from their immortal orifices. That's not enough time. It's at least half the time if you're moving underwater. After recovering, Chen Yang stood underwater, holding his sword and began to swing it at the front. The current of the water added resistance, but he was able to cut squarely every time. Just the fact that he was stirring under the water made it choppy. Lotus Sect. On Xianyun Peak, Elder Shu was fertilizing Chen Yang's medicinal herbs with fertilizer made from human medicine. There's nothing wrong with the seed. It's growing normally. Looking at the lush green medicinal garden, Elder Shu was very proud, secretly thinking that it must be because Chen Yang had indiscriminately applied fertilizer in the past, only to see that the herbs that used to wither away had grown much better under his care during this time, and they were flourishing and lush. Even those seeds that hadn't germinated were now starting to poke their heads out. Under Elder Shu's care, Chen Yang's herbs here were no longer much different from those planted by others except for being malnourished and thinner, and were much better than their previous half-dead and shriveled appearance. Chapter 55, Strange. In the stream, Chen Yang swung his sword over and over again, with such strenuous exercise. The time spent holding one's breath in the water is greatly reduced to less than 70 breaths, after which one is forced to surface for a change of air. At the same time, he was also looking for that feeling that Zhu Shan had said, striving to reach the level of refining qi and transforming God when he returned to the sect, so that he would be stronger and would be somewhat more certain if he escaped. In the courtyard, Zhou Lingjun punched over and over again. Inside the town, once the destroyed buildings were repaired, the residents returned to their daily lives. The stream flowed slowly and the water rippled a little. 1 month later. Not bad. Some progress. By the pool, Zhu Shan accompanied Chen Yang as he practiced with his sword. He now had Chen Yang chopping water here for half an hour every day. and practicing against him for half an hour when he was done. After dodging a knife, Zhu Shan quipped. Through a month of practicing, Chen Yang was already able to juggle the black sword. Each slash was competent and swift, not dragging at all. After the black blade rotated twice in his hand, Chen Yang skillfully put the blade behind his back with one hand and laughed. It's still the master who taught him well. Let's call it a day. Jushan signaled that he could go. Master, then I'll go out. With permission, Chen Yang headed outside with his sword. Go to the bottom of the stream and practice your knife. Outside in the courtyard, Zhou Lingjun was squatting in a horse stance, but his arms were hung with two large green stones. He had been squatting here since the two had gone to finish their mission in the morning, and it had been an hour since then, sweat soaking his clothes through. These days Zhu Shan had made changes to Zhou Lingjuan's cultivation style, allowing him to perform all kinds of weight training. Zhou Lingjuan's muscles were trembling all over his body. Chen Yang didn't dare to greet him as he passed by because once Zhou Lingjun was distracted causing the stone to fall to the ground, he would be severely chastised by his master. Yo, little guy, long time no see. Just opened the door and a little old man with a cigarette stick was standing outside with a pack on his back. It's Elder Shu. Seeing Chen Yang come out, he smiled and greeted him. Meet Elder Shu. Chen Yang hurriedly saluted. Where is this going with a knife? Elder Shu asked amiably. Back to the elder. I'm going to the bottom of the stream to practice my sword. Good fellow. All in the middle stage of Divine Hidden. Seeing that Chen Yang had already opened the second Divine Collection, Elder Shu was very happy. Or thanks to you, Elder. Chen Yang said gratefully. Elder Shu laughed openly a few times before asking, is your master in? Master is in there. Go practice your sword then. I have something for your master. Elder, I'm leaving. Chen Yang left after making a bow. Elder Shu stood on the stone steps, turned to look at Chen Yang's back, rubbed his chin and smiled. Good, good, good. When he walked into the house and saw Zhou Lingjun squatting in a weighted horse stance, a puzzled look appeared in the old man's eyes. Elder Shu, you're here. Just-san came out of the inner room. Congratulations. Elder Shu smiled and congratulated. Come here and say it. Just-han turned around. Elder Shu chased after him. I didn't expect you to come to this White Candle town to have this luck and find a daughter-in-law. Add gas. Have a child in these few years, and then the heir joins the Ohio clan. If the child is gifted, you don't have to suffer in this broken clan. Elder Shu picked up the cup and poured himself a sip of tea. The matter of the pig demon appearing in White Candle Town was known to the sect elders. The pig demon was an immortal fetus, and Zhu Shan was also an immortal fetus, and in the future, when the heir's innate perfection was achieved, he would naturally be an immortal fetus as well. But it is difficult for mortals to have children, and it will be even more difficult to have an heir among the immortal fetuses. Yeah, well, as luck would have it, it's kind of a big surprise. Zhu Shan nodded his head and said, if he could really have his own bloodline heir, this miraculous encounter would not be much smaller than discovering Chen Yang. What did you bring? He saw the package Elder Shu was carrying. Herbs, there are a few herbs that have matured. I'll bring them to that little one to replenish his body. Elder Shu opened the package, revealing the herbs inside. It's all whole and sun-dried. What happened? Why are you upset? Elder Shu noticed that Zhu Shan was preoccupied, and now that his daughter-in-law was also available, he didn't understand what else to be unhappy about. That kid out there has regressed in his cultivation. Zhu Shan pushed open the window and looked at Zhou Lingjun with a gloomy expression. Zhou Lingjun had already reached the point of refining essence and transforming qi before, and was not far from being able to open the second divine treasure. But now the signs of refining essence and transforming qi have disappeared. The water that had been boiling in the belly furnace was now gradually cooling again. Regression. That can't be right. Elder Shu's brows were suddenly furrowed in great confusion. There's no way it's fake. The divine residence in his abdomen doesn't produce qi anymore, and the divine residence is still dead from such an intense physical exercise. Is it the stinging compass? Elder Shu asked gruffly. The stinging compass has been moving less and less this time. It seems to be going dormant. You came just in time. I was about to discuss this with you. How can it be dormant when it hasn't even hatched yet? Elder Shu also realized the seriousness of the matter. I don't know. Just-han shook his head. It couldn't have failed to hatch. Elder Shu immediately lost his mood. It's possible. It's been a month and a day. How about, let's open his chest and take a look? Elder Shu proposed. I also have this idea. The front is developing well. Why is it suddenly like this? Let's see where it went wrong. Zhu Shan agreed. It's not a solution to drag on like this. It would be a shame if it failed to hatch. The two just had to pray that it was okay. Outside, Master, seeing Zhu Shan standing in front of him, Zhou Lingjun, who was still struggling, shouted with difficulty, put it all down. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingjun instantly sat down on the ground, the stone being thrown to the side by him. Big pockets of breath. Get up. Just-han droned on. It wasn't for him to rest. Master, Zhou Lingjun got up and was just about to speak when he was chopped on the neck by Zhu Shan's palm and fainted. Jushan carried him to the house. Sure isn't very active anymore. Elder Shu checked from the side. Indeed, as Zhu Shan said, the stinging compass in Zhou Lingjuan's chest looked like it was about to go dormant, and no longer swallowed a large amount of nutrients from Zhou Lingjuan's body's blood and flesh. Is it possible that this kid has turned the compulsion back on him? Elder Shu had a ridiculous thought. If he had this kind of talent, he would have reached my realm long ago. Zhu Shan placed Zhou Lingjun on the table. Strange, after all this training, there's no reaction from the divine collection. Elder Shu placed his hand on his small abdomen. It was reasonable to say that all of them were exercising their flesh and blood so much that their divine stash should have become boiling hot, whereas Zhou Lingjuan's divine stash was only slightly heated. The talent isn't that bad. He still knew Zhou Lingjun very well. Let's take a look at his divine stash first. Zhu Shan also didn't understand. According to reason, the stinging compass wouldn't injure Shinzang, as the nutrients in the flesh and blood were absorbed. Because of the need to recover, the divine collection should be more active. As a few slashes passed, Zhou Lingjuan's divine stash was exposed. Upon seeing that divine stash, both of them were stunned. This was because Zhou Lingjuan's divine collection was dull and dead, like a twilight old man. Strange, how did that happen? Elder Shu's eyes were filled with doubt. No wonder you can't refine essence and transform qi. The divine collection had become this way. It was already a struggle to catalyze it, and it would be a hell of a thing to be able to refine the essence and turn it into gas. It was no wonder that Zhou Lingjun had shown a regression in his cultivation. Chapter 56, Fools are Fortunate. It seems to be that this kid's natural talent is a bit worse, and his body can't withstand the compulsion to devour it, injuring his divine residence like this. Zhu Shan looked at Zhou Lingjun with great regret. This herb was already ruined unless there was a superior treasure to heal it, but the value of such a treasure was dozens of times higher than even Zhou Lingjun as a person. Moreover, due to the stinging compass, Zhou Lingjuan's internal organs were damaged, and he couldn't sell for a price. I hope the compulsion is okay. No longer paying attention to the divine stash, Zhu Shan directly slashed, and Zhou Lingjuan's chest was split open. He was seen groping under his sternum for a few moments before taking his bloodied hand out. In the center of his palm, there was a green jade ant the size of a grain of rice, lying in the blood beads. It's not always visible if you're not paying attention. The little thing didn't move a muscle. It's dormant, and it's managed to hatch into shape. The sight of it brought a long sigh of relief to both of them. No wonder it's getting less and less active. It's getting ready to go dormant. Old Zhu, I understand. It must be that this guy senses that the host is not working and cannot provide higher quality nutrients, so he is forced to go dormant. Zhou Lingjuan's talent is too poor for the stinging compass. It is a barren land for the stinging compass, and it's already 1,000 times more difficult to be able to successfully hatch it out. Not to mention that it will have to develop and grow later on. Elder Shu paced from side to side, speculating. Zhu Shan thought about it and nodded his head. That's the only possibility. I just didn't expect my disciples' qualifications to be so poor. What can be done about it? Elder Shu was very helpless. Zhu Shan ranked at the back of the clan's elders, and the disciples whose turn it was for him to pick were the ones left over from the 10 or so elders in front of him. This young parasites are too weak to hatch, but can they live back there? Zhu Shan's heart was worried. The compulsion in his hand was like a premature baby, much thinner and weaker than the other young compulsion. Depends on the luck of the draw. Elder Shu took out a demonic beast bone from his body. Put it in here first. Zhu Shan carefully placed the young parasites in. Inside the bone was a truncated twig tucked inside. This bone was given by Lin Yun when he exchanged things and could be used as a compost bed. The withered branch inside was the debris that fell from the Lin family's heaven and earth spiritual root, and although it was dried up and had no immortal energy, it could still be used to harbor the stinging compound, which was the worm that grew on the Lin family's heaven and earth spiritual root. Sensing a familiar scent, the young parasite's thin feet began to stretch, and then plopped down tightly on the withered branch. You put it or I put it? Elder Shu asked. It's just one bone. It's not good to share. It's better if you put it on. Zhu Shan did not dwell on the fact that he was in the medicinal garden. The risk was great, and Chen Yang so that the treasure was still here. If there were thugs, it would all be cheap for others. Okay, Elder Shu put the demonic beast bones away. So what's next for this guy? He placed his gaze on Zhou Lingjun. Zhu Shan looked at Zhou Lingjun with disappointment. The divine collection has become this way. Breaking through to the middle stage is hopeless, and the loss of essence from the internal organs is worthless now. After thinking for a while, Zhu Shan then said, wasteful if you eat it, you take it back to cultivate the herbs. Although the stinging compass doesn't look at him anymore, it's still a good fertilizer for the herbs to increase the efficacy of the medicine. After all, it was his heart and soul for several years, and it was just ruined. Zhu Shan's heart was dripping blood, so it can't go to waste. Take it to the ground and put it to his last use. Such a body must be able to grow a few top quality medicines. Elder Shu agreed with Xu Shan's arrangement. You bring him back to the clan. Aha! Refining chi to transform God. What does it take to transform God and let the chi come out? At the bottom of the stream, Chen Yang slashed downward with his black knife. The strong resistance of the current ushered in, causing him to churn. He had been experiencing the sensation of chopping water in half. Through a month of practicing, although this feeling was not found, the chi in his chest increased quite a bit, thanks to the essence of innate heaven brought by Elder Shu. During this period of time, the divine residence at the small abdomen had been hot and rolling, producing a constant stream of chi for him. Strange, how is it that the divine collection in the abdomen is active all the time? Chen Yang felt the abnormalities in his body. It was understandable that it was active at this time when he was practicing his sword technique, but it was a bit unusual that it was also burning when he sat down to cultivate at night, as if there was some kind of power supporting the operation of the divine collection and constantly refining and transforming the essence in chi. 100 breaths. After continuing to chop the water more than a dozen times, he couldn't hold it any longer, so he surfaced to change his breath and came to rest on the shore. After this period of training, his breath-holding kung fu had improved greatly, and that's with an intense workout. Chen Yang pondered in his heart that when he jumped into the river to escape, the intensity at that time was definitely not as great as it was now, so there was no problem to hold on for some more time. When you go back to the clan, that's the best hope of escaping. Chen Yang clenched his fists. There was only one chance. If he returned back inside the sect, he would not necessarily have this chance to escape. The last time he tried, he had seen how strict the clan's guards were. If he couldn't continue to come to the medicine garden on a mission with his master, then there was almost no possibility of having a chance to leave the sect. Brother Chen, practicing your sword again. A cry came from the side as he came ashore. It's a couple of paint pickers. This is a busy time of year for farming in White Candle Township when the lacquer seeds are ripe, and these lacquer seed picking residents were here for several days. When resting, he would also be curious to watch Chen Yang practicing his sword under the water, and after a while, we became familiar with each other. Uncle Son. Chen Yang smiled tiredly and greeted. Tired? Come on, eat. The middle-aged man with a pitch-black tan walked over carrying a jug of water with food. The food was wrapped in a cloth, and when opened, it was a couple of pieces of steamed bacon, half lean, half fat. Thank you, Uncle Son. I'll be polite then. Chen Yang enjoyed being around these mortals and took a piece of meat and started eating. In the end, it is a world of cultivation. The town has no natural disasters or insect pests. The wind and rain are favorable. The crops have the help of the immortals, year after year, so the various medicinal gardens are very abundant, and the mortals who live in them are well fed and clothed, and there are no diseases and pains, which is much better and easier than the days of the ancient farmers in the world of the previous life. Good man, you've got a knife that weighs over 30 pounds, don't you? The man looked at Chen Yang's black blade in amazement and wanted to pick it up and try it out, but realized that even if he held it with both hands he couldn't pick it up completely. Pretty much. Now this black blade was still too light for Chen Yang as well. Brother Chen, it's hard to believe that your little body has so much strength. The man looked at Chen Yang's figure that was still a little thin and scared. Chen Yang was now 15 years old and was only as tall as his shoulders, and his legs weren't even as thick as his arms. This is nothing. Master Zhu can even carry thousands of pounds easily. Chen Yang shook his head and said. Uncle Sun put the knife down and sat beside him. Master Zhu is so strong. I'll believe you when you say he can carry tens of thousands of pounds. Master Zhu is the county's martial arts scholar. A single punch can open a monument and crack a stone, and 5 horses can't even drag him. Chen Yang gossiped that this was their identity information in White Candle Town, and Zhu Shan was the martial arts scholar. No wonder he was able to subdue that boar. When you hear that Jushan is so good, then it's normal to be able to tackle a pig with one hand. Is it good? Uncle Sun also took a piece of bacon. It tastes good. Chen Yang answered truthfully. My daughter-in-law made it. Uncle Sun ate it with gusto. Uncle Sun, how many children do you have now? Chen Yang asked. The man looked embarrassed. Still, been married for more than 10 years and not a single one yet. Chen Yang looked puzzled as he slowly said. Gotta refuel. I've always had gas okay. My wish is to have 5 kids. Uncle Sun is ambitious. Chen Yang smiled faintly. In White Candle Town, there were 2 ways to elevate one's status. One was to become a fat god, and the other was to have more children. Of course having more children is a path to advancement in every pharmacy garden. Just according to Chen Yang understanding, the people in the medicine garden do not know what reason fertility are hindered. Many couples in the White Candle Town have been married for 30 or 40 years, either only 1 child or 2 children. Very few have 3 children and 4 children, and even fewer families with 5 children. So even with the Lotus Sect's careful care, the number of human medicines in the medicinal garden was only maintained within a very small fluctuating area. When he just came to White Candle Town, Chen Yang felt the abnormality in this area. It is reasonable to say that there are abundant resources. good medical conditions, and even the emergence of a difficult birth, there are still immortals who put down their identity to go and personally help in the delivery of the baby. The medicine garden's human medicine should have long ago exploded in numbers like rats, but the truth is it doesn't. Uncle Sun, you've never left White Candle Town. Have you ever wondered what the outside world would be like? Chen Yang looked towards the high fence in the distance and asked, how's it going out there? Uncle Sun thought for a moment, drank a mouthful of water and then returned, really did not think about it. Also do not want to think about this. We live in this town is very good. To eat there is food to eat, to drink there is drink. When busy we will go to work together with a smile and a laugh. Idle time a few friends get together to eat meat and drink wine, play the chin and drums, sing and dance. The day is comfortable. What is going on outside has nothing to do with us, and I've heard the several lords from the town say that the outside world is in a state of war and chaos, and human life is like grass, but our White Candle Town is still considered to be a piece of pure land, where people wear warm clothes, don't suffer from starvation, and live happily until old age. Uncle Sun finished the meat in 3 tries, and rightly so. Chen Yang did not talk much on this topic. It's true what Master said, the less one knows the better one's mood is, and when one learns the harsh truths that have been deliberately hidden, one is unhappy in turn. Most of the root of one's misery is because one knows too much of what one is not supposed to know, and fools are blessed. After chatting for a while, Uncle Sun went back to work. The town's busiest time is just these 2 or 3 months, when the lacquer seeds are picked, roasted, and the lacquer oil is pressed. Once Chen Yang recovered his strength, he went back to the bottom of the stream to practice his sword. Chapter 57, The Gas. Letting chi out of the shackles of the physical body is a spiritual breakthrough. And spiritually, what does it take to make a breakthrough? The night was already deep. Chen Yang walked back in his wet clothes. At the same time, his heart was also recalling the words spoken by his master. For chi refining to transform into God, it is mainly a spiritual breakthrough. Only by first breaking the shackles spiritually can the chi in the divine store break free from the physical body. After practicing for such a long time, every time I swung the sword, the chi in my body would scurry through my body like a rat, but I could never find a breakthrough. Senior brother Joe is resting so early today? When he returned to the yard, it was silent and the yard was empty. Chen Yang felt a little strange. Previously, when he came back at this time, senior brother Joe would still have to practice boxing until most of the night. What's going on today? The master teacher also rested, so Chen Yang returned inside his house. Sitting on the bed, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, absorbing the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth around him. Senior brother Joe. Senior brother Joe. The next day, Chen Yang woke up as he always did, ready to go and complete the day's tasks, but he realized that Zhou Lingjun, who was originally an early riser, had not yet gotten up today, so he went to knock on the door and shout. After a series of sounds, there had been no response. Chen Yang directly pushed open the door. Strange, where is senior brother Zhou? It's empty inside. Did you go ahead and do today's task yourself? Chen Yang was puzzled. Up. Zhu Shan also pushed open the door and came out after hearing the commotion, then said, for today's mission, you go alone. Senior, where is senior brother Zhou? Chen Yang asked after saluting. Your senior brother Zhou went back to the clan with Elder Shu yesterday. He had a problem with his cultivation. He had to go and regulate his conditioning. Otherwise it would be hard to open the second divine treasure in this life. Jushan said as he moved his shoulders. The boar had been following him. Back to the sect. Chen Yang was surprised. Go and finish your day so that master can train with you. Jushan urged. Good. Chen Yang took out the bucket with the fragrant oil in Zhou Lingjuan's house and started to go for today's task. This kid's talent is really good. After obtaining the essence of innate, his flesh has improved a lot during this period of time, and this immortal fetus with good talent is so easy to teach that it's like a pleasure. Zhu Shan sighed as he looked at Chen Yang's back. He was the only one who knew exactly how much Chen Yang had progressed this month. Without mentioning anything else, the physical strength alone had already surpassed Zhou Lingjun, and in terms of stance, it was now possible to fight against him normally, and after controlling his strength, he was still able to fight back and forth. Did senior brother Zhou really return to the sect? Outside, Chen Yang muttered inwardly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. During this period of time, he had also noticed that Zhou Lingjian's state was getting worse and worse, with a feeling of running out of gas. Now that he was suddenly nowhere to be seen, Chen Yang couldn't help but wonder a little if he had been abandoned by his master. He knew the rules of the sect and what happened to disciples who were abandoned. Senior brother Zhou, let's hope it's not what I think it is. Chen Yang sighed in his heart. He was now a clay bodhisattva, and no longer had the heart to think too much. Their task in White Candle Town was very simple, mainly adding fragrant oil to the gluttonous insects within Fat God's head and checking their physical condition. As for other people's medicines, the town had a clear division of labor, so as long as it wasn't something particularly tricky, there was no need for them to take care of it. Chen Yang was already very skillful, and in less than an hour, the work he had to do today was done. So back to the yard with the bucket. Begin. Jushan threw him his black sword. Chen Yang took it. Zhu Shan also had a weapon in his hand at this time. A long spear. It was just that the gun was a bit short compared to his massive size, and it was incongruous to hold in his hands. Due to Chen Yang's rapid progress, he had now begun the practice of weapon clashing. Because the moves are more complex, the attention will be fully devoted to the fight, thus going to ignore the surge of qi in the body, which is more conducive to cultivation. When at the time when Chen Yang had just received the knife, Zhu Shan suddenly stepped forward and the long spear in his hand came straight to his face. Under Zhu Shan's teaching time and time again, Chen Yang's alertness was already very high. When the gun stabbed at him, he just tilted his head. The gun passed by his ear and dodged. Seeing that his master teacher had taken the lead in launching an attack, Chen Yang immediately backhanded a slash. Jushan retracted his gun and blocked the knife with his gun. Not bad, not bad, nose to hide. Zhu Shan was satisfied with Chen Yang's performance. Chen Yang responded, Master said that no matter what attack you face, don't go for a hard catch. Dodge if you can. Blocking is not considered a skill. Dodging is considered a skill. Zhu Shan nodded his head and said, That's right, but dodging also means losing the first opportunity. So my master is now going to teach you again that dodging all the time is also looking for death, and that you have to resist at the critical time. And the purpose of resisting is to look for an opportunity to counterattack to cut down your opponent. After saying that, the long spear in Zhu Shan's hand once again danced. Chen Yang hastily parried and was forced to keep retreating due to the swiftness of the attack. Snap! In the end, after colliding 7 times, Chen Yang's black blade was sent flying out. Jushan was already keeping his power at about the same level as him. Once you retreat, you have to learn to attack. Jushan drank. Senior, your attack is too fast. Chen Yang picked up the black knife. The sword has been practiced for so long, you can actually be this fast now. It's just that you haven't gotten into the habit of attacking. This won't do. Again, don't be afraid. You just try to swing the sword. Although the teacher's attack is dangerous. But don't worry, I'll point it out. Jushan put his gun behind his back. He didn't use much marksmanship. It was all about using the characteristics of the gun to attack. But it was quick and accurate. Good. Zhu Shan's words had undoubtedly given Chen Yang a pill of reassurance. There were no more scruples at that moment. Holding a sword in one hand, he took the initiative to attack. There was only one purpose, and that was to bring the knife down on the master as hard as possible. That's more like it, but you have to remember that you can't just attack versus just dodge. Jushan taught him lessons as he blocked. Under his repeated sharpening, Chen Yang's moves became more and more mature, with his own set of moves, and the chaotic qi in his body also became regularized under the very rhythmic moves, no longer bumping around like a headless fly. Good. Zhu Shan also noticed the changes in Chen Yang's body and was secretly happy in his heart. It seemed that refining qi and transforming into God was not far away. It wasn't far to punch open the third divine deposit. The Dao Palace realm wasn't far away. Chen Yang also felt that he had gotten through something, and this feeling was in 3 words. The gas is smooth. When the qi runs regularly, the body becomes more coordinated, and wielding the black sword is more energy efficient. At this moment, Chen Yang reached another state. The strength has been qualitatively improved. Go on, strike while the iron is hot. Zhu Shan's moves had instantly risen to another level, and Chen Yang's pressure had increased. However, the qi in the body was running more smoothly. Chapter 58 Heavenly Demon Building. The days in White Candle Town were boring, and almost every day was a repetition of tasks in cultivation. Zhou Lingjun was away, and now that he was alone, he began to feel drained even after a long time. With Zhu Shan accompanying him for practice, Chen Yang's sword skills improved rapidly. The qi in his body was running in all directions. Just one deed away, this qi would be able to break through the shackles of his physical body. Time just flew by in this boredom. Half a month later, outside of White Candle Town, early in the morning, a thick fog filled the mountains and a red sedan chair was carried by 4 weasels walking on 2 feet in the air and wandering through the mountains. Weasel had his front paws on the palanquin pole, and since his legs were a bit short, he changed his feet and weighted sharply in order to maintain his speed. The sedan chair just floated like a boat in the mist. On the left side of the red sedan chair there was a small delicate wooden plaque that fluttered in the wind like a wind chime, with 3 black characters written on it, Heavenly Demon House. It's coming. Land down. Lotus Sect has Lotus Sect's rules. Even though it's a small sect, they are all business partners. They have to give enough respect. The humble mountain gate had loomed into view in the distance, and the person inside the sedan chair said softly. It was a woman's voice, very ethereal, like the feeling of morning dew dripping on a calm lake. It was refreshing. Yes, master. A weasel in front of him called back. The palanquin then landed in the mountains, and the 4 weasels stepped forward through the treetops. Master, Are we going directly to the Lotus Sect's mountain gate? The weasel in front asked. After pondering for a while, the person inside the sedan chair replied back, "No, let's go directly to their medicinal garden, so we can check how well the fertile god we ordered will be fed. Now that the business of the heavenly demon building is just right, the spirit oil is a bit insufficient. Alright master, let's raid so they won't have time to pull any tricks." The 4 yellow skins picked up speed. Not long after, the red sedan chair passed through several valleys before arriving at the town that was surrounded by a tall wall. "It stinks. Which pig demon is pissing around?" The little boy's disgusted voice came from the sedan chair. The 2 yellow skins in front of them bent down and lifted the curtains of the sedan chair. A tall, white weasel in a white dress led a small weasel out of the palanquin. The little weasel held his nose in utter disgust. "Baby, bear with me." The white weasel smiled faintly and a smoke filled his body. When the smoke cleared, it changed into a fair-looking gentle woman. "Mother, why do we have to change into human appearance? In this forest domain, doesn't the forest clan allow us to move freely with our original appearance? Human appearance is so ugly and uncomfortable." The little weasel looked at his mother in disbelief. The woman dotingly touched its small head and smiled. "Baby, be obedient. If you go in with this appearance, you will scare the mortals inside." "Okay." The little weasel hugged his mother with great reluctance, and then changed a little into the appearance of a 10-year-old child. "Let's go." The woman led the child inside. The 4 weasels behind her transformed into 4 strands of yellow smoke drilled into the woman's clothes. The smoke dispersed, and a pattern of 4 differently shaped weasels appeared on the clothes. The red sedan chair was parked just outside the town gate. "Who's coming?" Inside the house, a boar sleeping in his bed suddenly opened his eyes. It sensed that something had passed through its boundaries. After the last incident with the pig demon, he didn't dare to be careless and got up immediately. Outside the town, water ripples appeared under the woman's feet and she traveled through the air, quietly entering inside. Spirit Spring Realm Powerhouse. Jason had excellent eyesight and jumped to the roof just in time to see the woman come in. Standing up in the air, this was a strength that only a powerful person of the spiritual spring realm had. Taking out a talisman in his hand, he notified the clan. Sure enough, a pig demon is guarding this place. The woman also saw Jason. Seeing that she didn't mean any harm, Jushan quickly ran over. If there was malicious intent, he could come in completely unnoticed, and such a strong person could ignore the boundary he had set up. "What's wrong with Master Zhu, running so fast?" "I don't know. It should be an emergency." Residents on the road saw a broad figure running wildly down the street. They were puzzled by this behavior of Zhu Shan. It didn't take long for Zhu Shan to arrive in front of the woman and respectfully saluted. "Senior Zhu Shan, I have met Senior Zhu Shan, only at the Dao Palace realm. Why did the Lotus Sect send such a weak person to guard the medicinal garden where we ordered our ingredients?" Seeing that Zhu Shan was only at the Dao Palace realm, the woman's brows furrowed down. "Get up. I'm an elder of the heavenly demon building who just happened to be passing by and stopped by here to check how the quality of the fat god we ordered is." The woman's slender jade hand ticked. "So it's the heavenly demon building elder." A solemn look appeared on Zhu Shan's face. This was a big customer of the Lotus Sect, and the White Candle Town was built specifically for the heavenly demon building. When contacting this kind of strong person, Zhu Shan could not help but be cautious, because in the past, it was the few elders at the front of the clan who were receiving them with the patriarch. "Elder Zhu, how many fat gods over 3,000 kilograms are there in this town now?" The woman asked softly. "There are 42 over 3,000 kilograms, and 10 of them weigh over 4,000 kilograms. Zhu Shan hurriedly returned, knowing White Candle Town like the back of his hand. The heart wondered how this kind of big shot suddenly came to the medicinal garden. The heart prayed that the clan's strong man to come quickly, if he did not serve well, so that the other side of the heart dissatisfaction, the future does not cooperate with the Lotus Sect. The Lotus Sect has lost a stable source of income. If it is for this reason to the Lin clan cannot afford to hand over the annual yearly money. He didn't dare to keep thinking about it. The difference in cultivation was too great, and the other party was still from a giant power like the Heavenly Demon Tower. So his sacrificial division living spirit identity wouldn't work. "Take me to see. There's a shortage of spirit oil in the Sky Demon building right now. If it's suitable, I'll send the handyman underneath to haul goods here next month." The woman revealed the purpose of the trip. "Okay, Senior, follow me." Zhu Shan hurriedly led the way in front. A strong person of the spiritual spring realm had personally come to check the quality of the ingredients. Zhu Shan couldn't help but admire the degree of responsibility that Heavenly Demon Building had for the ingredients. No wonder it could make its business so big. It was worthy of being the #1 building in the world. At this time, inside the Lotus Sect, several high-level elders were in disarray. "Spirit Spring Realm Powerhouse? Zhu Shan has misrepresented the rumor. Which one of you is going to take a look? This kind of strong person. In case they are from the Xian sect again, aren't we sending them to their deaths by going? Where are all the Xian men? Then you go." the scene was suddenly quiet. All of these elders were only in the chi-eating realm. After all, it was a matter of life and death. How would they dare to go? Gathered here now. One is to deliberate. The other is also to hide. If there are accidents, they can also deal with them together. Elder Zhu didn't continue to return messages. Has he met an untimely end? After these words were spoken, the hearts of the elders sank. Sovereign, you go. All the elders looked at the uppermost patriarch in unison. For now, let's wait and see. The Lotus Sect patriarch hesitated. The patriarch is also afraid. Chapter 59 Inspection. Now it's just a matter of waiting and seeing. How did this kind of strong person run away to our Lotus Sect's medicine garden? It shouldn't be someone from the Xin sect, or else Elder Zhu didn't have the chance to deliver the message. The elders were talking in the hall and kept speculating. The Lotus Sect's patriarch was also only at the spiritual spring realm, and didn't dare to take the risk. In case he got hurt a little bit, it wouldn't be cost effective. In case there are other accomplices, intend to wait and see what happens. White Candle Town. Master. Chen Yang had just finished today's mission and was on his way back when he happened to see Zhu Shan walking with a woman and little boy, and looking at the respectful manner of the master. It was obvious that the woman was of honorable status. Is it an elder of the clan? Chen Yang muttered in his heart. He had never seen this woman before and did not know the origin. In fact, there were just less than 5 elders that he had seen in the Lotus Sect. Senpai. Even though he had never seen it before, Chen Yang still understood and saluted. Mother, he smells so good. I want to eat it. Let's buy it back and make fairy fish. It's been a long time since I've eaten fairy fish made by your hands. That little boy licked the corners of his mouth and muttered when he saw Chen Yang. Zhu Shan's face suddenly changed. Baby, do as you're told, or mommy won't bring you out to play anymore. The woman tapped the back of the little boy's head with her finger. Then he also ignored Chen Yang and directly walked past him. Go back to practicing your sword. After Zhu Shan hurriedly made a face at him, he followed the woman's footsteps with a long sigh of relief in his heart. Who is this woman? Chen Yang raised his head in his heart and looked back. As his eyes noticed the woman's dress. In a trance, he seemed to see the pattern on the woman's dress come to life and look at him. Griffin, you're still looking. Beware, I'll eat you up. The little boy turned back to look at him with a fierce face. For some reason, Chen Yang realized that the boy's childishly cute big eyes revealed a beastly light. Those eyes stared back at him in a way that gave him the creeps inside. Chen Yang hurriedly lowered his head and turned around to leave quickly. Is that a child's joking remark? Or do you really intend to eat me? After walking for a long distance, Chen Yang stopped his figure and began to recall the words of that little boy just now in his mind. He was still more convinced of the latter than the previous possibilities, especially after seeing that terrified look in the little boy's eyes. Whether it was the human medicine in the medicinal garden or the disciples in the sect, there was definitely a use for it. Master Teacher could even eat a mortal's placenta with gusto, so I'm sure it's not impossible to eat a human. From the woman's appearance, it doesn't look like she's from the Lotus Sect either. It looks like she's an immortal from outside. That kid said he's going to buy me back. Can't it be that my senior brother and sister and the others have been taken and sold by the master? Chen Yang pondered in his heart. Although he had not seen many clan elders, but from the elders that he had seen, he knew that the clan elders' appearance and physical appearance were very different from the clan disciples. Not to mention that the clan elders that could make Zhu Shan so polite were some of the ones that were of a certain age, and that woman looked like she was less than 30 years old. This Lotus Sect, just what kind of filthy land is it? Trading disciples as commodities had convinced Chen Yang even more that the Lotus Sect was a large-scale farm, with human medicine being the fodder, and them, the disciples, being the main captive objects. He took a deep breath and made sure to escape this dark place. Chen returned to the mansion courtyard while calming down. Go to this one and check it out. The woman pointed her finger in one direction. She had a strong sense of which house had a fat god. Okay, senpai. Jushan dared not disobey. Master Zhu. Jushan brought the woman outside that house. The people inside greeted and saluted when they saw him arrive. Even though it was the busy farming season, this family was exempted from labor duties because of the fat god, and they lived a leisurely daily life, and they were able to enjoy the top welfare benefits in the town. All go outside. Let's check the development of the fat god. Jushan said slowly. Yes, Master Zhu. The crowd saluted and then retreated to the house. Senior, inside please. Jushan stood at the entrance of the house and pushed the door open. The woman walked in holding the boy. The woman didn't care about the poor hygiene inside, but instead used her gaze to look up and down the fat god's massive body. The fat god weighed 4,000 pounds and was still motionless, snoring soundly on the ground. It smells so good, even better than the one just now. Mother, I want to eat it. Looking at what was in front of him, the child directly lay on the fat god, craving for it so much that his saliva flowed out to the corners of his mouth. When he finished speaking, he opened his mouth, revealing rows of sharp pointed teeth inside. If the woman hadn't grabbed him by his shirt in time to lift him up, the fat god would have already bitten off a fat piece of meat. You guys are raising them pretty well, the woman said with satisfaction as she looked at the flailing child in her hands. Shu Shan hurriedly bent his body and replied, being able to become a supplier of the heavenly demon building is a great honor for our Lotus Sect, so with regards to feeding the fertile god, the patriarch and even the sect's elders are very much on top of it, and don't dare to be sloppy in the slightest. Although the heavenly demon building is not as powerful as the 3 gates and 2 families, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, as well as the 12 ritual divisions of these top existences, it is definitely one of the most widely distributed forces in this barbarian immortal region, spreading over the sea and land. You're quite the talker, the woman laughed softly, running her fingers over the fat god. A wound appeared. The originally foul-smelling house instantly filled with an aroma that could arouse one's appetite. Quality passes. The woman nodded in satisfaction and took out a brush dipped in vermilion sand and drew 2 marks on the fat god. Looking at this scene, Shu Shan's gaze began to look out anxiously. Why aren't they coming yet, patriarch? The woman that 2 don't mean that you can collect and deliver the goods. This kind of thing, he can't do the main. Come on, let's go check out the other place. When the woman was done, she walked out. Shu Shan followed behind and asked in a low voice, Senior, aren't you here to inspect? The woman guffawed and smiled. Recently, a few clans in the forest domain had happy events and entrusted us with the heavenly demon house. So in order to prevent the hospitality from being incomplete, we have to prepare some more spirit oil. The heavenly demon building is really booming with business. Jusan echoed back, that fat god just now isn't bad. Put it in the pot and it should be able to boil up 20 pounds of spirit oil. It's also thanks to the strong ability of the gluttonous insects provided by the sky demon building. Jusan carefully led her to another fat god's house to check it out. Yard. Snap. Chen Yang took the black knife and kept chopping at the water. How it just keeps flushing out. Feeling the flow of qi in his body, Chen Yang could not help but feel anxious. It was as if there were many channels in the body and these qi flowed smoothly through the body. Just never could break the shackles of the physical body. If the qi doesn't come out of his body, he can't get through to the gods, and he can't harness the thing. Once you are able to harness qi, your strength will surely increase by a large margin. It had been some time since he came to White Candle Town. Elder Lu wouldn't be long before he came, and he wanted to harness the qi before Zhu Shan went back. Chapter 60, False Alarm. Snap. The black blade made contact with the water again. It was still a big splash of water, and he was never able to do what Zhu Shan did, chopping the water in half. There was always something missing in the blade. Don't think about gas. Don't think about it. Chen Yang placed his mind on the sword. He was out in the yard, slashing away. This fat god isn't bad either. On the other side, the woman is checking out the fat god in the town. After strolling around, he was satisfied with the Lotus Sect's captive fat god. The woman drew 2 more strokes with her pen on the fat god. Why haven't they come yet? Patriarch. Zhu Shan was anxious inside, and with the woman here, it was inconvenient for him to continue informing the sect, lest he cause her to be unhappy. Are there any other fat gods that weigh over 4,000 pounds? The woman turned and asked. Zhu Shan returned, back to senior. No more, this is the last one. Still less, the woman murmured, then asked, how many fat gods are there in the town now? 74. Jushan replied, are there any more fat gods in the other herb gardens? Nope, how could it be gone? I remember that you guys bought a sufficient amount of gluttonous insects from the heavenly demon building. Why don't you guys expand a bit? A displeased look appeared on the woman's face. Feeling bad, Zhu Shan humbled himself and said, Senior doesn't know. In the past, the Lotus Sect had 2 medicinal gardens dedicated to raising fertile gods, but one of them was targeted by other forces 5 years ago, and forcibly snatched the mortals from the medicinal gardens. In the savage immortal region, the mortal fetus is the most valuable resource. Like food, is the cultivation foundation of the entire world. The more the number of mortal fetuses a power holds, the more it can transform into more cultivation treasures. A power like the Lotus Sect was limited in the number of mortal children it could protect, and once it exceeded that, it would easily attract the covetousness of stronger forces. Didn't the Lin clan care when this happened? The woman wondered. All the mortal fetuses in the Lin domain were Lin clan assets, no matter which power they belonged to now, but the Lin clan had the final say on how they were to be distributed. In order to maintain the order of the forest domain and create a good cultivation environment, the forest clan would not allow the various forces to lay hands on each other's mortal children, except for some wild cultivators who are not in control. It was managed, but the Lin clan also felt that the number of mortals in the Lotus Sect was a bit too high, and after reaching some agreements with the Patriarch and the others, there was no further action. It seems to be your Lotus Sect's bad luck. Zhu Shan began to sell his bitterness. Yes, the Lotus Sect's efforts of several generations of cultivators went down the drain. When the sect was first established here, the Lin clan only gave 30 000 mortals. The sect developed for hundreds of years, and managed to reproduce the number of mortals to the size of 70,000, and then all of a sudden they snatched so many away. Senior, you also know how difficult it is to reproduce mortals. Alas, who told you to raise mortals so well? The woman shook her head, rather sympathetically. Among the forces she knew, there really weren't many that took care of mortals like the Lotus Sect did. That's it then. I'll go to your clan and talk to your patriarch. The woman didn't want to say any more to him and led the little boy towards the outside of the town. Shushan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and followed her to see her off, and asked, Senior, these fat gods you picked out, when are you coming to get them, so we can prepare? In about half a month. The two chatted the whole way. The town was busy, seeing that the harvest was good, and the inhabitants were singing songs and happily busy in those lacquered trees. They were all still waving and saying hello when they saw them walking down the path under the trees. Greetings, elder. Outside the town, Shushan sent the woman to the front and back of the red sedan chair and bowed. The woman's white dress shook and 4 weasels scurried out of her clothes. Spirit weapon. Watching this scene, Shushan was very envious in his eyes. What this woman was wearing was a spiritual weapon. Fellow Daoist, please return. The woman stepped into the sedan chair and the curtain naturally dropped. The 4 weasels carried the sedan chair pole up into the air and flew towards the Lotus Sect behind White Candle Town. Finally gone. Shushan stood up and watched the sedan chair leave with a smiling face. Luckily there were no slip-ups. There was a lot of pressure in his heart to serve such a strong man. Clap your hands and return to town. Sovereign, they can't be frightened, can they? Shushan thought in his heart. It's been so long and they haven't come yet. It seems like the only possibility. But imagine an uncontrolled spirit spring realm wild cultivator suddenly coming here. It was indeed quite frightening. Elder Ma, go and take a look. Your clan's noon divine speed takes off extremely fast. Even if the other party is at the Spirit Spring realm they won't necessarily be able to catch up with you. Inside the sect, a leopard-headed elder said to a horse-headed woman. Yes, Elder Ma, you'll have no problem getting out in one piece if you go. The rest of the elders began to chime in. The Wu divine art of the horse clan, divine walking, and the Tatsu divine art of the dragon clan, walking on water, both of which were known for their speed, one being the fastest on land and the other being the fastest in water. I'm not going, you guys go if you have to. Elder Ma refused directly. What if the other party knows the Noon divine art as well? I'll go check it out. The patriarch at the very top looked at the group of elders with disappointment and stood up, deciding to go out and take a look. Patriarch, I'll go with you. Seeing that the patriarch had decided, Elder Ma, who had just shouted that he would not go, immediately yelled, I'll go too. The rest of the elders responded, because all knew that it was safest to stay by the side of the strongest sovereign. In fact, everyone was puzzled as to how the Lotus Sect could attract a spiritual spring realm powerhouse to come here with this amount of family money. Right after the elders walked out of the hall, they saw a red thing floating in the mountains in the distance. What's that? The crowd was on guard. 10 or so breaths later, the palanquin landed slowly outside the temple. So it's the immortal from the heavenly demon building that's here. It was only when they saw the flag of the sedan chair that all of them breathed a sigh of relief. After all that, it turned out to be a false alarm. You're the Lotus Sect's patriarch, aren't you? The curtain lifted and the white weasel inside stepped out. Greetings to fellow Daoist of the heavenly demon building. The Lotus Sect patriarch stepped forward and politely saluted. The woman laughed. I just went to your medicinal garden to have a look. The quality of the fat god is not bad. I picked some, and there will be a special person to take them away in half a month. It was only after hearing that the powerful person who had entered the medicinal garden was the immortal in front of them that everyone completely put their hearts down. Your life is your own. It's better to be cautious. These sacrificial division elders didn't really care much about the clan's change of heart, even if the clan was destroyed. With their sacrificial division's identity as a living spirit dynamic, they could still go to other forces to mix it up and continue to sit back and enjoy their success. Only the treatment might be lower than in the Lotus Sect. Okay. The patriarch said yes in succession. The quality of the fertilized gods you raise is good. Can you expand the scale of farming some more? The woman asked. Chapter 61, Refining Chi and Transforming God. Fellow Daoist, we also want to expand. But nay, there aren't enough mortals in the medicinal garden right now, the Lotus Sect patriarch said with difficulty. The number of medicinal garden medicine is limited. Each medicinal garden has its own purpose. Once another one is taken out to breed the fat god, other aspects of the supply of resources will be reduced. Their income is therefore reduced is a small matter. The most afraid of because of this toss, resulting in the harvest of bone and blood Dan is affected. Cannot pay the Lin tribe's yearly money will be trouble. And they don't want to go through the trouble of expanding to do someone else's bidding, as much as they can. The white weasel pondered for a while and then said, I've understood your situation. How about this? If you're willing to open another medicinal garden specializing in cultivating fertile gods, these 2 medicinal gardens will be protected by my heavenly demon building. And in the future, if there are any wild cultivators or other forces that come to these 2 medicinal gardens to make trouble, I, the heavenly demon building, will intervene. There's such a thing as a good thing? That's too good to be true. Sovereign, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Those elders in the back murmured with delight after hearing the conditions offered by the weasel. Their biggest worry is not the fear of being coveted by others. Once the heavenly demon building is willing to step in, then these 2 medicinal gardens can provide a steady stream of financial resources for the clan. It's a stable financial path. Moreover, with the means of the heavenly demon building, as long as a wild cultivator dares to come and cause trouble, even if he escapes, there is still a way to find him, get rid of the violence, and make an example of him. The Lotus Sect patriarch's eyes were also glowing after hearing this, but he still pressed down the excitement in his heart and asked, in that case, there will be no problem for us to take the risk of opening another medicinal garden. I just don't know what the requirements of the heavenly demon building are? Weasel laughed. Just 1 point. 2 medicinal gardens, to provide at least 15 fat gods over 4,000 kilograms in quality and quantity every year. Fellow Dioist, 15 is a bit too many. The patriarch frowned and said that it was not difficult to provide 15 fat gods of over 4,000 kilograms a year, but what was difficult was to maintain quality. How many of them do you think would be appropriate? Weasel asked. 12, but they won't be available steadily until at least 10 years from now. The Lotus Sect patriarch said a number after careful thought. 12 per year may not seem like much, but the 2 herb gardens will take up at least 5,000 mortal fetuses, and to ensure quality, these fetuses cannot be used for any other purpose. The food eaten by the residents of White Candle Township is well thought out, and the recipes are a recipe for exquisite medicine. Good, then it's settled. The white weasel nodded her head in agreement, and she was only seeing that the Lotus Sect had raised the fat god well enough to be able to take slight care of him. Fellow Dioist, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside and talk in detail. The Lotus Sect patriarch sidled up to invite him. The demons headed inside. Master. In the courtyard, Chen Yang was practicing his sword, and when he saw Zhu Shan coming, he walked up and saluted. Your senior brother Zhou has returned to the clan. The task of the town is left to you alone. Hard work, Jushan said with concern. No hard work. Chen Yang shook his head vigorously. Any idea who's coming today? Jushan asked from beside him. Master, disciple hasn't joined the Lotus Sect for very long. I don't know which elder of the sect. Chen Yang looked like he didn't know. Zhu Shan's face smiled, then said, indeed, he is a sect elder, only that he has been traveling outside in the clouds for many years, and has just recently returned to the sect, and in his boredom, he came to the town to take a look. Master, is that elder bullying your old man? I saw you like that today and my heart felt bad. Chen Yang muttered and asked. Zhu Shan immediately showed a low expression on his face. What can be done about it? Who asked for Master's low status in the sect? Chen Yang pursed his lips and said with a firm gaze, Master, I will definitely cultivate harder, reach the Dao Palace realm as soon as possible, go to the main sect and continue to improve my strength. I want to make the elders in the sect not dare to bully you anymore. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Shan laughed painfully at his words, stroking his head with his hand and saying with incomparable satisfaction, good disciple, worthy of being the teacher's good disciple. Senior, how much longer do we have to be in this White Candle town? Chen Yang took the opportunity to ask. It'll probably be half a month from now, when the sect will send elders here to take over White Candle Town. Half a month later was the day that the Heavenly Demon Building would be picking up the goods. He was not qualified to trade on behalf of the clan, and he would probably be transferred back at that time. Only half a month? Chen Yang's heart was heavy. There wasn't much time left for him. Come on, let's practice with our swords. I can see that the chi in your body is about to transform into a god. Regarding Chen Yang's cultivation progress, Zhu Shan didn't dare to slack off. Good. Chen Yang nodded heavily. Taking his sword, he began sparring with Jushan. Practice makes perfect, and over this period of time, his level of control over the sword had become flexible. 5 days later, faster, faster. At the edge of the pool, Zhu Shan shouted at Chen Yang in the pool water. Chen Yang had already been swinging and chopping here continuously for an hour, and his hands were already numb. Snap! After the last slash, his hands were even more powerless, and the black blade was shaken out of his hand by the current. It fell to the bottom of the pool water. Master, this is the fastest I can go. Chen Yang stood wearily in the water. The speed at which he swung his sword now was already much faster than at the very beginning, and the water droplets couldn't even splash outside the pool when the blade slashed into the water. Zhu Shan shook his head and said, No, you can still be fast. It's just that your mind is too mixed up. The purpose of telling you to be fast is not to ask you to chop down as fast as you can, but to have the mind relaxed, with only one thought in your mind. that is to chop the water into 2 halves, and when you're sincere, you'll be able to open up a gold stone, and the truth is that even if you chop down faster, you won't be able to chop down the water into 2 halves, and the mind, that's the most important. The reason why you are told to be fast, is to make you forget about it. Mindfulness. Chen Yang savored it, feeling some experience, but unable to grasp it. Someone's coming. Zhu Shan sensed that someone had entered the boundary, so he instructed Chen Yang, you can practice here first, I'll go and return. He then left. The divine collection in Chen Yang's small abdomen kept rolling and kept refining the essence and transforming the qi. His strength was quickly restored. The knife is no longer fast. Even the fastest knife can't do the job of chopping water in half like Shizuan did. What matters most is the feeling that allows qi to break through the limitations of the physical body. For the first time, Chen Yang felt the mystery of cultivation. A lot of things can only be said and done. Go on. After taking a bone and blood pill, he picked his sword back up. He was alone in the yard and it was quiet. The clothes were all wet, and there was a coolness coming from them. Chop the water in half. Chen Yang gazed deeply at the water that had regained its calm. The delay in refining essence and transforming qi, as well as the deadline for returning to the sect getting closer and closer, caused him to begin to feel anxious uncontrollably within. Chop the water in half. Chen Yang's eyes were dead set on the water. To get to this point, the most important thing is a spiritual breakthrough, but he could never find a breakthrough. Chen Yang was distracted, and when he thought that he would be taken for cultivation, Zhu Shan's tall figure began to appear in front of his eyes. The figure was staring at him with a sardonic smile on its face, staring at him unkindly. If I split you in half, I can get the hell out of here. A murderous intent exploded in Chen Yang's eyes, and he slashed down at Zhu Shan's silhouette, from top to bottom. Boom! In an instant, Chen Yang heard the sound of his eardrums trembling. After a slash, Zhu Shan's entire figure cracked before his eyes. The shadow dissipated and the long blade slashed into the water, but the water was as calm as ever. Chapter 62 Armor Cloak Technique. That's a breakthrough? Chen Yang looked at the water incredulously. The slash he had just made had managed to cut the water in half. He held the blade in the air, and a transparent layer of floating light could clearly be seen permeating the surface of the blade. Gas! A smile appeared on Chen Yang's face as the layer was the qi in his body. Under that slash just now, the qi in his body broke through the shackles and came outside. So a breakthrough in the mind refers to this kind. He now understood what Master said the feeling was. He thought of an illusion from his previous life, shooting stones and drinking feathers, describing, roughly, this situation he was in now. No wonder the master teacher wanted to teach himself to use weapons. This was a way to quickly harness qi, as it was difficult for an ordinary immortal fetus to make qi pass through the mind through self-sense. Is this the gas? Chen Yang gently danced the black blade, feeling the qi flowing outside his body. The qi was now psychic, linked to his spirit and controlled by him. Closing his eyes and quietly sensing, the originally unregulated qi was already able to flow around his body under his mind's control. A strange feeling appeared in the back of his mind. Why do I get the feeling that this is the inner strength from martial arts novels? Chen Yang muttered. With a casual wave of his hand, the water surface was chopped into 2 deeply sunken halves under the added weight of qi, and no water droplets rose, only 2 wisps of ripples. Chen Yang looked towards the stone monument at the entrance of the small courtyard, leapt up from the pool, knotted the ground for 2 steps before arriving in front of the stone monument, and chopped out a blade in a smooth manner. Click! With the support of qi, Chen Yang's blade was incredibly smooth, and with a click, the blade sliced through the stone monument and was chopped into 2 halves. Chen Yang's figure stopped, and the blade trembled slightly in the air. Just qi alone is so powerful. When we reach the Dao Palace realm and have mana, how strong must it be? Chen Yang incredulously looked at the fallen stone monument and muttered under his breath. The difference in strength with Zhu Shan was still too far. With a movement of the black blade in his hand, Chen Yang wielded his blade in the courtyard. He's going to have to adapt quickly to the current state of affairs. Elder Xiong, it's you. Outside of White Candle Town, a female cultivator who was as stout as Zhu Shan was standing at the edge of the boundary, waiting. Elder Zhu, I'm here to deliver a message to you. Elder Xiong stated his intention. What news? Jushan asked. However, Elder Xiong personally came, so that proved that it wasn't any important words, or else he would have been told directly through the transmission talisman. The Lotus Sect's talismans were all purchased at great expense at the Heavenly Sect, and they usually had to be used sparingly. Elder Xiong said, the Sky Demon Building thinks that the fat god raised by our Lotus Sect is good, and decided to deepen the cooperation, and wants us to open another medicinal garden for breeding the fat god, and they can provide protection, and now the sect is already starting to prepare for it. And a few elders have met and decided that the reopening of the medicinal garden will be taken care of by the 6 elders, namely, Elder Shu, Elder Lang, Elder Toad, and Elder Turtle, and me and you. How can it be just the 6 of us? Zhu Shan's face sank. Reopening the medicine garden is a heavenly trouble. It is not easy to reverse the thoughts of thousands of people medicine. Moreover, the human medicine used to cultivate the fat god is delicate. Once the mood is bad, the constitution will deteriorate, which will seriously affect the quality of the fat god, and when the time comes, it will still be their fault if they can't sell it. There's no way. Those elders in front of us unanimously agreed on it, saying that if things are done well, we'll be credited, and if they're done poorly, we'll be kicked out of the clan. Elder Xiong said sadly. She was not a ritualistic living being. No one cared if she went out and was killed by other immortal wild cultivators. It was hard for her to have a place to land. She naturally did not want to leave. Damn it, let us do all the dirty work. Zhu Shan's ugly fat face became hideous, but he could only be angry here. This was the clan's decision. There was nothing that could be done about it. When do I go? Zhu Shan took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked helplessly. The elders said that you will go when Elder Lu comes to replace you. Elder Xiong replied. Elder Lu has broken through to the Qi-eating realm? Well, breakthrough. Okay, I get it. You go back. Envy flashed in Zhu Shan's eyes. Elder Zhu, I'm leaving. Elder Xiong arched his hand before leaving. If I break through to the Qi-eating realm, I won't have to suffer the brutishness of those elders anymore. Jushan turned and walked back. Opening another medicinal garden is said to be credited, but it's not known which elder this credit will go to. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. But for now, if he could just break through to the Qi-eating realm, he would be able to improve his status in the clan. Zhu Shan was the one who had the immortal pill, and there was still a high hope of a breakthrough. So tired. In the courtyard, Chen Yang controlled the qi in his body and danced the black blade for a few moments before a strong sense of fatigue rushed into his brain from all sides. That's a lot more tiring than punching a 7-star punch. And Shinzo, why is it so hot? Chen Yang sat on the ground and rested. She was as thick as lead in mercury. It was normal to feel tired when it was temporarily running, but he was a bit confused. Why was the divine collection so hot? It's especially hot every time it breaks through. A short while later, Jushan pushed his way in. After just walking into the courtyard and seeing the stone monument that had been chopped in half, his eyes quickly lit up. The unhappiness in his heart was swept away. Master. Chen Yang stepped forward and saluted. A breakthrough? Jushan beamed. Well, Master, disciple hasn't let you down. Chen Yang pretended to be a good boy, like a child who wanted to be encouraged and praised. You've simply given my master a heavenly surprise. I thought it would take you at least half a year to reach this step. Now that you've refined your qi and transformed it into a god, I think it won't be long before the divine deposit in your brain is also flushed open and reaches the late divine deposit stage. Zhu Shan could be said to be overjoyed. Chen Yang's performance was outside his expectations every time. Master teacher has gone to such lengths to teach me. If I don't strive for excellence again, won't I fail master teacher's good intentions? Good apprentice. Good apprentice. Zhu Shan laughed freely, then said, cut me with a sword. Let me see if your qi is strong or not. When he finished speaking, he laid out his hand. It's, Master, if you add qi, the power of the black blade is great. Chen Yang scrupulously said, you've only just refined your qi and transformed into a god. How powerful can qi be? Don't worry, just slash me with all your might. That's right, Master's magic is boundless. How could I possibly hurt you? Chen Yang said as he gripped his sword heavily and took a few steps back. Feeling almost ready, he shouted, Master, be careful. After saying that, he ran out with all his strength, and when he was close to Zhu Shan, his whole body leaped up 10 feet high, and with both hands, he held his sword high in the air, and used half of his body's qi to the black sword, straight at Zhu Shan's head. He wanted to try his master's strength. Looking at Chen Yang's blade, Zhu Shan, who previously had a breezy look on his face, when the blade chopped down, after feeling the power contained in it, his expression lurched and he gathered his mana on his palm and resisted it with his palm. A spherical shield formed by spectral green mana appeared. The black blade slashed at this layer of defense shield, and the two forces collided with each other, an invisible wave of air scattering in both directions. Ha ha, good guy, your kid's qi is really strong. Just this slash. Your senior sister Huan can't even compare to it even after more than 10 years of cultivation. Zhu Shan was satisfied. He had planned to use his second finger to hold the blade, but the killing power Chen Yang had displayed forced him to change his mind and use a spell. Loomed large under the blade. With a wave of his hand, Chen Yang was sent flying backwards. So strong. Chen Yang landed smoothly, his heart sinking to the bottom of the sea. The stronger he was, only then did he feel the unfathomable depth of Zhu Shan. After quickly adjusting his state of mind, he ran forward and ran his hand over the defense barrier that Zhu Shan had coalesced with his mana, asking excitedly, Master, is this a spell? Zhu Shan put his mana away, smiled with his arms crossed and said, not bad, This is the armored art. After practicing it, swords and knives can enter, water and fire can invade, it can carry heavenly thunder, and it can top boulders. It's the strongest self-defense art. Armor cloak, Chen Yang murmured. In front of the spells, even the fiercest weapons were just flowery. Even if Zhu Shan stood still, he couldn't help him in the slightest. This was also the reason why Zhu Shan was willing to teach him to use weapons. Not being able to use spells was unbearable. Do you want to learn? Jushan asked with a smirk. Chen Yang nodded his head vigorously. You'll be able to learn when you reach the Dao Palace realm. Zhu Shan reached out his hand and wanted to touch Chen Yang's head, but as he approached, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. What? Jushan staggered back 2 steps, holding his hand to his head in a very uncomfortable manner. Master. Chen Yang rushed forward to support him and asked with concern. Master, what's wrong with you? It's okay. That feeling came and went quickly. Waved his hand, but at this time, the injuries in his body suddenly erupted. His face changed, and he almost sprayed out a mouthful of blood. But it's good to hold back. You go ahead and cultivate. I have important matters to attend to. After saying that, Zhu Shan left in a hurry, locked himself in the house where he usually practiced. Chapter 63, Spirit Insects Are Not Sensitive. What happened to him? Regarding Zhu Shan's inexplicable behavior, Chen Yang was puzzled. Could immortals also be physically unwell? Shaking his head, he no longer thought about Zhu Shan, but instead placed his gaze on the black blade in his hand, and said with a dark expression, Master is unexpectedly strong to this extent. In vain, I have preserved half of my strength. Just now that knife. He actually only called half of the chi, thinking of hiding some strength, in case of emergency, but after seeing the means of Zhu Shan, understand the gap, suddenly feel ridiculous, without being able to do spells. Even if he had practiced his sword well, even if he had broken through to the Dao Palace realm, then he wouldn't be a match for Zhu Shan. Alas, regardless of all that, it's always good to be able to improve your strength in the moment. After being depressed for a while, Chen Yang adjusted his mindset and began to recall Zhu Shan's words, murmuring, just now, after using only half of my chi, Master said that my chi is already stronger than senior sister Huang's. It's because of the divine collection, isn't it? He touched his abdomen and hung his head to look at it. The hot divine collection was refining the innate essence in it, providing him with a steady stream of chi. Houses. Jushan ran his energy to heal his wounds. Cough cough. Unfortunately, in the end, it was not suppressed and kept coughing blood out. Damn it, what's wrong with this injury? If it continues like this, I'll die before the immortal pill is refined. Jushan covered his chest as the tearing pain came from inside. His breath was a mess. At this moment, Zhu Shan felt that his body was like a corroded dam, being constantly corroded by something, and the heavy wounds he had suffered earlier in the day were like holes in the dam, which were now constantly worsening, causing the entire body to come closer and closer to the brink of collapse. Can it be that Elder Shu is backstabbing me? Zhu Shan's complexion was gradually gloomy. It was the only thing that was most likely. Otherwise, how could his body start to show all sorts of abnormalities after picking up such a treasure? That old thing wants to take it all for himself, usually smiling, but he's playing this kind of trick behind my back. Zhu Shan's fierce eyes turned scarlet a little bit. Even if he was on good terms with Elder Shu, in the face of such a hot treasure in his hands, he had to start doubting. It's getting out of control. Zhu Shan's face suddenly changed. The muscles on his face kept turning over, revealing long fangs having a pig's mouth. But it was only under his control that these beastly features shrank back. Chen Yang, come here, outside. Chen Yang, who was pondering, heard Zhu Shan shout, hurriedly running to the door. He respectfully asked, Master, what is the matter with calling my disciple? Zhu Shan said, Master is going to be in seclusion for a few days to cultivate, and during the seclusion period, the affairs of the town will be left to you. Then, the door to the room burst open at once. 2 boxes flew out of it and then closed right back up. Chen Yang immediately caught the object. This is the spirit insect that senses the immortal fetus. There are a few human medicines that are going to be born in this recent period of time. Pay more attention to it. If you measure it as an immortal fetus, come and talk to me. I'll report it to the sect. Zhu Shan's voice came out, explaining the task. Master, don't worry about practicing. The town has me. Chen Yang was with Zhu Shan every day and knew what to do. Right, Master. How should I cultivate next? Chen Yang then asked. Practicing the sword was for refining chi and transforming the gods, which he had already done now. So what would it take to break open the third divine treasure? Zhu Shan returned, simple. Go outside and find a random lacquer tree. Shake down some fallen leaves. When the leaves fall, use the knife to cut it into 2 halves. Remember, use the chi, as far as possible, to cut to the middle position. All the fallen leaves, in so few breaths, as far as possible, all the cuts. Practicing like that? Chen Yang was surprised. That's right. The middle stage of the divine deposit is to use weapons to guide your cultivation. Didn't the master tell you? Using weapons is 3 words: fast, accurate, and ruthless. You've already practiced the word fast, now you're practicing the word accurate. If you can practice the knife to the point of chopping the fallen leaves into 2 halves from the middle, with your talent, you'll naturally be able to break through the 3rd divine hide. Understand? Disciple understands. Chen Yang understood. Chopping fallen leaves in half down the center is a test of concentration. How is this not a spiritual discipline? This happens to be a way of refining God as well. The realm that Master Teacher was talking about. When you think about it, you can feel that it was another level. Don't bother me with nothing, go on. The disciple excuses himself. Shen Yang made a bow and then went out. I wonder how long it will take this kid to break through this time. Jushan muttered. No longer in control. The body gradually changed to its original form and prostrated itself on the ground. Bone and blood Dan. Outside. Shen Yang opened a box in his hand. Inside were 3 reddish pills. This is the treasure that has been cultivated in the hearts of the inhabitants of Panai town. Shen Yang was no longer eating blood Siki Dan now, eating this at Zhu Shan's request. This bone blood pill was only for elders to take, and Lotus Sect disciples were all taking blood Siki pill, so it was evident that Zhu Shan valued him. After putting the box away, Shen Yang opened the other box. Inside were the fireflies he'd seen the last time Juzan himself had delivered a baby. At this moment, this spirit insect was lying motionless on the root blade. This leaf was secretly emitting shimmering lines. It was the leaf of some kind of immortal medicine, and it was thought to be the food of this spirit insect. It measures fairy tires. Chun Yang looked around curiously. Suddenly the idea of having yourself tested sprang up, so he took it out and placed it on his brow. The firefly had its feet hooked to his skin and kept sniffing with its head. Chen Yang came to the water tank in the courtyard and looked at himself in the water. I just stared for a long time, but I couldn't see any movement from the firefly. What's going on? Chen Yang was puzzled. He was clearly an immortal fetus, but why didn't this spirit bug light up? Does this little thing really work? He removed the firefly from his head and surveyed it with a skeptical eye. Not sensitive enough. No wonder immortal tires are so hard to come by. In the end it's a small power, like those small companies that can't afford to use the real thing. Chen Yang suspected that there was something wrong with this spirit bug, such as the small company he worked for in his previous life, which engaged in some pirated office software for its employees. Paying no more attention, he left the courtyard after putting the spirit worms away. Master is in closed door practice, afraid that some residents will come to have something to seek help. Chen Yang did not go far, just outside the courtyard to find a lacquer tree to practice. Chopped the blade in half. Chen Yang came to the lacquered tree and kicked it up. The canopy shook and dropped some leaves. Chen Yang took the knife in his right hand and placed it on his left body, his eyes fixed on one of the pieces, and as it fell in front of his eyes, he swung the knife diagonally from the bottom to the top. The black blade cut through, splitting the leaf in half. Chen Yang will too squat down and pick up the 2 halves of the blade to watch. Big on one side, small on the other. It's a big step away from what Jushan said, and he was only chopping at a single leaf. Shu Shan meant for him to chop all of these leaves in half while they were falling. Chapter 64, Sacrificing to Heaven. Keep practicing. Chen Yang picked up a complete leaf and threw it into the air. Staring at the trajectory of the drift down, Chen Yang saw the right moment to swing out a blade. The blades are neatly split in half. With the previous experience, the blades were still unevenly sized from side to side under this cut, but the results were much better than the previous one. Chen Yang picked up 2 leaves, wanted to try it. After throwing it, he swung 2 slashes in quick succession while it was floating down. Both leaves were chopped. However, when viewing it, there was an outrageous size difference in the other pieces, except for the first one, which was slightly better, still not accurate enough. Next, Chen Yang practiced hard under the tree, striving to reach the late divine hidden stage as soon as possible. In the case of Qi, although the power of the moves became greater, the burden on the body would also become greater, and after swinging 20 or so blades, the body began to be unable to bear it. Increased fatigue. Luckily, the divine stash in his belly was constantly refining essence and transforming Qi, so that his physical strength could be quickly restored. Practice makes perfect, and with more and more attempts, Shan Yang gradually found the feeling. The knives came out with more and more precision. Inside the Lotus Sect, a few elders were sitting in the hall with the patriarch discussing something. It was easy to see from the state atmosphere that the matter was not trivial. Elders, it's the end of the year, and the Lin clan is starting to prepare for the worship of the heavens, and this year, we are asked to give out 2,000 mortal fetuses as offerings, the Lotus Sect patriarch said. In previous years it would have been just 200 people. Why so many this year? This is too much, isn't it? 2,000 mortal fetuses, but it's going to move the foundation of our Lotus Sect, and already signed an agreement with the Heavenly Demon Building to open a new medicinal garden, which will also require several thousand mortals. Letting us out so many offerings to worship the heavens at this juncture will surely affect the harvest of the medicinal garden for the next 20 years or so. Patriarch, how did you use your good offices to put such a great burden on our clan all at once? Yeah, Sovereign, what's gotten into you? The few elders at the bottom murmured with ugly expressions. One was the newly opened medicine garden, but an offering to the Lin clan, and with the two colliding together, the Lotus Sect's income would plummet for a long time to come, and correspondingly, the income of the elders would plummet as well. Thinking about this, a few elders were so anxious that they even made outbursts at the Patriarch. Facing these elders below, the Lotus Sect Patriarch had no way out. After all, without these sacrificial elders sitting on the scene, the Lotus Sect couldn't stand. So he had to forcefully and majestically say, the Lin clan has calculated. We just made a big deal with them, and after knowing that the clan won't have to raise a large number of disciples for a long time to come, we raised the number of sacrifices, but they have also promised that the next 10 years won't require us to pay out the sacrifices anymore, and all the yearly money we pay each year can be partially offset with blood-seeky dan. Sacrifice to the heavens is the most important activity in the barbarian immortal region. At the beginning of each year, the 3 gates and 2 families, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, 12 rituals will choose a good day, in their own territories, at the same time, organized a powerful ceremony to pray to the heavens, to bless the immortality of the road to prosperity, the immortal domain of the richness of the aura. So much for that. Without so many disciples, the blood-seeky dan is just sitting around. It can offset the bone-blood dan as well as alleviate our pressure. It was only after hearing the Patriarch say this that these elders' faces began to look better. At their cultivation level, the blood-seeky dan was completely useless, and they were able to pay less bone-blood dan, and they were able to get more bone-blood dan, just taking out 2,000 mortal fetuses and disappearing so many people at once. I'm worried that the human medicines in the medicinal garden will be thrown into a state of panic. Yes, this is not good. Before only 200 per year, share to each medicine garden there is not much. No one can find anything wrong, but now suddenly want so much. Human medicine, even if it is good to fool, will feel out of the ordinary. If provoke civil unrest, although it cannot turn over the waves, but it will affect the harvest, difficult to deal with. Sovereign, what are you going to do? This kind of thing, it's still up to the Patriarch to make up his mind. The Lotus Sect Patriarch rose and said, instead of tossing around multiple medicinal gardens, why not remodel one? There are 7,000 people in Wu Sulphur Town. 2,000 of them will be taken to the Lin clan, and the rest will be remodeled into medicinal gardens suitable for breeding fertile gods, and brought in to do business with Heavenly Demon House. So feasible. Just leave it to those few Dal Palace realm elders. Just declare that there is an enemy invasion. The enemy army is ferocious. In order to protect the homeland, with the wives and children old and young have to form a troop to resist, in front of the great righteousness, so that those people medicine won't have any dissimilarity of emotions. After the elders thought about it, they felt that what the Patriarch said was a good solution. So they agreed. 5 days later, under the lacquer tree, Chen Yang's figure was like a butterfly, waving his sword in a dance. Falling leaves flew, and black knives cut through them. In a short span of 3 breaths, a dozen leaves were chopped in half, thanks to the fact that he had used the black blade to cut water for such a long time before, and now that he had successfully harnessed the qi, his blade skills were even more refined, and the requirement of chopping leaves that Zhu Shan had said wasn't difficult for him. The black blade traveled in his hands. Nice. Looking at the ground filled with chopped leaves, Chen Yang smiled with satisfaction. After 5 days of practicing, the feeling of weightiness when running the qi had disappeared, and he was able to retract and release it as he wished. Now continuous luck swings for a quarter of an hour don't even get tiring. This means that he has completely harnessed the qi completely. Looking up, the tall lacquer trees that had been so leafy were now thinning out their branches. Due to the rapid recovery of his physical strength, he no longer needed to absorb aura at night to recover his body. So these days he was practicing his sword day and night. Scatter! Chen Yang let out a low shout and stomped his foot on the ground. With the support of the qi in his body, which was like an internal force, a tiny wave of air appeared and blew the leaves that he had just chopped to the outside of the lacquered tree. Chen Yang slapped his left hand on the trunk of the tree, and with a shake, a few leaves rustled down. After shedding his mortal body, his perception was exceptionally sharp, and with the practice over the past few days, just by sweeping his gaze, he memorized the general location of all the leaves. The knife is like a breeze that separates a leaf. Chen Yang's figure appeared behind the leaves, toes on the ground a little, flying now in another place. After a few cuts, the closing cut ends. Now that we're only one opportunity away from rushing through the 3rd divine deposit, let's hope that we can reach the late divine deposit stage before returning to the sect. Chen Yang muttered as he looked at the 2 halves of broken leaves that were not far apart from each other by his feet. There weren't many days left. Zhu Shan would be returning to the clan soon, and that was his only chance to escape from here. Then he touched his stomach and whispered, "The essence of the innate has almost been refined clean as well." In the past few days, although the divine stash in the small abdomen was still glowing, it wasn't as hot as before. Now that senior brother Joe was gone, he didn't know if this situation was positive or not. Little brother Chen, is Master Zhu here? As he was sensing his divine stash, an urgent voice suddenly came from the distance. His lordship is not here. Uncle, what is the matter? Chen Yang looked over as a middle-aged man panicked and ran towards this place. Save, my sister-in-law in the river washing clothes, fell into the water inside. Want to ask Master Zhu to go to see if it can still be saved. My sister-in-law belly inside still pregnant with a childlet. Next month will be born. The men were so anxious that they cried. Where? Quickly? The man pointed in a direction behind him. Muddy pond there. Muddy pond. Chen Yang had been in White Candle Town for so long that he knew where this muddy water pond was. Not daring to delay, he immediately headed there. Chapter 65, Rescue. Streamside. When Chen Yang arrived, just see a group of people gathered around. The official is here. Everyone get out of the way. Upon seeing Chen Yang arrive, people made way. In the middle of the crowd, a woman who looked to be about 17 lay on the grass. How long has it been going on? Chen Yang immediately asked. It wasn't long, less than half a quarter of an hour. We were picking laxseed across the street and saw her fall in the water with our own eyes, and by the time we fished her out, she wasn't breathing. A wet man replied. There's no breathing with a pulse. Chen Yang's heart sank after checking it out. If you keep the little one, you might even be able to get the little one back. It didn't take long to hear, though, and he felt a sudden sense of hope that there was still hope. Looking at the woman's large belly as he pondered in his mind. At this point the belly is peeled open and the child inside is still saved. But the woman may likewise still be saved now. It's just that if you choose to save the woman, if you fail, both big and little die. And if you choose to save little in this case, then big must die. Save the big one. There was no time to think more. After a short period of reckoning, Chen Yang decided to try and see if he could save the woman first. Fortunately, he had learned CPR when he was in college before, and there was a similar first aid method of pressing on the heart inside the treasure medicine feeding manual given by Zhu Shan, so he knew how to go about this situation. Chen Yang positioned the woman's body and then began to press on her chest, and count in your mind. With the force on her chest, the organs in the female's chest were squeezed and the river water that had filled her lungs flowed out of her mouth. The surrounding onlookers were silent, watching nervously for fear of interfering with this little official's rescue. Cough, cough. To Chen Yang's surprise, only after pressing for a short while, coughing sounds came from the woman's mouth. Also breathing again. Fortunately, saved. Although the person saved was immortal, but looking at his own hands to save it, Chen Yang's heart gave birth to a sense of elation. In his mind, what he had saved was not a herb, but a person with a vivid life like his own. To live? This little official is too good. That's unfortunate. God forbid. The onlookers around the room were beyond surprised to see the woman moving again. I wonder if the baby in the womb is okay. Chen Yang looked at her stomach and his brows refrowned. The woman's heart stopped beating for a while, and the fetus in her belly lost its blood supply and must have been affected. The woman had only just come out of danger, and it was clear that she could not be removed by cesarean section at this time. He doesn't have the kind of skills that Juzhen has. Go talk to the master. Chen Yang wanted to go and report to Zhu Shan, but just as he got up, he saw that a tall figure had arrived outside the crowd. Master Zhu. It was Juzhen who had arrived, and everyone spontaneously saluted and greeted him. It was heartfelt, and after the bore, in their eyes, Juzhen was the town's patron saint. Master, you're here. Chen Yang immediately stepped forward and saluted. Zhu Shan nodded, then said to the people around him, everyone turn around. His voice contained immortal magic power, and when these mortals heard it, their hearts and minds were suddenly like grass in a gale, and there was no doubt about Zhu Shan's words, and they all obediently turned around. Give me the knife. Juzhen looked at the black blade he had brought with him. Chen Yang hurriedly handed over the knife. Juzhen came to the woman with a knife. Is master opening his belly to get a son? Chen Yang could see what Zhu Shan was trying to do and wanted to open his mouth to say something, but still didn't say anything, because from an immortal's point of view, the woman has fulfilled her mission, and the fetus in her belly is the most valuable. It didn't help that he spoke out. As he thought, Zhu Shan arrived in front of the woman and slashed straight through. The woman's stomach suddenly split open in a long gash. Scarlet blood seeped outward, staining his clothes red. Juzhen stuck the knife next to him and put his hand directly into the wound to pull it out. Soon a bloody baby was removed from his belly. The baby was purple and motionless. Zhu Shan held her up with his left hand and pressed his right hand on the baby's head. Then he saw mana converging between his palms. Wow! 3 breaths later, the otherwise breathless baby suddenly let out a cry. 2 little hands clawed and danced in the air. Juzan smiles and removes his right hand. Master, where is she? Seeing that Zhu Shan's attention was all on the baby, ignoring the woman with blood all over the floor, Chen Yang hurriedly reminded. By now the woman was dying, her pale lips trembling. Zhu Shan glanced bashfully, then said, she's no longer useful. After Zhu Shan pinched off the baby's umbilical cord, he said to Chen Yang, bring it here, let's see how this guy is doing. Chen Yang replied back, the spirit worms are placed in the house, then go back and measure it. Jushan observed the child in his hand. Master, she, Chen Yang inquired again. At this time the woman on the ground has not breathed. Due to Zhu Shan dragged out the placenta, the big hole in the stomach has been gushing out blood. Zhu Shan ignored him and instead said to the people around him, everyone, turn around. The mortals around them then dared to look at them here. Son's daughter-in-law, how? The boy. When they saw the tragically dead woman and then looked at the child in Zhu Shan's hands, they all revealed a look of disbelief. Chen Yang glanced at Zhu Shan and stepped forward to blame himself. Folks, I'm useless. I almost saved this sister just now, but luckily Master Zhu came in time and saved the child in her womb. Appreciation flashed in Zhu Shan's eyes before he quickly grew sad and guiltily faced the crowd. I did my best. Alas, it is fate. Yeah, that girl is not blessed. Luckily, Master Zhu's medical skills were excellent and saved her child. The crowd was talking. As far as they were concerned, they were lucky to save one. Who is the girl's family? Jushan inquired. Master Zhu, she is my sister-in-law. The man who had rushed to find Chen Yang earlier walked out sadly. It's a busy time of year for farming, and the woman's husband is still picking lax seeds elsewhere. Zhu Shan said to the men, this child was forced to give birth prematurely, and now her body and bones are very weak. I'll bring it back for medical treatment first. You guys first settle this girl's remains, and then go directly to my residence. Understood, Elder Zhu. Please also ask Elder Zhu to make sure this nephew of mine is preserved. The man looked at the baby. Please, I'll do my best. Don't worry. Jushan walked forward with the baby. The people in front of them moved out of the way. Chen Yang followed him. Master, that man's medicine is still saving. Why? On the way, Chen Yang asked in a low voice. With the means that Zhu Shan had demonstrated before, it was actually not difficult to save that person's medicine. Moreover, Chen Yang could also see that it was a deliberate act on Zhu Shan's part. Zhu Shan said in an inconsequential tone, that human medicine was so shocked that thereafter the heart and soul were deficient, unable to parasitize the fat worms anymore, and it is no longer useful to keep them, but she can still continue to have heirs. Chen Yang still didn't understand why his master was doing this. Parasitic fat worms were only one of the values of the human medicine. Jushan had a displeased look on his face. Chen Yang immediately shut up, understanding that he had other intentions of not letting himself know. The two continued on to the residence. By the way, how come the method of administering aid I saw you just now was different from the first aid measures in the treasure medicine breeding manual? Zhu Shan suddenly inquired. Chen Yang replied back in a low voice. Master, I didn't read these contents in detail. I can't remember them. At that time, when I saw that the man medicine had no heartbeat, I thought to press on it, and treat the dead horse as a living horse. The methods documented inside the manual had similarities to the CPR he had learned in his previous life. This is not the ancient kind of feudal and backward world. What cesarean section? Even the ability to make a knife in the heart is very mature, and there is also mana to add. The method is a bit stupid, but it does stimulate the heart to beat again, which is somewhat useful, so go back and read the manual over a few times. Jushan commanded. Acknowledged, Master. Chapter 66 Immortal Fetus. The two were soon back in the yard. Go and bring the spirit worms, Jushan commanded. The kid fell asleep in his hands. Yes, Master. Chen Yang hurriedly ran into the house to get something. This immortal medicine of mine, how? Zhu Shan looked towards the corner and his face immediately sank as the yellow leaves on the yellow immortal pill became quite a bit more numerous. It's only been a few days. How come it's withered so much? I should have known better than to smoke so much. Zhu Shan thought remorsefully. He thought that it was because he had sucked in too much aura with the Haitian technique before. After all, other than that, he really couldn't think of any other possibilities. He had been storing up more spiritual energy in case his injuries acted up when he broke through, but now it seemed that it was not what he had hoped for. Not only was the injury getting worse, even the immortal pill had been damaged due to himself. It looks like we'll have to take one side of that kid's lungs with one kidney and sell it for some nourishment for the nourishing immortal medicine when the time comes. Zhu Shan said silently in his heart. Those two things were originally intended to be used to purchase weapons for himself. But right now, the immortal pills were important. After Chen Yang broke through to the Dao Palace realm, half of his lungs and kidneys could be completely removed and taken in exchange with those great families. Master, Spirit Bug, there have been 2 babies born in the town in the past few days, and I've measured them both, and there are no immortal fetuses. Chen Yang walked out with the box. Jushan said. Normal. The spirit worms were then removed. However, he noticed that the spirit bug was not in the right state. Shriveled up. Master, what's wrong? Chen Yang inquired. Why is this spirit bug half dead? Master, I am taking good care of all of them. Chen Yang hurriedly replied. It's not you. It's the immortal herb inside that's failing. And with the spirit bugs being weak like this, I think it'll take some time for them to fail. Xu Shan sensed that the cut of immortal grass given to the spirit worms as food had failed to become mortal grass, and the spirit worms were without food, so it was no wonder that they had become like this. How could the immortal herb fail? Chen Yang muttered in disbelief. Naturally, the immortal chi in it was lost, and the ones used to feed the spirit worms weren't good immortal medicines with thin immortal chi. Master, what is immortal chi again? Chen Yang asked. These were not recorded in the booklet given by Zhou Lingjun. Immortal chi is the root of our immortal family. The higher the cultivation, the more immortal chi. Immortal chi is like the roof beam in a building. Without immortal chi, the immortal medicine will gradually wither. Our immortal family without immortal chi, the physical body will gradually disintegrate. Such as the mansion toppled, the light one will turn into a mortal, the heavier one will die violently. The reason why the immortal fetus is called immortal fetus is because there is immortal chi in the body, and the root bone is inherently different from that of the mortal fetus, and it is able to grasp power beyond that of mortals. It can be said to be uniquely blessed. Xu Shan explained. Immortal breath. Listening to what Xu Shan said, Chen Yang understood the importance of immortal chi to immortals. He had a more graphic analogy. It was the steel reinforcement in the concrete of repairing a tall building. Master, this spirit insect is weak, so is it still useful? Chen Yang asked. It's naturally useful. Spirit worms are very sensitive and will react when they come into contact with an immortal tire. Xu Shan placed the spirit insect on the child in his hand. Not necessarily sensitive. Chen Yang muttered in his heart. He didn't think so. Master, it's lit up. Not a moment later, Chen Yang was surprised, because shortly after touching the child, the tail of that spirit bug slowly launched its light. Finally, a fairy child. Seeing this scene, Xu Shan's gloomy face eased a bit. As long as the immortal fetus is tested, he also gets credit for it. After coming to White Candle Town for so long, by now it was finally an immortal child. With that, he took out a talisman and sent a message to the sect. It's fortunate that I was the one who heard the sound today and came out to follow, preserving this fetus, or else the clan would have suffered a great loss. Xu Shan gazed at him and admonished. If you encounter this kind of thing again in the future, you know what to do, right? Chen Yang bowed his head and replied back. Disciple knows. Look at the value and choose the one with a high value. Nice. Xu Shan nodded and said. When that family comes here later, you can tell them that I've done the math and that this child is ominous and will invite disaster, and that I'll sacrifice him to the fat god later. Yes, master. Chen Yang arched his hand and said that this was a setup with Panai Town. Just keep watch out here. I've got important things to take care of. After saying that, Xu Shan handed over the baby to him. Back inside. You also have a great life. Chen Yang walked into his house with the child in his arms. Prepare to put him to bed to rest. The kid was premature but weighed about 5 pounds and wasn't exactly scrawny, which had thought that just put up, maybe too much noise. The baby was awakened. All of a sudden Wu cry. It's. Chen Yang had no choice but to pick him up again. Pacing around inside the house, the little thing settled down a bit. When the sect elders come, they will bring him up to Yuxian Peak, where there are special elders responsible for the clothing, food, and living of these children. Master Zhu. Master Zhu. It didn't take long for shouts to come from outside the yard. Coming. Chen Yang knew that this was the child's relative, so hugged the little thing and walked out. There were 2 men standing outside the courtyard. One of them was the one who had come to call Chen Yang for help earlier. The other, I believe, is the father of the child. After the death of his wife, the man was as if he was very ill. Little officer. Upon seeing Chen Yang, the 2 immediately leaned forward to come. Chen Yang said with a serious expression, 2 uncles, there is a bad news to tell you. Did my baby not survive? At those words, the man took a few steps back in pathos. Chen Yang shook his head and said, with Master Zhu's timely intervention, it was saved. But after Master's divination projections, this child might be ominous. So in order to prevent bringing disaster to the town, we have to sacrifice him to the fat god. Ah, the ominous one. The man who accompanied him was so frightened that he hurriedly moved away from Chen Yang, and the soft eyes that had originally looked at his nephew instantly disappeared, replaced by uneasy fear. After a long period of brainwashing, White Candle's fear of ominous babies is deeply ingrained. No wonder my younger sibling had an accident. It turns out that the baby carried inside her belly is a scourge. The man was still murmuring in a trembling voice. Chen Yang looked at the child's father and asked, Uncle, your child is going to be taken for sacrifice later. Do you need to see him one last time? The man stood up, not speaking, but taking small steps forward. But the elder brother behind him suddenly pulled him back. That's a scourge. Don't look at it. What if it brings back bad luck? Let's go. After that, he was going to pull the man away. The man stopped and glanced at the swaddling clothes before hanging his head and walking away with his own brother. Woe to the tire. But it's just a fool's errand. Looking at the two men's hasty backs, Chen Yang shook his head and turned around to return to the courtyard. I'm sure the clan elders don't have half the truth in what they say to us disciples. Chen Yang silently looked at the house where Zhu Shan was practicing. How could they, the sect disciples, not be like the mortals in the medicine garden, living in a world woven by lies and being fooled all the time? Chapter 67, The Unlucky Zhu Shan. Why haven't the clan elders come yet? Chen Yang had been holding the child and walking in the courtyard. Without realizing it, half an hour had passed. Zhu San shut himself up in his house and didn't know what he was doing. Is this the immortal tire? A woman's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Chen Yang looked over, and the one who came was a woman with a tall figure. Greetings, elder. Chen Yang immediately saluted. Where's Jushan? Elder too. I'm here. Zhu Shan, who was sitting in meditation in the house, opened the door sharply to usher in after hearing the commotion outside. His injuries weren't completely under control, but they were suppressed. Ha, it hasn't been that long. Why have you gotten thinner? The woman looked at Zhu Shan with a puzzled expression. Chen Yang's eyes also surveyed and looked around, realizing that Master Teacher had indeed lost weight in the days since he had come to White Candle Town. Zhu Shan laughed nervously and said, I failed to impact the chi-eating realm and consumed a lot of spiritual energy. In terms of mana, it's still got to be Ohio Jitsu that has the big advantage. The woman returned. Zhu Shan's intermittent outbreaks of injuries over the past few months had caused him to use up a lot of spiritual energy to suppress them. Fortunately, he would be able to do the Haitian technique, and his carcass stored enough spiritual energy. If he were to be replaced by another elder, he would have long ago been unable to stand this tossing and turning. Zhu Shan brought the baby in Chen Yang's hand to the woman and said, Elder too, this is the immortal fetus. In all the time you've been in White Candle Town, you found this one, haven't you? The woman gazed at the baby and said, I've done my best to take care of it. There's no blame. It's that fairy tires are so rare, the woman said as she took out a box from her body. And when she opened it, inside was a firefly, same as the one in Jushan. It's here to test the immortal fetus. She'd have to check to make sure. Too. A surprising scene appeared, only to see that after the woman placed the spirit worms on the baby, she never saw any reaction. Elder Zhu, you're fooling me. The woman's face gradually became ugly. Isn't this just a mere mortal? No way. Elder too. When I measured it before, the spirit bug was lit up. Zhu Shan's expression changed drastically. Yes? The woman took her spirit bug back and said, so you'll test it again? Zhu Shan hurriedly took out his spirit insect. In contrast to the woman's one, his spirit bug looked half dead. After putting it in place, Zhu Shan stared at the spirit bug's butt and waited nervously. More than 20 breaths passed without the slightest change in the spirit bug. How did this happen? It was clearly lit before. Zhu Shan froze. He couldn't figure out how a good immortal fetus had now become a mortal fetus. Elder, we measured it before and it really is an immortal tire. Chen Yang said from the side. This is no place for you to talk. Stay away. Elder Tu's face was obviously not good up. Fortunately, he also measured himself, or else when he brought it back, he might even say that he wanted to take it for himself and switched the bag. Zhu Shan, usually I see that you are still honest and decent. How come you have learned to play such underhanded tactics now? The woman pressed. Elder Tu, unjustly accused. It must be my spirit insect that has gone wrong. Look. Zhu Shan was so frightened that he hurriedly put the blame on the spirit worms. The woman took a look and frowned. What's going on here? Zhu Shan said anxiously. The immortal grass that feeds the spirit worms failed at some point. It might have been starving and it made this mistake. You were so careless that you almost made a big mistake. The woman chided. When Zhu Shan heard this, his heart in turn was relieved. It was good that he didn't give himself the hat for faking, and replied in a weak voice. Elder Tu, I will definitely recheck the babies born in these months again. Then take your time to find out. The woman threw the spirit worms she had on her body to him and said, I won't bother with you this time, but as a punishment, your credit for coming to White Candle Town on duty will have to be cancelled. Elder Lu's cultivation is also almost solidified. I'll ask him to come to the town tomorrow to watch over the town. And the clan has a task for you to go rebuild the medicinal garden with Elder Toad and the rest of them. You know about it, don't you? Elder Bear told me. Do a good job. And a good job on that job is a big deal. Understand? Don't worry, Elder Tu. I will not be sloppy. This period of time is in vain. Zhu Shan, although his heart is not willing, but he can only whisper assurances. After Elder who was captured by the Xian sect cultivators, it was now this Elder Tu who was in charge of these things in the sect, and was one of the most high-powered few elders in the sect. Work well, If you are so negligent and careless again, then I will not blame the clan for showing no mercy. After saying that, this elder too turned around and left. There's nothing good about coming all this way. Master, why is this happening? Chen Yang went up to ask in puzzlement. How unlucky things happened to me, Xu Shan whispered with an ugly face, ignoring Chen Yang next to him. The injuries kept recurring, and now there were problems with the immortal pill. And now the matter of the immortal fetus had caused the displeasure of the clan's powerhouses, so the originally peaceful life had become chaotic all of a sudden. Luckily, there's still this kid. Looking at Chen Yang, Xu Shan was in a slightly better mood, and after organizing his emotions, he instructed, take this child and return him to his family. I'll go test the rest of the children. He was born prematurely. Can his family feed him if we take him back? Chen Yang asked as he looked at the happy baby. It's fine. The clan has prepared special milk to ensure the survival rate of newborns in the medicine garden. They know where to go to receive it. How thoughtful. In terms of taking care of human medicine, the Lotus Sect still took a lot of effort. Wait, I'll check again. Xu Shan was still undeterred and called out to Chen Yang, who was ready to leave. Still, the spirit bug didn't respond, as did the one before itself. That's when he gave up. Chen Yang carried the baby to the muddy pond. The dead pregnant woman's house is near Muddy Pond. A little poking around and he found it. What's the matter, young officer? At this time, the family was in the midst of grief, and when they saw Chen Yang's sudden visit with a child in his arms, they were shocked and frightened. This is an ominous one, Chen Yang explained. Uncle, I'm sorry. Master Zhu recalculated the calculation. This child is blessed with a great life and is not an unlucky person. Master Zhu told me to send it to you guys in a hurry once he knew that the calculation was wrong. Please don't blame me. After hearing Chen Yang say that the child was normal, the family was pleasantly surprised. This child is premature and needs to be cared for carefully. Chen Yang handed the baby over to his father. Thank you, Master Zhu, and thank you, young official. The man hugged the child like a treasure and thanked him profusely. His lordship says there is a special supply of milk, and you know where to get it. Knew it. Well then, I'm off. Chen Yang didn't stay long and left after giving a clear explanation. That elder said that we're going back to the clan tomorrow, so we need to get ready. On the way back, Chen Yang secretly said, though it came suddenly, it was good that the chi was now in control, and the chances of escape were better. Success or failure, in one move tomorrow. His fists clenched involuntarily. When he returned to the clan tomorrow, it would be his chance to escape from here. Chapter 68. What bad luck, you thing, why are you so unlucky? Xu Shan looked at his own spirit insect in his hand and hated it with gnashing teeth. It was because of its negligence that his work in White Candle Town during this period of time had been in vain. Why don't you just starve to death? Xu Shan was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, almost crushing it with his hand, but still endured. This is the clan stuff, and will have to be turned in when they go back. When that kid has formed the immortal pills in his body, I'll leave this place after I break through to the chi-eating realm. It's hard work and whoever wants to do it will do it. Xu Shan placed all his hopes on Chen Yang. When I thought of him, I felt that all the hard work I was suffering now was irrelevant. After returning to the small courtyard, Chen Yang did not proceed to cultivate, but instead meditated and cultivated in front of that immortal medicine. The aura was thickest here, and as he was leaving tomorrow, he had to keep his body at its peak level as much as possible. The wind blew, and a few yellow leaves floated down from the branches of the elixir. Xu Shan came back after getting things done and saw that Chen Yang was cultivating, so he didn't bother and went back to the house to regulate his injuries himself. Immortal fetuses were rare, and he apparently didn't find any more of them. Night. A tall figure stepped out of the darkness under a lacquered tree. It's Juzan. The throat kept gulping as he looked at the renovated dirt under the lacquered tree. No one was around, so he transformed into his body. A huge boar appeared, then arched the mud with a pig's snout. A large amount of soil was turned out, along with some human bones. The bodies of the people in White Candle Town were brought and buried under lacquer trees after death and used as fertilizer. Soon this was arched out of a mound by Juzhan. A woman's body appears under the mud. It's the woman who died tragically today. Xu Shan sniffed at her body, foul-smelling mucus unconsciously oozing out of his mouth, and the pig's head spat out human words. Fragrant, really fragrant. Then he opened his mouth and picked up the woman's corpse, chewing on it bit by bit. It's kind of a perk of guarding the herb garden. It's not useful for cultivation, but it satisfies the appetite. Fine and tender, or young and tasty. After swallowing it into his stomach, Juzhan still looked like he couldn't get enough of it. After restoring the scene to its original state, he turned and left. The next morning, Senior, can I bring this sword back to Xianyun Peak? After using it for so long, I've gotten used to it, and I'm afraid that if I change to another weapon, I won't be able to make it work. In the courtyard, Chen Yang asked as he held the black knife. Take it back. Xu Shan had pulled his immortal medicine out of the corner and was carrying it in a sack. the two were already packing up. Thank you, Master. Chen Yang thanked him profusely. If he had the black knife in his hands, at least he had something to defend himself with. Let's go wait at the gate. Elder Lu and the others should be arriving soon. Jushan tied the mouth of the sack and tied it around his waist. Okay, Master. Chen Yang followed Zhu Shan and headed out. The wild boar also followed closely behind, and it could be said that it didn't move an inch from Zhu Shan. Master, I heard Elder Tu from yesterday say that you know the Ohio divine art. What kind of spell is that? On the way, Chen Yang asked, intentionally or unintentionally, in a curious manner. Zhu Shan patted his stomach and laughed, eating aura. Unusual immortals due to the reason that the size of the Dao Palace is limited. Once the Dao Palace is filled up, it will not be able to store more mana. While practicing the Haitian technique, can continue to absorb the heaven and earth aura to refine it into spiritual energy stored in the body's spiritual fat when the Dao Palace is filled up. When needed, it will be quickly converted into mana. He's not fat, he's got a lot of spirit fat stored in his body. So awesome. Cultivate well, and when you reach the Dao Palace realm, Master will pass this Ohio divine art to you. Master, I also want to learn the armor cloak technique. Chen Yang looked like he had been fooled. Fine, it's all yours. Jushan patted him on the shoulder. The two of them chatted and walked, and soon arrived at the gate of White Candle Town. Stand on that fence and wait. Elder Lu had broken through to the Qi-eating realm. His status in the sect had skyrocketed, and Zhu Shan had to come and greet him personally as a way to show his respect. Coming. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, 7 figures came out from the intersection in the distance. At the head of the group was a majestic middle-aged man, with a tall old man beside him. Behind them were some disciples. Elder Yang is also here. That's great. When Zhu Shan saw the old man, his expression was delighted. Then he said to Chen Yang, "Go, let's go down there." After saying that, he brought Chen Yang down the wall and walked out of the main door to greet him. After getting closer, Chen Yang could see it clearly. That middle-aged man was as strong as an ox, covered in tendon flesh full of oppression. As for that old man, Chen Yang also recognized him. Dr. Yang, it's him. That old man was the elder who used to be a physician in Panai town. Elder Lu, Elder Yang, you guys came early. Jushan moved forward to greet him. Chen Yang followed behind and saluted. Greetings Elder Lu, Elder Yang. There were 5 disciples behind the two. It's you little guy. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Dr. Yang was obviously surprised. Elder Zhu, hard work for you. This period of time was supposed to be me coming to this White Candle Town to watch over it, becoming so much thinner. It seems that this town hasn't been less of a worry for you. Elder Lu spoke politely to Zhu Shan. Where? I'm here to wish Elder Lu a successful breakthrough to the Qi-eating realm. Jushan lowered his stance. Elder Lu was satisfied, then asked, everything is packed. Aha, I'll take care of the town next, so go back to the clan and rest. Elder Lu was familiar with the affairs of White Candle Town. You go back first, I have some things to do. Zhu Shan turned to Chen Yang and said, how could Chen Yang not expect Zhu Shan to let himself go first? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he arched his hand and returned. Master, come back earlier. He had originally been prepared to escape under Zhu Shan's nose. Now that he's back on his own, there's definitely no problem escaping this place. This is God's way of helping himself. The 3 of them, Zhu Shan, didn't chat much here and walked together towards the inside of the town. Those disciples kindly nodded their heads at him. Chen Yang similarly nodded his head and smiled. Everyone didn't know each other. This was considered a greeting. The crowd had already left, so Chen Yang turned around and walked quickly in the direction of the sect. The Lotus Sect was in the middle of a lofty mountain range. It was hard to run away, and it would leave its own scent along the way. The best route to escape from here was to flee through that big river. Water cuts out odors and hides itself well. What a godsend. Chen Yang quickened his pace and sprinted down the stone path. Now, he finally saw the light to leave this weird place. Elder Yang, you're here too. In the annex courtyard, the 3 elders were sitting together drinking tea. Isn't the Heavenly Demon Building coming to pick up the goods in a few days? The clan asked me to accompany them, and by the way, go on a trip with the people from the Heavenly Demon Building, to see how the quality of the fat god farmed by the other forces is. Elder Zhu, that teenager, how did he become your disciple? The Dan compulsion in his body at that time had already matured, so by all rights, he should be dead by now. Elder Yang asked curiously. Chapter 69, The Black Frog. That kid was lucky. Was brought to Elder Shu when not dead through. I just happened to be at Elder Shu. Saw, since it was an immortal fetus, so dead feel too wasteful. Then out of his heart in the Dan fruit out, he saved him back. At that time, Elder who went to see it was I saved. Let me take in as a disciple. Zhu Shan briefly recounted the reasons for this. He's your only apprentice now, isn't he? Elder Lu said. Well, there was another one of them some time ago, But that disciple wasn't competitive and could never break through the cultivation level, and it wouldn't help to raise it any longer. So they decided to stop the loss and took it as a fertilizer to cultivate medicinal herbs. Zhu Shan poured Elder Lu a cup of tea. Now this disciple you have to cherish. Now that all the elders of the sect are lining up to accept disciples, you don't know when you'll have to wait. Elder Yang reminded. Understood. Zhu Shanhao laughed. Elder Zhu, if I were you, I would have left the Lotus Sect. Here, for a long time I couldn't take in a disciple. It's no fun to do it. Elder Lu sighed. Elder Yang hurriedly said. Nonetheless, the sect is only temporarily functioning out of balance. There are still so many medicinal gardens, it will always recover. Even if you can't take in disciples for the time being, there is still a monthly supply of bone blood pills. It's very difficult to leave now and try to find a force like the Lotus Sect to shelter. Elder Zhu, you mustn't be impulsive. He had a good relationship with Jushan and was afraid that he would leave on a moment's notice. No. Although Zhu Shan verbally often complained about the sect, but can really not want to leave the intention. After all, is the ritual division of the living soul treatment than what Turtle Elder, Bear Elder much better? The Lotus Sect's elders who were not qualified to take on disciples outside of the sacrificial division of living spirits were busy all day long, and despite this, they were all still 1,000 times grateful to the sect for providing shelter. Otherwise it would be miserable to be a precarious wild cultivator. In the clan no longer good also have a mouth to eat peacefully, to go outside, can be the rice in other people's mouths. Elder Zhu, your injuries have returned? Elder Yang frowned and asked. Zhu Shan had become so much thinner, it was obvious that something was wrong with his body. Well, when I first came to White Candle Town, I felt almost well, and in a moment of impatience, I impacted the realm again, but I didn't realize that my injuries had erupted again. Zhu Shan was filled with bitterness. Didn't I tell you before? Don't use your mana easily. Alas, I'll use the Nirvana technique to help you suppress the suppression later. Elder Yang chided. Many thanks to Elder Yang. Zhu Shan hurriedly thanked him. He stayed just because he saw that Elder Yang had also come and wanted to ask for his help in suppressing his injuries. This is it. On the mountain road, Chen Yang had already arrived at the most treacherous position. Below it is a mighty river. Gripping the black blade tightly, he dropped straight down as he passed, pretending his foot had slipped, falling into the water. The figure was quickly submerged by the splash. The river is muddy and visibility is poor. Chen Yang used his mouth to bite the black blade and swam towards the depths of the river. Swim quickly downstream with the current. He practiced his sword at the bottom of the creek in White Candle Town and developed great water skills. This was still in the range of the Lotus Sect, and to prevent being discovered, Chen Yang held his breath and did not dare to reveal the surface of the water. After harnessing his qi, his control over his body improved by a large margin. Swimming underwater is fast. In the past, when I practiced my sword at the bottom of the stream, I was able to hold on for more than 100 breaths with that kind of strenuous exercise, but now I can swim much easier and hold on for more than 200 breaths. He's like a big fish. Having heard Zhu Shan say that there were dangers in the water, Chen Yang was also keeping an eye on his surroundings. At this time, there must not be a hint of carelessness. It's almost time to leave. After he really couldn't hold it in, Chen Yang carefully floated to the surface of the water. Judging by the buildings on the mountain behind him, he had already arrived at the downstream of the Lotus Sect and was about to leave the range. After taking a quick breath, Chen Yang quickly dived under the water again. The clan is getting farther and farther away. It hurts. Under the water, Chen Yang suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his leg and hurriedly looked back to see blood bubbling from his calf. A piece of flesh was bitten right off by something. There's something around. Chen Yang no longer paddled with both hands, but stood in the water with his sword, moved by the current of the water pushing against it. His eyes stared around warily. Forgive his keen senses, but in this water, the visibility was only about 1 foot. Again, Chen Yang noticed that there was a flash of something black rapidly coming towards him. Fist size. He found it and made a quick cut. After practicing chopping fallen leaves for so many days, even in these rapids, his blade was still accurate and fast. The black shadow was cut in half by his blade. Black frog. After losing his life, Chen Yang saw half of the black shadow's body. It's a frog, all black, but with a mouth full of sharp teeth. Goo. Before he could check more, his ears heard a slight sound of breaking water coming from behind him. Chen Yang quickly turned around as a black shadow pushed straight into his eyes. Chen Yang reached out and grabbed it, squeezing and bursting it directly with force. It's quite a crisis in this river, Chen Yang murmured in his heart. Although these small creatures were fragile, they were extremely vicious, and if an ordinary disciple fell into the water, he was afraid that he would be chewed alive by these things to eat his body clean. And, Chen Yang's eyes saw another black shadow crossing over and gripped his sword tightly, not daring to be careless. These things weren't strong, but they were godly, and he didn't have Zhu Shan's armor cloak technique, so if he was bitten on his body, a piece of flesh would be missing. Just as quickly, Chen Yang's expression became ugly, as more and more black frogs came into view. Hungry eyes are staring at him. Is this breaking into the nest? Chen Yang forced down the panic in his heart. Seeing this scene, it was finally difficult to remain calm any longer. These black frogs are faster than I can swim and have been targeted. There is no escape. He thought about countermeasures quickly in his mind. At this time, he could not escape. Once he escaped, he would lose the ability to resist. Under the shark teeth and sharp mouth, the meat on his small body is definitely not enough to eat. It can only be killed head-on. Seeing that he could not escape, Chen Yang's gaze gradually became sharp. Just treat these black frogs like a piece of fallen leaf and chop them in half from it. Practice your sword like you normally would. Only this situation is more testing. He just couldn't believe that these black frogs still had more leaves from the tree. Chen Yang followed the current all the way down. Those black frogs followed him and launched their attacks frantically. Chen Yang's legs controlled his body to keep moving to prevent being surrounded. The black knife in his hand slashed through the water. Any black frogs that came close were cut in half. Chapter 70, Late Divine Hidden Stage. In less than 10 breaths, more than 30 black frogs had already been killed. Hiss. These things were just too much, and there were times when Chen Yang couldn't defend himself against them. As a piercing stinging pain came from his shoulder, and he was bitten again, he cocked his head hard and pinned it. The water was becoming more and more turbulent, and Chen Yang was like a kite with broken strings in a storm, dancing around with the water. But instead of being strung out, he concentrated on defusing the dangers of the attack coming up again and again. This state was as if he had returned to the time when he had practiced his sword under the lacquered tree before. It only gets harder when instead of facing leaves, you're faced with the more deceptive black frog. Chen Yang could not afford to make any mistakes. The slightest mistake would result in his flesh and blood being gnawed, so while still facing it with aplomb, the pressure faced in my heart was immense. This was not comparable to chopping a few leaves before. More and more, Chen Yang stabbed out. The two black frogs were pierced through and stuck on the knife. The black frogs were tenacious. Despite this, they were still flailing at him on the knife. The knife danced through the water, chopping down another black frog before the knife ruptured on it, which subsided. Chen Yang's face became increasingly grave as the attacking black frogs were gradually becoming more numerous. Apparently his own violent tossing and turning had attracted more black frogs to the water. There was no way back. Chen Yang faced it with full concentration. Facing the attacking black frogs, he could only swing his sword as fast and accurate as possible. In this state, the chi in his body also ran more and more smoothly. Boom! Suddenly, his mind seemed to explode. A feeling of lifting the clouds and seeing the sky rose in his mind. Surprisingly, he broke through at this time. Chen Yang instantly showed surprise on his face. It was his third divine stash that had been flushed open. Under such pressure, his cultivation reached the late divine hidden stage. Great! Chen Yang was overjoyed. After punching open the divine concealment, his perception ability immediately expanded. Originally he could only look at about 1 zhang. Now, he could see things within 3 zhang clearly. After the third divine stash was flushed open, the most obvious thing that improved was perception. He could even clearly feel the state of his internal organs now. Moreover, the original lead and mercury-like chi has also become exceptionally docile under the elevation of God, and is as light as mist. Nowadays there is nothing more physically taxing about harnessing it. Blade light flashed under the water, and a black frog was chopped up by the cracking blade as it approached his body. After breaking through to the late divine hidden stage, Chen Yang's reaction speed was even faster and his strength had increased greatly. It's finally going to be clean. Chen Yang chopped down the water along the way, probably because he was about to leave the black frog nest, and the black frogs chasing after him were getting fewer and fewer. His tense spirit was finally relaxing a bit. Feeling that he could no longer hold his breath, he surfaced for air. The river saw that the Lotus Sect's mountain was being edged. With 3 or 4 more breath changes, he would almost be able to leave the Lotus Sect, preventing being discovered. After taking a deep breath, Chen Yang dived into the water once again. You can't stay in this river for long either. It's safer to go ashore after leaving the Lotus Sect's range. Chen Yang was calculating in his mind. Under the water he couldn't show his hands. These black frogs were good to deal with, but it would be dangerous if he encountered those more sensitive ferocious beasts. Under his vision, all sorts of strange creatures of all shapes and sizes could be seen swimming around. Chen Yang swam farther and farther. The river gradually widens and the current slows down. That's it. After changing 4 breaths, those buildings of the Lotus Sect were no longer visible. So Chen Yang decided to disembark here. The river ahead had a gentle current, and underneath the calm splash, he always felt a sense of crisis. Chen Yang climbed up the bank and quickly disappeared into the mountain range. Night, mountain trail. The 2 figures walked leisurely. Jusan is in front, and that boar is in the back. Elder Yang's nirvana technique is really good. Even though I can't use my mana for half a year, my body is much more comfortable. Jusan smiled as he blew on the mountain breeze. Then he turned and urged the boar behind him. Go faster. At the sound of the voice, The boar hurriedly trotted to catch up with his footsteps and rubbed his feet affectionately. Zhu Shan smiled gently and took it for a walk in the mountains. After Zhu Shan's teaching over this period of time, this pig demon already understood some words. It was originally an immortal fetus. It just didn't receive the right guidance. That's why its spirit is not open. Where's the kid? After returning to Xianyun Peak, Zhu Shan came to Chen Yang's residence and found it empty. Chen Yang! Chen Yang! Zhusan yelled a few times, but no voice responded. Not in the mountains? A frown slowly creased his mind. Strange, where would that kid go if he's not here? There are no lights in the Lotus at night. It's pitch black. Will it be Elder Shu? Zhu Shan turned to look down the mountain. How could people disappear for no reason? In his heart, he wondered if it could be that Elder Shu had taken advantage of his absence to hide the person. But thinking carefully, I also think that there is no such possibility, because Elder Shu knows his means. Hiding it and swallowing it alone simply cannot be done. Moreover, Elder Shu was rebuilding the medicinal garden and wasn't even in the sect right now. Zhu Shan unzipped the sack around his waist and took out the immortal medicine. See where he is? He touched the yellow leaves and murmured. Then he saw soft light emanating from the yellow branches and leaves, and all the roots and whiskers floated in midair and began to sense. After more than 10 breaths, the roots and whiskers were like small hands, pointing into the mountains outside the clan. How did it get there? Was it captured by a wild cultivator? Upon seeing the direction, Zhu Shan's face instantly became gloomy. In his heart, he thought, could it be that some wild cultivator had lurked in to steal the medicine, saw Chen Yang, and took him away? Darn it, if anything happens to him, I'll set your bones on fire. 2 streams of killing intent shot out from Zhu Shan's eyes. Chen Yang was of great use to him. He had worked so hard to cultivate him for so long. If he died, then all the things he had prepared for would be lost. The pig demon saw him descending the mountain and immediately followed. You just wait here for me. After being laughed at by Zhu Shan, he didn't dare to follow him. Zhu Shan quickly ran down the mountain, following the guidance of the immortal medicine and chasing after it. When Chen Yang's metamorphosis broke through to the divine hidden realm, he gave him the yellow branch and leaf to take advantage of the heat to improve his cultivation, and secondly, to also establish a connection with the immortal pill, preventing this from happening now. These wild cultivators, they are really bold. Zhu Shan's stance was agile, leaping through the mountains with great speed, and his heart was furious. Boom, boom, the night sky was dark and cloudy, and after a few thunderstorms, a downpour of rain fell from the sky. Great, it looks like God is helping me. In the dense forest, Chen Yang tilted his head back to look at the sky, the cold rainwater drenching his body, his face smiling. He was worried that Zhu Shan would follow the scent from the shore and come after him, but now a heavy rain had drenched all the traces left behind. He came ashore and has been running through the mountains. The peaks and ridges are treacherous, and the mountains are so high that it's hard to navigate in them. The clothes he wore had long since been scratched and torn by the thorns in the forest. Wiping the rain from his face, he then buried his head and continued his escape. Although the light in the forest was dark, he was able to see clearly after rushing through the third divine hide. Chapter 71. It's so hard to walk. Chen Yang crossed the mountains in the darkness, but this was an untouched primitive forest with tall ancient trees, thorns, and even potholes covered with fallen leaves. There were many obstacles, making him a miserable man. Can't go fast enough walking in it. At the same time always be on guard for any danger around you. After seeing the wild boar that could only shatter the walls in White Candle Town, he knew that these forests were also full of crises. Late night, Zhu Shan's figure stood on the top of the mountain. Over there, almost. The eyes looked in the direction that the immortal pill was pointing. The pouring rain had drenched him even after chasing him for so long. Judging by the senses of the elixir, it's almost there. Ahem. When he was about to move, he suddenly coughed lightly twice. Then a frown. His speed of catching up was too fast, and the prolonged strenuous activity had caused the injuries in his body that had been easily suppressed to show signs of relapse. Zhu Shan looked unsightly. This is not good. If the other party is also a Dao Palace cultivation, then they will be at a disadvantage when they move. Looking into the distance, after a slight hesitation, he moved to continue chasing after him. Chen Yang's value was simply too important to him, and even more so, it was his heart and soul. Wow, gah. The mountain range was not silent in the dead of night, and Chen Yang could hear some frightening and strange screams from time to time as he traveled through the forest. I don't know what kind of creature is emitting it. His brain stayed alert for any creature attack. Accustomed to the Lotus Sect's quiet atmosphere at night, Chen Yang was now a bit uncomfortable instead. Take a break first. Chen Yang jumped from the can to an ancient tree and sat down on the thick roots. After escaping for so long, and having to concentrate his mind at all times to inspect the surrounding situation, his spirit had long been exhausted. I also don't know how much longer it will take to get out of this primitive forest. Chen Yang looked into the distance, where the mountains spread and undulated in the distance. Now, He rather felt like escaping from the Amazon forest. Although he hadn't been to any Amazon in his previous life, he knew that his current piece of forest was not at all comparable to the Amazon. Ancient trees 30 to 40 feet tall abound here. Coo. Movement came from not far away, and Chen Yang's gaze quickly swept over. A fat bird was seen staring warily from a stone cave. He was relieved to see that there was no threat. Due to the terrain, Chen Yang hadn't even seen any large creatures along the way to escape. The largest in size was a lizard, close to 2 feet long. Why, he's the only one. What Chen Yang didn't know was that a tall figure was coldly staring at him only less than 50 feet away. After rushing for so long, Zhu Shan finally caught up. Seeing that Chen Yang was the only one sitting there, he was surprised. I thought I had been caught, but now I see that it was not what I thought. Well, it's good to be alone. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhu Shan's mouth. If it was caught by a wild cultivator, he might not be able to snatch it back. That was what made his hanging heart fall. Keep going. In no time, after resting almost enough, Chen Yang stood up and continued to walk towards the dense forest. Good disciple, where are you going? Just before walking out a few steps, a grim voice rang out coldly behind him. Ah! Chen Yang's eyes trembled, like a thunderbolt falling in his mind. His feet instantly stiffened, and a sense of vicious coldness whooshed up from the soles of his feet, reaching the heavens. It was a voice that he was incredibly familiar with, and at this point it certainly sounded like a note of urgency. In an instant, a chill emanated from every pore of his body. Ju-san has found him. Didn't get away after all. Chen Yang was very unwilling in his heart. Turning to look backward, a figure was seen coming from the darkness. With that expressionless look, Chen Yang knew that he was finished. I ask you a question. Zhu Shan said icily. Master, is it really you? You finally come to me. Chen Yang was so excited that his voice was trembling. He was suddenly like this, and Jushan was a little confused. The eyes were very puzzled. How did you get here? Jushan asked with a frown. Chen Yang wiped his face as if he was wiping away his tears and came happily. Master, the river I accidentally fell into when I was returning to the sect. I was slapped by a monster in the river and fainted, and when I woke up I already didn't know where I was, and all I could do was scurry around in the mountains. Fall into the river? Jushan was even more puzzled. Encountering a monster in the river and still being alive? Strange. Not good. Just as he was still analyzing Chen Yang's words, he suddenly saw Chen Yang, who was walking in front of him, stabbing at himself with great speed, and it was straight to his face, obviously trying to kill him with a knife. His heart and mind were shocked, and he hastily dodged. How could he not expect that Chen Yang would suddenly send an attack at himself? The blow had caught him off guard, but Sin had dodged just in time, and the blade slashed against his face, cutting only a bit of skin. What a shame. After watching Zhu Shan dodge it, Chen Yang had immense regret and loss in his eyes. Having fled, he naturally wouldn't go back with Zhu Shan. When the strike missed, Chen Yang knew that there was no chance, and without any thought of battle, he hastily withdrew his sword, because next, it was time to face Zhu Shan's attack. Sure enough, as Jushan dodged the black blade, he kicked directly at him. Chen Yang had already prepared and dodged in time, and he had already stepped back when this kick came out. Then without looking back he kept running ahead. Zhu Shan's kick hit the 10-foot wide ancient tree with such force that it shook the giant wood, and of course he was shaken back 2 steps by his own force. This kid, how dare he? After stabilizing his figure, Zhu Shan looked at Chen Yang's back incredulously. It was very hard to understand what Chen Yang was thinking, that he would pull a knife on himself and still try to kill himself. He's never taught him these things himself. How he would? Zhu Shan may be accustomed to other disciples. Other disciples grew up in the clan, no contact with the outside world, to become what kind of people they say, although they will use weapons, but cannot kill people. The clan but forbidden disciples to compete, at most, only stay in the mutual sparring, like killing people divided into life and death of such concepts, especially also on the master. These in the Lotus Sect disciples of the mind inside the pressure is not at all. Chen Yang had suddenly made this kind of move towards him, and Zhu Shan hadn't even come back to his senses yet. This simple slash was undoubtedly the most astonishing act of all. Jushan ran his hand over the wound on his cheek, blood staining his fingers, looked at his fingers, and muttered, "Did the evil go crazy?" He couldn't figure out why Chen Yang was doing this to himself, couldn't think straight, and could only guess that Chen Yang was now crazy. Adversary, do you realize what you're doing? After coming back to his senses, Zhu Shan immediately chased after Chen Yang. So fast. Seeing Chen Yang's escape speed, Zhu Shan was shocked. It was at night and the mountains were so difficult to navigate. It could never be that fast. Chapter 72 Teachings. It's the late divine deposit stage. His third divine deposit has already rushed open. The original reason for Zhu Shan's discovery after careful observation. What a high talent. Reaching the late divine hidden stage so quickly, Zhu Shan was secretly shocked. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, a trace of fear actually arose in his heart. It was hard to believe that such a person had been raised by their medicinal garden. This shallow pond, which can only support a few small fish and shrimp, has given birth to a whale, worthy of being a fae amongst immortal fetuses. It's just different from others. The thought that this was a fae that could do something unruly could barely be explained. Xu Shan's surprised gaze disappeared and was replaced by endless excitement. The high level of talent could not be compared to other immortal fetuses, so the medicinal effect of the immortal pill that was produced in the back must also be incomparable to other immortal fetuses. Chen Yang, what are you mad about? What are you running for? Quickly go back with me. Do you know how dangerous this dense forest is? Don't worry, I won't blame you for what happened just now. Jushan shouted softly. Now that Chen Yang had broken through to the late divine hidden stage and had been taught well by him, it was somewhat difficult to catch in these places without using mana. Chen Yang turned a deaf ear to Xu Shan's words and fled with all his might. I won't go back even if I die. Humph. Seeing Chen Yang ignoring, Xu Shan grunted angrily. His body directly smashed an arm-sized tree in front of him and slapped it off. Then he grabbed it smoothly and threw it towards Chen Yang. His aim was not to throw at Chen Yang, but to interfere with him, so he did not aim. This disciple of his was a treasure, not to mention death. Even injury was a great loss. Whoosh! The branches and leaves of the tree rubbed loudly against the air. Chen Yang heard a movement behind him and looked back to see a tree thrusting towards him like a javelin. With a pause in his footsteps, he swerved and ducked. This delay, however, allowed Jushan to draw a little closer to him. Whoosh! Another tree smashed in. These trees were vulnerable in front of Xu Shan, and one after another was slapped off. Chen Yang kept dodging to avoid being scratched by the branches and leaves. Gotcha. 20 breaths later, Xu Shan finally caught up with him, leaping into the air and looking to grab hold. When he saw Chen Yang make a violent turn, the black blade swung out and slashed at his hands. The cut was accurate and fast. Xu Shan didn't use the cloak of armor technique and knew that his fingers would definitely not be protected if he was cut, so he hurriedly retracted it. Chen Yang grabbed the branch next to him with his left hand and swung himself to the other side, staggering away from Xu Shan's figure. Quickly flee in the other direction. This kid's sword technique is surprisingly so murderous as well. Xu Shan's body hit the ground, his heart palpitating as he remembered that cut. Almost lost a finger. In his heart, he could not help but regret teaching Chen Yang to practice his sword skills so well. During those times in White Candle Town, in order for Chen Yang to rapidly raise his cultivation, he had spent a lot of energy to serve as a companion for him, and now these moves were being used on himself. Moreover, each of Chen Yang's slashes was made with all his strength, and with the added power of qi, even the stone monument could be easily shattered. The commotion is so loud, it's better to use spells to quickly resolve the battle, lest we attract wild cultivators, Xu Shan secretly said. Without the use of magic power and no weapons, and having to protect Chen Yang, if this continues he could really be in the gutter. Of course what he was most afraid of was also the wild cultivator. He still had an immortal pill on himself. It was enough to make people's eyes red. After calculating the situation, it was decided to use spells and make quick work of it. Getting up, he continued to chase after Chen Yang. Apprentice, obediently go back with your master. Xu Shan's cultivation was higher, and with the use of mana, his speed in the mountains was faster than Chen Yang's, and he caught up again in no time. Chen Yang saw his hands grabbing at him and slashed out a blade. However, the blade stopped in midair when it was a foot away from Xu Shan. Armor Cloak. Chen Yang knew that this was the spell that Xu Shan had cast earlier. Kid, it ends here. The weapon was resisted by the cloak of armor technique, and Xu Shan kicked Chen Yang away. It crashed under a large tree behind it. It looks like there's no escape. Chen Yang revealed a miserable smile, being kicked heavily all over his body. With me. Xu Shan walked up to him and was just about to speak when, for some reason, discomfort suddenly came from his body. After sensing that something was different, his face instantly changed drastically. Eventually one didn't hold back and a mouthful of blood was vomited. Damn it, I just used the cloak of armor technique. How did the injury flare up again? Xu Shan grimaced as his body failed, his mana lost control, and his cloak of armor technique disappeared. Seeing this scene, Chen Yang hurriedly got up and stabbed away. At such a close distance, Xu Shan knew that he couldn't avoid it in his current state, and hastened to strongly activate the armor cloak technique. Chen Yang's attack was once again blocked. Escape. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Chen Yang turned around and ran. Can't do spells. Sky's the limit on strength. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yang disappeared. Damn. Jushan wanted to go after him, but he had to stop only 2 steps before he could run. At this time, the injury erupted and it was not possible to move strenuously at all. Why the outbreak at this time? You can't escape anyway, so control your injuries first. Looking at the empty mountains and forests, Xu Shan was very unwilling, and after taking a deep breath, he sat up on the ground, begin to suppress the injury. After running for so long and using spells for so long, and for some unknown reason, the injuries flared up out of place. There's no more chasing. Seeing that Zhu Shan was not behind him, Chen Yang was secretly glad. It felt so close to being caught. Strange, how did Master find me when I've come so far away? He seems to have a way of tracking me. Thinking of this, Chen Yang slowly stopped his steps. He realized that there must be a mystery here, and Zhu Shan must have some means to find himself. Master just spat out blood. It seems that something is wrong with his body, being able to let me escape. What went wrong is obviously not small. Now even if I can escape, so what? I'm sure that I'll still be found behind me. It seems that we can only fight, while he is physically ill. Fight to the death and maybe have a few chances of winning. Thinking about the key to this, Chen Yang gripped the knife tightly and turned around, his eyes gradually going crazy. Since there was always no escape, let's put up a fight, and if Zhu Shan died, then all the problems would be solved. Chen Yang returned the same way. Sure enough, it's still there. Soon he came to the place where he had just fought. Jushan was sitting cross-legged under a tree. It's you. After all, they were immortals with Dao Palace cultivation. Chen Yang had wanted to sneak up on them, but he was discovered just as he approached. Looking at Chen Yang, who had gone and returned, Zhu Shan was incredulous. It had never occurred to him at all that Chen Yang would come back, and after seeing the power of the armor cloak technique and escaping by chance, shouldn't he run as far away as he could to find a place to hide at this time? Since he had already been discovered, Chen Yang didn't hide and stood out and said to him, Master, you taught me that dodging means losing the first opportunity, and that hiding all the time is looking for death, and I've always kept your teachings in mind. Chapter 73, Wasting Away. You've got a lot of nerve. Zhu Shan looked surprised. He couldn't figure out at all how a 15-year-old child who grew up in the medicine garden could have such mature thoughts. Forget about escaping. Forget about striking out at yourself. And now you're going to kill him while he's sick. Can these untouched ideas not also be taught without a teacher? Looking at Chen Yang's eyes full of murderous aura, Zhu Shan's heart unexpectedly turned a little afraid of this disciple that he had personally trained. Good timing. I was about to go looking for you. Ha! I didn't expect you to take the initiative yourself, so I'll let you see the power of my master's other spells. Zhu Shan stood up and walked towards Chen Yang with a hideous smile. When Chen Yang saw that he was still ready to come and catch himself, and when he heard that there were other spells that he couldn't cope with, he instinctively wanted to retreat in his heart, but having just moved half a step backward, his mind wandered and he stopped. Is that an attempt to scare me off? If he really had any strength left, he would have rushed up long ago. Thinking of this, Chen Yang compared his sword to him and walked forward head-on, saying, Come on, then let me try the power of your spells. Seeing that Chen Yang did not shy away and walked towards himself instead of retreating, Zhu Shan's heart tightened, his footsteps stopped, his bluff was not working, and his expression became more and more grave. He then knew two spells, the Ohio God technique and the Cloak of Armor technique, both of which were difficult to perform in today's physical condition. He had also seen the power of Chen Yang's black sword with Qi, and it was hard to know whether he would live or die in a real fight, especially after Chen Yang appeared. The injuries began to deteriorate again in an untimely manner. Two spells were already quite a lot. He would have been lucky to have one if he wasn't a sacrificial division being, and most wild cultivators and wild demons only had one spell to fall back on. Sure is scary. After seeing Zhu Shan's behavior, Chen Yang's mind was certain. Even he was beginning to be afraid, so it seemed that the master was indeed going to fail. Disciple, I believe that tonight, you have already made up your mind to have your way with your master. Zhu Shan whacked off a tree the size of his wrist with one hand, pinched it in mid-air, and wiped his palm across it, removing the excess branches and leaves, and was rewarded with a rudimentary wooden stick that was a full 2 feet long. Zhu Shan was already tall, and this wooden stick was just right as a weapon. Chen Yang gazed up, not daring to rise the slightest bit of carelessness, and did not launch an attack rashly. With such a strong body, if he was hit by a stick, he would either die or be injured. At first, he had seen with his own eyes that Zhu Shan had deflected the wild boar that had crashed through the fence with his bare hands. Come on, let's master and disciple have a good match here. Jushan pointed at him with his stick. He is physically ill and needs to cultivate and heal. Now is not the time to fight. Chen Yang's eyes stared at him dead on. His heart kept analyzing. It was not hard to tell from Zhu Shan's current state that he was holding on to this breath. You can tell by having to carry a stick for defense. Come on, Zhu Shan said in a cold voice. You coming? Chen Yang was unmoved and urged in turn. The skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and his own kung fu was all taught by Zhu Shan, so how could he possibly fight when he was still able to hold his own? Chen Yang stepped back. It was bad because the surrounding trees weren't very dense, just right for Jushan to swing his stick. He didn't go far either, so he kept a distance of about 10 feet from Zhu Shan, looking for an opportunity. There was no time to heal his wounds. Chen Yang knew that his master could not maintain his current state all the time. It would be to his advantage to wear it out, so for the time being, He would wear it out and not fight him if he could. Why is this kid so cunning? Although Zhu Shan was calm on the surface, his heart was already hard to see. Chasing and not being able to chase is the worst thing you can do. Chen Yang could be said to have made a move straight into his vitals, fearing what came. Moreover, he now had to deal with Chen Yang in addition to the injuries that were gradually worsening away within his body. Chen Yang was not giving him the slightest chance to heal. Disciple, Master really can't understand. I usually treat you so well. Why did you escape the clan? And now you're even coming to kill me. Jushan began to move. This was also the thing he was most confused about. Just as the fish in the pond didn't know that they were inside the pond, the other disciples of the clan simply didn't have these thoughts that Chen Yang had. Having grown up in the clan and never seen the outside world, they naturally wouldn't find any of the clan's doings problematic, and only knew to follow the route that the clan had instilled in them since they were young, and to work hard to cultivate and get to the main clan. Chen Yang was silent, just observing his every move. Saying so much was just a means to distract himself. All this, who taught you? Why are you like this? Jushan was still pursuing the question. Even if Chen Yang did not grow up in the sect, he should not know so much about it. After all, Baonai Town was also an isolated environment, and the knowledge that was taught when he grew up in private school was also some tame thoughts. You answer me a question. Chen Yang was finally speaking. What's the problem? Where's senior brother Zhou? Could it be that Zhou Lingjun got suspicious when he didn't see him when he returned to Xianyun Peak? An idea instantly flashed through Zhu Shan's mind. Feeling that an opportunity had come, so he immediately replied, your senior brother Zhou went to practice with Elder Shu, and is not on Xianyun Peak right now. Master, don't lie to me. That day, I saw it all. What? No way. Zhu Shan was shocked in his heart. Could it be that when Zhou Lingjun was dissected, Chen Yang was peeping outside? But that's impossible. Sure enough, seeing Zhu Shan's subconscious reaction, Chen Yang knew that he had guessed correctly. Senior Zhou is really dead. How could he have seen it? At that time, both Elder Shu and I were there. No, he's testing me. Jushan snapped out of it. Then he looked at Chen Yang in shock. He had unknowingly fallen into a verbal trap. At this moment, he was completely unable to treat Chen Yang as an ordinary teenager. This is not juvenile-minded by any means. What? Don't keep pretending? Chen Yang said in a cold voice. I wanted to keep you alive so that you could continue to be of use to me, but it seems that's not going to happen. The lie was demolished, and murderous aura scattered in Zhu Shan's eyes. This was the first time he had moved to kill Chen Yang. Before he thought that Chen Yang was all blindfolded into a drum, and that there was room for maneuver after the capture. But now it turns out that it knows too much and has to be killed. There's no time to spend with him like this. Go to hell. Zhu Shan made up his mind and bellowed. The long stick in his hand called out and stabbed straight at Chen Yang. He was no longer trying to catch Chen Yang now. He was trying to kill him. While there is still some strength in it, any more wear and tear and it will only get weaker and weaker. It's come down to either you or me. Chen Yang immediately stepped back. Zhu Shan's force was fierce, and the stick directly stabbed the big tree behind Chen Yang. That much of a reaction? Chen Yang looked grave as he circled around the forest. Good for me, too. Chen Yang was happy to see this. Otherwise, if Zhu Shan stood there, he would not have the chance to attack. And active attacks are too risky. Chen Yang kept dodging and did not intend to engage him, fleeing when he could, just to wear him down like this. In these dense forests, Zhu Shan's massive size backfired with more than a few inconveniences. Damn! When Zhu Shan saw that he couldn't take Chen Yang for a while, his heart was feeling more and more uneasy. The injuries deteriorated rapidly under this riot. Now there was an urgent need to find a safe place to retreat and heal. Goo! After more than 10 breaths, finally unable to hold on, Zhu Shan staggered and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth like a spring. He's going to fail. Seeing the attack stop, Chen Yang immediately stopped and stood just over 10 feet away, making Zhu Shan always feel threatened. Seeing that his mouth was full of blood, his heart was overjoyed. Chapter 74, Ruthless. It's going to be impossible. Chen Yang stared at the broad figure not far away. The attack just now seemed ferocious and unusual, but it was actually less dangerous than the one that had chased him earlier. It gives the impression that it is dying. Damn it, why did the injury deteriorate so badly? Are we really going to die here? A deathly haze coiled around Zhu Shan's heart. The deterioration of the injury in the body was too abnormal. At this point the injury was a hole in the body, as if an invisible mouth was biting and sucking on the injury. There was no way to activate spells in this state, or it would be the last straw that crushed the body. Kid, don't you want to kill me? Then follow me. Zhu Shan stood up and spoke to Chen Yang before turning around and running towards the back. What a trick to play. Chen Yang felt that there was a fraud. No good. He's trying to escape, but it quickly reacted that this was a trick by Jushan to buy time to escape. Let yourself feel that there is a conspiracy against going after it without authorization. Can we escape? Chen Yang did not hesitate to chase after him. To prevent any real tactics, Just keep following at a distance of a dozen feet or so at all times. Zhu Shan even chose to escape, so he knew for sure that he wouldn't last long. In these difficult mountains, Zhu Shan's huge size was conspicuous, and his speed could not be fast enough to maintain such a distance without fear of losing him. Indeed, as he thought, Zhu Shan's steps were getting slower and slower, unable to take into account his injuries, and the blood from his mouth didn't stop. Chen Yang was like chasing a wounded prey. It's so ungrateful, Zhu Shan cried out in despair and sorrow, his body staggering, already feeling the life draining out of him. It's a shame to die like this. He couldn't figure out why his injuries continued to deteriorate in an exaggerated manner in front of Chen Yang. Wow. His consciousness began to drift, and he eventually stumbled and tripped over a vine, his massive body rolling straight down the slope into a ditch. Jusan struggles but can't get back up, spitting blood stained everywhere. There was no strength left in my body. No? Chen Yang stood above and looked down. Zhu Shan was just shaking his hands and stomping his feet in the ditch. Can't even stand. Despite the fact that it looked like it was no longer working, and being careful, Chen Yang did not hastily go down to result in his life. Eyes went to a nearby exposed rock, working the chi in his body. After 5 slashes, a rock the size of a backpack was chipped off. Chen Yang lifted the stone up. It was heavy, looked at the figure in the ditch, and directly smashed it down. At a height of 6 feet away, a rock weighing over 300 pounds coming down, even at the Dao Palace realm. If there were no spells, it would not be able to withstand it at all. Snap! A muffled thud came. Stone on the body. Flesh, blood, bones instantly burst. Suffered this heavy blow, Zhu Shan instantly lost the strength to struggle. Nose and ears are spraying blood. Seeing this, Chen Yang's uneasy heart finally calmed down. The big picture is set. Then paddle down the side to the gutter. Zhu Shan hadn't completely broken his breath yet. Looking at Chen Yang, his voice was hoarse as he said, I am your master. Chen Yang placed the tip of the blade on his neck and whispered, Master, my blade skills are still lacking in fire. I've practiced fast and accurate, and now, it's just a matter of the word ruthless. With that said, he pushed so hard that the black blade cut through the flesh and blood, stabbing into the throat and through the back of the neck. Zhu Shan's eyes glared and opened wide, rain dripping down on his pupils, gradually becoming lightless, and his life completely fading away at this moment. Chen Yang slowly pulled the knife out. It was the first time he had killed someone. Looking at the bloody corpse in front of him, his heart was flooded with heaviness. What's going on? Suddenly, Zhu Shan's body moved. Chen Yang was startled and hurriedly dodged into the distance. Originally, he thought that Zhu Shan had not died out, but the next thing Chen Yang saw was a shocking scene. His own master's flesh and blood began to distort, and a patch of black hair surfaced on the surface of his body. It ended up transforming into a huge boar. Demon. Chen Yang looked at this huge monster incredulously. His master was actually a demon transformed by a boar. I can't believe I spent so much time around such monsters. Thinking about it sends chills down your spine. No wonder he's usually covered in a foul odor. And no wonder that boar followed him. Master is a demon. Then Elder Shu, Elder Lu, Elder Go, and other elders of these sects must all be demons as well. No wonder they would treat the mortals in the human medicines so well. Those are the rations they raise, and the human disciples in the sect must be their food as well. Looking at the change in Zhu Shan, Chen Yang instantly figured everything out. No wonder this place was so dark, so he was inside a demon den. Luckily it was an escape. Zhu Shan was already dead through and through. Chen Yang was relieved and sat on his butt on the ground. His heart was very glad that he had escaped from this dirty, evil, smelly dark place. This place was not suitable to stay for a long time. Without resting for a while, Chen Yang got up, came to Zhu Shan's side, pushed the stone away and began to inspect it. See if there's anything useful for you. Senior has actually brought all the immortal pills. Chen Yang saw the sack on Zhu Shan's body, which contained the Huanglian immortal pill. This was good stuff. Chen Yang removed the bag. Some of the branches and leaves of the immortal medicine inside were smashed by the stone. After checking it over, there was nothing more than some pills found. Chen Yang wrapped everything up and after glancing at Zhu Shan, he quickly left this. Heavy rain was still falling and a huge boar died a horrible death in the gutter with its mouth open. The blood seeped the entire ditch red. Touchy-feely. This is it. I don't know how long it took, but when the rain stopped, suddenly 2 ghostly figures stepped out of the darkness. It's a man and a woman. The man wore a bucket hat and a red coat, and was in his 40s, but with a deformed and twisted spine. The woman held a green umbrella, was born tall and curvy, but her face was full of large patches of green and red intertwined patches. Looking at people shudder. Chapter 75, Night Escape. The 2 men stood above and looked down. With clothes on, husband, it doesn't look like a wild demon. The woman frowned and said that while not wearing clothes could not prove whether or not there was a spirit, but with clothes on, it was basically a spirit. Zhu Shan's robe was of good quality. and it was still intact on his body even after he had transformed into his original form. Well, and it's also a pig demon. Body with mana. Dao Palace Realm. I wonder if it's from within the Ohio clan. Who killed it? The man surveyed. Let's go down first. The two jumped. Nice clean flesh and blood. Must be from some power. Such a clean body is by no means what a wild demon can have. The woman knew Zhu Shan's identity just by looking at it, and touched the pig's hoof with her hand, and said gruffly, the skin is full of spiritual energy, and this dead pig practiced the He divine art before it was born, and went to He clan to recognize its ancestor. Now that you have recognized your ancestors, what are you doing in these parts if you don't stay in Ohio? The man wrenched open the pig's mouth to inspect it. It's probably just an ordinary wild demon origin with a low bloodline that couldn't stay there and had no choice but to come to these places. The woman speculated. The man smiled and nodded. That should be it. A wild demon origin with a low bloodline can't mix well in the Ohio continent. It's tragic to have your insides smashed into a pile of pulp. The woman looked at the boulder and shook her head in wonder. Cultivating with the Ohio divine art were killed. Ma'am, could it be that the one who made the move was not a chi-eating realm cultivator? The man was more and more surprised. Those who cultivated the Ohio divine art had abundant mana and were very dominant in the same realm. What are you thinking about? His flesh and blood is so clean. If he was in the chi-eating realm, this demon corpse wouldn't have stayed here. The woman's foot stepped on the stomach of this demonic corpse. The one who fought with this pig demon must also be of Daogong cultivation, and couldn't take this corpse with him. Could it be that he's injured? Quite possibly. The man stroked his chin. The corpse was a gem. I just don't know if it's a human or demon race. Lotus Sect. So it's an elder within the Lotus Sect. The woman touched a waist plate on the pig demon's corpse and laughed. Then it's fine. Husband, pack up this demon's corpse and take it to the workshop market. It can be exchanged for quite a few good things. Okay. The man took out a black bag from his clothes, and after taking a deep breath, he violently blew into it, only to see that the original head-sized bag instantly swelled into the size of 2 zhang. The man chuckled. It's a good thing the body bag I bought was big enough or I wouldn't have been able to fit this in. Don't dawdle. Load it. The woman urged. The man quickly bagged the demon corpse, tightened the mouth of the bag, lest the Lotus Sect's people come after us. The woman reminded. Mother, do you think it will attract the attention of the Lin clan? The Lotus Sect is after all being blessed by the Lin clan. Men are much more cautious. It died outside of here. Asking for it, the Lin clan couldn't care less. If it somehow died inside the clan, maybe it would care. Also, what's it doing out here if it's not in the Lotus Sect properly raising human medicine? The man took out a rope. At the mouth of the bag with the strength of the bundle, the heart is a little puzzled. In the Lotus clan food and clothing, and a certain amount of resources to supply the cultivation. Safe and sound. With the blessing of the Lin clan, the wild cultivation at most just go to steal some medicine. Almost never on the inside of the elder to do it. And Lotus clan within the elder is also careful. Seldom go out. After all, the clean body is really tempting. There will always be so many desperados to hit on the idea of desperate. Whatever. Let's go. We've picked up a chance today. The woman turned away. It's heavy. The man slung the black bag containing the body over his shoulder, so heavy that it made an already bent back even more misshapen. The cultivator who killed the pig demon was human, but it's strange how he didn't hide his scent and ran in the direction of the Yin clan's territory. The woman cast her spell and easily spotted the other cultivator's trail with such ease that she felt incredibly surprised. To be like this after getting into trouble is undoubtedly looking for death. Where is anyone so? It should be seriously injured. Let's go after it and take a look. There might be something to be gained. Makes sense. The woman guffawed. Then walk in front with an umbrella. The man followed carrying a large bag. The two of them were fast on their feet, walking as if they were walking on the ground in these rugged and difficult to navigate mountains. What's it going to be like out there? The rain had stopped, the dark clouds in the air dispersed, and the pale moonlight shone on the earth. Chun Yang stood at a high place, and at a glance, there were all the stretching mountains without the slightest light that could not be seen at a glance. After leaving the Lotus Sect, one was faced with a completely unfamiliar world. He was now desperate to find a place where there were other people so he could gather information and learn about a world he knew nothing about. Master is a demon, and the elders in the Lotus Sect are all demons as well. Are the people of this world just the bottom of the food chain, being captive and devoured by demons? Chen Yang was skeptical in his mind, and so far, it seemed to be the case. This can't be a world ruled by demons, can it? And people, just their rations. A horrifying thought crossed Chen Yang's mind, and he couldn't help but feel creepy inside. Is this not upside down from the previous world? In the former world people kept pigs, dogs, cows and sheep in captivity. In this world pigs, dogs, cows and sheep keep people in captivity. I should be overthinking it. There are immortal fetuses amongst people. They can also become immortal practitioners. They must have high cultivation levels as well. But if people are really strong, Then these demons would still dare to captivate people? Chen Yang felt in his heart that even if there were immortal fetuses amongst humans, I was afraid that the entire human race did not rank high in this world's food chain, or else the demons would not be so unbridled. Keep going. After adjusting his mood, he moved on. Follow the river. If there is an outside human population, following the river is the most likely way to find one. There. After walking for a while longer, Chen Yang saw light in the mountains in the distance. It was faint, but conspicuous at night, so immediately and carefully, he headed in that direction. Half an hour later, Chen Yang stood on top of a high mountain, where he could see the farthest. I could also see more clearly at the lights I saw earlier. This place, it's not going to be another demon nest. He saw, in the distance, several towns surrounded by high walls. This place looked a lot like the Lotus Sect before. Looking at this peaceful scene, Chen Yang knew that he was probably seeing another demon nest. The villages and towns inside that wall are human medicine that the demons keep inside. It was so hard to escape, but he didn't dare to go and find out what was going on. This area isn't all a demon farm, is it? Looking ahead, Chen Yang could not help but doubt in his mind that he was afraid that he was not in a place similar to an industrial park. Chapter 76. Look elsewhere. Chen Yang didn't stay long and turned around to leave this. Keep running. However, he didn't know that two pairs of eyes had appeared behind him at some point. How come it's a divine hidden realm brat? Those two had caught up through the scent. The woman was the first to notice. Divine hidden realm. It can't be. Could it be hiding cultivation? The man behind him simply didn't believe that the divine hidden realm could kill an Ohio clan cultivator at the Dao Palace realm, and it was still one that practiced the Ohio divine art. The couple could at most win even if they teamed up. To say kill, not guaranteed. No, it's just a god hide. No wonder it won't hide its odor. So it doesn't have mana yet. The woman was looking very carefully, and she could tell from Chen Yang's pace through the mountains. After all, if it was a Daogong realm or Qi-eating realm cultivator, they wouldn't have to use their hands to climb up even as Shanghai can. Husband, this brat walks the mountain path so clumsily. Looks like he hasn't suffered much, and most importantly, has a clean and fresh look. It's still true, and the body is pure as can be. The man fixed his eyes and realized that it was indeed as his mother had said. Chen Yang's face was not like theirs, which was born in strange shapes and sizes. It seems like the sons of those families have come out to practice, and if they can kill a divine hidden realm pig demon, they must have extremely dangerous treasures on their bodies. The woman analyzes it through her own experience. Only the disciples of those great families dare to be so open and honest, unlike them who look ahead and hide. If it's a male son of a great family, at this age, his cultivation is at least at the Dao Palace realm. The man felt that there was an abnormality. The sons and daughters of the great families of the world were all born from immortal fetuses, with perfect innate, and just landed at the Metamorphosis realm, and by the age group of 15 or 16 years old, basically all of them were able to reach the cultivation of the Dao Palace. He's in the late divine hidden stage now, and he's close to breaking through, so maybe he's gambling on coming out to train because his cultivation is lagging behind. The woman said, but this direction he's practicing in is too dangerous, right? That's the Een continent. Besides the 5 surnames and 7 desires, the heavenly sect, the earthly sect as well as the water and white families, the Een clan doesn't sell the face of the other clan families. Indeed, the strength is too weak. Even if one has the strongest treasures to go there, it's still 10 deaths. Let's go persuade him. Usually these great families don't bother to contact us wild cultivators. This is a rare opportunity to make friends. The man's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. If he sees this opportunity, and in the future he could saddle up with the children of these great families, wouldn't that be a fish leaping through the dragon gate and making a name for himself? Husband, it looks like we still have a big chance. A smirk appeared on the woman's face. Cultivation resources are monopolized by those big families. Wild cultivators are like begging old dogs, eating the leftovers and scraps, and if you don't hook up with them, you will always have a lowly status. Normally, these wild cultivators didn't even have the chance to meet and talk with the children of the great families of the world. Cultivation is too weak. If we keep walking around like this without a clue, we might run into danger. It's better to find a secluded place, cultivate well, and then go out to have a look after we break through to the Dao Palace realm. As the excitement of escaping the Lotus Sect subsided, Chen Yang regained his inner calmness and pondered in his mind. He didn't even know where to go in the vast mountains, and running around like this would only make it more dangerous. Now there are still some pills on his body, enough to last for some days, and the late divine hidden refinement is to sit and meditate. There is not much requirement for a place of cultivation. When the strength increased after the Dao Palace realm, it would be much safer to come out and search for people at that time. My lord, you can't go any further ahead. As Chen Yang was thinking, he suddenly heard a gentle woman's voice from behind him. In this silent, deep forest, the sound was like a female ghost whispering. By this cold shock, Chen Yang felt that his heart was pinched hard by a big hand. It was a cold sweat. Who? Chen Yang pointed his knife to the back as his eyes searched around. 5 feet away from him, 2 figures stood and had their backs to him. Could it be that the other elders of the sect are coming after us? A thought rose in his mind. Don't be afraid, my lord. We mean no harm. We just want to tell you that if you go any further, you will encounter danger. The woman hastened to indicate her intention to come. Seeing Chen Yang react like this, they became even more determined in their suspicions. After all, which wild cultivator would be this bad? And only those sons of the world's families who hadn't been through the storm would be like this. Who are you? Chen Yang stepped backward and pulled away. However, he also knew that it was definitely not an elder of the sect. If it was, he would not waste his mind so much with himself. My lord, we, husband and wife, were practicing in the forest and saw you. My lord, we can't go any further. The two said. My two friends, would you mind turning around and talking? Chen Yang said in a calming tone. Their backs turned to him and the atmosphere was weird. Greetings, your excellency. Only then did the two men turn around and give him a careful salute. Demon. After Chen Yang saw the appearance of the two men, Chen Yang almost broke out in a cold sweat again. What two monsters are these? The woman looks more like a ghost than a ghost, and the man looks like he has no human form at all. Gongzi, we are human beings, not demons. I'm sorry Gongzi, we two wild cultivators who can't get on the stage have scared you. The two men turned around again in a hurry. This was one reason why the sons of the great families of the world loathe meeting and speaking with wild cultivators. You guys, really, are human? Chen Yang asked in disbelief. How do people grow like this? And looking at the behavior of the two, they seem to be in awe of themselves. Well, it's a human, not a demon in disguise. Listening to the two reply, Chen Yang muttered in his heart, transformed demons are all more human-like than you guys. Normally, seeing the Lotus Sect's elders' appearance and physique was already weird, but these two cultivators who claimed to be human were even weirder. My two friends, I was out of line just now. You guys, better turn around and talk. Chen Yang had to believe it even if he didn't. Thank you, sir. The two men faced him and bowed humbly. Two friends, there's no need to be so polite. Your excellency may not. Your status is honorable. This is a necessary courtesy. The two were very formal. I am honorable? These words were somewhat baffling to Chen Yang. If my husband and wife aren't mistaken, the male is the son of a certain family, right? The man replied. How did you guys see it? Chen Yang had casually asked Zhu Shan about those lineages outside, but after the two had heard it in their ears, this was undoubtedly the belief that Chen Yang had already admitted it personally. The man fawned and said, Your Excellency's appearance is already revealing wealth. Appearance? Could it be that in this world, the more you look like a person the higher your status? Chen Yang thought to himself, is it the more outwardly like a person the more status they have? Or is it the more status they have that makes them more like a person? Chen Yang felt absurd. Chapter 77, The World of Terror. You guys are still very much in the eye of the beholder. In the middle of nowhere, seeing that the two misunderstood, Chen Yang simply admitted it. I don't know if these two are good people or not. If they find out that they are fakes, I am afraid that they will immediately turn their faces away. My lord, we've brought your loot. The man went behind a tree and dragged out something huge wrapped in a black bag. What is it? Chen Yang asked doubtfully. His own? The man opened the mouth of the pouch and a large pig's head emerged from it. The man said, This pig demon, its master. Seeing what was inside, Chen Yang's heart was shocked. It was not that he was the master. These two wild cultivators actually carried Zhu Shan's corpse here. That pig of a man, Just Han, was looking at himself in death. So like a ghost. Gongzi, it was this pig demon that tried to harm you before. The woman asked. Chen Yang turned his face away from Zhu Shan and nodded. Aha, this guy has really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The man seemed to be fighting for Chen Yang. My lord, the pig demon's flesh is clean. It can be used to replenish nutrients for the parasites. It's too much of a pity to just throw it away. Let's bring it to you. The woman's tone revealed ingratiation. Chen Yang pondered slightly and shook his head. It's useless to me, so I'll give it to you guys. How could he not see that the two were treating Zhu Shan's corpse like a treasure? Although this was what they had picked up, after hearing that Chen Yang had rewarded them, the two of them were thrilled and hurriedly thanked him profusely. Thank you for the reward, Your Excellency. Are these two wild cultivators of character? Or have they been oppressed into this state by those great families? Seeing the two men pleasing themselves so much, Chen Yang thought to himself and only felt pity for them. What are the names of the two of you? Chen Yang asked casually. Name? The two wild cultivators looked at each other when they heard it, feeling puzzled. Not at liberty to disclose? Chen Yang thought that they were reluctant to talk about it, but he thought that it was right. When you go out, you should be careful, the woman hurriedly said. Sir, we are wild cultivators with no family or clan. Naturally we don't have a name. Sir, don't know? The two men were puzzled. Wasn't that common sense? Having a name was a symbol of status. If Chen Yang said his name, they might think it was from the Chen family. There's still this rule? Knowing that he had asked the wrong thing, Chen Yang said, I'm used to saying it usually. I want to ask, what are your names? The two of them also felt normal, thinking that Chen Yang often saw other family descendants as well. But to say how to call themselves, the two really still do not know how to answer, because there is no name. No name. The husband and wife are calling each other husband, mother. The man said, the gentleman can call himself whatever he wants. All right. Chen Yang didn't dwell on it. My lord, you came out to train alone, didn't you? The woman inquired in a whisper. Aha. Chen Yang simply nodded his head. He knew too little about this world. Too much talk is too much, so don't talk too much when you can in front of the two, lest your identity be broken down to expose the nature of the two. Then it's best to go elsewhere to practice. Further on can be the Yin clan territory. There will be more and more demons and monsters. Gongzi came out alone. It's too dangerous out there. If you don't mind, the two of us are willing to escort you on the left and right. The man followed expectantly. My lord, the two of us are both at the peak of the Dao Palace, and although our strength is low, it's more or less useful to stay by our side. Do you know where there are many monks? Chen Yang didn't make a statement, but asked for a place he wanted to go. The woman pointed in a direction and said back, this is the location of the border between the forest domain and the Yin continent. Few people live here. The nearest place is in the southwest direction, roughly 200 miles away. There is a second-class family there, the Qian family, and there is a workshop market inside, capable of trading and having fun. My lord, let us follow you. The man was eager to seize this opportunity. After living for so long, this was the first time he had been so close to the children of the world, and the first time he had spoken. Chen Yang was silent, pondering in his mind. These two shouldn't be willing to stop, and I'm afraid that if they are told to leave, they will follow in the shadows. After thinking about it, he nodded. Follow for now. He still had to use the two to get to the Qian family. It was about 200 miles from here, over the mountains and in crisis, and if he went a little off course, he didn't know where he was going again. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The two were thrilled when they waited for the expected reply. You guys lead the way. I'll go to the Qian family's place to relax and unwind. I'm tired after practicing for so long, Chen Yang said in a commanding tone. Yes, sir. Seeing that they had persuaded Chen Yang to stop, the two of them sighed in relief. They didn't want to follow Chen Yang to Yinzhou. Looking at the pig corpse on the ground, the man added, My lord, can you wait for us for a moment, husband? The woman wondered. The man continued, Your Excellency, it's inconvenient to carry this corpse, so my husband and wife will dispose of it here first. Okay? Okay. Chen Yang nodded. Husband, are you planning to put this pig demon here? The woman understood what the man meant. Not bad. There are fewer people and demons in this place, so we'll come back to get it after escorting His Excellency to a safe place first. The man was thoughtful and carried such a thing to follow behind, fearing that Chen Yang would be upset. It is also true that the honorable body of the male is most important. Begin. The man stuck his sword in the ground, activating the mana in the Dao Palace. He secretly exclaimed, Sword Chi. Then a large amount of fine filament like sword chi was seen crashing into the ground. The sword chi was like a whirlwind, and in no time, a 10-foot deep crater appeared on the ground. Is this the power of spells? Chen Yang was envious in his heart, but his face was unperturbed. The difference in power between those who know spells and those who don't is just too great. Once the pit appeared, the woman tied the black bag and threw the body inside. The man said in awe, Your Excellency is really powerful. This pig demon, my husband and wife didn't have the certainty of decapitating it even if they teamed up, but Your Excellency even killed it alone. They naturally didn't believe that it was Chen Yang's own strength that killed him. It must be the treasures on his body. The pig demon was in such a miserable state, while Chen Yang was unharmed. But when the children of the world's families come out to practice, then they must be armed to the teeth. Chen Yang ignored him. The man laughed awkwardly to himself. Then the two men filled the dirt back in. It took a while to cover the scene. My lord, I've kept you waiting. The two looked at Chen Yang apologetically. Lead on ahead. Chen Yang did not say anything more. Okay. The two of them walked in front, with Chen Yang in the back. Sir, what is your name? The woman inquired cautiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't. How could Chen Yang not know that the other party was testing his bottom line so that he could use it to inquire about his family? Seeing Chen Yang's angry appearance, both of them trembled in their hearts, so they all had the good sense to shut up. Few words along the way. Under the moonlight, the three of them rushed through the mountains. The mountains are very difficult to navigate with no roads and treacherous mountain ranges. 200 miles does not seem to be very far, but in this group of mountains must go around and around. So from the night to the morning, and from the morning to the night, the three people have not yet arrived. Not being able to fly is very inconvenient in these woods. Is that it? In the evening, Chen Yang saw a plain in the mountains in the distance, and on the plain there were many buildings and a lot of good fields. It looks hilarious. The woman shook her head. My lord, this is the Yen family, not the Qian family. Keep going then. Chen Yang didn't ask more questions for fear of revealing himself by saying the wrong thing. The Yen family. His gaze carefully scanned the plains before him, finally seeing the first power made up of human immortals after traveling for so long. It also shows that they are far from the border. This Yen family, farming for a living? Chen Yang murmured in his heart, because the building at the center of the plain was surrounded by good land, and the seed plant in the field seems to be blood-seeky rice. Only the acreage is much larger than in the town of Bao Nai. My lord, the Yen family is a third-class family in the forest domain with its own spiritual land. Seeing that he was still looking, the man said, Aha. Chen Yang nodded. Gonzi, let's go around this way. The two of us are wild cultivators. We're afraid of getting into trouble if we go. The man pointed to the side. Chen Yang was the son of a worldly family, so as long as he took out his identity belt tag, he could completely go straight, but those two could not. Okay, Chen Yang agreed. Can it be that the gentleman in front of us is from a second-class family? Seeing that Chen Yang did not display any fluctuations towards this Yin family, the man could not help but speculate. The three circled the plain. Only as she walked, the woman next to her started scratching her face with her hand. Mother, what's wrong with you? The man saw that something was wrong and immediately asked, Husband, my face is itching. The poison has started to flare up again. The woman's face was hard. What's wrong? Chen Yang walked over to inquire. The man pulled a vial from his body and returned. My lord, I'm sorry, but my mother's poison has broken out. Poison? What poison? Chen Yang looked at the woman, and upon closer inspection, pus sores were actually sprouting on her face. She's poisoned? But how both of them didn't look flustered, as if they were used to it. The body-preserving medicine I took earlier was not serious. The man poured out the powder from the bottle and applied it to the woman's face, only to see those abscesses subside at a speed visible to the naked eye. The woman's pained look was eased. Is it serious? Chen Yang asked. It's not serious. It's all habitual. Can it be cured? Cure? Cure it for what? The two men cast another uncomprehending look at him. It's okay. Chen Yang knew that he had asked another common-sense question. What the gentleman means is that he wants me to switch to a less unpleasant body-preserving drug. I think. The two of them thought that they had misunderstood Chen Yang's meaning. Aha. Chen Yang simply stopped talking. The man said to the woman, I think you should just take a body-preserving drug like mine. It's painless and so much better. Except for the fact that it can physically develop deformities. Does he take any body-preserving pills? 2. Chen Yang was surprised that the body-preserving pill had such serious side effects. So what was the point of taking it? How well do your body-preserving drugs work? He inquired from the sidelines. The man laughed. It's not so bad. We're all poisoned and dirty now. No beast would dare to eat us when we're dead. What about taking it to grow medicine? Chen Yang casually asked. My lord, all the places where we are buried will have to be without an inch of grass for 2 years. Do you think, can we grow medicine? The man said proudly. Preservation. Preservation. So that's what it means. Chen Yang murmured in his heart. He roughly understood the role of the body-preserving pill. It is to make one's body useless, and without value one is seldom targeted and naturally preserves oneself. He had seen it in the Lotus Sect. Even the body of a mortal fetus had many uses, let alone an immortal fetus. No wonder when they first met, the two would say that Zhu Shan's body was clean. At that time, he only thought that it was a joke. After all, the odor on his master's body stank like that, which was clean, but now in contrast to the two, it was simply clean. It seems the world is cruel beyond imagination. It is amazing that these wild cultivators with no family or clan have to defend themselves in this way. Chen Yang's heart was heavy. His expectations of this world were all shattered at once. He had thought that he had escaped from that dark place of the Lotus Sect, but now he seemed to have entered an even darker world. Duke, my lord, the two called out to him from the sidelines. Let's go. Chen Yang withdrew his mind and urged to hurry. What kind of world have I come to? Even though the surrounding mountains and rivers were now magnificent and the fairyland-like beauty, Chen Yang suddenly felt that it wasn't much better to look at. My lord, ahead is the Qian family territory. Early the next morning, the sun was just peeking over the mountains, and 10,000 golden rays of light shone through the clouds on a majestic building. The three of them, Chen Yang, stood at a high place and looked at the group of buildings in the distance. My lord, this is the Moneyland. It's full of immortals, and it's where the surrounding cultivators do their trading. The man introduced himself. Chapter 78, The Money Market. Chen Yang looked around. Just like the Yen family before him, this Qian family's territory was surrounded by blocks of spiritual fields. Only the area was much more vast than the Yen family. These are the roots of the entire Qian family. The immortal food grown from the spiritual fields had fed the entire Qian family. so many villages and towns. All around these spiritual fields, the mountains were filled with people. Your Excellency, when you get here you should be more careful. Don't pass by the place where those mortals live. The Qian family rules state that those who come here must not interfere with the normal life of those mortals. The man reminded. And there are rich families guarding all the mortal villages and towns, so it's fine for the prince to go, but if we wild cultivators approach rashly, we might be beheaded. The woman said scornfully, send a guard. Hearing the two of them talk like this, Chen Yang instantly felt that it was very much like the Lotus Sect's medicinal garden. Could it be that this Qian clan and the Lotus Sect are both the same? An absurd thought popped up in Chen Yang's mind. There are quite a few mortals here. Chen Yang slowly said, well, at a conservative estimate, there are more than 5 million mortals in the Qian family's territory. Such a rich family base makes the Qian family eat and drink without worry. Is it like that too? Chen Yang had thought that he was imagining things, but the two men's replies were undoubtedly indicating that the absurd idea he had just felt was true. It seems that this Qian family, too, is a huge Lotus Sect. He inwardly grimaced. Understand, no matter within the Lotus Sect or in the world outside this Lotus Sect, no matter whether it is a demon or a human, all mortal fetuses are cultivation resources for immortal fetuses. Although they are of the same kind, they are better than a sentence that says there is a difference between immortals and mortals. It's a beautiful world and a dirty world that needs to be cleaned. Do you raise mortal babies? Chen Yang asked. The two shook their heads and returned. We wild cultivators don't have spirit fields. Raising mortals is useless to us. Spirit field. Could it be that mortal fetuses are only useful to immortals after eating what grows inside the spirit field? Chen Yang speculated. So many unutilized mountains could be reclaimed for land, plant some crops, and supply the mortals with their daily needs with no problem at all. There is plenty of land, but not much useful land. The reason why the Lotus Sect had to be established in such a remote place was because the land of those medicinal gardens had a spiritual nature. It is the spirit of the earth that produces the best people. My lord, this way. The man led Chen Yang into a valley. There are no mortals living on either side. It's an entrance. And so they continued walking for half an hour, and they passed through the settlement of the mortal tires. Suddenly, a black sedan chair flew past them like a ball of ghostly fire. The man inside lifted the curtain by the window and surveyed them. Chen Yang also sized him up. It was a young man, jade-like and very handsome. Just seeing the look makes you feel expensive. Looking at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression, he seemed to be wondering how he was mixing with the wild cultivators. Something that flies. Chen Yang was here and finally saw other cultivators. And there's this weird thing that flies. After approaching the Qian family's sphere of influence, heaven and earth were finally a bit more human. The building in the golden sunlight in the distance was getting closer and closer to the trio. Husband, is there any more medicine? The woman asked, scratching her face hard. Along the way, the side effects of the body-preserving drug on her face hadn't subsided. After rubbing the powder, it doesn't take long to manage to start relapsing again. It's used up. Can you suppress it with mana for now? The man emptied the bottle with great force, and there was no longer any of the symptom-relieving powder in it. This time the seizure was so bad that the mana couldn't suppress it. The woman looked so uncomfortable that she really wanted to use her hands to go scratch the flesh of her face into her head. It's almost time to arrive at the Qian family's workshop. Bear with it. There was nothing the men could do. Chen Yang felt sad and pitiful, and in contrast, the elders within the Lotus Sect were living too comfortably. Go faster. The rest of the way is getting better and better. Gradually an avenue appeared between those fields. It was designed for cultivators who couldn't fly to walk. The surrounding area is full of spiritual fields, and outsiders are not allowed to enter and spoil them. After entering this avenue, Chen Yang could still see a few cultivators passing by from time to time. By the look of their faces, they knew they were wild cultivators. All of them could only be described as oddly shaped, taking the same body-preserving pills as the two beside them. These wild cultivators were also very disciplined, not touching the plants planted in the ground next to them, just burying their heads and walking in silence. Various. Chen Yang surveyed. The Chen family's spiritual fields were planted with many types of immortal grains, and there were cultivators tending to them. Those cultivators inside looked normal on the outside. It seems to have been blessed by the Qian family and did not take the body-preserving medicine like the wild cultivators. Strange. Chen Yang looked at the two wild cultivators, but saw that there was no awe in their eyes when they looked at these normal-looking cultivators as they did to themselves. It struck him as odd, but he didn't ask at this point. It was probably another one of those questions that everyone knew. Anyway, it's going to be at the Qian family, so it's natural to understand after going inside to gather information. After passing through a spiritual field, they finally arrived. The money market of the money family. Inside the money market, all kinds of buildings and pavilions. People converge. All kinds of business clamor. A song and dance. Standing outside and looking in a trance. Chen Yang thought that he had traveled again to one of those prosperous capital cities from ancient TV dramas. My lord, the money market of the Qian family is probably not too big for you. It's only less than 10 miles long and wide, the man said from the sidelines. Chen Yang glanced at him and said nothing. This guy is turning the tables on himself. To this, Chen Yang hanging heart is also considered to put down. All the way. Although the surface calm, but the heart has always been a high state of alert, for fear that these two people can see the wrong suddenly flip. Now, finally, there was no need to have these concerns. There were rich families in the money market to maintain order, and the wild cultivators didn't dare to make trouble. My lord, we are familiar with this money market. We can take you anywhere you want to go. The woman wanted to continue to show him the way. No, next, I'll go by myself. It was all the way to this place, and he didn't want to be around people. My lord, the woman wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the man, chiding. Your Excellency is tired of practicing and wants to have fun and relax his body alone. Wouldn't it be a big spoiler for the two of us lowly people to follow after your Excellency? Go about your business, my lord, and we'll both wait for you here, the man said to him. Aha, Chen Yang agreed. He didn't believe that these two wild cultivators would keep waiting here. Seeing that they were no longer pestering, Chen Yang walked within this money market. Mother, you're having a serious attack of poison. Let's go change some medicinal powder. After watching Chen Yang walk away on the lapis lazuli floor, gradually disappearing into the crowd, the two of them began to think about dealing with their own matters. Chapter 79, The World. Inside the money market, it's quite lively. Chen Yang looked left and right on the street. Inside, as if in a fair, there were jade tree-like fluttering gentlemen, graceful slender beauties, and oddly shaped green forest wild cultivators. Compared to the gorgeously dressed sons of the world, the wild cultivators could move cautiously. Although Chen Yang was dressed in rags, when those wild cultivators saw him, they directly ignored the styling and had a polite look in their eyes. The world still judges people by their appearance. Could there also be a wild cultivator who didn't take the body-preserving pill and is mingling in this marketplace? Chen Yang thought to himself, but felt that there was also, just as in the previous world, there were bold people posing as rich people going around scamming. It takes a lot of mental strength and guts. There were certainly such strange people among the wild cultivators of this world. With the elixir, you should be able to exchange it for something. Chen Yang saw a store selling clothes and his heart moved. Since he is now pretending to be the son of a family with the help of his skin, he should pretend to be like some before. It is said that a Buddha should be dressed in gold and a man should be dressed in clothes. Thought I'd go into the store and try it out. It's not a big store, just 2 feet long and wide. Small tailor store. When the middle-aged shopkeeper inside saw Chen Yang, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly came forward and smiled. This gentleman, are you looking to purchase clothing? Aha. Chen Yang nodded and casually pointed out a piece of men's clothing and asked, how does this one sell? Sir, this is what the wild cultivator wears. It doesn't match your noble status. How about taking a look at this one? The shopkeeper said as he pointed to the clothes placed above. How do I sell it? 9 precious coins. The shopkeeper replied. Chen Yang reached out and touched it. The texture was very good. Just this fabric. It was a very advanced kind of satin made. It's nice, isn't it, my lord? The owner is confident in this garment. Chen Yang took out a bone blood pill from his body and asked, I don't have any treasure money on me, so see how much this pill is worth? Refining a bone blood pill required the consumption of a carefully bred mortal fetus, which should be worth a lot. Bone and blood pill. What a good pill. The shopkeeper took it in his hands and measured it before saying, this elixir is of good quality and is worth 7 treasure coins. That's expensive. Chen Yang secretly exclaimed in his heart. This pill, which had condensed the essence of a mortal child for more than 30 years, up to now, could not even buy a piece of clothing worn by the children of the world. Mortal lives, lies like grass, that's enough. Chen Yang poured out another capsule from the bottle. This was recovered from Zhu Shan's body, and there were more than 20 grains in total. The bone blood pills were the rations that the clan issued to the elders. This one is of poorer color and worth 6 treasure coins. My lord, these shoes. After a while, Chen Yang walked out of the store with a new outfit. Treasure money. Chen Yang looked at the 2 thumb-sized black iron coins in his hand. This is the treasure money, condensed from the essence of the vein. It can be used as the refining material for divine weapons. It is hard currency that will not depreciate in value. All the immortals recognize this. Pills can lose their potency with contamination and deterioration, but not this precious money. After buying the clothes and shoes and the 2 bone blood pills, there were 3 precious coins left. The shopkeeper was very attentive and arranged for a woman to groom him. After a bit of dressing up, it was more expensive than before. It's time to get to know the world. Chen Yang entered into a large store. Sir, inside please. A young girl with a bright face greeted him. What is it that you wish to purchase, my lord? The young girl asked. I'm just looking. Chen Yang did not want to make contact with other immortals for the time being. Yes sir. The young girl retreated sagely. There are some books over there. Chen Yang swept his eyes around and found what he wanted and walked straight over. Wait, this is, but just walked past a cargo container. His afterglow glanced at an object, and was looking past it. His pupils were shrinking, because he saw an ornament that looked like a globe. He shook his head, thinking he'd misread it. When he fixed his eyes again, he realized that the thing was still there. There's no mistaking it. Chen Yang curiously walked over. Careful examination. It is a globe is not false, but the planet full of craters but also bright vitality is the barbaric immortal realm that he is now in. So this is what the world looks like. Chen Yang touched the globe and muttered. According to the introduction above, it was found that the barbarian immortal region was much larger than Earth, and from the dense craters above it was easy to see that this world had once suffered a major change. Chen Yang was first surprised at the appearance of this model, but it was nothing to think about. It was normal. In the age of navigation, people were able to draw a rough picture of the world based on the route of the shipping line. In this place where immortals can fly to the sky and hide from the world, there must have been immortals who can fly high in the sky and overlook the whole world. However, the difference was that the barbarian immortal region only had a small ocean, and the land was vast, with numerous lakes and stars on the land. Chen Yang also found that there were words on the sphere: heaven, earth, lin, zhou, zi, ugly, een and so on. On that only ocean, there is the word tatsu, a crumbled penny. Finding that it was sold at a cheap price, Chen Yang decided to buy it and study it slowly. Taking the sphere model of the savage immortal domain, Chen Yang went to the places where the books were kept. Barbarian miscellany, 24 odd compulsions, 9 domains and 12 continents, heaven and earth spiritual roots, 24 spells, savage storm. The clans talk a little. Seeing these miscellaneous books, Chen Yang was like a treasure. That's what he needs most right now. Chen Yang picked a dozen or so books and felt that it was about right. They cost him a treasure coin. Duke, housing? Chen Yang arrived inside an inn, and the boy asked. Live. 1 penny crumbs for a day and night in the lower room, 2 pennies crumbs in the middle room, and 5 pennies crumbs in the upper room. The center room. Chen Yang placed a precious coin on the table. 10 pennies of broken money for a treasure coin. Stay with him for 5 days. Sir, upstairs please. The boy was very courteous and led him upstairs. After bringing it to the room, Chen Yang locked himself inside. Worthy of being a center room, it was exquisitely furnished and elegantly decorated with antique colors. After placing the object in his arms on the ground, Chen Yang sat down on the floor, holding up the model and couldn't wait to scrutinize it. There were some thin lines on top of the model, dividing the entire savage immortal region into more than 20 pieces. The word forest here means that this area is a forest domain. Right, and I'm in a forest domain right now. Chen Yang's fingers lightly touched, and he knew where he was in this world from those 2 loose cultivators. So many craters, like the moon. The forest domain is in a crater. Not only that, the Zhou domain next to him was also inside the crater. Author's note, fellow readers, the topographical map of the barbarian immortal realm is in the comments section, so check it out if you're interested. Chapter 80, The Truth About the World. This world, it turns out, is like this. After an hour, Chen Yang had finished reading all the purchased books, and finally some understanding of the world. What Master said about the 3 sects and 2 families, and the 5 surnames and 7 wishes, is true. He put down the book in his hand. When he went to White Candle Town before, Zhu Shan had revealed to both him and Zhou Lingjun what this world looked like. Although there were many lies coming out of Zhu Shan's mouth, those few words were true. 9 domains and 12 continents. Chen Yang looked towards the model of the savage immortal territory that was placed in front of him. This world was divided into more than 20 pieces, and the entire world was controlled by the 3 gates and 2 families, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, and the 12 ritual divisions of the demon race. The 9 domains are the territories of the water and white families and the 5 surnames and 7 wishes. Among them, the 5 surnames and the 7 hopes were the Zhou clan, the Yi clan, the Hershi Chui clan, the Hedong Chui clan, the Shannon Wang clan, the Shanbei Wang clan, and the Lin clan of the Lin domain, to which he himself belonged now. Zhou domain, Yi domain, Hershi Chui domain and other 9 domains are the 9 largest craters in the barbarian immortal domain, which are also the 9 richest places in the entire world, with a lot of people and spiritual fields, so there are abundant resources. But the 9 domains are not large in area, and together are less than 1 domain of the demon race. The craters in the 12 continents of the demon race are sparse, although the area is 100 times more extensive than the 9 domains, but the spiritual land is lacking, and the fertility is not strong, even if they are all covered by vibrant primitive forests. But in the eyes of the 9 domains of the human race, they are all barren land. The savage immortal region was over 90% land area, with only 1 ocean, occupied by the Tatsu clan. This world is truly the feudal of feudalism. It's almost like the era of a slave society. Chen Yang was preoccupied as he looked towards a book that introduced the various forces. The contents of the book categorized the racial forces into 3 classes, of which the present Qian family is the second class. On top of these 3 classes, there are the oldest 3 gates and 2 families, 5 surnames and 7 hopes, 12 ritual divisions, for thousands of years. 1, 2, 3 and other forces changed again and again, but these 24 strongest great clans are unchanged for eternity. The reason those great clans have always been so strong is because of the possession of spiritual roots, right? Chen Yang flipped through the spiritual roots chapter inside. From the book, I learned that there were 24 spiritual roots in the world, and it was their existence that made these 24 great clans strong until now. Qi compass, spells, master was right. The armor cloak technique is the strongest defensive aptitude in the barbarian immortal region. Chen Yang whispered softly. The bugs that grow on the 24 spiritual roots are the 24 odd parasites. The name of the odd parasites in the Lin clan is Stinging. The heavenly sect's odd parasites are Spring. The earthly sect's odd parasites are Qing Ming. And the Xian sect's odd parasites are Frost. And the immortal dam that the parasites bear after absorbing enough nutrients is the best treasure in the world that can help immortalists break through their cultivation level. The fruits born on the spiritual roots gave birth to divine powers, creating the 24 spells of the barbarian immortal domain, 2 of which Chen Yang was familiar with, the armor cloak technique cast by Zhu Shan, and the Haitian technique that he had heard of. It seemed like his master teacher had taken at least 2 avatar fruits. Those cultivators we saw in the Qin family's spirit field just now should be immortal slaves. Chen Yang recalled the cultivators he saw in the spirit fields on both sides of the road when he walked with the 2 wild cultivators to the Qin family. Those cultivators had normal faces, but the 2 wild cultivators had no respect. At that time, his heart was still puzzled, but now it all made sense. Those must be the immortal slaves of the Qian family, being immortal fetuses born to mortals in the territory. Similar to his masters and brothers in the Lotus Sect, these immortal fetuses were picked up by the Qian family to be cultivated after they were examined at birth. After dedicating the yearly money to the Lin clan, the rest could be rewarded to the children of the Qin clan. And these immortal slaves had clean flesh and were used to plant parasites to form immortal pills. It's really weak. The wild cultivator is quite lucky. Ben still felt pity for those 2 wild cultivators who took the body preservation medicine, but compared to the immortal slaves, they were instantly much happier. Wild cultivators can at least barely survive on their own, except that since all the good places have been occupied by lineage families and there is no spiritual land, there are 2 ways to get cultivation resources. One is to steal immortal food from the spiritual land of the deceased families within the 9 domains, and the other is to go to the vast outer domains to fight for food from the mouths of the demon race, and then bring it back to exchange with the various forces for cultivation resources. Most chose the latter, because as long as you took the avatar fruit and the strange compulsion immortal pill, as long as you dared to make a mess, the great clan would have the means to find you if they were in a bad mood. If you dare to do anything to the children of the great families, no matter how high your cultivation level is, and dare to overstep your bounds and commit such treasonous acts, you will be beheaded. No wonder those 2 wild cultivators would fawn so much when they saw me, just based on my appearance. Chen Yang's heart was gloomy. Under such a solid hierarchy, being able to saddle up for the sons of the great families of the world might be one of the few opportunities for wild cultivation to be able to change his destiny against the odds. The various sects outside of the lineage were only joined by those who were known to be the children of the lineage. What do I, then, do back there? After learning about the truth of the world, Chen Yang sat on the floor with his hands propped up behind his back, looking up at the ceiling with gradually blank eyes. He himself was as miserable as the wild cultivator. Nay, he was a wild cultivator himself, and not yet strong enough to be a fragrant sort of lamb. As it stood, he really couldn't think of another way for himself to live other than to be like the other wild cultivators, knowing too much but being unable to do anything about it. Chen Yang is now clogged up in his heart, unable to see the way out in front of him, and although he doesn't want to be a human medicine, he can't help but start to miss the kind of carefree days he had in Bao Nai Town inside. The identity of the children of the lineage can't be impersonated any longer. They have a token to prove themselves. Chen Yang's hand plucked the model, and the ball slowly rotated on the stand. Any more impersonation, and once you run into someone asking about it, you're done for. After thinking for a long time, he said with all reluctance, take the body-preserving medicine first. It's important to save your little life. Shen Yang understood that if he wanted to survive in the future, he would have to follow the example of the other wild cultivators and let his flesh and blood lose its use first. Protect your life first before you can think about anything else. Later on, I'll first go and purchase a body preservation medicine. Then I'll close the door and cultivate. First break through my cultivation to the Dao Palace realm. Fortunately, I still have an immortal pill on my body, and the materials for the Qi-eating realm are available as well. Looking at the sack around his waist, Chen Yang's heart finally had a trace of solace. The chi-eating realm was already a small expert in this barbarian immortal region. The chi in my body has increased a lot in the past few days. The essence of innate heaven given by Master is really a good treasure. Thinking about cultivation, he began to feel his body. After breaking through to the late stage, the divine organs were like a volcano in the past few days, constantly spewing things outwards, doubling the chi in his body. He rightfully thought that it was because Zhu Shan had previously operated on his stomach to pour the essence of the innate into the divine residence. Lifting his shirt, the scars on his skin had completely disappeared, and the Shinzo was hot underneath. Chen Yang removed the sack and wanted to take a good look at this precious immortal medicine. He hadn't even taken a close look at it yet, as he had been in a hurry for the past 2 days. How come? After opening it and looking inside, Chen Yang's face instantly became incomparably ugly. This was because the originally vibrant Huanglian immortal pill had now become withered and yellow, and many of its leaves had fallen off, dead, obviously withered and unable to live. This was the only treasure he had on him, a key ingredient for breaking through to the chi-eating realm. Something happened to the immortal pill. With his status, how difficult it would be to obtain an immortal pill in the future. If only that stone had been smashed a little further up, it probably wouldn't have hurt this immortal medicine. Chen Yang was remorseful. Zhu Shan was already dying at that time, though, and he directly used a big stone to be careful. Although Zhu Shan died, the stone equally seriously injured the roots and branches of the immortal medicine. Hey, it's a shame, it's a shame. Chen Yang's heart was dripping blood.